Chapter 1. What on earth have I transcended time and space? In the year of Tianyuan 28, within the estate of Prince Gong, a cacophony of thoughts resonated in Shen Xingyue's mind, as if it had exploded. Groaning in agony, she gently massaged her forehead, which was still oozing blood, with trembling hands. Struggling to lift her heavy eyelids, she surveyed her surroundings with a sense of bewilderment and dread. Where am I? Desperately, she attempted to recall the events leading up to this moment. Yes, it was after a fierce argument with her obstinate father that she had sought solace in a bar, drowning her sorrows in drink. In a drunken stupor, she had suddenly felt a repugnant hand reaching around her waist. How dare this rogue invade her personal space? Without hesitation, she had seized that audacious hand and retaliated fiercely, leaving the assailant in tears and disgrace. A slight smile of triumph tugged at the corners of Shen Xingyue's lips as she reminisced about that moment. But soon, her expression shifted to one of pallor. What had transpired after she exited the bar? She recalled now someone had ambushed her from behind and struck her violently on the back of her head. Everything had gone black, and she had lost consciousness. At that moment, an anxious voice pierced her thoughts. Mother, if that wretched Shen Xingyue dies, how are we to explain this? Explain. That useless creature brought this upon herself. Su Lan, Shen Xingyue's mother-in-law, stood with hands on her hips, trembling in rage, utterly abandoning the grace befitting a side consort of the prince. What? Immarit. But I haven't even experienced love, yet how could I be wed? Shen Xingyue glanced around once more, a terrifying thought dawning upon her. Could it be that I have transcended time? Today marks the return of the prince with his two sons. We must not allow such disgrace to tarnish his honor. Yet, hushed whispers filled the air. One voice, lowered in urgency, cautioned, this matter must remain hidden from the prince, or the consequences will be dire. Another voice, filled with concern, responded, but, esteemed matriarch, Shen Xingyue is the rightful wife promised to the prince and the eldest son. If she were to die in such an ambiguous manner, how can we justify this to the prince? Just as their anxiety peaked, the seemingly lifeless Shen Xingyue emitted a faint sound. This subtle noise, though barely audible, resonated with startling clarity in the silence of the room. The gathered individuals froze momentarily, only to be overtaken by sheer terror. Those with lesser fortitude could not suppress their panic, shrieking, "She's come back to life." The atmosphere in the room became thick with fear and chaos. Well, it's fortunate she's not dead. What are you standing there for? Hurry back and prepare yourself. You cannot present yourself in such disarray when the prince and your husband return. After Su Lan's admonition, the maid, Chui'er, knelt beside her mistress, tears of joy streaming down her face as she offered her assistance. Miss, allow me to help you back. Shen Xingyue relinquished herself to the support of Chui'er, her mind enveloped in a haze of confusion. As she surveyed the surrounding antiquated architecture and the elegantly attired individuals, she pondered inwardly, have I traversed through time? Yet, in that moment, she had no leisure for further contemplation and resolved to comply with their instructions. Once she had completed her grooming, Shen Xingyue gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Strange, yet familiar it was then that a cacophony outside caught her attention, announcing the arrival of the prince and his two sons at the manor's entrance. Taking a deep breath, she slowly made her way to the front hall. Upon encountering the prince, Shen Xingyue felt a jolt of surprise, inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of unaccountable pressure. Following the prince, the two sons of the household entered. One was seated in a wheelchair, possessing a fair countenance, while the other exuded a somewhat effeminate aura. Darling, a woman, somewhat alluring in appearance, strode towards the handsome yet delicate-looking man. This was her husband, therefore. The one in the wheelchair must be my spouse. No, this simply cannot be. It is far too disconcerting. I, a discerning connoisseur of beauty, cannot possibly be bestowed with such a physically challenged husband. Just as her thoughts spiraled into turmoil, a sharp pain pierced her mind, and the memories of the original owners passed unfolded before her like a cinematic replay. It turned out that the husband in the wheelchair was named Heng, the eldest son of Prince Xingyue, and his condition was not congenital. He had been unable to stand. Since the age of 18, despite his confinement to a wheelchair, he had achieved remarkable political accomplishments, having accompanied his father to war at the age of 16, already a military leader. The other son was named Song, the second son of the prince and the offspring of concubine Su. The woman beside him was his wife, the second daughter of the Qingyuan marquisate. As for herself, she was merely an uncherished, legitimate daughter of the general's household. After her mother's untimely demise, she had lived with her grandmother, possessing a meek disposition devoid of any martial lineage. Her father, having remarried, held no affection for her, and the new lady of the house harbored disdain towards her, wishing to eliminate her presence to pave the way for her own children. Thus, the marriage to the eldest son had been hastily arranged. It is often said that with a stepmother comes a stepfather, yet the only one who truly cared for her was her grandmother, who, unfortunately, was too frail to intervene in this matrimonial arrangement. Since their wedding, they had only met on the day of the ceremony, and after that he had accompanied the prince on official duties. Today marked approximately 3 months since their union. With the three of them away from the capital, concubine Su had been unable to manage Song Heng and had redirected her frustrations towards the newlywed bride. At dinner, a lavish spread was laid out by Su Lan, with the prince seated at the head of the table, casting a discerning glance at his 2 daughters-in-law, furrowing his brow only. 2 daughters-in-law were present, yet neither son was in sight. Recognizing the prince's displeasure, Su Lan promptly turned to Su Qingyun and inquired, "Qingyun, where is you? Has he retired for the night, due to exhaustion?" Su Qingyun, well aware of her mother-in-law's intentions, nodded and replied, "Indeed, you returned today and mentioned feeling unwell, so he has gone to rest." Su Lan, with a flourish, lifted the ladle to serve, saying, "Prince, do sample this fish soup. It is exceptionally delightful, prepared especially by me." The prince sighed, a smile gracing his face. "Very well, very well." He then turned his gaze towards Shen Xingyue, who, feeling a pang of anxiety, could only reply, "Father, I apologize. I do not know where Song Heng has gone." Her response was candid and straightforward. The prince let out a heavy sigh, remarking, "Do not blame yourself. Song Heng has just returned and may still have matters to attend to. Now that the 2 young men are absent, let us dine." As they partook of their meal, the prince cleared his throat and addressed his 2 daughters-in-law. "You 2 have only just been wed, and those young men have been whisked away by me. Do not fault your father for this." The 2 women were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond, nodding and shaking their heads in confusion. "Fortunately, I have brought you both back now, and it is time for you to begin expanding the royal lineage," he added with a jovial tone. "Fear not, father," Su Qingyun replied. "Why doesn't he discuss this matter with his 2 sons, making it seem as if we alone can bear children?" Shen Xingyue thought, bemused, that Su Qingyun's earnestness in such a matter was indeed amusing. With a resolute demeanor, Shen Xingyue stood up, exclaiming, "I shall do my utmost." However, her declaration was met with an oppressive silence that enveloped the room. Everyone knew Shen Xingyue to be gentle, yet her previous bravado had been strikingly different. It seemed her aspirations to embody a demure lady were perhaps overly ambitious, as one's nature is often difficult to alter. In her youth, she had possessed a fiery temper, never losing to boys in fights, and had been deemed too unruly for a girl. It was said that such a fierce disposition would hinder her prospects of marriage in the future. Consequently, she had been expelled from several schools due to her mischief. Eventually, her family, exasperated, sent her to the most stringent noble school, where etiquette instructors were engaged to refine her behavior. They even enlisted the help of an elderly physician to temper her temperament. Reluctantly, she complied, dutifully following her instructors in learning decorum and medical arts. After a moment of awkward silence, the prince chuckled heartily. Very well, very well. I shall await the delightful news of you and Song Heng. Ha ha ha." Before Shen Xingyue could respond modestly, the oppressive sound of a wheelchair rolled in from behind. A low, husky voice interrupted, when his father became so merry. Chapter 2. Shall we sleep together? Is it acceptable? Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. Shen Xingyue felt an overwhelming sense of despair as she pondered the timing of this man's return. Why did he choose this moment to appear after being absent for so long? If he was going to return, why not do so without bringing up such an awkward subject? The embarrassment was suffocating. Song Heng greeted everyone and then pulled out the chair beside Shen Xingyue. taking a seat. Only after he was settled did she take a closer look at him. The only time she had seen him before was on their wedding day, when she had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him through the beaded curtain. That night, he hadn't uttered a single word to her before leaving, clearly showing his disdain for her as his bride. Once seated, his commanding presence seemed to suffocate everyone in the restaurant, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. His cloak had been removed by his servant, revealing a garment of pure azure fabric and a thin blanket draped over his legs. Even while seated, his muscular frame was striking. Her gaze followed the line of his prominent Adam's apple to his face. This man possessed narrow, icy eyes that exuded an overwhelming intensity, complemented by a high, elegant nose and slightly pursed, languid lips, with such striking features and a physique that could entice. One might argue that succumbing to him wouldn't be entirely disadvantageous, would it? He recalled their first meeting, where she had sat demurely on their wedding bed, motionless. Song Heng had never interacted with Shen Xingyue, leading him to believe she was inherently gentle in nature. However, Su Lan rolled her eyes in disbelief, remembering the fierce altercations Shen Xingyue had engaged in with Su Qingyue, where there was no trace of softness, certainly not the demeanor of a delicate, well-bred young lady. "Father, the tasks you assigned have been completed," he remarked, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. His long, fair fingers contrasted beautifully with the exquisite porcelain cup. But what drew the eye was the string of dark red cinnabar beads adorning his wrist, bestowing upon him an enigmatic allure. Upon hearing this, the prince let out a cold huff before responding. "Once your duties are finished, you must return to accompany Xingyue. Look how considerate she is, even in your absence. She refrains from clinging to you or causing a fuss. When you bless the royal residence with a child, I shall reward you handsomely." Song Heng paused, his grip on the teacup faltering as he furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the tea before him, rendered silent. The atmosphere between father and son was palpably tense, as if a storm was brewing, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, Song Heng placed the teacup down with a resounding thud, the sound breaking through the oppressive silence. "Fine," he replied tersely, a single word laden with meaning. Shen Xingyue quietly lowered her head, focusing on her meal. Given her current predicament, she was left with little more than the meager dowry provided by the Shen family, devoid of any other funds. If only the prince would be more generous. Perhaps she could gain some leverage in the future. Moreover, marrying Song Heng entails a considerable financial burden in managing the household, and my mother-in-law, Su Lan, harbors a fondness for Su Qingyue, leaving me in an unfavorable position. During this period, with the 3 men absent from the residence, her demeanor towards me has been far from pleasant. Life in this royal mansion is not as enviable as the common folk might believe. Since the prince is inclined to offer rewards, I am determined to secure this substantial sum. After all, is it not merely a matter of bearing a child for him? Besides, the man is not lacking in attractiveness, so I cannot consider myself at a disadvantage. I must focus on amassing wealth, accumulate wealth, strive to gather riches. Once I have sufficient funds, I shall divorce Song Heng and make my escape, indifferent to the royal palace or noble households. I prefer the freedom of my own life. After dinner, Shen Xingyue returned to the eastern courtyard where she resided with Song Heng. Upon entering their new chamber, she felt a twinge of trepidation. Although the man was quite handsome and confined to a wheelchair, he posed no real threat to her. Logically, there was no reason to be fearful. Yet, an innate apprehension lingered, making her reluctant to meet his gaze, instead trailing behind him, careful not to overstep her boundaries. "Shen Xingyue, what has become of you? You are one who fears neither heaven nor earth. How is it that you cower before this seemingly feeble man?" Song Heng observed every nuance of her expression. Just moments ago, she had boldly proclaimed her determination to work hard alongside him. Yet now she appeared hesitant to be alone with him. "And no, I am not afraid," she stammered. "Then why do you linger behind me, hesitant to approach?" "Who says I am afraid?" Shen Xingyue retorted, emboldened by his provocation as she stepped confidently to his side. Observing her resolve, Song Heng found himself smiling, perhaps in disbelief that he could genuinely smile at this woman he barely knew. "And how shall we sleep tonight?" Shen Xingyue inquired, glancing at the solitary bed within the room. What manner of sleep do you desire? Is it inappropriate to ask you that? How is it that you just pledged your loyalty to my father, yet now seek to retreat? Instantly, Shen Xingyue's face flushed crimson as she reflected on her earlier words, feeling a pang of embarrassment. I did not mean that. What then do you mean? The man seemed relentless in his teasing. If you wish to fulfill your promise, then let us share the bed. Song Heng regarded her fierce determination with intrigue, remarking, very well, let us sleep together. He was curious to see how long she could endure this arrangement. Meanwhile, in the western courtyard resided Song Yu and Su Qingyun. Perhaps due to the shadowy disposition of his mother, the concubine Su Lan, he had been named Yu. Su Qingyun cautiously entered the dimly lit chamber, softly calling out for Song Yu. Before she could finish, a strong arm enveloped her, startling her into a gasp. You frightened me to death. After our wedding night, I left home. Did you miss me? What I miss you for? I heard from the servants that you made quite the commitment to my father tonight. And what of it? My dear wife, I intend to support you wholeheartedly in our quest to conceive the first grandson of the royal mansion. As Song Yu observed Su Qingyun shyly lowering her head, he continued, if you can bear me a child and assist me in securing the title of the royal estate, I shall ensure you live a life of opulence and splendor. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun grasped the man's intentions, which aligned with her own desires. The second young master, after all, was a man of his word, one who acted upon his promises. Following their conversation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the eastern courtyard, who had been locked in a stalemate, noticed the deepening night. Song Heng cast a lingering glance at Shen Xingyue, uttering no extraneous words, but simply stated, in that case, let's make do for the night. Chapter 3. Confessions of Poison. What do you mean, make do? Am I the kind of person to settle? As if I were particularly fond of you. However, considering your handsome face, your physique, and those long legs, I suppose I can temporarily endure this situation. Shen Xingyue lifted her gaze, feigning a look of helplessness. Are you certain you wish to make do for an entire night? We are hardly acquainted. Song Heng scoffed softly, his left hand caressing the dark red beads on his right wrist, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. When you were professing your loyalty to my father, you didn't seem to mind our lack of familiarity, did you? In front of our father, you surely wanted him to be pleased. Besides, considering how your brother's wife spoke, I cannot allow you to lose face. Shen Xingyue blinked innocently at Song Heng, her expression one of naive sincerity. Seeing her explanation, he chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to enter the bedroom. Shen Xingyue secretly rolled her eyes at the man's retreating figure. This man was tall and handsome. It was a pity that his long legs were confined to a wheelchair, reliant on others for mobility. Curious, Shen Xingyue inquired, what happened to your legs? Upon hearing her question, Song Heng was taken aback, wondering why she would ask such a thing. It's nothing, just curious. Curious? Were you like this from birth? She pressed. The woman truly had a knack for jinxing him, contemplating that he had been this way since birth. Not quite. Not quite. Then what is the story? After I turned 18, I gradually lost sensation in my legs. Song Heng replied slowly, internally astonished at his willingness to confide in her. After all, they had only met twice, and this night's arrangement was merely to placate his father. So, prior to 18, you could stand and walk freely? The woman asked, astonished, her captivating gaze fixed on Song Heng as if seeking to unearth more of his narrative. Shen Xingyue wished to inquire further, but noticed the man had closed his eyes, no longer acknowledging her presence. Annoyed, she thought how rude he was. Yet, observing his pallor and the unusual hue of his lips, she suspected signs of poisoning. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to check his pulse to assess his condition. At that moment, the man suddenly grasped her wrist, his eyes snapping open with an expression of wariness. Startled, Shen Xingyue hurried to explain. The man scrutinized her for a moment, then slowly released his grip, his voice hoarse as he inquired, do you possess medical knowledge? Shen Xingyue bit her lip, nodding slightly as she replied, I know a little. After a prolonged silence, the man remarked, as a legitimate daughter of a general's household, how could you possibly have such skills? Shen Xingyue's gaze flickered before she finally confessed. In my youth, I was taught by an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing this, a look of skepticism crossed the man's face, yet he refrained from further probing. He gradually extended his left hand, each movement appearing particularly cautious. Standing beside him, Shen Xingyue took a deep breath to steady herself, then delicately placed her fingers upon his left hand. As time passed, her previously relaxed brow began to furrow, her expression growing increasingly grave. Eventually, she lifted her gaze, looking intently at the man before her, her tone low and serious as she stated, "It is unlikely to be a mere ordinary ailment. In my estimation, you are likely afflicted by poison." The man paused, momentarily taken aback, his brows instinctively knitting together. He was internally astonished by this woman's remarkable acuity and discernment. At that moment, he regarded Shen Xingyue with an unspoken curiosity, pondering what other secrets the daughter of a general might be concealing. With a serious expression, he asked, "What exactly is this poison derived from? Is there an antidote available?" He continued, "If we cannot ascertain the origins and composition of this toxin, it will be exceedingly difficult to discover an effective remedy." "I require some time," she replied, her brow tightly furrowed, her eyes reflecting deep concern and unease. "Do you truly believe you can unravel this poison?" Heng regarded the woman before him with a solemn gaze, fully aware that he had been suffering from the venom for many years. For all this time, he had been desperately seeking a cure, but his efforts had yielded little success. Now, this woman had discerned his affliction at a glance, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps she truly had a means to liberate him from this poison? With this thought, Heng resolved to take a gamble. After all, his situation could hardly worsen, so he might as well allow her a chance. Shen Xingyue offered a gentle smile, imbued with a mixture of confidence and mystery. "While I cannot guarantee 100% success, I am about 70 to 80% certain. However, the materials required for the antidote are exceedingly rare, and I will need time to prepare." Upon hearing that there was a 70 to 80% chance, Heng's eyes brightened instantaneously, and he said eagerly, "Regardless of what materials are needed, as long as they exist in this world, I will acquire them at any cost." The woman nodded slightly, slowly articulating, "I require a single 1,000-year ice lotus, as well as bear gall and deer blood. All three of these items grow in perilous locations, particularly the bear, which is exceedingly ferocious." Heng clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, "No matter, I have many capable individuals at my disposal. I will certainly procure them. But why do you wish to assist me?" The woman's eyes flickered with emotion, and after a brief moment, she spoke, "I do not assist you without reason. The poison afflicting you, Your Highness, is a result of a forbidden technique. By alleviating your condition, I can ensure my own safety within this royal residence. Aiding you is, in essence, aiding myself." Heng, taken aback, inquired, "Is that all you desire?" "Indeed. Can you consent?" Shen Xingyue blinked her bright, expressive eyes. "Pray tell." "Now." "Yes." The man inclined his head, slightly in agreement. His deep-set gaze remained fixed upon the woman before him, his mind pondering her true intentions. The woman parted her lips, delicately uttering, "Surely you are aware that the prince has publicly declared today that should I bear him a child, he would bestow upon me generous rewards, which are not insignificant." At this point, she deliberately paused, her eyes dancing with mischief as she regarded the man before her. Upon hearing this, the man furrowed his brow and queried, somewhat perplexed, "So, your aim is to conceive a child with me?" Chapter 4. Is this the white moonlight? The woman suppressed a giggle behind her hand. "You are quite direct. However, you are only partially correct." The man crossed his arms, patiently awaiting her elaboration. "I indeed wish to bear a child to obtain those rewards. However, I am aware of your reluctance. How about this? Once I cure your poison, you grant me those rewards?" Shen Xingyue concluded, contemplating that if she could secure the rewards this way, why endure the hardships of pregnancy for 10 months? Moreover, she intended to leave eventually. Having a child would only create a bond, which could be advantageous. The man raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and gazed deeply into her eyes. "Is that all? Well, there's one more thing, and that is, could you possibly initiate a divorce?" Shen Xingyue finally voiced her request. looking at the formidable man before her. A divorce? Indeed, our marriage was never born of mutual affection, but rather a matter of necessity. After our divorce, you could find someone you truly love to bear your progeny. Would that not be splendid? Seeing that the woman was not jesting, the man pondered her words and replied, "Let us discuss this further once you have healed from the poison." Very well. The woman appeared elated, as if she had received the answer she sought. This, however, left the man feeling uneasy. Did she truly wish to escape the royal residence in him? Chui Manor, the hall of Chui Manor, was in disarray, where a petite figure darted through the courtyard like the wind, stirring up a cloud of dust. Miss, please slow down." The maids hurriedly followed, calling out as they attempted to grasp the fleeting silhouette of a young lady. Yet, the one referred to as Miss Chui Yoha seemed impervious to their pleas, her hurried pace reflecting a heart ablaze with indignation. "Wait? What is there to wait for? Brother Song Heng has brought that woman home. I have just returned from Jiangnan, filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with him. Yet who could have anticipated this predicament? No, I must confront Brother Song Heng and demand an explanation." Chui Yoha's anger intensified as she pondered the situation, her large, expressive eyes now brimming with indignation and resentment. The handkerchief she clutched had long since lost its shape, seemingly echoing the tumult of emotions within her. Behind her, the maids were breathless from exertion, yet they dared not show any sign of complacency for fear that their young mistress might encounter some misfortune. Before long, Chui Yoha arrived at the entrance of the Prince Gong's residence, where Song Heng resided. The grand doors stood resolutely closed, presenting an unyielding barrier to her inquiries. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and struck the door knocker forcefully, the sharp sound reverberating through the quiet street. After what felt like an eternity, a small crack appeared as the door slowly opened, revealing a young servant who peered out. Upon recognizing Chui Yoha, a flicker of alarm crossed his features. "Miss Kui, what brings you here?" he stammered. "I demand to see your young master," Kui Yue declared loudly. The servant hesitated, his expression pained. "The young master is newly married and cannot receive visitors." "Newly married? How can he treat me this way?" Kui Yue exclaimed, pushing past the servant and boldly entering the premises. The courtyard was adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating an atmosphere of festivity. Chui Yoha found the scene painfully ostentatious. Just then, Song Heng emerged from the inner chambers, momentarily taken aback at the sight of her. "Yoha, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Brother Song Heng, why have you forsaken me? We have been companions since childhood. Were those bonds merely illusory?" Tears welled in Chui Yoha's eyes. Song Heng sighed deeply, contemplating how to elucidate the intricacies of the situation to her. Just as he was about to speak, a soft, melodious voice floated in from behind the house, akin to a lark emerging from the valley. "Husband, who is it that has come so early?" The voice, laced with a hint of sweetness, stirred a sense of curiosity. Upon hearing that voice, Chui Yoha felt as though a bucket of ice water had been abruptly dumped over her, chilling her to the core. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards the source, revealing a graceful and exquisite woman approaching with poise. At that moment, Shen Xingyue also turned her attention to the petite figure standing beside Song Heng. She scrutinized the newcomer with a blend of curiosity and scrutiny, then inquired softly, "And who might this be?" Although her words were polite, they carried an unspoken authority. In response to Shen Xingyue's question, Song Heng exhibited no signs of evasion. He replied candidly, "This is the daughter of the Prime Minister." With that, he slightly turned to the side, allowing the guard behind him to have a clearer view of Chui Yoha. The guard, realizing the situation, lowered his voice to inform Shen Xingyue, "Madam, this is Chui Yoha, the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister." "Oh, so she's the Prime Minister's daughter." Shen Xingyue elongated her tone, a look of feigned realization gracing her features. Then, she turned to Chui Yoha with a half-smile, continuing, "I wonder what brings you here so early?" Chui Yoha, gathering herself with great effort, endeavored to maintain her composure and grace. She took a step forward, curtsying elegantly to Shen Xingyue, and softly replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you, sister." Her demeanor was gentle and dignified, embodying the elegance of a refined lady. "Such flattery is unwarranted. I am my mother's only daughter, and you must not address me in such a manner. Shen Xingyue responded, her hospitality lacking warmth. Song Heng pondered inwardly. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Shen Xingyue, he seated beside him, before shifting his gaze to the woeful expression of Cui Yoha before him. Her delicate visage was adorned with glistening tears, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. "What is it that you seek from me?" he inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet his tone remained remarkably calm. In that moment, he noticed Cui Yoha's face of grievance falter, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Observing the situation, Shen Xingyue understood that her presence would only exacerbate the awkwardness and tension in the air. Thus, she tactfully approached the man, offered a slight bow, and turned to depart. Just as Shen Xingyue stepped away, Cui Yoha appeared to see an opportunity, hastily reaching out to grasp Song Heng's arm. However, to her astonishment, he reacted swiftly, adjusting the hands that supported his wheelchair and sidestepping her outstretched hand with ease. In an instant, Cui Yoha stood frozen, a hint of undeniable embarrassment crossing her features. Song Heng's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded her with a cold indifference, his voice low and frigid. "Do not attempt to draw near again. It is best we maintain our distance." Cui Yoha bit her lip, her heart heavy with grievance. Yet she was acutely aware of Song Heng's persistent emotional distance. As the atmosphere grew tense, he continued, "If Miss Cui has no further business, please return home. I have matters to attend to." "Oh, but Song Heng, it seems you are quite close with Shen Xingyue," she said, her soft lips parting delicately, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of sorrow and confusion. The man furrowed his brows, responding with cold detachment. "That should have little to do with you, Miss Cui." His tone was frigid and aloof, as though the woman before him were merely a stranger. Nevertheless, Cui Yoha did not retreat. Biting her lower lip, she summoned her courage to continue, But you know, I have long harbored feelings for you. From the moment we first met, my heart has belonged to you. Have you truly not felt the affection I have for you all this time?" As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Yet, Song Heng remained unmoved, his voice growing even colder. "Miss Cui, as a daughter of the aristocracy, do not waste your time on me. I have always regarded you as a sister, devoid of any romantic feelings." As for Shen Xingyue, Cui Yoha, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion turning pale. At that moment, Shen Xingyue approached slowly. She paused, taken aback by the scene before her. Cui Yoha, seething with resentment, pointed at Shen Xingyue, exclaiming, "It is all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could Song Heng treat me this way?" Before Shen Xingyue could respond, Cui Yoha, wiping her tears, turned and fled the scene. Shen Xingyue glanced at Song Heng and remarked softly, "It seems Miss Cui is quite infatuated." With a disinterested demeanor, the man departed, leaving Shen Xingyue with only his retreating figure. Truly, he was obstinately hard-hearted. Was the daughter of the Cui family's intellect truly so diminished as to favor someone of this caliber? Standing not far away, Su Qingyun observed the scene that had just unfolded. Was that not the esteemed Miss Cui Yoha of the Cui family? What connection could she possibly have with that cripple? Why was she so subservient to Song Heng? After all, she was renowned as the legitimate daughter of a prominent household, raised in luxury and accustomed to privilege. Filled with perplexity, Su Qingyun resolved to uncover the truth. A few days later, the city held a flower appreciation banquet. Su Qingyun arrived early, discreetly observing from a corner of the garden. She noticed Cui Yoha gazing affectionately at a figure in the distance, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, brimming with adoration. As if the entire world had faded away, leaving only that distant silhouette. She stood there silently, fixated on the figure that gradually receded, a gentle breeze tousling her hair. Yet it did nothing to disrupt her intense focus. At that moment, Cui Yoha seemed to be surging with unspoken words, unsure of how to articulate her profound and passionate feelings, resorting instead to this entranced gaze. Suddenly, a few noble young ladies approached, teasing Cui Yoha. "Miss Cui, are you still thinking of the eldest son of the Prince Gong's residence?" One remarked. "Indeed, he appears so cold." Yet you're the only one who sees his resolute spirit despite his disability. But I hear he is already wed. Yes. It seems he married the uncherished, legitimate daughter of a general's family. Merely a means to bring good fortune. Who cares for her status? Being wed to the royal household is merely to fill a quota. Quite so. Who is unaware that the old lord's title could never be passed on to a cripple? Cui Yoha's previously fair complexion instantly flushed crimson. Her eyes widened, and her lips trembled as she prepared to retort against such impudent remarks. At that moment, a figure approached stealthily like a wraith. Before anyone could react, a cool, slightly mocking voice rang out. Is this the extent of the upbringing of noble ladies? A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning in unison towards the woman who had suddenly appeared and spoken. Clad in a flowing light blue gown, the fabric swayed gently in the breeze, accentuating her graceful form. Her beauty was striking, yet her gaze held a chilling authority that made it difficult for anyone to meet her eyes. Who are you? To dare speak so audaciously, devoid of any decorum? Someone finally exclaimed, regaining composure and expressing indignation. The woman smiled slightly, a disdainful curve gracing her lips, as she replied, Your inquiry is quite amusing. Here you are, brazenly discussing matters of my royal household and its members, yet I, as the subject of your gossip, am not entitled to respond? The crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to react. It was then that another person cautiously asked, Who exactly are you? With her head held high, the woman stepped forward and declared, I am the so-called uncherished legitimate daughter of General Shen, the one wed into the royal household to bring good fortune to the eldest son. What, pray tell? Do you mean to say that you still do not recognize my countenance? With that, she surveyed the assembly, a flicker of barely concealed disdain flashing in her eyes. At that very moment, Su Qingyun, standing not far away, felt an overwhelming surge of curiosity. She tiptoed toward the source of the sound, eager to draw closer and listen more intently. However, fate had other plans. As she approached, she inadvertently bumped into a flower pot nearby. A sharp crack echoed as the pot fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. This sudden noise instantly captured the attention of everyone present, their gazes converging on Su Qingyun like a lightning strike. In that instant, she became acutely aware of her embarrassment, frozen in place, as if under a spell, utterly at a loss. Just then, Shen Xingyue's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she spoke with a teasing tone. Sister-in-law, if you wish to hear our conversation, you need not be so sneaky. You may approach us openly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun's face flushed crimson. Yet, given the nature of the gathering, she refrained from retorting and, mustering her courage, lowered her head and addressed Shen Xingyue as sister-in-law. The surrounding crowd, upon overhearing their exchange, fell into a state of confusion. An awkward silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone feeling somewhat disconcerted. Some forced a smile, awkwardly exchanging glances with those nearby, while others simply turned away, pretending to admire the vibrant flowers. Soon, the once-gathered crowd dispersed like startled birds, each person wandering off to enjoy the blossoms. Chapter 6. Is this the white moonlight that disdains her? Observing the pretentious women around her, Shen Xingyue shook her head, and after Su Qingyun managed a strained smile, she turned and walked toward the bridge in the heart of the lake. It was indeed a splendid day, the sun casting golden rays upon the garden, where a riot of flowers bloomed in exquisite colors, exuding enchanting fragrances. Cui Yoha was also in high spirits, reveling in the vivid tapestry of blossoms. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill that momentarily disoriented her. In the distance, she spotted Heng conversing with a young gentleman from the Song family by the lakeside. The shimmering surface of the water reflected the clouds above and the figure she longed for on the shore, creating a scene that tugged at the heartstrings, compelling her steps to draw nearer to the lake. At that moment, a butterfly fluttered gracefully toward her, and the man nearby glanced in her direction. Caught off guard, she instinctively reached out to catch the butterfly, leaning forward too far and losing her balance. In an instant, she fell with a splash into the lake. The icy waters of spring enveloped her, and she struggled desperately to surface, yet her heavy garments pulled her down. A wave of terror surged within her as her cries for help echoed through the expansive garden. As the commotion drew the attention of those nearby, some were thrown into a state of panic, while others hurriedly sought means to rescue. In this moment of urgency, a nimble man leapt into the water without hesitation, swimming towards Chui Yoha and valiantly pulling her towards the shore. Soaked to the skin and in a state of disarray, she sat on the ground, gasping for breath, her heart filled with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Seeing Song Heng standing before her, she rose with a sense of grievance and approached him, saying, "Brother Song Heng, thank you." Song Heng furrowed his brow, a fleeting glimmer of concern flashing in his eyes, yet he maintained an air of indifference, remarking, "You must be more cautious in the future." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes reddened, tears welling up within them. Observing her distress, Song Heng's heart softened, and he gently urged, "All right, quickly return and change your clothes. Don't catch a chill." At that moment, Chui Yoha caught sight of Shen Xingyue in the crowd and feigned discomfort, collapsing into Song Heng's embrace. The man, taken aback by the sudden weight of a damp figure in his arms, felt a wave of distaste, for he was known for his meticulous cleanliness. Without a second thought, he attempted to push Chui Yoha away, but she clung tightly to his garment, whispering, "Brother Song Heng, Sister Xingyue is watching. If you push me away, she will think you are heartless." Song Heng's brow knitted in irritation, filled with disdain, yet refraining from expressing it. Shen Xingyue, witnessing the scene, smirked with a hint of derision and turned to leave. Just then, Song Heng forcefully dislodged Chui Yoha, sending her into the arms of a guard behind him, and pursued Shen Xingyue. "Xingyue, things are not as you perceive," he explained, grasping her arm. Shen Xingyue scoffed, "I would prefer my sleeves remain unsoiled by your presence. You and your cherished companion seem quite enamored with one another. If you truly care for her, I would not mind if you were to take her as your wife." Song Heng, sweating with anxiety, protested, "Yoha did this on purpose. I intended to push her away immediately." He himself was puzzled by the urgency to clarify matters to Shen Xingyue. As she gazed into his sincere eyes, her anger began to wane. Meanwhile, Kui Yue, realizing her scheme had faltered, bit her lip in silent resentment, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. Unwilling to resign herself to losing Song Heng, she weakly called out, "Brother Song Heng, could you escort me back to the manor?" "Qin Feng, take Miss Chui back to her residence," came the command. Upon hearing this, Chui Yoha was momentarily stunned, then said, "Brother Song Heng, you were never like this before. Why do you treat me this way now?" Indeed, in the past, Chui Yoha had always trailed after Song Heng, believing that the Song family would come to the Chui manor to propose marriage for this daughter of the aristocracy. Little did she expect. Who could deny it? The cold demeanor of the eldest son of the Song family had never shown such warmth towards Miss Chui before. The Song and Chui families, one from the aristocracy and the other from a noble house, were well matched by social standing, yet the general's residence had intruded, complicating matters. "I have heard that Miss Shun from the general's residence is rather dim-witted, possessing little besides her beauty. Is that truly the case?" "Today, I found her not to be as lacking as the rumors suggest." Song Heng glanced at the frail Chui Yoha and, not wishing to embarrass her in front of a crowd, acknowledged that he and the Chui family could not afford to create a rift, at least not at this moment. "You, assist Miss Chui into the carriage," he commanded Shen Xingyue. "Me?" Shen Xingyue pointed to herself, seeking confirmation from Song Heng. "Shall I let Qin Feng and Lei Yin do it instead?" "Oh, I see. You're concerned about other men taking advantage of your white moonlight," she teased. "Very well. Just wait." With that, Shen Xingyue approached Chui Yoha, offering her assistance as they made their way toward the courtyard. Lei Yin followed closely behind, pushing the wheelchair. Upon reaching the carriage, Shen Xingyue glanced at Song Heng beside them. Then, with a swift motion, she pushed Chui Yoha back into his arms. "Take care of your own. I shan't disturb you further. I'm off now," she declared, before climbing into the royal carriage and instructing the driver to hastily depart. Song Heng held Chui Yoha, a mix of emotions flickering across his face. He had not anticipated Shen Xingyue's audacity to humiliate him before others. Yet at that moment, He had no time for contemplation and focused on settling Cui Yoha. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Shen Xingyue wore a triumphant smirk. She knew her actions would surely vex Song Heng, but she was indifferent to his feelings. Upon returning home, she indulged in a leisurely bath, relishing the thought of Song Heng's discomfiture. However, it was not long before a servant rushed in with news that the eldest son had returned. Startled, Shen Xingyue barely had time to react before Song Heng stormed in. Shen Xingyue, your actions today have been utterly outrageous. He glared at her. Unperturbed, Shen Xingyue leisurely rose from the tub, wrapping herself in a towel. What is it? Are you allowed to torment me repeatedly, yet I cannot retaliate? Song Heng found himself momentarily speechless, confronted by the resolute demeanor of the woman before him, stirring an unexpected emotion within him. He averted his gaze, clearing his throat. I certainly have the right to challenge you. After all, you are merely a tool for me to ward off misfortune. Shen Xingyue chuckled coldly. If that is the case, why then do you come here in a fit of rage to demand accountability? Song Heng was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Upon inquiry, it became clear that the Cui family had sent representatives to the royal residence to hold Shen Xingyue accountable, accusing her of deliberately humiliating Cui Yoha. Song Heng frowned deeply as he turned to Shen Xingyue. Yet, she remained unflinching. I am merely acting upon your instructions. Are you intending to shift the blame onto me? After a brief silence, Song Heng called out to the outside, Qin Feng, inform the Cui family that I shall personally visit the Xiang residence to apologize to Master Cui and Miss Cui. Though the Cui family felt dissatisfied, they had no choice but to depart. Turning to face Shen Xingyue, Song Heng declared, this matter is far from over. Shen Xingyue shrugged, ready to engage whenever he wished. With a huff, Song Heng swept away in annoyance. As she watched his retreating figure, Shen Xingyue pondered that beneath the seemingly domineering exterior of this eldest son lay a more intricate nature. Meanwhile, upon returning to his study, Song Heng's mind was flooded with the image of Shen Xingyue rising from the bath, droplets clinging to her skin, embodying defiance and resilience. That peculiar emotion within him intensified. Song Heng, in a state of agitation, summoned his personal servant and commanded him to prepare some food and wine. After a few rounds of drinks, he muttered to himself, how has that woman nestled herself so deeply in my heart? Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue was not idle. She understood the necessity of caution within the royal residence. Thus, she began to discreetly investigate the layout of the estate and the relationships among its inhabitants. Days later, a grand banquet was to be held at the palace. And despite his reluctance, Song Heng was obliged to escort Shen Xingyue into the imperial court. As they entered the banquet hall, the gazes of numerous noble women converged upon Shen Xingyue. They whispered amongst themselves, some openly pointing at her, but none were as vociferous as Cui Yoha. With a disdainful smile gracing her lips, Cui Yoha spared no effort in embellishing her disparaging remarks about Shen Xingyue. Observing this scene, Song Heng's brow furrowed, and he was about to speak up in defense of Shen Xingyue to preserve her reputation. But unexpectedly, she was quicker than he. With a clear and resonant voice, Shen Xingyue declared, ladies, do not be swayed by such baseless gossip. My relationship with the eldest son is harmonious and filled with affection, and that is beyond doubt. As for those with ulterior motives, their jealousy is futile. Her words silenced the previously boisterous banquet hall, leaving the attendees in a state of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such fearless and incisive retort from Shen Xingyue. At that moment, Song Heng gazed at the composed and self-assured Shen Xingyue beside him, and an indescribable joy welled up within him. Just then, under the announcement of the eunuch, the emperor and empress made their entrance, marking the formal commencement of the banquet. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, a servant brought forth a platter of exquisite pastries, claimed to be tributes from the western regions, specially presented for the guests' enjoyment. Shen Xingyue, intrigued, reached out and delicately picked up a piece. As she placed it in her mouth, a burst of delightful flavor blossomed on her palate. The pastry melted effortlessly, its soft texture and sweet essence enveloping her senses. At that moment, Shen Xingyue instinctively lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Cui Yoha, who wore a subtle smile of triumph. This smile sparked a flicker of doubt within Shen Xingyue, but before she could ponder further, the revelry of the banquet reclaimed her attention. As the festivities reached a crescendo, laughter and toasts filled the air, creating an atmosphere of merriment. However, Shen Xingyue suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, as if the surrounding noise was stifling her breath. Gracefully, she rose, making an effort not to attract attention, and quietly departed from the main hall. After traversing a long corridor, she arrived at the garden located at the rear of the palace. In this verdant sanctuary, where trees flourish and flowers bloom in splendid abundance, the air is infused with the refreshing fragrance of blossoms and the earthy essence of foliage, instilling a profound sense of serenity. However, as this is her inaugural venture into the royal palace, she remains somewhat unfamiliar with the vast and intricate layout of the grand edifice. Thus, she refrains from wandering too far, choosing instead to settle in a tranquil corner near the main hall, quietly absorbing the picturesque beauty that unfolds before her, relishing a rare moment of peace. Just as Shen Xingyue becomes enveloped in this serene atmosphere, a faint sound of footsteps behind her interrupts her reverie. Alert! She turns to find Cui Yoha trailing behind her. Why are you following me? Shen Xingyue inquires. Cui Yue approach, speaking softly. I noticed you leaving your seat and feared you might lose your way or encounter danger. Recalling the earlier, self-satisfied smile he had worn, Shen Xingyue lets out a cold snort. Noting her reaction, Cui Yoha helplessly raises his hands, explaining, the pastries were specially prepared with a unique ingredient, as I saw you enjoyed them, which inadvertently brought a smile to my face. Shen Xingyue, taken aback, realizes the truth in his words. Cui Yoha continues, I know of a high vantage point that offers an exquisite view of the entire garden. Would you care to accompany me? Shen Xingyue hesitates, declining, no need, Miss Cui. Please do as you wish. Observing Shen Xingyue's reluctance, Cui Yoha discreetly signals to a nearby maidservant, who promptly assists Shen Xingyue to follow behind Cui Yoha, leading her deeper into the garden. Struggling momentarily, Shen Xingyue quickly discovers the futility of her efforts against the maidservant's grip, her mind racing with irritation. What exactly does Cui Yoha intend? Cui Yoha glances back at Shen Xingyue, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Before long, the trio arrives at a secluded house. Cui Yoha gestures for the maidservant to release Shen Xingyue and states, do not take offense, Miss Shen. I merely wish to converse with you privately. Rubbing her wrist, Shen Xingyue regards her with caution. In truth, the substance concealed within the pastries poses no significant harm. It is merely a rare and distinctive spice. However, this spice possesses remarkable properties, capable of uplifting one's spirit, making all worries dissipate in an instant. At this moment, Cui Yoha gazes intently at Shen Xingyue with her lively and cunning eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue is momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a turn of events. After a brief pause, she regains her composure and coolly retorts, Miss Cui, your relentless pursuit of young Master Songcheng is truly a testament to your unscrupulous nature. Chapter 8. The unsavory tactics of the white moonlight. Cui Yoha remains unfazed by Shen Xingyue's accusations, standing tall and responding defiantly, Humph. Who told you to steal my song, Chung brother away? Since you were so keen on claiming another S-man, I shall kindly arrange a spectacle for you today. What say you? With that, a mischievous grin reappears on her face. Shen Xingyue glares at Cui Yoha, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt, and retorts sharply. It is quite disgraceful for one of your standing, a daughter of a prestigious minister's family, to resort to such despicable and sordid tactics. Cui Yoha nonchalantly waved her hand, dismissing the importance of her identity. As long as I can have brother Song Heng, what does my status matter? With that, she clapped her hands, and a man of rather unsightly appearance entered the room. Shen Xingyue felt a jolt of alarm, sensing that the situation was dire. Yet Cui Yoha laughed. Shen Xingyue, do you realize that your current state is truly pitiable? Hee hee, I leave this woman to you. Enjoy her well." As she spoke, she turned and exited the room, instructing someone to shut the door behind her. In that fleeting moment, as the door closed, the man's lecherous voice echoed, "Come here, little beauty. Let your brother take good care of you." Suppressing her fear, Shen Xingyue quickly scanned the room for anything she could use. In the corner lay a dilapidated broom, and she stealthily approached to grasp it. The man approached her with a repugnant laugh, reaching out to seize her. In a sudden burst of bravery, Shen Xingyue swung the broom, striking him in the eyes. He howled in pain, covering his face. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed towards the door and hurled herself against it, but it did not yield. At that moment, the man regained his composure, charging at her in fury. Shen Xingyue dodged nimbly, causing him to crash against the wall. "You little wench, you're quite a handful," he growled, charging at her once more. Shen Xingyue sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to his groin. As he doubled over in agony, she continued to pound on the door, hoping someone would hear her cries for help. Yet, an unusual heat enveloped her body, rendering her weak, while the man's sinister voice drew nearer. In that critical moment, Qin Feng kicked open the door, witnessing the man tearing at Shen Xingyue's garment. At that moment, Shen Xingyue's face was flushed, desperately resisting, and just as Song Heng was ushered in by Lei Yun, he caught sight of the scene, his brows furrowing in concern. "Uried forward, feiging innocence." "Brother Song Heng, look at Shen Xingyue. How shameless of her to engage in such sordid acts within the palace." Song Heng turned his gaze to Shen Xingyue, noting her reddened complexion, and understood the gravity of the situation. He faced Shui Yoha sternly, saying, "Yoha, your intentions are far too malicious. I once thought you were merely headstrong, but I had not anticipated you would stoop to such depths." Shui Yoha was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. She never imagined that Song Heng would not side with her, but instead reprimand her. Realizing her predicament, tears welled in her eyes as she pitifully implored, "Brother Song Heng, you've misunderstood me. I merely stumbled upon this situation and called for you." However, Song Heng remained unmoved, retorting coldly, "Are you certain it was merely a coincidence?" Shui Yoha glared at Shen Xingyue with hatred, yet could only bite her lip in silence. Song Heng commanded Lei Yun to wrap his cloak around Shen Xingyue before drawing her into his embrace and departing. Shen Xingyue looked up at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude and trust. However, under the influence of the drug, she instinctively reached out to caress Song Heng's cheek, her fingers brushing against his throat. This caused him to tense, swallowing hard as his throat involuntarily bobbed. "Prepare the carriage. We are returning home." Song Heng struggled to maintain his composure, until his raspy voice betrayed his inner turmoil. At this moment, Qin Feng pressed the assailant and inquired, "Young master, how shall we deal with this man? He is the stable hand from the Chui residence." Song Heng's expression hardened as he glanced at Shui Yoha, who lay collapsed on the ground, murmuring, "It's over. How could this happen? How could it? Brother Song Heng, please let me explain. Please listen to me. Take the stable hand to the dungeon. We shall return to the estate first, and this matter can be settled thoroughly another day," Song Heng declared before carrying Shen Xingyue and departing the palace. On the way back to the estate, Shen Xingyue incessantly tested the limits of Song Heng's composure. With a sigh of exasperation, Song Heng grasped her restless hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Shen Xingyue, please come to your senses." Yet, in her dazed state, she seemed oblivious to his words, her other hand wrapping around his neck. Fortunately, they had returned to the Wang Fu. Otherwise, in her current state, she might have rendered him utterly defenseless within the carriage. With no other choice, Song Heng carried Shen Xingyue to her chamber and gently laid her on the bed. Just as he prepared to turn away, she clutched his garment, murmuring, "Don't go." As moments ticked by and the effects of the medicine took hold, Shen Xingyue's consciousness grew increasingly nebulous. In a haze, she perceived an extraordinarily handsome man gazing tenderly at her. His sharp brows, bright eyes, high nose, and subtly sensual lips made him appear as if he had stepped straight out of a painting. Unknowingly, driven by an irresistible force, Shen Xingyue reached out her hands, encircling Song Heng's neck, and leaned in, bringing her luscious red lips close to his. The kiss ignited a fervor within Song Heng, stirring feelings that had once been calm. "Woman, this is of your own making," he thought as he took the lead, deepening their kiss. In her blissful haze, Shen Xingyue felt an overwhelming warmth envelop her. Song Heng turned, pressing her onto the bed, passionately reciprocating her kiss. Though her awareness was clouded, she instinctively clung to him tightly. After what felt like an eternity, Song Heng finally pulled away, gazing at the dazed Shen Xingyue in his embrace, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized that taking advantage of her vulnerability was not the mark of a gentleman. With a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the surging impulses within him, attempting to withdraw. However, Shen Xingyue, consumed by her awakened desires, swiftly turned the tables, pinning the incapacitated Song Heng beneath her as she launched her counterattack. The following morning, piercing sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Song Heng looked at the woman beside him, deeply asleep, pondering how audacious she truly was. Had he not arrived in time, would she have surrendered herself to a stranger so easily? Such behavior ought to teach her a valuable lesson. Yet, the passion she exuded last night lingered in his memory, her crimson lips so soft, and her porcelain skin so delicate. As he reveled in these thoughts, Shen Xingyue gradually regained some awareness beneath the soft sensations. In a daze, she found herself nestled against Song Heng's chest, his gentle gaze fixed upon her. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she recalled the events of the previous night, and her face flushed a deep crimson. As Song Heng gazed at the bashful Shen Xingyue, a subtle smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, "Next time, do refrain from such impulsive behavior." Shen Xingyue, with her head bowed, blushed a deep crimson akin to the twilight sky. She stammered, her voice barely a whisper, "I am truly sorry. Last night, I really didn't realize it was you." At the utterance of these words, the atmosphere between them seemed to freeze, becoming suddenly delicate and ambiguous. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of inscrutable light flickering within them as he fixed his gaze upon the demure and enchanting woman before him, slowly inquiring, "And whom did you think it was?" Hearing this, Shen Xingyue felt a flutter of panic within her. Her small hands began to fidget with the hem of her garment as she stuttered, "I don't know. Oh dear, don't be so petty. It was merely a night spent together, after all. You are, after all, a respectable man. Surely, this shouldn't trouble you so?" As she spoke, she raised her head to steal a glance at his expression, only to find him as inscrutable as ever, his demeanor as calm as still waters, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Petty. Song Heng found himself somewhat amused by her assertion. It was he who had been taken advantage of, yet she had the audacity to label him as such. Shen Xingyue quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "And no, that's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "Do enlighten me," he pressed. Shen Xingyue had not anticipated that this man would be so unreasonable. Yet, she acknowledged her own culpability in the matter. After all, she had indeed spent the night with him. But wait, what was she culpable for? They were legally married, and it was entirely normal for her to share a bed with him. Was it not? Song Heng, we are indeed lawfully wed. And engaging in marital relations is hardly a transgression. Surely, you cannot expect me to compensate you for that? She ventured cautiously. That's unnecessary. However, how are your preparations for my detoxification coming along? Oh, regarding that matter, it's nearly ready. The 3 rare medicinal ingredients have already been procured, and we can commence the herbal bath in a couple of days. Following that, we will require needle therapy as well. Then let the detoxification begin tonight. Very well, but what? But can we perhaps let go of the matter of our night together? That depends on my mood, Song Heng replied before rising, summoning Qin Feng to assist him in dressing. Seeing this, Shen Xingyue had no choice but to retreat further beneath the covers, only daring to emerge once Qin Feng had escorted Song Heng out of the room. With the maid's assistance, she finally rose. Meanwhile, within the Western Garden, rumors circulated that Song Heng had carried Shen Xingyue back from the palace last night, and after returning to his quarters, he had not emerged until this morning, which only intensified Su Qingyun's anxiety. if that wretched woman had indeed consummated their marriage and became pregnant before them. The position of heir in the Wang residence would surely be jeopardized. Lost in thought, she noticed Su Lan approaching her. Su Qingyun inclined her head slightly. Mother, what occupies your thoughts? Nothing much. Are you heading out? A fresh batch of goods has arrived. I was just about to visit Pinjai. You should accompany me and perhaps procure a few lovely garments for yourself. Su Lan, it seemed, was rather considerate toward her future daughter-in-law. While the latter was merely a second daughter, she hailed from a prestigious family, and as long as she could bolster her son as prospects, it was wholly acceptable. However, to avoid gossip, Su Lan discreetly informed Shen Xingyue about their upcoming visit to Pinjai and encouraged her to prepare for the outing. The rationale behind Su Lan's arrangement was twofold: to prevent idle chatter and to cultivate a favorable image as a mother-in-law within the capital's social circles, ultimately aimed at securing her son's future ascendance to the position of heir. As the intricately carved wooden door of Pinjai was gently pushed open, a delicate chime from the brass bell resonated. "Madam, please come in." The shopkeeper promptly approached with a sycophantic smile, announcing the arrival of a new shipment of exquisite jade artifacts from the western regions and fine materials from Jiangnan. Su Lan nodded slightly, supporting herself on the arm of her maid as she gracefully entered the establishment. Today, she donned a deep purple robe adorned with golden embroidery, her hair accented by a golden hairpin set with emeralds, exuding an air of nobility with every movement. Following closely behind were her two daughters-in-law, Shen Xingyue from the first household, clad in a pale blue robe with a simple silver hairpin, her expression somewhat aloof, and Su Qingyun from the second household, dressed in a vibrant peach-colored robe, her hair adorned with multiple gold pins and a smile aimed at pleasing. "Come and take a look." Su Lan turned to beckon her daughters-in-law. "Today, I am in good spirits. Each of you may select something you fancy." Su Qingyun's eyes brightened, and she eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Thank you, mother. You have always favored me." Shen Xingyue, however, remained rooted in place, only bowing slightly. "Thank you, mother." A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Lan's gaze, quickly masked. "Shen, do come and see. These ornaments are of the finest quality." Only then did Shen Xingyue slowly approach, her gaze sweeping over the array of jewelry without lingering. The shopkeeper soon presented a brocade box containing a pair of gold earrings adorned with rubies. The gems sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, almost blinding in their intensity. "These earrings are exquisite," Su Lan remarked, holding them up to Su Qingyun's ear. "They complement your complexion beautifully." Su Qingyun promptly replied, "Mother has an excellent eye. I too admire these earrings." With a light laugh, Su Lan instructed the shopkeeper, "Wrap them up." She then turned to Shen Xingyue. "You should choose something as well." Shen Xingyue's gaze roamed the jewelry before finally resting on an elegant jade hairpin. "This hairpin," she stated. "A jade hairpin?" Su Qingyun scoffed. "Sister, your taste is indeed unique." Yet Su Lan picked up the hairpin, admiring it in her hands. "This hairpin is truly remarkable." She turned and inserted the hairpin into Shen Xingyue's hair. Remember, Shen in the Wang residence. One must learn to gauge the situation. Do not be too ostentatious. Know when to restrain yourself. Shen Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine, the coldness of the jade seeming to seep into her very bones. She understood that this was not merely a hairpin, but a warning regarding her behavior with Song Heng the previous night. "Thank you, mother." Shen Xingyue bowed again. Su Lan nodded with satisfaction and turned to the shopkeeper. "Wrap both the earrings and the hairpin and send them to the Wang residence." Chapter 10. Reaching consensus, the shopkeeper promptly responded, and Su Lan turned to her two daughters-in-law. "Let's explore elsewhere." Su Qingyun, linking arms with Su Lan, wore a triumphant smile. Shen Xingyue, however, languidly followed behind them. After wandering through Pinjai, Shen Xingyue felt the tedium of this social engagement and decided to make an early exit. She informed Su Lan of her intention to leave, but Su Lan remarked that they had just finished their shopping as well, suggesting they head back together. As they stepped out of Pinjai, they unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. "Oh, is that you, Sister Shen?" a melodious voice exclaimed, laced with a hint of feigned surprise. Shen Xingyue looked up to see a young lady clad in a pale yellow RU skirt, beaming at them. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisite, exuding an air of nobility with every graceful movement. Chui Yoha. Miss Chui, Shen Xingyue acknowledged with a slight nod, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. What a coincidence! Chui Yoha's gaze swept over the trio, finally resting on Shen Xingyue. Her eyes glinting with mockery. Did Brother Song Hung shower you with affection last night, Sister Shen? Shen Xingyue felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks, as though she had been publicly slapped. She forced a smile. Miss Chui, you jest. Yes. Kui Mingzu, chuckled lightly. I have heard that the eldest son did not even consummate the marriage on his wedding night. I suppose he could not withstand your advances, Sister Shen. Su Lan maintained her composure. That is merely the intimacy shared between husband and wife. It is not for us to comment upon. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Chui Yoa's eyes, but was quickly masked. She turned to Su Qingyun, her face brightening with a smile. You must be the second young mistress, correct? I have heard that the second young master dotes on you immensely. Su Qingyun, taken aback by the compliment, responded hurriedly, Miss Chui, you flatter me. Flatter you? Chui Yoha affectionately linked her arm with Su Qingyun's. I have long wished to meet you, but the opportunity never arose. Since we have crossed paths today, why not join me for a meal at Zui Xianlu? Su Qingyun glanced at her mother-in-law, Su Lan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Lan smiled gently. Since Miss Chui has extended such a warm invitation, you young one should go. As for you, Shen, your health is not at its best. Return home and rest. Shen Xingyue felt a sharp pang in her chest, acutely aware that Su Lan was deliberately putting her in an uncomfortable position. Yet, she maintained her smile. Yes, mother. Chui Yoha cast a triumphant glance at Shen Xingyue before leading Su Qingyun away. Su Qingyun turned back to glance at Shen Xingyue, a hint of superiority in her eyes, but was soon pulled along by Chui Yoha. Shen Xingyue stood frozen, watching the retreating figures of the three, a chill enveloping her. She understood that from this day forth, Chui Yoha and Su Qingyun might have formed an alliance, and she would be faced with an even more arduous predicament. A maidservant beside the young mistress softly reminded her. Shen Xingyue came to her senses and forced a smile. Let us return home. She turned and made her way toward the carriage, knowing she must quickly find a remedy for Song Heng and gather her resources to escape. She had no desire to be a mere pawn in this silent war. In the elegant private room of the drunken immortal pavilion, Chui Yoha personally poured a cup of tea for Su Qingyun. Madam's second young mistress, please, Chui Yoha said with a cheerful smile. This is top-quality pre-rain Longjing tea, the finest in the drunken immortal pavilion. Su Qingyun, taken aback by such attention, quickly took the teacup, saying, Miss Chui is too kind. Kind? Not at all. Chui Yoha chuckled lightly. We are of similar age, and we shall be sisters from now on. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Qingyun's eyes. What Miss Chui says is true. Chui Mingzhu set down the teapot and casually inquired. I have heard that the second young master dotes on the second young mistress quite a lot. Su Qingyun's face flushed. My husband indeed treats me very well. That is good, Chui Yoha remarked meaningfully. But, dear second young mistress, do you know that in this royal residence, mere affection from your husband is insufficient? Su Qingyun was taken aback, fully comprehending the underlying implication. You mean, Chui Yoha scoffed lightly, that Shen Xingyue. She relies on her noble lineage. Although she is not favored in the general's residence, being a legitimate daughter, she will inevitably overshadow you here. If she establishes her foothold in the royal residence, will you have good days ahead? Su Qingyun's complexion paled. Then what should I do, Miss Chui? Chui Yoha grasped Su Qingyun's hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I'm here for you. As long as you assist me. She paused. I will naturally aid you as well. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Qingyun's eyes. But, do you wish to be perpetually suppressed by her? Chui Yoha intensified her tone. You must realize. Should she bear a legitimate grandson, this royal residence will become her dominion. Su Qingyun trembled. What must I do? Chui Yoha revealed a satisfied smile. It is quite simple. You need only keep an eye on the eldest young master's movements within the royal residence and assist me in driving Shen Xingyue away, replacing her. Su Qingyun bit her lip, but the eldest young master, do not fret, Cui Yoha interrupted, as long as you assist me, I will certainly help you. For instance, she said with a knowing smile, to grant you greater influence within the royal residence. A hint of avarice sparkled in Su Qingyun's eyes. You mean, precisely? Cui Yoha laughed lightly. To allow you to oversee the household's internal affairs. Su Qingyun's eyes brightened. Is that true? Indeed. Cui Yoha raised her teacup. As long as you assist me, all of this shall be achievable. Su Qingyun took a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision. Very well, I agree. Cui Yoha displayed a satisfied smile. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. The two exchanged smiles, each lifting their teacup. Amidst the fragrant tea, a clandestine plot to alter the power dynamics of the royal residence was thus forged. As Su Qingyun exited the drunken immortal pavilion, she felt her steps considerably lighter. She glanced back at the direction of the private room, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. In the main hall of the royal residence the following morning, Su Lan sat gracefully in the main seat, leisurely savoring her tea. Shen Xingyue stood beside her, donned in a pale blue robe, adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. This was the scene that greeted Su Qingyun as she entered. A flicker of jealousy passed through her eyes, but she swiftly concealed it, donning a smile. Mother as well. Su Lan nodded slightly. Qingyun has arrived. Su Qingyun approached Shen Xingyue in feigned surprise, saying, Sister, are you reporting the affairs of the residence to Mother? Chapter 11. Su Lan schemes. Shen Xingyue closed the account book and replied calmly, Indeed. Father, fearing that Mother might overexert herself, previously asked me to assist her with household matters. If second sister-in-law is interested, she is welcome to listen. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Qingyun's eyes, yet her face remained adorned with a smile. Sister, you jest. How could I possibly understand such matters? However, she turned to her mother-in-law, Su Lan, and said, Mother, though I may be dull, I wish to contribute to the Wang residence. Perhaps I could learn from sister to help alleviate mother-esque burdens. Shen Xingyue furrowed her brows, about to speak, when Su Lan interjected. Qingyun has good intentions. In that case, you may follow Xingyue to learn. A glimmer of triumph crossed Su Qingyun's eyes. Thank you, Mother. She then turned to Shen Xingyue, saying, Sister, I shall trouble you in the future. Shen Xingyue forced a smile. Second sister-in-law is too polite. Su Lan set down her teacup and seemingly nonchalantly remarked, Xingyue, although Qingyun's background may not be as distinguished as yours, she is still the second young mistress of the Wang residence. Please teach her well, so she may become self-sufficient soon. Shen Xingyue felt a shiver run through her, understanding that this was Su Lan's subtle hint for her not to monopolize the household authority. She quickly responded, What Mother says is indeed true. I shall diligently instruct second sister-in-law. A flicker of pride crossed Su Qingyun's eyes, for she knew she was one step closer to her goal. As they exited the main hall, Su Qingyun deliberately slowed her pace. When Shen Xingyue reached her side, she whispered, Sister, I look forward to your guidance. Shen Xingyue replied, coolly, Second sister-in-law is too courteous. However, household matters are complex. Should you find them burdensome, do not hesitate to inform me. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Qingyun's eyes. Sister, rest assured, I will study diligently. She paused, for after all, the household matters of the Wang residence should not rest solely upon her sister's shoulders. Shen Xingyue felt a chill, realizing Su Qingyun was declaring war against her. She maintained her smile. Second sister-in-law is correct. The household affairs of the Wang residence should indeed be managed collaboratively by us sisters. Su Qingyun let out a light laugh. Then I shall ask you to await the results. With that, she turned and departed, her footsteps light, as if she could already envision the day she would command the household affairs. In the stillness of the night, within the Buddha hall of the Wang residence, Su Lan knelt before the statue, her fingers deftly manipulating a string of prayer beads. Your Highness, a deep voice emerged from behind her. Su Lan, the concubine, did not turn around, keeping her eyes closed. How has the matter progressed? Your Highness, the second young mistress has begun to engage with the household affairs as per your plan, the voice replied quietly. As you anticipated, she is indeed filled with a thirst for power. A cold smile crept upon Su Lan's lips. That foolish Su Qingyue believes that by aligning herself with Cui Yuhe, she can secure her position within the Wang residence. Little does she know, she is merely a pawn in my game. Your Highness is astute. The individual flattered, inquiring if it was regarding Shen Xingyue from the Shen family. Su Lan, the consort, opened her eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them. That wretched woman's daughter. Does she even deserve to flaunt herself in the royal residence? The individual cautiously asked, Are you referring to Su Lan? Stood, moving to the window. Do you know who Shen Xingyue's mother is? The person shook their head. It was that wretched woman from years ago. Su Lan gritted her teeth. The one who stole the prince away. The individual gasped in shock. Does that mean indeed? Su Lan replied with a cold laugh. Shen Xingyue is not truly a daughter of the Shen family. She is the illegitimate child of that wretched woman and the prince. The person was rendered speechless by the revelation. Su Lan turned, her eyes flashing with ferocity. When that wretched woman died, the prince married her daughter off to the eldest son. Did he think that would atone for his past transgressions? A foolish dream. My lady, the eldest son is the prince's firstborn. If Shen is truly his daughter, would that not lead to incest? The individual cautiously inquired. Furthermore, why do you allow Shen to manage the household affairs? Su Lan chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe I trust her? She approached the statue, caressing its face. I appointed her to manage the household merely to keep the prince at ease. When the time is ripe, her eyes glinted with menace. I shall ensure she vanishes from the prince's world, just as her wretched mother did. The individual trembled. Isn't Shen's mother said to have perished after marrying General Shen? Back then, the prince and that wretched woman were infatuated with one another. Had it not been for the urgent matters at the border, I would not have had the opportunity to sow discord, leading her to despair and marry Shen Zhao, who was not even a general at that time. The prince, enraged by this news, nearly lost his life in battle. Such a past, the individual murmured. Yet the consort has suffered greatly. But I calculated every move, never anticipating that the prince would be rescued and have a child with that woman. When the prince triumphantly returned to the capital, he held Song Heng in his arms. Despite my years at his side, I remained merely a secondary consort. Had it not been for that wretched woman's interference, I would have long been the prince's rightful consort. Su Lan turned back. As for Su Qingyue, that fool, she can serve as a means to counterbalance Shen Xingyue. When they both are weakened, she chuckled coldly. That will be my moment to seize the entire royal residence. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lady, the individual quickly asserted. And what of Cui Yuhe? Cui Yuhe? Su Lan scoffed. That self-important girl thinks her status as a noble woman allows her to act with impunity in the royal residence. A hint of derision flashed at her eyes. The individual hastily lowered their head. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lady. Su Lan approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black night sky. This royal residence will ultimately be mine. All who stand in my way shall perish. The night wind swept through, stirring the candle flames in the Buddhist hall, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Those shadows twisted and contorted, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour everything in its path. In the dim light of night, Shen Xingyue's chamber remained illuminated. Song Heng sat at the edge of the bed, bare-chested, with several silver needles already embedded in his robust torso. He closed his eyes, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Shen Xingyue stood behind him, delicately holding a silver needle, carefully searching for the acupoints. Her fingers gently pressed against Song Heng's back, feeling the tension in his muscles. Relax, she whispered. Being too tense will affect the outcome. Song Heng took a deep breath, striving to ease his body. He could sense Shen Xingyue's fingers gliding lightly across his back, bringing a tingling sensation. Here, Shen Xingyue's fingers halted at a specific spot. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Before Song Heng could respond, he felt a sharp pain and let out a muffled groan, clenching his fists. Does it hurt? Shen Xingyue's voice carried a hint of concern. Song Heng shook his head. It's bearable. Chapter 12. She truly knows medicine. Shen Xingyue continued to administer the acupuncture. Her movements gentle and focused. Song Heng could feel her breath lightly brushing against his back, evoking a sensation of ticklishness. Why do you want to help me? Song Heng suddenly asked. Shen Xingyue paused for a moment. What do you mean? My poison. Song Heng murmured. You could easily choose to disregard it. Shen Xingyue fell silent for a brief moment before continuing with the acupuncture. You're my husband. Naturally, I must assist you. Moreover, you promised me a reward. Song Heng chuckled bitterly. Husband, silver. Shen Xingyue interjected. At least for now, you are my husband. I do not wish to be a widow before leaving the palace. A tremor ran through Song Heng's heart as he sensed Shen Xingyue's fingers slightly shaking. He suddenly realized that this seemingly strong woman also possessed a fragile side. All done, Shen Xingyue declared, putting away the last silver needle. You may prepare for the medicinal bath now. Song Heng stood up and walked towards the bathtub hidden behind the screen. The tub was already filled with a medicinal bath, emitting a faint herbal fragrance. He stepped into the tub, the warm water enveloping his body. Shen Xingyue stood outside the screen, softly stating, I will go prepare the medicine for tomorrow. Wait, Song Heng suddenly called out. Shen Xingyue halted. What is it? After a moment of silence, Song Heng whispered, Thank you. Shen Xingyue paused for a second, then smiled. No need for thanks. Just relax in the bath. I shall return shortly. Listening to Shen Xingyue's footsteps fade away, Song Heng leaned against the edge of the tub and closed his eyes. He could feel the toxins within him gradually dissipating, but what concerned him more was the sensation that his heart was slowly melting. For the past few days, he had been staying in Shen Xingyue's chamber every night. Initially, it was solely for treatment, but gradually he began to look forward to their nightly sessions. Shen Xingyue's fingers, her breath, her voice, all provided him with a sense of security he had never experienced before. After gathering the herbs needed for the next day's medicinal bath, Shen Xingyue returned to the room and asked, How do you feel? My body feels much more relaxed now, and I can sense my legs. Song Heng replied from within the tub. That is good. In another couple of days, you should be able to cease the medication. Are you saying that the toxins in my body will be completely eliminated? Song Heng's tone conveyed his excitement. Sort of. Afterward, it is essential to nurture oneself properly, and soon one will be able to stand. How is it that you possess such medical skills? I have sent someone to inquire, and your current condition does not align with the information I received. Who exactly are you? Why did you agree to marry into the royal residence? Song Heng voiced his doubts candidly. Why should it concern you? All you need to know is that I pose no harm to you. Moreover, I have stated that once you are cured of your poison, I wish to leave the royal residence with you, which will not affect you in any way. Besides, my marriage to you was not my intention. It was the prince who personally sought my hand. Though my father is a general, he has never set foot on the battlefield. It is merely a hereditary title. He is timid and dares not defy. Furthermore, you have your beloved, and once I depart, you can openly marry her, sparing her the embarrassment of pursuing you incessantly. After finishing her words, Shen Xingyue glanced at the incense on the table. Well, the time is nearly up. You may come out now. Song Heng responded with a sound of acknowledgement, but remained still, then spoke again. Will you not come in to assist me? You can call for Qin Feng. After all, he is elusive, but at the sound of your voice, he will surely appear. Come in and help me. Song Heng insisted once more. All right. Since I have already seen you from head to toe, inside and out, I shall reluctantly come in to assist you. As her words fell, the man behind the screen exclaimed angrily, Get out. Truly, the heart of a man is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. He just invited me in, and now he tells me to leave. Shen Xingyue muttered as she walked towards the bedroom while calling out, Qin Feng. By the time Song Heng, dressed with Qin Feng's assistance, returned to the room, Shen Xingyue was already soundly asleep. Upon seeing the woman's sleeping form, Song Heng could not help but smile. Does she not realize the importance of her demeanor? Yet, why does she wish to leave, to return to the neglected general's residence, and continue to suffer under the cruelty of her stepmother? Song Heng shook his head. What was he pondering? Was he truly afraid of her departure? After aiding Song Heng to sit on the edge of the bed, Qin Feng left the room. Leaving Song Heng to gaze blankly at the peacefully slumbering Shen Xingyue. Is your medical skill truly bestowed upon you by an extraordinary individual? Or are you not even the legitimate daughter of the general's residence? If you are not General Shen's daughter, why would my father seek a marriage proposal on my behalf? A series of questions swirled in Song Heng's mind, gradually lulling him into a gentle slumber beside Shen Xingyue. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a warm glow. Shen Xingyue stirred awake, first lazily yawning, then stretching her delicate limbs like a kitten just roused from slumber. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Unaware that someone else was sleeping beside her, she inadvertently kicked the man who was resting at the edge of the bed, sending him tumbling to the floor with a thud. The sound jolted him awake, and as Shen Xingyue heard the noise, she immediately came to her senses and peered over the edge of the bed. She saw the man rubbing his head as he sat up, looking utterly bewildered. Shen Xingyue felt a rush of embarrassment as her face turned crimson, and she stammered, "I'm so sorry." The man glanced at her, his eyes still heavy with remnants of sleep, yet soon regained clarity. He chuckled softly, "You certainly have a formidable case of morning grumpiness." Shen Xingyue, feeling bashful, stuck out her tongue. The man stretched his slightly aching body, and only then did Shen Xingyue take a closer look at him. He possessed deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, and as the morning sunlight cascaded upon him, he exuded an extraordinary charm. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Noticing her dazed expression, the man teased, "What's the matter? Are you mesmerized?" Shen Xingyue snapped back to reality, flushing with embarrassment as she tossed a pillow at him. He effortlessly caught it, a broader smile illuminating his face. The initially awkward and tense atmosphere between them now transformed into a relaxed yet subtly flirtatious ambience. After breakfast, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden glow across the room. Shen Xingyue turned to Song Heng and gently remarked, "The poison in your system has nearly been eradicated. After one more medicinal bath today, with gradual care and recovery, your legs should be able to stand within a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Chapter 13. A heart of a benevolent mother. Upon hearing this news, Song Heng displayed little astonishment, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. However, his subsequent words left Shen Xingyue quite taken aback. "I hope you can keep this matter confidential for now and refrain from mentioning it to anyone, including my father." His voice was low and resolute, imbued with an air of undisclosed secrets. Shen Xingyue furrowed her brow, looking at Song Heng in confusion as she pressed, "Why, can't even your father be informed? I understand not disclosing this to your stepmother Sulan and your brother, but why keep it from your closest kin?" Facing her inquiries, Song Heng paused for a moment before slowly responding, "I'm not yet sure how to explain this to you." Shen Xingyue's curiosity was piqued, and she tentatively asked, "Could it be that you believe the poison you were afflicted with is connected to someone in the household?" Song Heng met her gaze, neither affirming nor denying her suspicion. Shen Xingyue's heart sank. If that were the case, it implied that a malicious individual lurked within the estate's confines. Song Heng continued, "I need to investigate this matter discreetly. If I make it public now, it would only serve to alert the perpetrator." Shen Xingyue nodded in understanding. "What do you intend to do?" With a firm grip, Song Heng's expression turned steely. "I will pretend that my leg has yet to heal and continue to observe the actions of those around me." Shen Xingyue looked at him with concern. "You must be cautious. After all, if someone was bold enough to poison you, they certainly wouldn't back down easily." A subtle smile played on Song Heng's lips. "Rest assured, I have not been entirely unprepared over the years. However, until I can stand fully, I will need you to exert a bit more effort." Shen Xingyue felt a warm blush creep on her cheeks. "That is only natural. Treating the sick and saving lives is my duty." Subsequently, Shen Xingyue diligently assisted Song Heng in preparing a medicinal bath, while Song Heng began to subtly orchestrate his plans. An insidious battle for the truth quietly commenced. Standing in his study, Song Heng held a letter delivered by Qin Feng. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting an ethereal glow on his increasingly pallid face. His trusted aide whispered that it had been confirmed the medication sent by the matriarch was indeed laced with a slow-acting poison. This poison, colorless and tasteless, would gradually weaken its victim over time, leading to disability and ultimately death. With an icy tone, Song Heng remarked, "One maternal heart." A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he realized that Su Lan was the mastermind behind it all. She had always presented herself as a benevolent mother figure in his presence, and even his father claimed she treated him as her own. Yet, it was all a facade for the sake of appearances. He turned to the brocade box on his desk, a gift of supplementary medicine from Su Lan the previous day. The exquisite box, adorned with cloud patterns, concealed deadly poison within. "Young master, should we proceed now?" His aide inquired, alarmed. "No." Song Heng raised a hand to halt him. "The time is not ripe." He approached the window, gazing at the brightly lit courtyard in the distance, Su Lan's abode, where she was likely in discussion with her son, Songyu. "If she wishes to play, then I shall indulge her." A cold smile graced Song Heng's lips as he commanded, "From this day forth, I shall consume this supplement daily." "Young master, this is untenable," his aide exclaimed, shocked. "Fear not. Shen Xingyue has already detoxified my body sufficiently. I intend to make Su Lan believe her scheme is succeeding. When she becomes complacent, that will be her undoing." Ranger appears to be in good spirits lately, Su Lan feigned concern. "It seems the medicine I painstakingly procured is indeed effective." Song Heng forced a weak smile in response. "Thank you for your concern, mother." Yet secretly, he was gathering evidence of Su Lan's poisoning. He dispatched someone to follow Su Lan's confidants, discovering they frequented a pharmacy in the western part of the city, owned by Su Lan's distant cousin. Patiently, he awaited the opportune moment. Su Qingyun stood in the corridor, observing Shen Xingyue in the distance, her eyes glinting with malice. She turned and entered the side hall where Cui Yuha had been waiting. "Miss Cui," Su Qingyun lowered her voice, "are you certain that the poison cannot be detected?" Cui Yuha elegantly sipped her tea. "Rest assured, I procured this specifically from a merchant of the western regions. Even the imperial physicians could find no trace." Su Qingyun nodded. "Then let us proceed as planned." The following day, Shen Xingyue suddenly fell ill. She lay in bed, her complexion pale, her forehead beaded with cold sweat. Upon receiving word, Song Heng hurried to her side, frowning at the sight. "What has transpired?" he inquired of the maid nearby. "Young master," the maid stammered. "The young mistress complained of dizziness upon rising this morning," and then, as Song Heng entered and beheld Shen Xingyue, who was shielded by the bed curtains, his heart sank at the alarming signs of poisoning. "Poisoned?" Song Heng's expression shifted, alarmed. "Has the imperial physician arrived?" Song Heng inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps announced the arrival of Physician Zhao. Not daring to delay, Song Heng quickly addressed the physician. "Thank you for coming, Physician Zhao. You're too kind." "Young master," Physician Zhao replied hastily, stepping forward to retrieve a small pillow and begin examining Shen Xingyue's pulse. After a moment, his brow furrowed as he said, "From the pulse, it indeed appears to be symptoms of poisoning. However," he paused, "this toxin is peculiar. I cannot discern what it is at the moment." At that moment, Cui Yuha entered, accompanied by a venerable old physician with white hair. "Brother Song Heng," Cui Yuha said softly, "I have heard that Sister Shen is unwell, so I specifically invited the renowned Dr. Zhang from the capital." After examining Shen Xingyue's pulse, Dr. Zhang shook his head, stating, "This is not poisoning, but rather a case of wind chill. The young mistress is in a weakened state, which makes the symptoms appear more severe." Song Heng regarded Dr. Zhang with a scrutinizing gaze. "Brother Song Heng," Cui Yuha interjected at an opportune moment, "why not let Dr. Zhang prescribe a remedy?" Song Heng nodded in agreement. Once everyone had departed, Shen Xingyue sat up in bed, leaning against the headboard, and gazed at Song Heng. "As a physician myself, I can assess the prescription Dr. Zhang provides. How did you come to be poisoned?" Song Heng questioned, perplexed. "I will be more vigilant next time. This time, it seems someone has meticulously plotted against me, and I was unprepared," Shen Xingyue said, casting a reassuring glance at Song Heng. Chapter 14. Is she worried about me? After ensuring Shen Xingyue was settled, Song Heng, accompanied by Qin Feng and Lei Yun, made his way to the study. He stood by the window, toying with a jade pendant that Shen Xingyue had inadvertently left behind during her recent examination of him, which he had not yet returned. Recalling the moment when Shen Xingyue fell ill, Song Heng's brow deepened with concern. He was aware of her medical expertise previously when he had been gravely poisoned. She had diagnosed him with precision. How had he allowed himself to become susceptible? Furthermore, how had Cui Yoha learned so swiftly of Shen Xingyue's illness and summoned this so-called miraculous physician, while misrepresenting physician Zhao's diagnosis of poisoning as merely a cold? "Come here," Song Heng called softly. A shadow silently emerged from the corner of the study. "Young master," it replied, "investigate the movements of the second household over the past few days." Song Heng instructed, particularly concerning Su Lan and whom she has met and what they have discussed. Understood. 3 days later, his confidant returned with news. Su Lan has shown no unusual activities, but Su Qingyun from the second household has visited Miss Cui Yoha several times. Each meeting has been conducted privately, as if they were discussing something significant. A cold smile crept across Song Heng's face, just as I suspected. He recalled the day Dr. Zhang had been brought by Cui Yoha. Although the physician was renowned, it was said that he seldom made house calls. How could a young lady like Cui Yoha easily persuade him? "Continue to observe," Song Heng commanded, especially regarding their channels of interaction with the outside world. "Yes." Once his confidant had departed, Song Heng approached the writing desk and penned several names, individuals that Su Qingyun and Cui Yoha might have encountered. He was determined to investigate each one meticulously to uncover evidence of their machinations against Shen Xingyue. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Song Heng swiftly tucked away the note, casting a vigilant glance towards the doorway. "Song Heng, are you there?" Shen Xingyue entered, and Song Heng noted the pallor of her complexion, with faint shadows beneath her eyes. "How have you been feeling these days?" he inquired nonchalantly. Shen Xingyue hesitated momentarily. "Thank you for your concern. I am quite well. You have been off your medication for 2 days. I have come to take your pulse and administer the final acupuncture to your leg." She set down the silver needles, exhaling deeply. After this period of treatment, the toxins within Song Heng had finally been purged. She gently rolled up his trousers and garments. However, upon returning to her courtyard, she discovered that the teaware on the table had been disturbed. Someone, Shen Xingyue, called for her personal maid. "Has anyone entered my room today?" The maid shook her head, replying to the young madam, "Aside from the usual cleaning maid, no one has come in." Shen Xingyue furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, Song Heng was in his study, listening to a report from his confidant. Recently, Su Qingyun from the second house has had dealings with the proprietor of the apothecary in the eastern part of the city. The confidant murmured, "That proprietor is a distant relative of the Cui family." Song Heng scoffed. "So, it is indeed connected to Cui Yoha?" Just as he was about to instruct the next course of action, a servant came in to announce, "Eldest young master, the prince requests your presence." Song Heng arranged his attire, and Qin Feng and Lei Yun accompanied him to the prince's study. As they approached, they overheard Song Yu's voice. "Father, eldest brother has indeed been somewhat remiss lately. I have heard he has not reviewed the accounts of the residents for quite some time." Upon entering, Song Heng caught sight of Song Yu standing beside the prince, wearing a fawning expression. Song Yu, with his handsome features that bore a resemblance to Song Heng, lacked some of his brother's vigor, but possessed a more effeminate charm. "Father," Song Heng saluted. The prince's expression darkened. "Heng, your brother claims that you have been negligent in your duties. Is this true?" Song Yu quickly interjected. "Eldest brother, please do not misunderstand. I am only considering the interests of the household. I have heard you have been unwell lately. Perhaps you could delegate some matters to me?" With a face full of insincere smiles, he continued, "Eldest brother, please do not take offense. My action stems solely from a genuine devotion to the prince's household. I have noted your recent health issues. It would be prudent to entrust some affairs to my care, allow you to focus on your recovery without hindering the household's operations." Song Heng observed Song Yu's disingenuous smile with cold eyes, secretly mocking him. His half-brother is indeed restless, unable to contain his ambitions and desires any longer. With a respectful bow to the prince, Song Heng stated, "I must report to you, father, that I have indeed been investigating certain matters, which is why I've had to temporarily set other affairs aside. The prince raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What matter could possibly be more significant than our household's daily affairs? Just as Heng was about to respond, a sudden wave of intense dizziness struck him, causing him to stagger. He stumbled slightly, hastily reaching out to grasp the back of the chair beside him. In the blink of an eye, his previously rosy complexion turned ashen, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. "Oh dear, brother, what on earth is the matter?" Seeing this, Xingyue immediately feigned a look of anxious concern, insincerely inquiring, "Could it be that your old ailment has flared up again?" Heng pretended to suppress his discomfort, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, second brother. I am quite well." He was aware that Xingyue must have ulterior motives. Prince Gong furrowed his brow and turned to Heng, saying, "Heng, if you are unwell, it would be best to take your leave and rest." However, Heng shook his head and slowly spoke, "Father, this matter pertains to the safety of the estate. I have discovered an inner traitor. Someone has secretly leaked the defense plans of the estate." As he spoke, his gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally drift towards Xingyue. A shock coursed through Xingyue, but he quickly regained his composure. A subtle smirk of satisfaction crossed his face, though he remarked, "Brother, your health is indeed a cause for concern. Perhaps we should summon a physician." The prince, upon hearing this, added, "If you are unwell, we shall discuss this another day. You should return and rest." Heng understood that if he continued to appear weak in this situation, Lan and her son would inevitably grow impatient and seek to secure their own interests before the prince. "Then, father, I shall come to seek your pardon on another day." At this opportune moment, Xingyue feigned a look of worry, saying, "Brother's health is of utmost importance. Why not allow me to temporarily take on some of his responsibilities?" Prince Gong pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. Your elder brother has indeed been struggling lately." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Xingyue's eyes, which he quickly masked, assuring, "Rest assured, father, I will do my utmost." Chapter 15. Xingyue's resentment. Xingyue hastily proclaimed, "Brother, I have just spoken with father. Your health is paramount, so I shall take care of these trivial matters." Observing his brother's disingenuous smile, Heng felt a surge of contempt. He had long since discerned Xingyue's ambitions, but had lacked evidence. "Father," Heng respectfully addressed, "then I shall trouble my second brother." Xingyue feigned concern, saying, "Brother need not be so formal. I'm also a part of the estate, and I shall certainly do my best to alleviate father's burdens." Prince Gong replied with a look of satisfaction, "Good, good, good." Having endured countless hardships, Xingyue had finally managed to shift the balance of power in front of their formidable father. He felt a surge of joy, thinking that his elder brother, who had always been held in high regard, would surely lose his influence now. With this thought, Xingyue could not help but rejoice inwardly. At this moment, Xingyue's face radiated an unmistakable air of triumph. He eagerly rushed to his mother, Lan, and his wife, Xingyue, wishing to share this good news with them. Lan gazed at her son, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She understood the ruthless nature of the power struggles within the estate. Xingyue's elation might not bode well. With a soft sigh, she cautioned, Your father's thoughts run deep. Today's events may not unfold as you anticipate. Your elder brother has a solid foundation within the estate, and we must not underestimate him." Xingyue dismissed her concerns with a laugh, saying, "Mother, you worry too much. Today, brother lost his composure before father. He has certainly fallen out of favor. As long as I exert myself further, the future of the estate will undoubtedly be mine." Xingyue stood to the side, observing her husband's triumphant demeanor, yet a sense of unease stirred within her. She gently advised, "My lord, what mother says holds merit. My elder brother has been entrenched in the residence for many years, with power intricately woven. We must proceed with caution." Xingyue waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "You women are always excessively prudent. The current situation favors me. If I do not seize this opportunity, would I not be forsaking a golden chance?" Lan, witnessing her son's unbridled confidence, felt her worries intensify, yet she refrained from further admonitions, merely reminding him, "Regardless, You must act with prudence and refrain from excessive ostentation. Song Yu nodded, yet his mind was already devising strategies to impress his father and overshadow Song Heng. He believed he had finally encountered his moment of redemption, with the future of the Wang residence seemingly within reach. However, the power struggle within the residence was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, Song Heng was quietly plotting, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Ironically, Song Yu's self-satisfaction might prove to be his most significant vulnerability. As night fell in tranquil silence, Song Yu sat alone in his study, contemplating future plans. Little did he know, a more formidable storm was brewing silently, and he might merely be a pawn in this tempest. The days passed quietly, and Song Heng had recovered remarkably, able to stand and move freely. Though this significant change was known only to his two loyal confidants and Shen Xingyue. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the palace issued an edict stating that this year, the Empress would host a Zongzi banquet for the distinguished ministers. Naturally, the Duke of Gong's residence was among the invitees. On the day of the palace banquet, the Wang residence was meticulously prepared. Song Yu donned a brand-new brocade robe, adorned with jade at his waist, appearing particularly spirited. He secretly calculated that today, as palace banquet, was an excellent opportunity to make a name for himself before his father and the powerful figures at court. If he could earn the favor of the emperor or a few esteemed ministers, his standing within the residence would undoubtedly be further solidified. Song Heng, as always, remained composed. Although he had not been as prominent before his father in recent days, he displayed no signs of despair, maintaining his poise. He was acutely aware of the shifting tides at the palace banquet. Even a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, hence he exercised utmost caution. Upon their arrival at the palace, a throng of carriages and horses filled the entrance, as nobles from various residences entered in succession. Song Yu trailed behind his father, surveying his surroundings with a sense of concealed pride. A glance at Song Heng revealed his calm demeanor, which only fueled Song Yu's contempt, believing his elder brother was merely putting on a fade. As the banquet commenced, music and dance filled the air, the aroma of wine wafting throughout. The emperor sat high upon his dragon throne, scanning the assembly of ministers, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations with a few prominent officials. Song Yu attempted on several occasions to capture the emperor's attention, but his efforts proved futile. Growing anxious, he pondered how to showcase himself, when suddenly the emperor spoke. Recent reports from a border indicate commendable achievements. The Duke of Gong has raised his son well, and the eldest son, Song Heng, has made notable contributions in the military. This brings me great solace. Upon hearing this, Song Heng promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "This humble servant merely fulfills his duties and dares not claim the emperor's praise." The emperor smiled faintly, his gaze lingering on Song Heng, and said, "Song Heng, you have accompanied your father at the border for many years. You have worked hard." In a steady tone, Song Heng replied, "Serving the nation is a humble servant's duty. I cannot claim to have suffered." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Song Yu felt a pang of discontent, sensing that the emperor's attention towards Song Heng seemed to surpass his own. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the emperor remarked, "Song Yu, I have heard that you have been handling matters in the court quite adeptly of late, which is commendable." A sense of quiet pride swelled within Song Yu as he replied, "I am grateful for your praise, Your Majesty. I shall strive even harder to live up to your expectations." The emperor nodded in acknowledgement and turned his focus to converse with several ministers nearby. As the imperial banquet continued, an uneasy feeling settled within Song Yu. He had anticipated an opportunity to shine before the emperor, yet it appeared that Song Heng was receiving more attention. A furtive glance at Song Heng revealed his calm demeanor, igniting a flicker of jealousy and anxiety within Song Yu. Midway through the festivities, the emperor suddenly declared, "Today at this banquet, I have an important announcement. Due to the recent instability at the borders, I have decided to appoint Song Heng to lead the army and safeguard the frontier." The proclamation shocked all in attendance, and Song Yu's heart sank, taken aback by such a significant appointment being revealed at that moment. He glanced at Song Heng, who remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this development. A surge of resentment and fury welled up within Xingyue. He had believed today would be his moment of triumph, only to witness Song Heng once again gaining the emperor's favor. Clenching his wine cup tightly, he felt as though he had been overshadowed once more by Song Heng. The empress sat regally upon her phoenix chair, exuding grace, her gaze gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Her eyes roamed the hall before settling on Shen Xingyue. Dressed in a delicate lavender palace gown, Shen Xingyue was a vision of elegance, her demeanor composed and refined, effortlessly radiating an aura of grace that was hard to overlook. The empress smiled slightly and said, "Is this not the daughter of General Shen, the wife of Song Heng? Indeed, she lives up to her reputation, embodying poise and elegance befitting a noble lady." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue quickly rose to her feet, respectfully bowing. "I am Shen Xingyue, your humble servant. Your praise is too generous. I am unworthy of such compliments." Chapter 16. Jealousy breeds discontent. The empress nodded with approval, her eyes gleaming with admiration. There is no need for modesty. The daughter raised by General Shen is truly remarkable. Today's encounter affirms her esteemed reputation. Shen Xingyue lowered her head in humility, responding, "Your Majesty, your kind words are too much. I cannot accept such high praise." The empress smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned her attention to converse with other noblewomen. However, this scene did not escape the notice of Su Qingyun and Cui Yoha, igniting within them an uncontrollable jealousy. Seated at the banquet, Su Qingyun gripped her wine cup tightly, her knuckles turning pale. As the rightful wife of Xingyue, the second son of the Wang family, she considered herself both talented and beautiful. Yet, witnessing the empress's favor towards Shen Xingyue stirred feelings of dissatisfaction within her. She whispered to Cui Yoha beside her, "Shen Xingyue is merely relying on her family background, receiving a few compliments from the empress, and now she is so full of herself. It is truly distasteful." Gui Yue, a daughter of the Xiang family, had always maintained a cordial yet distant relationship with Su Qingyun. However, in this moment of shared envy, they found themselves united. With a disdainful laugh, she replied softly, "It is merely superficial flattery. How could the esteemed empress truly regard her with significance? It was merely a casual compliment offered in deference to the Shen family and the Wang household." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun felt a slight comfort, yet her displeasure remained palpable. A glance at Shen Xingyue revealed her serene demeanor and composed manner, which only intensified Su Qingyun's resentment. She murmured, "How pretentious she appears. Embodying a facade of superiority, it truly repulses me." Cui Yoha gently waved her fan and replied nonchalantly, "Why engage with her? It is merely a matter of superficial fame. Even if Shen Xingyue enjoys the empress's favor, it is only a matter of time before she is cast aside by brother Song Heng." Su Qingyue note that, forcing herself to suppress the jealousy welling within. Yet her gaze frequently drifted toward Shen Xingyue, secretly plotting ways to overshadow her. The palace banquet continued, filled with harmonious melodies and the fragrant aroma of wine. However, Su Qingyun and Cui Yoha's thoughts had long since strayed from the festivities. Their eyes occasionally swept over Shen Xingyue, brimming with envy and discontent. As the banquet drew to a close, the empress rose to depart, prompting everyone to stand and bid her farewell. Shen Xingyue remained unflustered, her demeanor poised, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny of Su Qingyun and Cui Yoha. After the banquet, Su Qingyun and Cui Yoha exited the palace together. Walking side by side, Su Qingyun whispered, "Today, Shen Xingyue is so pleased with herself. We cannot allow her to continually overshadow us." Cui Yoha scoffed, "Rest assured, she merely relies on her family status. There will be ample opportunity for her to realize who truly holds favor." Su Qingyun nodded, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. "Indeed, we must not permit her to remain so triumphant." They exchanged knowing smiles, united in a common adversary. After the banquet, Xingyue returned home, his mind still turbulent. He sat alone in his study, reflecting on the events of the day, growing increasingly discontented. He had thought he could redeem himself in his father's eyes, only to find Song Heng steadfast as ever, now even favored by the emperor. Was he destined to remain forever in his shadow? Song Yu pondered bitterly, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Song Heng returned to his quarters, his expression still tranquil. Standing by the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, he had already devised his next steps. He understood that the appointment at the banquet was merely the beginning. The true contest lay ahead. The day of Song Heng's expedition was set for 3 days hence. The Wang household bustled with preparations for the journey. Song Heng maintained his calm demeanor, as though he were not about to face an uncertain battlefield, but rather embarking on a routine voyage. He stood in the courtyard, observing the sunset, yet his mind was already strategizing the situation at the border. Yet, a tinge of concern for Shen Xingyue lingered in his heart. Would she be safe without his protection while he was away? Little did he know, she would have her own guardians. In these days, Shen Xingyue found herself considerably at ease. Disinterested in the intrigues of the Wang household, she relished the tranquility brought about by Song Heng's departure. She spent her days in her small courtyard, playing the zither and reading, occasionally engaging in light-hearted conversation with her maidservants, enjoying a rather pleasant existence. However, the undercurrents within the Wang household had not calmed with Song Heng's departure. Instead, they surged with greater intensity. In recent days, Song Yu appeared to be preoccupied with sending off his elder brother, yet his mind was already calculating how to ensure that Song Heng would never return. Late at night, in the solitude of his study, he toyed with a jade pendant, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Brother, since you have ventured to the frontier, do not blame me for being ruthless. The future of the Wang residence must belong to me." He had already discreetly contacted several trusted confidants, arranging for them to lay an ambush along Song Heng's path. Once Song Heng met his demise, the question of succession would be resolved without doubt. A sense of smug satisfaction filled Song Yu, as he believed he had finally seized the opportunity to turn the tide in his favor. The following day, Song Yu intentionally visited Song Heng's courtyard, feigning concern as he said, "Brother, the frontier is harsh and perilous. You must take extra care." Song Heng glanced at him with an indifferent expression and replied, "Thank you for your concern, second brother. I am fully aware of the situation at the frontier." With a smile, Song Yu responded, "As you're always so prudent, I naturally have no worries. However, given the complexity of the circumstances, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to send word. I shall do my utmost to help." Song Heng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had already sensed something amiss with Song Yu, but did not confront him, remaining vigilant in his heart. 3 days later, Song Heng led the army into battle. The entire Wang residence came to bid farewell, and Shen Xingyue stood among the crowd, watching him depart. Though a tinge of worry lingered in her heart, she found solace in his composure, feeling a greater anticipation for the future. With Song Heng gone, life in the Wang residence might become more comfortable for her. Song Yu stood aside, observing Song Heng's retreating figure, a cold smirk crossing his face. He thought to himself, "Brother, this journey to the frontier shall be your final path." However, Song Heng was far from unprepared. He had already discerned Song Yu's machinations and, prior to his departure, discreetly arranged for a few loyal subordinates to closely monitor Song Yu's every move. He understood the peril of his expedition, but was acutely aware that the struggle within the Wang residence was far from over. As the army journeyed midway, they indeed encountered an ambush. Yet, Song Heng had anticipated this, and the assailants were swiftly captured. Upon interrogation, they revealed that the mastermind behind the plot was none other than Song Yu. Standing in his tent, with a confession in hand, Song Heng's expression turned steely. He muttered to himself, "Second brother, you truly could not contain your ambitions. In that case, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond." Meanwhile, within the Wang residence, Song Yu remained blissfully unaware, believing his plan was flawless. Little did he know that his conspiracy had already been uncovered, and he was poised to face Song Heng's formidable retaliation. Chapter 17. Song Heng's expedition. After Song Heng embarked on his campaign, the atmosphere within the Wang residence seemed to have settled, yet beneath the surface, tensions surged. Su Lan, harboring resentment towards Shen Xingyue, seized the opportunity to undermine her position in the household now that Song Heng was absent. One day, as Shen Xingyue was grilling meat in the courtyard, the smoke attracted several maidservants who paused to watch. Su Lan approached slowly, accompanied by Su Qingyun and Shui Yoha. Detecting a burnt aroma, Su Lan frowned and coldly inquired, "What's going on here? Why is there smoke? Is the food burnt?" Su Qingyun immediately chimed in, "Mother, it seems this is coming from the east courtyard. Who knows what the elder sister is up to?" As the two individuals stepped outside, the scene in the courtyard was utterly chaotic. Su Qingyun, observing Su Lan's fury, chimed in, "Sister, if you desire something to eat, simply instruct the small kitchen. It is quite inappropriate to do so in the courtyard, particularly within the confines of this royal residence, where decorum is paramount. This place adheres to strict protocols, and one cannot simply act on a whim." Hearing the commotion, Shen Xingyue ceased her actions, rising to salute with a tranquil demeanor. "I pay my respects to mother and sister-in-law." Su Lan cast a cold glance in her direction and replied, "You must be mindful of your indiscretions. This royal household is not your Shen family, and propriety cannot be disregarded." Shen Xingyue bowed her head and acknowledged, "Yes, Xingyue will heed mother's teachings." Su Lan chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave with Su Qingyun. As Su Qingyun glanced back at Shen Xingyue, her eyes sparkled with triumph, as if to convey, "See, you will never win mother's affection." Shen Xingyue remained where she stood, her expression still composed, seemingly unaffected by the earlier provocation. She understood well the motivations behind Su Lan and Su Qingyun's hostility. All she needed was to maintain her poise to avoid being manipulated by them. However, this entire exchange did not escape the notice of the prince. Prince Song Jingyan, despite his daily preoccupations with court affairs, was acutely aware of every movement within his residence. He had already discerned the difficulties Su Lan and Su Qingyun were imposing upon Shen Xingyue. Though displeased, he refrained from intervening, curious to observe how Shen Xingyue would navigate these open and covert assaults. In the still of the night, the prince sat alone in his study, holding a confidential report detailing the recent actions of Su Lan and Su Qingyun. His brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "Su Lan, you have ultimately failed to restrain yourself. Shen Xingyue is the biological daughter of Yun Ning, as well as the wife of Heng. Your treatment of her is rather excessive." After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a trusted guard and instructed quietly, "Continue to monitor the actions of the madam and the second young madam, and ensure detailed reports are provided." The guard complied and departed, while the prince remained in his study, his gaze deep and contemplative. He recognized that the struggle for power within the royal household was far from over, and as the head of the family, he must remain vigilant to preserve the balance within his domain. The following day, the prince summoned Su Lan and Su Qingyun. Seated in the principal position, he glanced at both women and remarked, "The affairs of the household have been quite burdensome lately. I appreciate your efforts." Su Lan responded with a smile, "Your Highness is too kind. This is merely my duty." Su Qingyun quickly added, "Father, rest assured, I shall diligently assist mother in managing the household matters." The prince nodded, then shifted his tone to a more serious note. "However, I have heard that the atmosphere in the household has been somewhat unsettled. Heng is away on campaign, and it seems that there have been difficulties for Xingyue, who is alone at home. Is there any truth to this?" At his words, Su Lan and Su Qingyun's expressions shifted slightly. Su Lan forced a smile and replied, "Your Highness is overthinking. Xingyue is Heng's wife. Who would dare trouble her? She is merely unfamiliar with some of the household customs, and I have only provided her with a few gentle reminders." The prince scoffed coldly, "Is that so?" Su Lan was momentarily rendered speechless, and Su Qingyun lowered her head, hesitant to speak further. The prince coldly remarked, "Su Lan, you are my concubine, and naturally, the rules of the household are under your purview. However, Xingyue is Heng's wife and also a member of the royal residence. I trust you will take good care of her." Su Lan's complexion paled, and she hastily lowered her head, replying, "I understand, and I shall be diligent going forward." The prince then turned his gaze to Su Qingyun, speaking in a measured tone. "Qingyun, you are the second young mistress. You should be aware of your own standing." Su Qingyun quickly knelt, her voice trembling as she responded, I understand, my lord. The prince waved his hand, saying, "You may leave." Solon and Su Qingyun promptly retreated, their hearts brimming with trepidation and resentment. They had not anticipated that the prince would so fervently defend Shen Xingyue, and Solon was particularly taken aback that he would openly chastise them for her sake. Seated in his study, the prince's gaze was profound. He recognized that while his actions today had temporarily subdued Solon and Su Qingyun, the power struggles within the household were far from over. He needed to remain vigilant to ensure both Xingyue's safety and the tranquility of the royal residence. Although Shen Xingyue had not witnessed the events firsthand, she subtly sensed the shifting dynamics within the household. Standing in the courtyard, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, she pondered. The prince's demeanor today seemed markedly different from before. Could it be that he was secretly observing the happenings within the estate? With a gentle sigh, she understood that although she had temporarily secured the prince's protection, the strife within the royal residence was far from concluded. She must exercise greater caution to safeguard herself amidst the complexities of the situation. The first letter from Song Heng after his expedition arrived at the royal residence on the 10th day, following his arrival at the border. The envelope bore signs of travel, its corners slightly curled, evidently having endured a long journey to the capital. It was neatly inscribed with "To the royal residence," and the bold, vigorous handwriting unmistakably belonged to Song Heng. Upon learning of the letter's arrival, the household gathered in the main hall. The princess, Solon, sat prominently, holding the letter with a complex expression. Shen Xingyue stood quietly beside her, her demeanor calm, as if she were not particularly concerned about the contents of the letter. Solon slowly opened the envelope, extracted the letter, and began to read intently. The contents were succinct and clear. Song Heng first conveyed his regards to his parents, then briefly reported on the situation at the border. He wrote, "To my esteemed father, I have safely arrived at the border, and all is well within the army. Please do not worry. Although the situation at the border is currently stable, the enemy occasionally causes disturbances. I have ordered the soldiers to be on high alert and shall not disappoint the emperor or my father as trust. The border is bitterly cold, with sandstorms raging. Yet despite the perilous conditions, my thoughts remain with my family. I hope you take care of your health and do not fret over me. The affairs of the household are complex, and I feel a sense of guilt. Upon my triumphant return, I shall personally attend to you. Moreover, is Xingyue well in the residence? Though the border is distant, she often occupies my thoughts. I hope she takes care of herself and does not worry about me. Yours respectfully, Song Heng, Chapter 18. Solon's malicious tactics. Upon finishing the letter, Solon's expression was intricate, as she noted the absence of any mention of herself. She handed the letter to the prince, Song Jingyan, and softly stated, "Heng is well at the border. He only worries for home." The prince accepted the letter, reading it thoroughly before nodding and calmly responding, "Heng has always been steady. I am assured that the matters at the border are in capable hands." Su Qingyun stood to the side, a surge of jealousy washing over her as she heard the mention of Shen Xingyue in the letter. She spoke softly to Shen Xingyue. Elder brother seems quite concerned, even mentioning his sister in his correspondence. Shen Xingyue, though silent, felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Song Heng refer to her in the letter. With her gaze lowered, she contemplated, though he is far at the frontier, he still thinks of me. This sentiment I shall surely cherish. The prince tucked the letter away, casting his gaze over the assembly, and remarked, "Heng is serving the nation at the border. Everyone in the household must unite, lest we distract him. Especially you, Xingyue, as Heng's wife. You must take care of yourself, so as not to cause him worry." Shen Xingyue bowed respectfully and replied softly, "Yes, Xingyue will heed father's teachings." Solon, witnessing this, felt a twinge of displeasure but dared not speak further. She cast a cold glance at Shen Xingyue, secretly plotting how to undermine her. Although the matter of the family letter was concluded, Song Heng's concern elevated Shen Xingyue's standing within the household, inciting more jealousy and hostility. Solon and Su Qingyun harbored discontent, scheming in the shadows to bring Shen Xingyue to shame. In the stillness of the night, Shen Xingyue sat alone in the courtyard, holding a copy of the family letter, her eyes tender. She murmured to herself, Song Heng, take care at the frontier. I shall navigate the storms within the household with caution. May you return victorious, and when we meet again, may all be well. Meanwhile, far away at the border, Song Heng stood upon the city wall, gazing at the bright moon, his thoughts lingering on the affairs of the Wang residence. He whispered, Xingyue, the winds of change are fierce at home. You must exercise caution. When I return, all shall be well. The power struggles within the Wang residence and the incessant fires at the border intertwined their fates, though separated by 1,000 miles, bound together by this one family letter. Su Lan sat poised before her vanity, her lovely visage reflected in the bronze mirror. She gently brushed her fingers along the corners of her eyes, where fine lines were beginning to appear. Time is relentless, she sighed, inserting a gold hairpin into her coiffure. Madam, Chuyer has arrived, her attendant whispered. Let her enter, Su Lan replied, setting down her jade comb, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chuyer entered with trepidation, kneeling as she greeted. This servant wishes peace to the madam. Rise. Su Lan's voice was as gentle as water. I hear your mother is ill. Chuyer visibly trembled, responding, Yes, your highness. Take this bottle of medicine. Su Lan retrieved a small celadone vial from her cosmetic case, prepared by the palace physician, most effective for treating cold ailments. Chuyer hesitated to accept, repeatedly bowing her head. This servant dares not. This servant dares not. What? You dare refuse a gift from me? Su Lan's voice retained its softness, yet it sent a chill through Chuyer. Chuyer raised her head, meeting Su Lan's gaze, which was both playful and piercing, like a serpent-esque glare. I hear your brother is studying at the academy. If he fails to earn a degree, he may not even find a wife. Chuyer's face turned pale in an instant. As long as you assist me with a certain task, I can resolve your mother's illness and your brother's future, Su Lan offered. Su Lan rose to her feet, her skirt trailing behind her. How could it be? Chuyer lay limp on the ground, aware that she had no other choice. Shen Xingyue set aside the trinket she had been toying with, rubbing her aching temples. For several days, she had felt an overwhelming fatigue that also affected her appetite. Madam, it is time for your meal, Chuyer announced, her voice quivering as she entered with a food box. Shen Xingyue glanced up at her. Chuyer, why are your hands shaking? And not at all, Chuyer stammered, hastily placing the food box on the table. Madam, please eat quickly, or we'll get cold. Shen Xingyue picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of steamed fish. The fish was tender, melting her mouth. Yet she sensed an elusive bitterness that she could not quite place. Chuyer, this fish, she began, only to see Chuyer suddenly kneel with a thud on the floor. Madam, spare me. Madam, please, Chuyer implored, banging her head against the ground until her forehead became red and swollen. Shen Xingyue was startled and set down her chopsticks. What are you doing? Chuyer raised her tear-streaked face. Madam, I am so sorry. I have wronged you. Trembling, she produced a small celadone vial from her sleeve. This is what the princess gave me, instructing me to add it to your meals daily. Shen Xingyue steadied herself against the table. What kind of medicine? It is a medicine that prevents women from conceiving, Chuyer sobbed. The princess said that as long as Madam cannot bear children then. Shen Xingyue gripped the table edge tightly, her knuckles turning white. So that was it. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. Chuyer, stand up and speak. Yet Chuyer refused to rise. Madam, I deserve to die, but my mother is gravely ill, and my brother needs to study. I understand. Shen Xingyue interrupted. Get up. I have my own plans regarding this matter. She walked to the window, gazing at the pear blossoms blooming in the courtyard. The spring breeze swept through, causing petals to flutter and fall. The original owner lived in such an environment, humiliated and schemed against, and she herself had nearly lost her life unawares. Since you all persistently press me, I, Shen Xingyue, am no lamb to be slaughtered. Chuyer, she turned, her gaze resolute, continued to follow the princess's orders. Madam? Chuyer looked up in astonishment. It is of no concern, now that I understand the situation. You need not worry. However, this medicine must be changed, Shen Xingyue said with a cold smile. Perhaps it is the onset of summer. I've been feeling unusually fatigued these days. Please prepare some refreshing soup for me. Chuyer complied and exited the pavilion. At that moment, Su Lan sat in her room, idly playing with a jade ring. Before her lay an account book, densely filled with records of the estate's income and expenditure. "Ma'am," she softly called, "please summon the accountant." Soon after, a gaunt middle-aged man entered, bowing respectfully. "How may I serve you, Your Highness?" Chapter 19. No way. One time, and it worked. Su Lan pushed the account book towards him. "I have heard that there are some discrepancies in the accounts managed by the young madam." The accountant's expression shifted dramatically. "This is unexpected," he stammered. Su Lan let out a cold laugh. "You are unaware? Allow me to enlighten you. The accounts managed by the young mistress have suffered a significant deficit. Pray, what do you suppose would happen if the prince were to discover this?" The accountant broke into a cold sweat. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Su Lan rose from her seat and approached him, her demeanor imposing. "As long as you adhere to my instructions, I can ensure your safety. Otherwise," she paused ominously, "your ailing mother in the countryside may not survive this winter." The accountant collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Your Highness, spare my life. I shall heed your words." Su Lan nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Go and prepare a revised account of what the young mistress has managed, and ensure it is flawless." Trembling, the accountant accepted the ledger. Yes. Days later, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Song Jingyan finally concluded his official duties in a distant land and hurried back to the residence, weary from his travels. Upon hearing of his return, Su Lan was filled with joy and meticulously arranged a lavish family banquet to honor her husband for his arduous efforts. At the feast, an array of exquisite dishes adorned the table, and laughter resonated as everyone gathered together, indulging in the delightful fare. Just as the merriment reached its peak, Su Lan abruptly shifted the conversation, expressing her concerns about recent happenings in the household. With a worried expression, she said, "My lord, during your absence, I have been exceedingly anxious, particularly concerning our daughter-in-law, Shen Xingyue. Although she has diligently assisted me in managing various affairs, her inexperience has inevitably led to some missteps." She sighed softly. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow, inquiring with concern, "Oh, what do you mean? Has something gone awry?" Seizing the moment, Su Lan continued, "I too sensed something amiss, which prompted me to investigate the accounts. The results were alarming." She paused dramatically, building suspense. Song Yu felt a tightening in his chest, already anticipating the revelations. What exactly was uncovered? Calmly, Su Lan ordered a servant to summon the household accountant, instructing him to present a pre-prepared false account. The accountant approached, trembling, and handed the ledger to Song Jingyan with quaking hands. As he perused the document, Song Jingyan's countenance darkened progressively, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly seething with rage. After examining the account, he slammed the table and rose, feeling the gravity of the situation yet restrained by the presence of family. He bellowed, "What audacity from Shen Xingyue to act so recklessly!" An immediate silence fell over the hall, the family members rendered speechless by the prince's fury. At that moment, Shen Xingyue, entirely unprepared for such an upheaval, was taken aback. She could not fathom that the prince would erupt with such intensity, the force of his anger crashing over her like a tidal wave. Startled, her complexion drained of color, she hastily rose to offer her apologies. However, perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety and fear, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy and uncoordinated. With a sudden cry of pain, Shen Xingyue inadvertently twisted her ankle, causing her body to lose balance and tumble directly towards the ground. Observing all of this from the side, Su Lan's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. Although she feigned a facade of deep concern, exclaiming hastily, "Oh dear, what shall we do? Quick, fetch a doctor at once." As she spoke, she gestured for the servants nearby to hasten and summon the physician. Once the doctor arrived in haste, he carefully crouched down to examine the injured ankle. He gently touched the affected area, his brow furrowing as he assessed the severity of the injury. Subsequently, he extended his hand, resting his fingers on the lady's delicate wrist, closing his eyes to intently sense the rhythm of her pulse. After a brief moment, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed the doctor's face. He quickly rose to his feet, stepping aside with urgency before striding over to the prince, Song Jingyan, who sat not far away. Approaching the prince, he bowed deeply and exclaimed with excitement, "Congratulations, Your Highness! I bring joyful news. The young lady is expecting." Upon hearing this, Prince Song Jingyan was initially taken aback, but then an uncontrollable joy spread across his features. Yet, in an instant, he regained his usual dignified demeanor. He raised his gaze to the doctor and inquired steadily, "Is this true?" The doctor nodded fervently, affirming, "Absolutely, Your Highness. After years of practice, I would never mistake such a matter." The prince slowly rose, making his way towards Shen Xingyue, softly saying, "Xingyue, you have worked hard. I am about to become a grandfather. If Heng were to hear this news, he would be immensely delighted." Witnessing this, those around them knelt in unison, joyfully proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness! Congratulations to the young lady." The prince commanded that the doctor be generously rewarded, and, as he returned to his chambers, he quietly reminded Su Lan to exercise greater caution in the future. From that day forth, the entire royal residence was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilance. At this moment, the second young master, along with his personal servant, a Fu, entered. "Second young master, news has just arrived from the East Courtyard that the eldest young lady is pregnant, and the eldest young master has also received a letter from home." Song Yu's hand faltered, nearly dropping the jade pendant. He feigned calmness, asking, "Oh, pregnant? My elder brother truly possesses remarkable skills. What did the letter say?" A Fu lowered his head, replying, "I'm unaware of the details." The letter was sent directly to the prince. A wave of unease washed over Song Yu. Despite his nightly encounters with Su Qingyun, there had been no indication of her condition, while Shen Xingyue had conceived so effortlessly. Furthermore, since Song Heng had departed for the borders, he had been discreetly monitoring the situation. Yet, recently, those he had dispatched had not returned with updates, leaving him restless. A Fu, he called softly, "Fetch Manager Li at once." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man entered, respectfully bowing. "What commands do you have for me, second young master?" Song Yu rose and approached the window, inquiring, "Have there been any updates from the people sent to the borders?" Chapter 24. The failed scheme manager Li bowed his head and replied to the second young master, "There's no news yet." Song Yu abruptly turned, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Incompetence! A pack of useless fools." Startled, Manager Li fell to his knees, pleading, "Young master, please calm your anger. I will send someone to investigate immediately." Taking a deep breath, Song Yu forced himself to compose his emotions. "Go dispatch another team. Ensure you uncover the whereabouts of those individuals from before." He paused, adding, "Also, send a letter to General Liu at the border, indicating that I have important matters to discuss." Manager Li promptly acknowledged, "Yes, I shall attend to it right away." With a wave of his hand, Song Yu dismissed him. Alone in the study, he gazed out at the moonlight, his thoughts swirling. "Song Heng," he murmured softly, "if you return victorious, it seems the title of heir will no longer be mine." Meanwhile, at the border camp, Song Heng sat within the tent, holding a confidential letter. It detailed the movements of the individuals sent by Song Yu, provided by the shadowy operatives he had dispatched. "General, the deputy commander entered. All those individuals have been apprehended. How shall we proceed?" With a cold smile, Song Heng replied, "First confine them. Once the battle concludes, we will return them to the royal palace." The deputy commander complied and departed. Song Heng rose and approached the map, scrutinizing the enemy's maneuvers. "Song Yu," he whispered, "do you truly believe you can thwart me this way?" The following day, Song Heng summoned his officers to strategize the battle plan. "Gentlemen," he spoke gravely, "this battle is of utmost significance. We must exert our full efforts." In unison, the officers responded, "Yes." As the battle commenced, Song Heng personally led the charge. He advanced at the forefront, unstoppable in his momentum. The enemy forces retreated in disarray, ultimately collapsing. After the conflict, Song Heng stood atop the city walls, gazing at the distant sunset. The deputy commander approached, bowing respectfully. "General, this victory will surely delight the prince." Song Heng smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is time to deliver good news to father." He turned to the deputy and commanded, bring forth the captives. Shortly thereafter, those sent by Song Yu were brought forth. Their heads bowed in despair, unable to meet Song Heng's gaze. With a chilling stare, Song Heng addressed them. Your master has truly gone to great lengths. Terrified, they knelt, pleading, spare us, General. We were merely following orders. With a dismissive wave, Song Heng ordered, take them away and keep them under strict watch. After the battle, return them to the royal palace. The deputy commander complied. As Song Heng gazed at the distant sunset, his thoughts were tumultuous. At the border camp, the drums of war thundered. Clad in armor, Song Heng surveyed the enemy forces from the city walls. In the distance, the enemy's banners fluttered in the wind, their dark army surging like a tide. General, the deputy approached. The enemy is advancing fiercely. Shall we proceed as planned? With piercing determination, Song Heng replied, we shall adhere to the plan. Remember, this battle allows for victory only. Defeat is not an option. The deputy commander responded solemnly, understood. As the battle erupted, Song Heng commanded the soldiers at the front lines, leading them into the fray with unwavering resolve. Wherever his spear reached, the enemy fell before him. His armor was stained with the blood of his foes, yet his gaze remained resolute. Attack! At the command of Song Heng, the soldiers behind him surged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, charging at the enemy. The opposing forces retreated step by step, ultimately disintegrating in disarray. General, the vice commander stepped forward. This battle has been a resounding victory. The enemy has retreated. We have triumphed. A faint smile graced Song Heng's lips. Indeed, we have won. Months later, in the capital city, Song Heng returned in triumph, greeted by enthusiastic crowds lining the streets. Waves of people filled the thoroughfares, their cheers resounding in unison. General Song! General Song! The citizens chanted his name, their eyes brimming with reverence. Song Heng smiled and waved to the people. Behind him stood the victorious soldiers, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. Upon returning to the royal residence, the prince himself came forth to welcome him. Upon seeing Song Heng, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Father, Song Heng respectfully bowed. Your son has fulfilled his duty, repelling the enemy and safeguarding the peace of our borders. The prince nodded, patting Song Heng on the shoulder. Well done, well done. Truly, you are the son of the Song family. A modest smile appeared on Song Heng's face. Thank you for your praise, father. The prince then turned to the officials behind him and declared, today, my son returns victorious. A banquet shall be held at the royal residence, and all of you must attend. The officials responded in unison, yes. Seated at the head of the table, the prince raised his goblet. Today, as my son returns in triumph, let us all drink together in celebration. The crowd echoed in agreement, raising their cups in unison. Standing, Song Heng respectfully stated, Father, my victory is owed entirely to the valor of the soldiers. The prince nodded in acknowledgement. After the feast, the prince summoned Song Heng to his study. The prince spoke solemnly. You have achieved great merit. Your father is indeed gratified. However, when you meet with the emperor tomorrow, you must exhibit humility. Song Heng bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. I understand. The prince nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Song Yu, with a dark expression, hurled a teacup from the table, realizing he must take matters into his own hands. Clenching his fists, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, his trusted advisor entered and whispered, Second young master, do not act impulsively. The eldest young master is currently in a position of great favor. Should we act recklessly, we risk devastating consequences if discovered. Song Yu scoffed. Shall I merely watch as he seizes everything that is rightfully mine? The throne should belong to me. That fellow is merely fortunate. After a moment of contemplation, the advisor suggested, Second young master, why not first garner the support of the court officials and spread some unfavorable rumors about the eldest young master to undermine his reputation? Song Yu's eyes brightened, finding the plan feasible. Thus, he began to covertly reach out to those dissatisfied with the eldest prince, tempting them with wealth and power. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being closely monitored by the spies placed by the eldest prince. Upon receiving this intelligence, Song Heng's lips curled into a cold smile. He was acutely aware of Song Yu's ambitions, but had not anticipated his impatience. Addressing Qin Feng and Lei Yun, he instructed, "Do not alarm the snake in grass. Let us observe how many people he attempts to recruit and simply record the names." Meanwhile, Song Yu was blissfully unaware, convinced that his plan was foolproof. Days passed, and numerous ministers began to outwardly align with him, expressing their willingness to lend their support. Entering the palace to meet the emperor, Song Heng donned his official robes and stood outside the grand hall, awaiting the emperor's summons. "Song Heng, enter the palace." The eunuch's sharp voice echoed. Taking a deep breath, Song Heng adjusted his attire and was gently pushed by Qin Feng into the hall. Inside, civil and military officials were lined up on either side. With the emperor seated majestically upon the dragon throne, his gaze piercing as it fell upon him. Chapter 21. Triumphant assignment of heavy responsibility. As Song Heng approached the center of the hall, he respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "I, Song Heng, pay my respects to your majesty." "Long live the emperor." The emperor nodded slightly and replied, "Rise." In a solemn tone, the emperor continued, "Song Aiqing, your contributions to the recent victory at the frontier cannot be overlooked. I am greatly pleased." With utmost reverence, Song Heng responded, "Your Majesty is too gracious. This victory is entirely due to the valiant efforts of the soldiers. I merely fulfilled my duties." The emperor smiled faintly. "You are being modest. I have decided to appoint you as the General of National Defense, bestowing upon you 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of fine silk." Song Heng hurriedly bowed in gratitude, saying, "I thank your Majesty for your immense favor." The emperor waved his hand, "Rise. Additionally, I shall reward the soldiers who have performed well, as a token of appreciation." Song Heng bowed once more on behalf of the soldiers. "I thank your Majesty for your great kindness." The emperor nodded. "You have achieved significant merit. I am greatly pleased. Do you have any requests?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Heng respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I have but one request." The emperor raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, what is it?" Song Heng spoke earnestly. "In the recent battle at the frontier, our soldiers fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties. I humbly implore your Majesty to provide support for the families of the fallen and to generously care for the wounded and disabled soldiers." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the emperor's eyes. "You care deeply for the soldiers. I am greatly pleased. Your request is granted." Song Heng bowed again. "I thank your Majesty for your immense favor." The emperor gestured, "You may rise. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you privately later in the inner hall." With utmost respect, Song Heng replied, "Yes." After the court session concluded, Song Heng exited the grand hall, his mind swirling with thoughts. He understood that the emperor's trust and reliance upon him represented both an opportunity and a challenge. "General Song," a voice called out. Turning, he saw none other than Minister Li. "Minister Li," Song Heng greeted with respect. Minister Li smiled gently. "General Song, your significant achievements are indeed commendable." Song Heng humbly replied, "You honor me, Minister Li. I merely fulfilled my duties." A hint of deeper meaning flickered in Minister Li's eyes. "General Song, you are young and talented, with an immeasurable future ahead. However," he paused, "some individuals within the court may harbor jealousy towards you." A chill ran through Song Heng as he realized Minister Li's warning. He respectfully said, "Thank you for your reminder, Minister Li. I shall certainly tread carefully and live up to the emperor's expectations." Minister Li nodded. "It is good that you understand, General Song. I shall not say more. Farewell." Song Heng bowed respectfully. "Safe travels, Minister Li." Within the court, it was well known that the emperor held a special favor for Song Heng, a privilege that rendered him the object of envy and even jealousy among many officials. After much contemplation, the emperor resolutely made a significant decision, entrusting a vital task to Song Heng. In the stillness of the night, the palace lay enveloped in silence. Following a eunuch, Song Heng traversed the long corridors, arriving at the entrance of the imperial study. "General Song," the eunuch whispered, "His Majesty awaits you inside." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Heng pushed the door open and entered. Inside the study, the flickering candlelight illuminated the emperor, who sat behind his writing desk, his complexion somewhat pale. "Minister Song Heng, I pay my respects to your Majesty," Song Heng greeted, bowing with utmost reverence. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Rise, my loyal subject. Gazing at him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the emperor's eyes. My dear minister, your contributions to the recent victory at the borders are invaluable. I am greatly pleased. Your majesty is too kind, Song Heng humbly replied. I merely fulfilled my duty. The emperor smiled faintly. You are modest, my dear minister. The purpose of your summons today is to entrust you with an important matter. A sudden seriousness washed over Song Heng, and he respectfully replied, Please, your majesty, speak. In a grave tone, the emperor continued, I am aware of my declining health, and with the crown prince still so young, I find it difficult to leave the state's affairs in uncertain hands. Immediately, Song Heng knelt, saying, May your majesty enjoy boundless blessings and a long life. The emperor shook his head gently. There is no need for consolation, my dear minister. I have called you here to assign you the critical duty of assisting the crown prince. A jolt of realization struck Song Heng, understanding the immense trust the emperor was placing in him. He solemnly vowed, I shall exert every effort to support the crown prince, ensuring I do not fail your majesty's expectations. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I knew you would not disappoint me. Rising, the emperor approached Song Heng and placed a jade pendant in his hand. This is my token. With this pendant, it is as though I am personally present. You must safeguard it with the utmost care. Song Heng accepted the pendant with both hands, affirming, I shall ensure its proper protection, never betraying your majesty's trust. The emperor patted his shoulder. My dear minister, I entrust the realm to you. I hope you will exert all your strength to assist the crown prince and stabilize the kingdom. Song Heng bowed once more. I shall do everything in my power, living up to your majesty's expectations. The emperor waved his hand. You may rise. This matter is of great importance. It must remain confidential. Song Heng replied with respect. I understand. The emperor nodded. Good, you may leave now. As Song Heng exited the imperial study, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The emperor and empress had once had a son in their youth, but after the empress, frail from childbirth, fell victim to the schemes of Lady Xiao, the prince had vanished without a trace. The crown prince, Song Xingyue, was the emperor's son in his later years, and he was the sole child of the entire harem. Since the crown prince's mother passed away, he had been raised solely by the empress, whose character was excessively gentle and weak. Should anything happen to the emperor, the harem would fall under the dominion of the formidable concubine Shui. The empress, known for her kindness and gentleness, possessed a rather fragile disposition. Consequently, the vast affairs of the harem were largely managed by concubine Shui. This concubine Shui was no ordinary figure. She was the biological sister of Cui Yoha and the legitimate eldest daughter of a prominent minister's household. Her status was immensely esteemed, placing her in a position of high regard within the palace, where she was deeply favored by the emperor. On the same day that Song Heng presented himself before the emperor, Cui Yoha, having meticulously adorned herself, entered the palace to pay a visit to her sister, the esteemed concubine Cui. It was known that Cui Yoha harbored aspirations of marrying Song Heng. Yet achieving this ambition solely by her own means proved to be quite a formidable challenge. Thus, she devised a plan to enlist the aid of her sister, concubine Cui, whose immense influence in the palace could facilitate her desires. If she could secure her sister's support in persuading the emperor to grant her a marriage, the endeavor would undoubtedly be smoother. Upon arriving at concubine Cui's palace, she was ushered in by the palace maids. Concubine Cui, reclining languidly, exhibited a flicker of surprise in her eyes upon seeing her sister. What brings you, dear sister, to the palace today? After performing her courtesies, Cui Yoha, with a playful pout, expressed, Sister, I come to seek your assistance in a matter. Concubine Cui took her sister's hand, smiling warmly. Between sisters, there is no need for formality. Speak freely. Blushing, Cui Yoha revealed her wish to marry Song Heng. Concubine Cui furrowed her brow slightly, aware of Song Heng's unwavering integrity, which might complicate matters. Nevertheless, upon seeing her sister's hopeful gaze, she acquiesced. I shall mention this to the emperor. A few days later, Concubine Shui sees an opportunity to broach the subject with the emperor. Initially taken aback, the emperor soon chuckled. I recall that Song Heng is already married. Your Majesty, concubine Shui hurriedly interjected, my sister has long harbored feelings for Song Heng. I beseech you to grant her this wish. The emperor contemplated for a moment and responded, if that is the case, I shall summon Song Heng to inquire about his sentiments. When Song Heng entered the palace to pay his respects to the emperor, the latter directly addressed the matter at hand. Bowing deeply, Song Heng replied, Your Majesty, my sole intention is to serve the court, and I am already married. With my wife expecting, I humbly ask for your understanding. The emperor turned his gaze toward concubine Shui, who felt a surge of frustration but could only say, Sir Song, my sister harbors sincere affections for you. Do you truly have no interest? With unwavering resolve, Song Heng replied, I cannot betray the kind intentions of the esteemed concubine, yet I must respectfully decline. Upon receiving this news, Chui Yoha was heartbroken. However, upon returning to his residence, Song Heng faced Shen Xingyue, who inquired, So, how are you faring? I recall you promised me silver in exchange for curing your poison. When will you fulfill this promise? Shen Xingyue cast a disapproving glance at the man who had inadvertently fathered child, adding, Moreover, I carry your seed within me. Do not dare to think of claiming any rewards meant for me once the child is born. Song Heng's face flushed crimson at her words. Well, have I ever suggested I would seize your rewards? You should not presume that bearing a child grants you leverage over me. Shen Xingyue crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing. If it weren't for that day when I was poisoned and delirious, you would not have acted so uncharacteristically and engaged in those marital relations with me, leading to this predicament. At a loss for words, Song Heng recalled the circumstances of that day, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Since you are already my woman, henceforth, all the finances of this household shall be yours. What need is there for me to provide you anything further? Such sweet talk, Shen Xingyue retorted. This grand estate is mine too. Are you attempting to deceive me? What would you have me do? Song Heng was at a loss, never having anticipated that one encounter would lead to fatherhood. Shen Xingyue extended her hand, shaking it slightly, handed over, what? Detoxifying silver, now one might ask? Song Heng glanced at Shen Xingyue, whose demeanor suggested she was resolute in her intent. Qin Feng observed as he retrieved several banknotes from the front of his attire and handed them to Song Heng, declaring, These are bestowed by the emperor, all for you. Shen Xingyue accepted the banknotes, her smile wide as she regarded the bills in her hands, exclaiming, How generous! After counting the notes, she stowed them away with satisfaction and turned her gaze toward Song Heng, remarking, This is more like it. However, do not forget there is another sum due once the child is born. Song Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. On what grounds? Shen Xingyue crossed her arms defiantly. On the grounds that I have borne this child for 10 months and faced the trepidation of traversing the gates of death. Rendered momentarily speechless, Song Heng was interrupted by Qin Feng, who could not suppress a chuckle. Shooting him a fierce glare, Song Heng promptly resumed, Very well. But there is a matter I must clarify. Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow. What is it? Once the child is born, you shall be a mother, and any talk of separation is utterly impossible. You aren't attempting to leverage the child to extort from me, are you? With that, Shen Xingyue turned to depart, only to pause and remind him, Ensure you send regular supplies for my recovery. Should you neglect this, beware, for your son will seek retribution upon his arrival. With a flourish, she exited gracefully. Song Heng watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, This woman is truly formidable. Yet, there lingered a hint of fondness in his gaze. While Qin Feng silently sympathized with his master, foreseeing a tumultuous future ahead. As night fell, within the chambers of concubine Shui, she sat before her vanity, peering anxiously into the mirror. My lady, her personal maid, Xiao Chui, entered with urgency. Lord Shui has sent word. Chui Guifei rose promptly. Speak. In a hushed tone, Xiao Chui relayed. The Lord has made arrangements. The individual will arrive tomorrow night. Chui Guifei nodded, a steely resolve flashing in her eyes. Very well, you may leave. Once Xiao Chui departed, Chui Guifei gazed out at the moonlit night, her mind swirling with trepidation. She understood that her path was irrevocably set. The following night, within her chambers, a man clad in the attire of a guard entered, bowing respectfully. "My lady." Cui Guifei studied him, her expression a mixture of complexity. "What is your name?" The man lowered his head. "In response to your inquiry, my name is Li Yong." Cui Guifei acknowledged. "Li Yong, are you aware of the implications of tonight's events? Should word escape, the consequences would be dire." Li Yong replied solemnly, "I understand completely. I shall remain silent," revealing not a whisper. Cui Guifei inhaled deeply. "Good, come closer." As Li Yong approached, Cui Guifei closed her eyes, filled with a blend of resignation and determination. Time passed swiftly, and months slipped by. On this day, the annual Mid-Autumn Festival graced the land, enveloping the imperial palace in a spirit of joy and harmony. The palace grounds were adorned with vibrant lanterns, their colors illuminating the already magnificent structures, rendering them even more splendid and festive. In the resplendent hall, the emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, sat majestically upon his throne, his countenance radiating a benevolent smile of satisfaction. Flanking him were numerous enchanting concubines and esteemed ministers of the court. They engaged in lively conversation or pondered in silence, yet all wore expressions of joy, eagerly anticipating the smooth unfolding of the festive banquet. "My beloved courtiers," the emperor began, lifting a finely crafted goblet to signal his audience. "Today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I have prepared this feast to honor you all. I hope you will drink heartily and revel in this splendid occasion with me." With that, the emperor raised his goblet and drained its contents in one swift motion. Seeing this, the assembly echoed in unison, "Thank you, your majesty, for your graciousness." They too lifted their goblets, tilting their heads back to savor the wine. The sound of clinking glasses filled the air, accompanied by laughter and merriment that resonated throughout the hall. At that moment, concubine Shui stood gracefully, respectfully proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have a joyous news to share with you on this auspicious occasion." The emperor raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, what is it, concubine Shui?" With a blush gracing her cheeks, she whispered, "I am with child." The declaration stunned the assembly into silence. The emperor, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in exuberant joy. "Is this truly so, my beloved?" Concubine Cui nodded earnestly. "I would not dare deceive your majesty." The emperor laughed heartily. "Wonderful, wonderful. I shall have another child." Chapter 23. The joy of concubine Cui. The ministers chorused their congratulations. "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, your highness." The emperor waved his hand. "Proclaim my decree. Reward concubine Cui with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of fine silk as a mark of honor. Concubine cui bode respectfully." "I thank your majesty for your generosity." Yet, Song Heng found the situation rather suspicious. Concubine Cui had been in the palace for many years without conceiving, and now, with the emperor's health in decline, she claimed to be pregnant. There must be some intrigue at play. Determined to uncover the truth, Song Heng instructed Qin Feng to discreetly observe the vicinity of concubine Cui's palace. Qin Feng discovered that a personal maid frequently sneaked toward the imperial pharmacy. Following her, he witnessed a secret conversation between the maid and a eunuch from the pharmacy, during which she handed him a package. Seizing the opportunity once they parted, Qin Feng apprehended the eunuch and, under duress, learned that the package contained a herb meant to induce pregnancy. While this herb could promote conception, it posed significant harm to the mother and could adversely affect the child's intellect if used long-term. Upon returning to Song Heng and recounting the events, Song Heng speculated that someone aimed to exploit concubine Cui's unborn child for nefarious purposes. They resolved to remain discreet for the time being. After the banquet concluded, concubine Cui returned to her chambers, her heart brimming with both joy and trepidation. "Your Highness, Xiao Cui has come in with news from Lord Cui," she announced. Concubine Cui urged, "Quickly, tell me." Xiao Cui replied softly, "Lord Cui has arranged everything. You need not worry." Concubine Cui nodded, a complex glimmer in her eyes. "Very well. You may leave." Once Xiao Cui departed, concubine Cui gazed out at the moonlit night, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She understood that she had taken the most crucial step, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Following the mid-autumn banquet, the atmosphere in the court grew increasingly delicate. The prominent ministers of the Crown Prince faction convened at the residence of the Crown Prince's tutor, their expressions grave. Lord Cheng, one anxious minister remarked, with concubine Shui's pregnancy, the Crown Prince's position may be jeopardized. Tutor Cheng Yi replied in a solemn tone, there is no need for excessive concern, gentlemen. The Crown Prince is the Emperor's legitimate firstborn. His position is secure and not easily swayed by others. Another minister shook his head, saying, Lord Song, you may not be aware, but Lord Shui has been frequently engaging with other ministers recently, likely paving the way for a future prince. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the tutor's eyes. I have long been aware of Lord Shui's ambitions. However, the Crown Prince is the nation's heir. He cannot be easily unsettled. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts still troubled. Meanwhile, within Lord Shui's residence, he sat in his study. A list of names spread before him. The list was filled with the names of prominent ministers, some of which were circled in red. My lord, the steward entered. Lords Li and Zhang have arrived. Lord Shui nodded. Please show them in. Shortly thereafter, the two ministers entered and respectfully bowed. Lord Shui. He smiled slightly. There is no need for such formalities. Please be seated. Once seated, Lord Shui slowly inquired, do you gentlemen know the purpose of my invitation today? Lord Li replied in a hushed voice, is it regarding concubine Shui's pregnancy? Lord Shui nodded, precisely. The concubine's pregnancy is a matter of great national importance. I hope both gentlemen can lend their support to pave the way for the future prince. Lord Zhang hesitated. My lord, the Crown Prince is His Majesty's legitimate firstborn. His position is stable, and if we... Lord Shui interjected with a cold chuckle, the Crown Prince is still young and lacks maternal support. If the future prince has the backing of the concubine and myself, he may very well take his place. The two ministers exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Lord Shui continued, should you be willing to assist, I shall ensure generous rewards. Lord Li and Lord Zhang exchanged a look and replied in unison, we are willing to serve you, my lord. Lord Kui nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You gentlemen are indeed perceptive to the times. Simultaneously, within the imperial palace, the emperor sat in the imperial study, his brow furrowed. Following the concubine's announcement of her pregnancy, Song Heng had dispatched individuals to investigate discreetly, for it concerned the dignity of the royal family. Song Heng only informed the emperor of affairs within his jurisdiction. As the saying goes, suspicion breeds from the heart, leading to uncontrollable outcomes. Your Majesty, the chief eunuch entered. The secret guards have news. The emperor spoke in a deep voice. Proceed. The chief eunuch whispered. The secret guards discovered that prior to concubine Shui's pregnancy, she had contact with a certain guard. A flicker of coldness crossed the emperor's gaze. Where is that guard now? The chief eunuch responded. The guard has gone missing. The secret guards are pursuing the matter vigorously. The emperor nodded. Continue the investigation. It is imperative to uncover the truth. The chief eunuch respectfully acknowledged. Yes, your majesty. The emperor waved his hand, commanding depart. After the chief eunuch withdrew, the emperor gazed out at the moonlit night, acutely aware that the undercurrents within the court had begun to stir, prompting him to exercise caution in his actions. At the residence of Prince Gong, Su Lan meticulously adhered to the instructions of Prince Song Jingyan, providing attentive care to the pregnant Shen Xingyue. A continuous stream of exquisite delicacies and rare, nourishing tonics flowed into the eastern courtyard, enveloping the space in an enticing aroma that was utterly mouth-watering. Fortunately, Shen Xingyue was well-versed in the principles of medicine. She understood that while a nutritious diet was essential during pregnancy, indulgence must be avoided. Thus, faced with the array of sumptuous foods and supplements, she did not succumb to unrestrained gluttony like most would. Instead, she judiciously arranged her diet according to her physical condition and the developmental needs of her unborn child. Had it been another woman, she might have already been ensnared by such pampering, unable to extricate herself. Prolonged indulgence would inevitably burden her body, potentially endangering her life due to issues such as nutritional excess. On this particular day, As usual, Su Lan arrived at the eastern courtyard bearing nourishing products. After expressing her gratitude with a smile, Shen Xingyue remarked, "Mother, you truly work hard." Su Qingyun, following closely behind Su Lan, was consumed by jealousy and feigned a cordial inquiry. "Sister, now that you are with child, the entire household is focused on the well-being of your baby." The implication was clear. Should you bear a daughter, how would you face the prince and the others? "Sister, you are quite far along now, and it must be inconvenient. Should you need anything, do let mother know," Su Lan said. "Thank you, mother. Time is drawing near, likely around the new year, since your marriage to the prince. You haven't returned home, and no one from the Shen family has visited you. Do you wish to go back and see them?" Feigning concern for Shen Xingyue's opinion. Standing aside, Su Qingyun muttered, "Being out of favor means being out of favor. Now you are merely relying on the child in your womb. Once I become pregnant, you will be of no consequence. Returning home is not very convenient for me, as the eldest son is busy with court affairs and has no time to accompany me. It is best to let it be," Shen Xingyue replied. "That is acceptable. After you give birth, it won't be too late for you to return," Su Lan said, and, after a brief exchange, she led Su Qingyun out of the eastern courtyard. "You are truly disappointing, spending every day in idle dalliance with Yuer, yet after a year, there are no signs of progress. It is a waste of my efforts on you." Detecting her mother-in-law's dissatisfaction, Su Qingyun timidly responded, "Mother, I am trying." "You are trying? You should produce results." Su Lan retorted with irritation, leaving Su Qingyun behind as she returned to her quarters, leaving Su Qingyun stamping her feet in frustration. The handkerchief in her grasp becoming a crumpled mess, her gaze fiercely fixated on the eastern courtyard. Amidst his busy schedule, Song Heng did not overlook the impending birth of Shen Xingyue, arranging for a midwife and a wet nurse well in advance, all preparations conducted discreetly for unforeseen circumstances. Su Lan returned to the courtyard, contemplating the accumulation of the poison she had secretly administered to Song Heng. It seemed the time had come, yet since his return from the battlefield, he had not exhibited his previous demeanor. "Madam, what troubles you?" inquired the matron. "Have you continued with the task I entrusted to you?" "Yes. The medicinal herbs the eldest son requires are delivered punctually each day." "Is there an issue?" Su Lan pondered deeply but refrained from answering, realizing that the timely deliveries indicated the ineffectiveness of the medicine. All she needed to do was wait. Even if that wretched Shen Xingyue were to give birth, as long as Song Heng perished, the affairs of the princely residence would not fall to an infant. As the new year approached, the palace buzzed with activity. The maids busily hung lanterns and pasted couplets, while the servants prepared festive goods and feasts. Shen Xingyue, with her swollen belly, sat in a wrought-tan chair, observing the flurry around her, her expression devoid of emotion. What must her own family feel amidst such a celebratory atmosphere? "Young madam," said Chui'er as she approached, "you should return indoors to rest. The wind is strong outside." Shen Xingyue smiled faintly. "It's fine. I wish to watch everyone at work." Chui'er, concerned, replied, "Young madam, you're due to give birth imminently. You must not catch a chill." Shen Xingyue nodded. "Very well. I shall return inside." She stood, and Chui'er quickly supported her as they made their way back indoors. Inside, the charcoal fire blazed warmly. Shen Xingyue sat by the bedside, gently caressing her protruding belly. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her, and her countenance changed. "Chui'er, I am in great pain. It hurts terribly. I believe I am about to give birth." Chui'er, alarmed, exclaimed, "Young madam, is it not too early? Hold on. I shall fetch the midwife." She hurriedly dashed out, calling out, "Come quickly. The young madam is in labor." Hearing the commotion, Su Lan feigned ignorance and retreated to her own quarters, claiming a headache and needing rest. As the matron, Su Lan was responsible for overseeing Shen Xingyue's delivery arrangements, and no one knew where the midwife or wet nurse resided. Chui'er was thrown into a panic. At that moment, the prince and the eldest son were attending their last court session before the holiday. What had be done? Chui'er rushed back to the eastern courtyard, explaining the situation to Shen Xingyue, who, overwhelmed by pain, could think of nothing else. Hearing her mistress's agonized cries, Chui'er dashed once more to Su Lan's quarters, pleading with the matron to speak with the mistress. However, The matron dismissed her, stating that Su Lan had just settled down, left with no other option. Chui'er ventured out into the streets to find a doctor. Frantically searching, she found all the doors closed due to the New Year festivities. Just as despair began to set in, a pair of horse-drawn carriages appeared like beacons of hope. Chui'er summoned all her strength and rushed towards the approaching vehicles. As Lei Yun observed someone rushing towards the carriage, he instinctively grew vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the maidservant of the young mistress. After inquiring about the situation, Qin Feng went to fetch the midwife and wet nurse who had been prepared in advance, while Chui'er boarded the carriage and returned to the Wang residence with Song Heng. Xingyue. He dashed to the entrance of Shen Xingyue's room, only to be obstructed by the maidservants. "Young master," Chui'er anxiously interjected, "you cannot enter. The young mistress is in labor." Song Heng, fraught with worry, asked, "How is Xingyue? Has the midwife arrived?" No sooner had he spoken than Qin Feng entered the courtyard, accompanied by two elderly women. Seeing they had arrived, Song Heng hastily urged them to assist Shen Xingyue. Chui'er emerged from within, carrying a basin of bloodied water. "Come here," Song Heng called out. "What's happening inside?" Chui'er reassured him, "The young mistress is well. The midwife is attending to her. Rest assured, young master." Outside, Song Heng paced back and forth, his heart brimming with anxiety and anticipation. Inside, Shen Xingyue clutched the bed sheets tightly, sweat beading on her forehead. The midwife gently encouraged her, "Young mistress, push. The child is about to arrive." Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength. At last, a piercing cry shattered the stillness of the night. "It's here! It's here!" The midwife exclaimed joyfully, "It's a boy." Outside, upon hearing the baby's cries, Song Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile blossoming on his face. Chui'er rushed out, exclaiming, "Young master, the young mistress has given birth. It's a boy." Overcome with excitement, Song Heng urged, "Quick, let me in to see." He entered the room and beheld Shen Xingyue's weary yet radiant face, his heart swelling with gratitude and affection. "Xingyue," he grasped her hand, "you have worked so hard." Shen Xingyue smiled faintly, "I've given birth to the child. Don't forget my silver." Song Heng was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her preoccupation with money. The midwife presented the swaddled infant before him. With utmost care, he cradled the child, his eyes suffused with tenderness. He softly uttered, "Xingyue, thank you." Shen Xingyue nodded, her eyes heavy with fatigue. "Let us name the child," she suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Song Heng declared, "Let us call him Song and wishing him a life of peace and prosperity." Shen Xingyue smiled slightly. "Very well, he shall be named Song." And when Prince Song Jingyan returned to the estate, the entire Wang residence was imbued with an air of joyous celebration. "Your Highness, congratulations. A son has been born to the eldest young mistress." The news filled him with delight, and he hurried towards the inner courtyard. Simultaneously, in Su Lan's courtyard, her personal maid entered, announcing, "Your Highness has returned. The east courtyard reports the birth of a son." Su Lan sat at her vanity, her expression dark. The jade comb in her hand struck the vanity with a sharp sound. "Your Highness," the maid whispered, "the young mistress has given birth to a son. This could be unfavorable for us." Su Lan let out a cold laugh, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. "Ah son? I did not expect Shen Xingyue to deliver so smoothly. Does she think that giving birth to the heir ensures her safety? Whether this child survives to maturity remains to be seen." The maid, filled with concern, asked, "Your Highness, what shall we do?" Su Lan rose from her seat and approached the window. Since the child had already been born, she thought, let him live a few more days as he grows. Unexpected events are bound to occur. After the nurse departed, Su Lan gazed out at the moonlit night, her eyes filled with malice. "Shen Xingyue, do you think that giving birth to the heir will allow you to rest easy?" "We shall see." Meanwhile, within Shen Xingyue's courtyard, she sat by the bedside, cradling her newborn son, Song, and a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Madam, Chui'er has arrived. Nurse Li is here," announced the maid. Shen Xingyue lifted her head, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. "Let her in." Nurse Li entered respectfully, bowing. "Madam, Shen Xingyue smiled gently. Nurse Li, what brings you here? In a hushed tone, Nurse Li replied, the lady has sent me to ensure the proper care of you and the young master. Understanding dawned in Shen Xingyue's eyes. Oh, I am truly grateful to my mother. Nurse Li exhaled in relief. It is good that the madam harbors no suspicions. Once Nurse Li departed, a chill crept back into Shen Xingyue's gaze. She was acutely aware that within this grand estate, having given birth before Song Yu and Su Qingyun, Su Lan would not easily let her or the child off the hook. Chui'er, she softly called, go summon Song Heng. Chui'er complied, and soon Song Heng entered. Xingyue, what troubles you? Shen Xingyue conveyed the matter regarding the nurse sent to look after her and the child. Song Heng's expression darkened. Leave this matter to me. Shen Xingyue nodded. Song Heng, this is your child. You must be vigilant. Song Heng took her hand in his. Rest assured, I will protect both you and our child. Shen Xingyue smiled faintly. I am not overly concerned. I intend to leave one day. However, this child will grow right under your watchful eyes. This woman has given birth yet still thinks of leaving. How unappreciated I must be. No, my wife, Song Heng, is not one to be taken lightly. She cannot simply come and go as she pleases. The following day, Song Heng convened his trusted confidants to strategize in secrecy. Relay my orders. He spoke in a low voice. Intensify the protection around the madam and the young master. Their safety must be ensured. The confidants responded in unison, yes. Furthermore, Song Heng continued, send someone to covertly monitor Su Lan's every move. Should anything unusual arise, report it immediately. The confidants affirmed once more yes. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Once they had departed, Song Heng rubbed his temples. Troubled by the turbulent undercurrents within the court and the intricate schemes unfolding within the Wang residence. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Since learning of the arrival of his grandson, Wang Yisong Jingnian's spirits soared, as radiant as the warm sun of spring. He wore an incessant smile, his face aglow with happiness and satisfaction, as if he had regained a decade of youth. Wherever he went, upon encountering acquaintances, he would eagerly seize their hands, animatedly recounting tales of his adorable, clever grandson, brimming with the pride and joy of a grandfather. Ha ha, my little grandson is delightfully plump with a pair of sparkling, large eyes that are simply adorable. Song Jingyan remarked with a sense of joy, at last, our Wang residence has a worthy heir. Yet, amid this celebration, there was someone in the Wang household who wore a sorrowful expression. This person was Song Yu. Observing his father's fondness for his little nephew, his heart brimmed with jealousy and resentment. He had long yearned for more attention and recognition from his father, yet this desire now seemed increasingly distant. What fueled Song Yu's anger further was the disintegration of his meticulously devised plans against his elder brother, Song Heng, which crumbled time and again into nothingness. Glancing at his wife's belly, he could not help but place the blame on Su Qingyun, believing that her inability to bear him a son or daughter was the root cause of their current predicament. Consequently, his demeanor towards Su Qingyun grew increasingly aloof. He often spoke to her harshly and would even erupt in anger without reason. Su Qingyun, filled with grievances yet too timid to resist, could only weep silently. She resolved to take the initiative to alter her situation. Su Qingyun meticulously prepared a selection of pastries and sent them to Shen Xingyue for tasting. Seizing the opportunity, she lavished praise on the infant still in swaddling clothes, prompting Shen Xingyue to find Su Qingyun's behavior rather peculiar. Since their marriages into the Wang household, their relationship had not been harmonious. Shen Xingyue believed herself to be the rightful mistress, as Song Yu was the biological son of Su Lan, and had often made things difficult for Su Qingyun. Otherwise, the original owner would not have met such a tragic fate, allowing Su Qingyun to take her place. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, dear sister, Su Qingyun said with a gentle smile. I simply have a genuine affection for my little nephew, and sisters ought to coexist harmoniously. Shen Xingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, as if probing the veracity of her words. At that moment, the child suddenly began to wail, and Shen Xingyue busied herself with soothing the infant, thereby neglecting to delve deeper into the conversation. Su Qingyun sighed in relief at this turn of events. Shen Xingyue remained confined within the room, for an entire month, feeling as though she was on the verge of madness. Each day was filled with nothing but eating and sleeping. The cold weather prevented her from opening the windows or doors, leading her to feel as if the very air in the room was stifling. Indeed, childbirth was no trivial matter. It was a wonder she had previously embraced a life of singleness. Yet, fate had compelled her to endure this ordeal. The full moon banquet following Shen Xingyue's delivery, the prince commanded preparations for the grand celebration of their grandson's full moon banquet. After much anticipation, the household finally adorned itself with decorations to honor the arrival of the little lord. Young mistress, Chuyer entered the room. The eldest young master has sent new garments for you and the little master, instructing you both to wear them for the banquet. Shen Xingyue nodded. Very well. Place them there. Chuyer laid the clothes on the table and softly remarked, Young mistress, the prince dotes on the little master immensely. The atmosphere outside is quite lively. Shen Xingyue smiled faintly. Indeed, it is no wonder. This rascal is the prince's first grandchild, and thus is showered with affection. Chuyer hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, Young mistress, it seems that the other lady over there is not particularly pleased. Chapter 26. The truly charming persona of Bai Yue Guang, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Shen Xingyue's eyes. It matters not. Her happiness is of no concern to us. Chuyer nodded in agreement. What the young mistress says is indeed true. On the day of the full moon banquet, the Wang residence was abuzz with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. The prince occupied the main seat, his face aglow with joy. As guests approached to offer their congratulations and gifts, one minister respectfully proclaimed, Congratulations, Your Highness, on the birth of your esteemed grandson. The prince laughed heartily. Thank you, thank you. Everyone, do enjoy yourselves today. Shen Xingyue held Song and in her arms, standing beside Song Heng, her face radiating a blissful smile. Xingyue, Song Heng whispered, Today is an heiress full moon banquet. Are you satisfied? Shen Xingyue nodded. It appears to be quite pleasant, but honestly, it is merely a child. Such extravagance seems unnecessary. At that moment, Su Lan approached with a feigned smile. Oh, look at this little face, so rosy and adorable. Come, let Grandma hold him. Just as Su Lan reached for the child in Shen Xingyue's embrace, the baby suddenly erupted into wails. Observing this, Shen Xingyue offered Su Lan an awkward smile. Thank you, mother, but the child may be hungry. I shall take him to the wet nurse. A flicker of coldness crossed Su Lan's eyes. The young mistress must take good care of the little lord. After all, he is still an infant and susceptible to mishaps. Shen Xingyue's gaze sharpened with caution, yet her smile remained intact. Thank you for your concern, mother. I will certainly care for her well. Su Lan scoffed derisively and turned to leave. Song Heng grasped Shen Xingyue's hand and softly suggested, Shall I accompany you? Shen Xingyue hesitated. Is that appropriate? There are so many guests outside. It wouldn't be proper for us to be absent. Yet Song Heng insisted, It matters not. The servants can attend to the guests. The child is of utmost importance. Reluctantly, Shen Xingyue nodded and, together with Song Heng, held the child closer as they began to walk away. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Turning back, they beheld the once orderly banquet now engulfed in chaos. All eyes converged on one focal point, Cui Yoha. It became evident that Cui Yoha had staged this scene, feigning an accident as she knocked a beautifully crafted wine cup from the banquet table to the ground. The crisp sound echoed as wine splattered across her garments. At that moment, Cui Yoha adopted a pitiful demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears as she lamented to the guests hurrying to her aid. Her delicate and exaggerated display evoked sympathy among the onlookers. She continually recounted how Shen Xingyue had deliberately slighted the guests, her words steeped in grievance, as if she bore an unimaginable injustice. Beside her, Su Qingyan offered comfort. Miss Cui, your clothes are soaked. Perhaps I should assist you in changing? Exchanging glances, Cui Yoha replied with feigned hurt. That would be a burden for the second young mistress. Shen Xingyue felt a surge of anger within her, but recognized that this was not the moment to confront the matter. Upon reaching the wet nurse, the child settled down after being fed. Song Heng reassured Shen Xingyue, Do not let your anger harm your health. I will certainly investigate today's events. Su Qingyun led Chui Yoha to the rear courtyard, deliberately walking towards the east wing. Miss Chui, please wait here for a moment while I fetch your clothes. Thank you. Second young mistress, Song Heng replied, accompanying Shen Xingyue back to the courtyard. Prompted by Shen Xingyue, he soon exited the courtyard. However, as he passed the wing, he was halted by Chui Yoha, who purposefully opened the door, calling out, Brother Song Heng, what brings you here? My clothes are wet, and I'm waiting for someone to bring me a change. Then please wait, Song Heng said, preparing to leave. Noticing that Qin Feng and Lei Yun were not following, Chui Yoha stepped forward, embracing his shoulder from behind and resting her head against him. Brother Song Heng, could you not be so indifferent? We used to be so close. Song Heng's body stiffened, and he forcefully pulled her hand away. That was in the past. I am now married. Please do not be so disrespectful, he said, frowning. Chui Yoha's eyes reddened, tears brimming. But you clearly have feelings for me. Why must you treat me this way just because you married her? Brother Song Heng, as long as you wish, I can always be your concubine, yearning only to stay by your side. Song Heng scoffed. I will not take you as a concubine. Do not mention this again. Brother Song Heng, you say you will not take me as a concubine. Are you planning to divorce her and then marry me? Chui Yoha gazed at him with a mix of unwillingness and hope. I will not divorce her, nor will I marry you, Song Heng replied, his expression turning cold. Chui Yoha's gaze darkened. Shen Xingyue, it is because of you that Brother Song Heng treats me this way. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue leaned against the porch, observing the unfolding drama. She had not realized that Chui Yoha was so deeply infatuated. You are the daughter of the Chui family. You should maintain your dignity. I maintain my dignity. I have always liked you. What about you? How can you treat me this way for that wretched woman? Chui Yoha cried out in anger. Shen Xingyue could no longer bear to watch and slowly approached the door of the wing. Oh, Miss Chui, what is this? Husband, this is your fault. Miss Chui has been deeply devoted to you. Why must you reject her so harshly? Shen Xingyue, what are you saying? Song Heng questioned, perplexed by her words. Shen Xingyue smiled softly, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. Dear master, I am merely looking out for you. Miss Chui holds a noble status. If she were to suffer from excessive sorrow due to you, the Song family would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Moreover, if this matter were to spread, people would only say you are heartless and ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Song Heng furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a response. Chui Yoha, believing Shen Xingyue was genuinely aiding her, ceased her weeping and looked at Song Heng with a glimmer of hope. Observing this, Shen Xingyue stifled a cold laugh before continuing. However, the deep bond between you and me, dear master, makes it difficult for me to relinquish you to others. Miss Chui, what do you propose we do? Chui Yoha, upon hearing this, felt her extinguished fury reignite, pointing at Shen Xingyue and cursing, You treacherous woman. It is you who has ensnared Brother Song Heng. Shen Xingyue feigned an air of utmost grievance, lamenting how Miss Chui so unjustly slandered her. She claimed her sole concern was for the young master. Yet she found herself in such a dire predicament. It is indeed true that those we cherish may differ greatly, while those we disdain all share a common demeanor. I have extended you a measure of courtesy this time, but I hope you will exercise greater wisdom in the future. Chapter 27. It is time for the accounts to be settled. Song Heng furrowed his brow and gently admonished Chui Yoha, urging her to cease her unreasonable outbursts. Chui Yoha gazed at Song Heng in disbelief, exclaiming, Brother Song, how could you side with her? At that moment, Su Qingyun approached, trailing behind her mother, Su Lan. Elder brother, today's affair is inherently unjust. Having taken sister-in-law into our home, why provoke Miss Chui of the Chui family, only to invite further trouble? Song Heng's expression darkened. Sister-in-law, refrain from speaking so recklessly. Chui Yoha's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out pitifully, Your words wound me deeply, young master. We were clearly in mutual affection. It is her very presence, that has brought us to this state. How can you be so heartless? Why do you deny it? Song Heng regarded her coldly. Miss Chui, I harbor no romantic feelings towards you, nor have I ever sought to entice you. It is you who persistently entangles yourself with me. What is it that you truly desire? With tears in her eyes and her voice choked with emotion, Chui Yuha implored. Brother Song, how can you speak thus? It is she, pointing at Shen Xingyue, whose arrival has led to this turmoil, standing calmly beside Song Heng. Shen Xingyue displayed an untroubled demeanor. Su Lan, observing from the side, allowed a flicker of satisfaction to cross her features. Rising, she feigned concern, saying, "Do not worry. Miss Kui, I shall certainly report this matter to the prince, ensuring you are not unjustly humiliated." Song Heng scoffed. "Mother, there is no need to trouble father with this matter. I have no romantic entanglements with Miss Chui. There is no humiliation to speak of." Feigning a sigh, Su Lan remarked, "Hunger, how can you be so unfeeling? Miss Chui harbors genuine affection for you. How can you so thoroughly disappoint her?" A glint of coldness flashed in Song Heng's eyes. "Mother, I am fully capable of handling this matter. You need not concern yourself." Seeing this, Chui Yuha wept even more sorrowfully. "Brother Song, how can you be so cruel? We are clearly—" Song Heng interrupted her, saying, "Miss Chui, I implore you to maintain your dignity. I have no connections with you. Please do not continue to pursue me." Chui Yuha's expression shifted, her eyes revealing a flicker of resentment. She turned to Su Lan, her gaze pleading for assistance. Su Lan feigned a sigh once more. "Miss Kui, I will advocate on your behalf. Rest assured, I shall inform the prince and ensure justice is served." After the banquet concluded and Chui Yuha departed, a weirdly perceptible smile graced Su Lan's lips. She understood well that Chui Yuha merely sought to use her to confront Shen Xingyue. Nonetheless, Su Lan was acutely aware that, despite Song Heng's physical limitations, he held significant influence in the court, overshadowing others. If Chui Yuha were to marry into the prince's household, it could disrupt the tranquility of his inner quarters, which could serve as a strategic advantage. Su Lan turned and entered the inner chamber, where she found the prince engrossed in a book. She approached him softly, saying, "Your Highness, regarding the matter between Miss Chui and Heng today, I believe they could be considered childhood sweethearts. If they could be united in a beautiful tale, it would indeed benefit the prince's household." The prince raised his eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at her. "Oh, what prompts such words from you, my lady?" Su Lan inclined her body slightly and spoke softly. "Your Highness, though the Chui family South influence in the court may not rival that of our royal residence, it should not be underestimated. Miss Chui is astute. Should she marry into the household of Heng, it would not only secure the Chui family's allegiance to our house, but also, with her sister, the favored consort Chui, speaking well of Heng in the emperor's ear, it could pave a smoother path for him in the future." The prince set aside his book, his gaze turning stern. "I see that you have thought this through, my lady, but do not delve too deeply into the machinations of the human heart. Heng suffers from a leg ailment, and I do not wish for him to endure further grievances. Moreover, whether Miss Chui's intentions are sincere remains uncertain." Su Lan felt a jolt of alarm and quickly replied, "Your Highness speaks wisely. I merely wish to strategize for our royal house and momentarily lost my composure." The prince waved his hand dismissively. "Let this matter rest. I have my own plans. As for Miss Chui, if her heart truly lies with Heng, we can discuss it in due time. After all, Xingyue has just given birth to a child for our house. We must not risk her feelings." Su Lan acquiesced, secretly vexed by her own impatience and her failure to discern the prince's thoughts. After all, Shen Xingyue was the daughter of the prince's longtime paramour, and he would surely not allow her to suffer any injustices. Su Lan, intent on disturbing her stepson Song Heng's tranquility, found that her previous efforts had borne no fruit. With her own son Song Yu's future threatened, she felt a desperate urgency and resolved to take more drastic measures. After much contemplation, she turned her attention to the tonic originally intended for Song Heng. This vial appeared unremarkable, yet it had been secretly laced with a small amount of poison by Su Lan. Now, to fulfill her intentions, she resolved to significantly increase the dosage of the poison. Meanwhile, the astute Song Heng had already sensed Su Lan's ulterior motives. He accepted the tainted tonic with an impassive demeanor, quietly devising a counter-strategy. It seemed Su Lan could hardly contain her eagerness. "I cannot let her proceed without a response." Song Heng leaned closer to his confidant, Qin Feng, and whispered his instructions. Once everything was arranged, he returned to the main chamber, where Shen Xingyue greeted him, saying, "You've been out early and returning late. You seem quite busy. Is there something you need from me?" "Of course. What is it?" "Your child has reached a month old. When will you fulfill your promised rewards?" "Oh dear, my beloved mother, why are you only thinking of silver? Do you consider me merely a pawn for your monetary gains?" Song Heng raised an eyebrow, not daring to forget. He would ensure the rewards were delivered by tomorrow. Shen Xingyue shot him a glance. "Well, that is more like it." At that moment, Su Lan believed her plan was flawless, eagerly anticipating the turmoil that would ensue once Song Heng consumed the tonic. The thought brought a smirk to her lips, revealing a sinister yet triumphant smile. She could almost envision Song Heng in agony, his face contorted in pain, a scenario that filled her with immense satisfaction and delight. After all, for Su Lan, Song Heng had always been a thorn in her heart. Years ago, she had painstakingly separated Yun Ning from the prince, only to have him return with a child in his arms. In her quest to discreetly eliminate him, she had maintained the facade of a benevolent mother while employing covert tactics, allowing him to live unscathed until now. As she watched him marry and have children, she realized her own son would forever remain in the shadows. Although the prince had yet to propose an heir, the current trajectory suggested that if she did not act swiftly, Yu heir might never have a chance to rise. This thought solidified Su Lan's conviction regarding the necessity of her actions. On a sunlit day, after completing his arduous governmental duties, Song Heng returned to his residence, weary in body. Chapter 28. Song Heng's Countermeasure. As he prepared to enjoy dinner with his family, a sudden wave of metallic sweetness surged, and he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered across the dining table and floor, creating a shocking scene. His complexion turned pale as paper, and he fainted instantly. Those around him were taken aback by this unexpected turn, and the entire dining hall fell into a grave silence. This was soon followed by a cacophony of chaos. Yet amidst the turmoil, one gaze revealed an unmistakable delight, that of Su Lan. She stood quietly to the side, watching as Song Heng collapsed and lost consciousness, inwardly reflecting, "The poison truly worked. My efforts to procure it were not in vain." However, Su Lan's elation was short-lived. Shen Xingyue quickly regained her composure, ordering her servants to carry her husband, Song Heng, into a room while sealing off any news to prevent it from leaking. Subsequently, the prince summoned the imperial physician. After a thorough examination, the physician determined that although the poison was perilous, it was not insurmountable, and he hastily prepared an antidote for Song Heng. Before long, Song Heng stirred back to consciousness. Upon seeing Shen Xingyue's worried expression, he reassured her, "I am fine." Prince Song Jingyan, realizing his son had been poisoned, commanded an investigation, determined to uncover who dared to harm his child. Observing this, Song Heng interjected, "Father, I assure you, I am unharmed. However, my poisoning was not a mere coincidence. I shall uncover the truth," vowed Song Jingyan. Meanwhile, Su Lan, anxiously awaiting the outcome, believed that this time Song Heng was undoubtedly doomed, and her heart brimmed with joy, albeit she had to maintain an appearance of concern. Song Yu shared her sentiments. "Father, I have never been fond of medicine. Since childhood, my meals, tonics, and medicinal dishes have all been overseen by my mother. With this incident, she must be quite worried." Song Heng endeavored to exhibit a demeanor that would incite parental concern and guilt, all the while subtly directing suspicion towards his stepmother, the Su family. Prince Song Jingyan had indeed harbored doubts, yet Su had consistently portrayed the image of a virtuous wife and devoted mother, managing the household with finesse. If she had wished to harm Heng, she likely would have done so long before he brought her into the manor. Witnessing Song Heng's life hanging by a thread, Song Jingyan finally came to a realization and returned to his study, summoning his secret guards to investigate the matter of the eldest son's poisoning. Su Lan and her son watched helplessly as Song Heng once again escaped from the clutches of death. Their hearts ignited like a powder keg, instantaneously erupting with anger and resentment, threatening to engulf everything around them. Su Lan's already sharp and elongated eyes narrowed into a mere slit, exuding a chilling glimmer as she gritted her teeth, fixating on Song Heng in the distance, muttering curses under her breath. How can this wretched man always be so fortunate? The heavens truly are blind. Beside her, her son clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging in his arms, his face contorted with fury as he echoed, "Mother is right." He repeatedly escapes the grasp of death. Could it be that some divine spirit protects him? I cannot accept this. We must devise a way to ensure he vanishes completely. Only then will everything in the Wang residence belong to us. Taking a deep breath, Su Lan's eyes flashed with determination. We must change our approach. The methods we employed before were too overt and easily detected. Now, we must discreetly destroy him. Her son nodded eagerly. In the east courtyard, what performance is this? Shen Xingyue inquired calmly, gazing at the man lying in bed. What? I recall that I have already cured the poison in you. Why do you find yourself in this state today? Unable to conceal the truth from Shen Xingyue, Song Heng confessed. Are you frightened? Do I appear frightened? Speak. Why are you like this today? That individual seems a bit impatient. Are you referring to the one from the main courtyard? Song Heng nodded. A few days ago, she sent a tonic with an increased dosage of poison. If I didn't do this, how could the medicinal effects be apparent? Why does she persistently target us? I am not her biological son. Naturally, she aims to pave the way for her own child. Moreover, our child was born before Songyu. At this point, Song Heng seemed to contemplate something. You must pay close attention to Ner's daily life. Are you worried that she might harm her? That individual is no benevolent soul. Just think of the poison I endured before. No wonder she sent old Madame Li to help me look after the young master. It was all part of her scheme. Old Madame Li? She is the accompanying maid of that individual. Song Heng's expression turned wary. Do not worry. She will not be able to reach the child. We still need to find a reason to send her back to the Su family, Song Heng stated. Understood, I will find a way. After saying this, Shen Xingyue seemed to recall something and continued. Today, I received a letter from the Shen residence, stating that the child has reached his full moon and they wish for me to return with the child. Decide for yourself, Song Heng replied. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xingyue said, I would like to go and take a look. After all, it is my maternal family. My mother's dowry remains in the Shen family. And since they have invited me back, how could I refuse? Gently grasping her hand, Song Heng reassured her, it is fine. Go if you wish. I will arrange for some individuals to secretly protect you and the child. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Shen family to fetch you both. Song Heng appeared as a tender father and loving husband. Shen Xingyue did not decline and nodded gratefully. On the day of her return visit, Shen Xingyue stood before the gates of the Shen residence, gazing at the vermilion doors, her fingertips trembling slightly. The stone lion at the entrance remains as formidable as ever. Yet the gatekeeper has been replaced by a newcomer. She recalls that the previous guardian was Wang Bo, who always greeted her with a warm smile, addressing her as Mississippi. Now, two unfamiliar faces stand before her, their eyes flickering with an indescribable strangeness. Beside her, the maid shouts who gently tugged at her sleeve. Shall we go in? Taking a deep breath, Shen Xingyue ascended the steps. Today, she had deliberately donned the moon-white silk dress that her mother cherished in her lifetime, adorning her hair with a white magnolia hairpin. This was the last piece of jewelry her mother had left her, the sole remnant she could carry away. Young sir, could you kindly announce my presence? Xiaoce stepped forward, yet her words were abruptly interrupted. The master has given strict orders. No guests are to be received today. The gatekeeper replied with a cold expression. Shen Xingyue's heart sank. Her father had clearly promised she could return today. How could he suddenly change his mind? She cast her gaze into the courtyard, faintly hearing the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, along with the melodious laughter of women. Step aside, she declared in a firm tone. I am the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Must I announce my return to my own home? The gatekeeper exchanged glances, poised to obstruct her entry when a gentle voice called from behind. Oh, isn't this Xingyue? What brings you to stand outside? Come in quickly. Turning around, she saw her stepmother, Su Shi, approaching gracefully, dressed in a deep crimson gold-embroidered robe and adorned with pearls and emeralds in her hair. Her well-maintained visage appeared even more radiant. Mother, Shen Xingyue greeted with a slight bow. Su Shi affectionately linked arms with her, saying, Dear child, Why are you being so formal in your own home? Come inside. Your father is waiting for you in his study. As Shen Xingyue was led further in, the air was thick with a heavy scent of cosmetics. This fragrance reminded her of her mother, who had never worn such strong scents, always carrying a subtle hint of medicinal aroma. As they traversed the corridor, she noticed the garden had been entirely transformed. The white plums, her mother's favorites, had been replaced by vibrant peonies, and even the old plum tree that her mother had personally planted was nowhere to be seen. Xingyue, Susi suddenly spoke. I've heard you are faring well in your new household. I haven't had the chance to visit you at the Wang residence due to the busyness of affairs here. Please don't hold it against me. Thanks to my mother's blessings, Shen Xingyue replied coolly. ISNT your hand in all that has transpired? What pretense is this? That is good to hear, Su Shi said, patting her hand. Your mother would be at peace knowing you are well. Shen Xingyue's fingertips trembled. It had only been half a year since her mother's passing, and Su Shi had hastily moved into the main quarters, erasing all traces of her mother. Now, she spoke of her with such indifference. Upon entering the main hall, Su Shi instructed the servants to prepare tea. As Shen Xingyue lifted the teacup, she suddenly detected a faint bitterness. Maintaining her composure, she set the cup down. Mother, your father is busy with official matters in the study and will join us shortly. Su Shi replied with a smile. Do try this tea. It is this year's first harvest of pre-rain Longjing. Shen Xingyue gazed at the tea. I have not been well lately, and the doctor has advised against drinking tea. She pushed the teacup aside. Mother, I have come today for 2 reasons. To see you and father, and to reclaim my mother's dowry. For it is her personal property and rightfully belongs to me. The smile on Su's face faltered momentarily. According to tradition, my mother's dowry should rightfully be inherited by me. Shen Xingyue gazed intently at her. When I married, it was in haste, and I failed to take stock of it. Now that I am settled, it is time to retrieve my mother's belongings. Su set down her teacup and sighed. Xingyue, it is not that your mother is unwilling to give it to you. It is just that your father's words weigh heavily. He believes those items are too precious to be left in the hands of a young lady. So spoke gently. It would be wiser to keep them in the estate until you have established yourself in the Wang residence, and until the child grows older. Mother. Shen Xingyue sprang to her feet. Those are the possessions left to me by my mother. Impudent. A sharp voice echoed from outside. Shen Xingyue turned to see her father. Shen Zhao, striding in, clad in a deep blue robe, his expression was stern. Father, her voice trembled. Is this how you speak to your mother? Shen Zhao replied coldly. It seems that a daughter married off is like water spilled. You no longer understand propriety. Shen Xingyue tightened her grip on her sleeves. But her determination to retrieve her mother's dowry remained steadfast, for it was her last safeguard from her maternal family. Sir, Su interjected, rising to support Shen Zhao. Xingyue is simply anxious. Please do not be angry. Shen Zhao snorted dismissively. Your mother's dowry has been entrusted to Su for safekeeping. If you're in need of money, feel free to ask. Shen Xingyue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She should have anticipated this. Her father was wholly obedient to Su and would not stand by her side. Father, she managed to say, those belong to my mother. Enough. Shen Zhao slammed his hand on the table. If you have come to demand the dowry, please leave. If you are here to visit, engage in proper conversation with your mother. As Shen Xingyue looked upon her father's indifferent face, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She rose slowly and bowed. Is it that father clings to my mother's dowry because the general's residence lacks funds? Or is it that my stepmother is in need of money? Su's complexion shifted rapidly between shades of green and white, while Shen Zhao lashed out with his right hand towards Shen Xingyue. Seeing this, Su feigned maternal concern, saying softly, Sir, please do not be angry. Xingyue is still young and does not understand. Shen Xingyue felt darkness envelop her, followed by the sharp sound of a slap. She staggered back 2 steps, her cheek burning with pain, a taste of blood mingling with the bitterness in her mouth. Miss, Xiao Chui exclaimed, rushing to support her. Shen Xingyue wiped the blood from her lips and coldly regarded Shen Zhao. Is this slap from you meant for this woman? Shen Zhao's face turned ashen, his right hand trembling slightly. Unfilial daughter. Sir, please calm your anger. Su quickly approached, feigning persuasion. Xingyue is young and naive. Do not stoop to her level. Shen Xingyue looked at Su's hypocritical face and suddenly smiled. The stepmother is indeed correct. I am rather naive. I fail to comprehend why, upon my mother's departure, you were so eager to move into the main residence. I do not understand why, upon your arrival, my mother's cherished white plum tree was uprooted. And I am utterly perplexed as to how my mother, who had always been in good health, succumbed to complications during childbirth. What nonsense are you spouting? Su's expression shifted dramatically. Shen Zhao was equally taken aback. Xingyue, cease your words. Shen Zhao interjected sternly. Your mother perished due to childbirth complications. Do not speak such absurdities. Shen Xingyue gazed at her father, suddenly feeling an unsettling strangeness about the man before her. How could her mother, who was always vigorous, suddenly fall gravely ill during childbirth? Shen Xingyue pressed on relentlessly. Why were you absent when she was gravely ill? Why did you refuse to see her one last time before her death? Shen Zhao staggered back a step, his complexion paling. Su, noticing this, hastily supported him. My lord, do not heed her nonsense. Sister was merely... Silence. Shen Zhao abruptly shook off Su's hand, fixing an intense gaze on Shen Xingyue. What do you know? Su, witnessing this, exhibited a flicker of panic, quickly regaining her composure. My lord, sister passed away when Xingyue was just born. Perhaps someone has been whispering in her ear. Shen Zhao's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, rendered speechless. Su, perceiving his condition, stepped forward. Xingyue, listen to me. Be silent. Shen Xingyue retorted fiercely. I wish to hear my father speak. Shen Zhao staggered back until he collided with the armchair behind him, finally coming to a halt. He slowly sat down. I have nothing to say. Chapter 30. I only wish to retrieve my mother's dowry. If you have nothing to say, then what about you? Shen Xingyue abruptly turned, her piercing gaze fixed on Su. My mother was always in good health. How could she have faced complications during childbirth? You must have had a hand in this. Su's expression shifted. How could I harm your mother? Shen Zhao suddenly rose, declaring it disrespectful. Father. Shen Xingyue wept profusely. How could you treat my mother so heartlessly? Just 1 month after her arrival, you welcomed this woman into your home, while you stood by and watched my mother be schemed against, ultimately losing her life. Why do you treat her this way? Silence. Shen Zhao interrupted sharply. Your mother died due to complications in childbirth. This is what the doctor stated. Shen Xingyue looked at her father, wiped her tears, and coldly replied. Very well, since you insist on protecting this venomous woman, I shall have no further words. However, today I must reclaim my mother's dowry. She turned to Su, whose complexion paled drastically. She realized that the current state of the general's residence was but a hollow shell. Despite Shen Zhao's title, he had no military accomplishments to speak of. The once grand residence was now in financial disarray, and should the dowry of Zhao Yining be surrendered, maintaining the estate would indeed become exceedingly difficult. Shen Xingyue observed the fluctuating expression on Su's face, a smirk forming within her heart. She had long surmised the plight of the general's residence. Her father had been consumed by indulgence, neglecting state affairs, with the household's expenses entirely reliant on her mother's dowry. Now that her mother was gone, and with Su being extravagant, the general's residence was already on the brink of financial ruin. Father, she turned to Shen Zhao. Do you believe that with your meager salary, you can support this entire household? I wonder how much of my mother's dowry remains. Shen Xingyue remarked with a cold smile. Shen Zhao observed his daughter's demeanor towards him today, feeling quite irked. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Father, my desires are simple. I merely wish to reclaim my mother's dowry. Do not presume that your marriage into the Wang family elevates your status. Your husband, though he possesses some merit in court, has yet to be officially recognized as the heir by the prince. Ultimately, despite bearing him a child, you remain merely a woman. If you think to retrieve your mother's dowry, you may be overly ambitious. In the shadows, the concealed guard sent by Song Heng to protect Shen Xingyue, upon witnessing this exchange, dispatched a message to Song Heng. Seeing that Shen Zhao was unwilling to yield, Shen Xingyue felt a sense of tedium wash over her. Embracing her child and taking the gift she had brought, she turned and exited the general's residence. The original owner's father was indeed impervious to reason. One could only wonder what had drawn the original owner's mother to this man in the past. After a visit to the Shen residence, Shen Xingyue returned with a heart full of indignation, everything around her appearing unbearably irritating. When had she ever endured such humiliation? With her child in her arms, she walked briskly along the path back to her home. The gentle spring sunlight bathed her, yet it failed to dispel the chill within her heart. The infant in her embrace seemed to sense her turmoil, twisting restlessly and emitting faint whimpers. "Miss, please take care. Slow your pace," Xiao Chui gasped, trailing behind her, wary of her stumbling. Only then did Shen Xingyue moderate her pace, glancing down at the child. The little one gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes, a look so pure that it softened her heart. "Dear little one," she murmured softly, her fingers gently caressing the child's delicate cheek. This child was her sole solace in this world, and the reason she must remain steadfast. Upon returning home, Shen Xingyue entrusted the child to the wet nurse and proceeded directly to her study. She needed to contemplate her forthcoming course of action. In the study, she retrieved the account book her mother had left behind, a gift discreetly bestowed upon her by her mother's accompanying maid when she had left home. She flipped through the pages, each filled with meticulous handwriting chronicling her mother's contributions to the general's household over the years. Every expenditure was clearly documented, down to the monthly wages for the servants. "Miss, Xiao Chui brings you a bowl of lotus seed soup. You have not eaten since morning. You ought to have something to sustain you," Xiao Chui announced as she entered. Shen Xingyue accepted the bowl, but found her appetite lacking. She set the account book aside and walked to the window. Outside, several white plums were blooming beautifully. She wondered why there were white plums in the eastern courtyard. The maid had said that her mother loved white plums in life, as they bloomed alone in the cold, embodying resilience. "Xiao Chui," she suddenly spoke, "please inquire about the whereabouts of Granny Sunday." "Of course, miss," Xiao Chui replied before departing. Gazing at the white plums outside, Shen Xingyue's mind began to sharpen with resolve. Since her father remained obstinately ignorant, she would have to rely on herself. She was determined to reclaim her mother's dowry, not only for herself but also for her child. Just as her thoughts began to drift, Song Heng hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, his gaze locking onto the pensive woman before him, as if something had seized his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Shen Xingyue, upon hearing the noise, poked her head out and inquired, "Why have you returned so early today? How was your day?" However, Song Heng did not respond to her question. Instead, he asked on his own, "Let's not discuss it. I am filled with ire." Why? I have encountered shameless individuals, but I have never witnessed such blatant audacity, calculating a woman's dowry, truly a despicable man. Are you referring to my father? A worthless father, merely a man living off a woman's dowry. Shen Xingyue, in her fury, spoke without restraint, entirely oblivious to the fact that the contemptible man she spoke of was indeed her own father. Song Heng observed the woman, who was unrestrained in her anger, and thought to himself how intriguing she was to speak of her father in such a manner. Even if he was not favored, he was still an elder, distinct from ordinary women. "What are you staring at?" Shen Xingyue, having vented her frustration, noticed Song Heng's keen interest in her and asked, "Nothing. I simply find your outburst rather amusing." "Is that so? Men in this world are truly the same at their core, regardless of appearances. Am I included in that? Hard to say. If your little mistress returns, this household shall be much the same." Song Heng chuckled at her remark, prompting her to ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Just a thought," he replied. "Do not assume that you genuinely care for us. Once Miss Chui steps through the door, you may reveal your true self." Upon hearing Shen Xingyue mention Chui Yoha again, Song Heng's expression shifted, his smile vanishing as he adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "I will never take a concubine." Such words sound pleasing, yet I would trust a man's words as much as believing that piglets can climb trees. It is far more practical. Chapter 31. Why does she still wish to leave? Song Heng, frustrated, thought, "Am I truly so unworthy of reliance?" "Song Heng," she continued, "were you not appointed the general of the town? Why not relocate and live separately? It would be better than being schemed against by your stepmother and her son." Taken aback by the question, Song Heng found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Is living in this royal residence truly unbearable? Not exactly. It is just that I am somewhat narrow-minded. I fear that one day I might tear the facade and it would become difficult to coexist." Ah, I did not expect my wife to possess such depth. How intriguing. But do not be overly concerned. I have no affection for that mother and son. Had it not been for my father's declining age, I would have sought to leave long ago. Indeed, you mention your father's age. Why has he not petitioned the emperor to establish the heir? Is the choice between you and Song Yu truly so challenging? At this question, Song Heng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his gaze. He remained silent for a moment, seeming to ponder how best to respond. "I cannot fathom my father's thoughts," he finally said, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Perhaps he believes the time is not yet ripe, or perhaps he is weighing some considerations." "Weighing?" she queried, puzzled. "You and Song Yu are both his sons. What is there to deliberate? You are the eldest, having achieved remarkable military accomplishments and been granted the title of general of the town. By all rights, the position of heir should belong to you." Song Heng offered a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "Things are not so simple. Although Song Yu may not possess the achievements I have in the court, he is, after all, the son of my stepmother, who has wielded considerable influence in the household for many years. Perhaps my father is also mindful of her feelings and wishes to avoid unnecessary conflicts within the residence." Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brow, her tone laced with a hint of discontent. "But if this drags on, wouldn't it be unfair to you? You have sacrificed so much for this family and the court. Must you really forfeit what rightfully belongs to you due to your stepmother's schemes?" Song Heng gazed at her, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes as he gently clasped her hand. "My dear, I truly did not anticipate your concern for me. However, the position of heir is not of utmost importance to me." She sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. "Yet the tree wishes to remain still while the wind does not cease. You may not desire to contend, but others will not let you off so easily. We both understand the intentions of your stepmother and Song Yu. They will not relent easily." Song Heng nodded, his expression growing increasingly grave. "You are right. Nevertheless, my dear, rest assured that I will act with discernment and will not simply sit idly by." She regarded Song Heng, determination flashing in her eyes. "That is well. If I were to depart one day, I would not need to worry about Song. Do we have any further inquiries?" Song Heng engaged in a lively conversation with Shen Xingyue. "When shall we part ways?" Shen Xingyue finally mustered the courage to ask after a prolonged silence. Upon hearing her words, Song Heng was taken aback. "Why are you still contemplating separation? We had agreed that after I cured you, we would part ways. It seems I never consented to that. Moreover, we now have a child. Will you abandon him? And what of your mother's dowry?" At his words, Shen Xingyue paused her movements. Indeed, she had a child and had used the body of the original owner. She must seek justice for her and her mother. The recent visit to the Shen family had left her exasperated, to the point where she hadn't even managed to visit the elderly grandmother who had always protected her. Hearing Shen Xingyue's desire for separation once more felt like a heavy stone lodged in Song Heng's heart. Had he truly developed feelings for this woman? Looking at the man before her, Shen Xingyue inquired, "When will you agree to our separation? Is it only when all these matters have settled?" "Observe my mood," he replied. "Before that, you need only fulfill your role as the eldest lady of the household without restraint. If you truly find it unbearable in the Wang residence, I shall discuss with my father the possibility of relocating." "Are you saying you would move out for me? Does that mean I could interpret it as moving out so I wouldn't have to visit Su Lan daily, nor concern myself with the household accounts?" "If you wish to move out, that is certainly permissible, but you must never again mention the matter of separation." "Why? Have you developed feelings for me?" Song Heng's expression shifted slightly. "Stop overthinking," he retorted before turning away in his wheelchair to depart. Shen Xingyue beheld the man, who had never displayed such bashfulness before, and smiled in surprise. She had not anticipated that he possessed such a shy side. Yet, his unwillingness to part ways left her in a quandary. Must she truly endure a lifetime of contention within this household? "Oh heavens, why do you torment me so?" Upon entering the study, Song Heng found Qin Feng and Lei Yin already in attendance. Have you made any progress on the matters I tasked you with? Young master, after a period of discreet inquiries, it has been confirmed that the young madam is indeed the daughter of General Shen. However, she has not been favored within the household. Ever since her stepmother, Madame Su, took charge, the young madam has resided in the old lady's courtyard, being raised under her care. Is there nothing else of note? Nothing out of the ordinary, except that the young madam is inherently timid, despite the old lady's frequent guidance. She has only managed to grasp about 70 to 80% of what was taught, leaving the old lady at a loss. Is there any indication that she has sought instruction in medicine? None. The information I gathered did not suggest that the young madam possesses any medical skills. Intriguing. The current Shen Xingyue you have investigated bears little resemblance to the person we know. Do you believe a person's true nature can change so readily? Surely not. Qin Feng and Lei Yin replied in unison. Now that we have confirmed her identity as Shen Zhao's daughter, it could mean she is merely concealing her talents within the Shen residence. Since she harbors no ill intent towards me, you are to relay this information and continue to observe her discreetly. Understood. Standing in the courtyard, Su Lan delicately held a freshly picked flower. A subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pride. She had long been aware of Shen Xingyue's return to the Shen family today and knew that Song Heng had not accompanied her. The thought of Shen Xingyue facing the cold disdain and humiliation of her family alone filled Su Lan with an inexplicable sense of delight. Ah, Shen Xingyue, today is your day of reckoning, she murmured to herself, her tone laced with sarcasm. What does it matter that you bore a young master? You still returned in such a pitiful state, and Song Heng couldn't even be bothered to accompany you. It seems you hold little significance in his heart. As she gently played with the flower petals, her gaze deepened with contemplation. Ever since Shen Xingyue married into the Wang family, Su Lan had harbored a lingering resentment towards her. Although she maintained a facade of politeness, she could never quite quell her feelings of discontent. Chapter 32. So fond of a dog catching a mouse? At this moment, Cui Yoha had accepted Su Qingyun's invitation to visit the estate. As she passed through the courtyard, she happened upon the lost-in-thought Su Lan, and the two exchanged polite greetings. Cui Yoha offered a gentle smile and remarked quietly to Su Qingyun, "It seems Madame Su has something on her mind." The two approached and, with a slight bend of their knees, respectfully greeted her. "Madame Su, we hope you are well. The weather is lovely today. Why are you alone here admiring the flowers?" Su Lan, drawn back to reality by their voices, looked up to see Cui Yoha and Su Qingyun, her face instantly adorned with a gentle smile. "Ah, it is Yoha and Qingyun. What brings you here?" Su Qingyun replied with a smile. "We found ourselves free today, so I invited Yoha to spend some time at the estate." A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Su Lan's eyes, quickly masked by her demeanor. With a mild smile and warm tone, she suggested, "If you have no other business, why not join me for a chat?" Cui Yoha noticed the subtle shift in Su Lan's tone and felt a twinge of curiosity, yet maintained her cheerful facade. Of course, it would be our honor to converse with Madame Su. Thus, the three settled around a stone table in the courtyard, while maidservants brought forth tea and snacks. Su Lan lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip, seemingly casually inquiring, "Yuhi, I have no objections regarding your relationship with Song Heng, but you are aware that Henger is not my biological child. There are certain matters I cannot press too firmly." Cui Yuhi paused for a moment, then smiled. "It's of no concern. I believe Brother Song Heng still holds me in his heart. It's just that he is hindered by that wretched Shen Xingyue." Su Lan chuckled softly, her tone imbued with a hint of meaning. "Is that so? Then I shall eagerly await the tea you offer me." Su Qingyun, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and feigned concern. "I have heard that sister has faced grievances upon returning to the Shen family. Shouldn't we pay her a visit?" Su Lan waved her hand dismissively, her tone nonchalant. "Very well. You young ones share a good rapport. It is only right to visit. However, she is now the young mistress of the Wang residence, and certain matters should be handled by her own accord. She cannot rely on others for everything." After a while, Cui Yuhi and Su Qingyun rose to take their leave. Su Lan did not insist they stay longer, merely reminding her to visit the residence often. Once outside the courtyard, Su Qingyun whispered to Cui Yuhi, "Do you not feel that my mother rather likes you?" Cui Yuhi nodded. "As the daughter of a minister, my status is elevated, and my sister is the emperor's beloved consort, who is now with child. In terms of rank, how could Shen Xingyue possibly compare?" Upon hearing Cui Yuhi's words, a flicker of complex emotions passed through Su Qingyun's eyes, but was quickly concealed. She gently linked her arm with Cui Yuhi's, her tone soft. "What you say is true, dear sister. Your status is indeed unparalleled. However, we cannot too hastily speculate on my elder brother's feelings. After all, he is married to Shen Xingyue and has a young son. Their bond may run deeper than we perceive." Cui Yuhi scoffed, a note of disdain in her voice. "Feelings? Brother Song Heng only married her to appease the old prince. If she hadn't employed some underhanded means, how could he have ever looked her way? A daughter of the Shen family, who is not favored, has no right to stand by his side." Seeing Cui Yuhi agitated, Su Qingyun quickly reassured her, "Sister, do not be upset. We shall take our time. Now that you have gained my mother's favor, your standing in the household will naturally rise. As for Shen Xingyue, if she possesses any sense, she should realize she is unworthy to contend with you." Cui Yuhi's expression softened slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "You are right, second young mistress. Why should I stoop to her level? As long as Brother Song Heng holds me in his heart, no matter how Shen Xingyue stirs, she remains but a mere jester." Su Qingyun nodded, a glimmer of depth in her eyes. "Nonetheless, Miss Cui, you must exercise caution. Although Shen Xingyue's background may not rival yours, she is the legitimate wife and has a young son by her side. We cannot afford to be careless." Cui Yuhi laughed lightly, confidence lacing her voice. "Do not worry, sister. I know my boundaries. If she remains within her limits, I might tolerate her. But should she overstep, she must not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As they conversed, they made their way towards Shen Xingyue's courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Cui Yuhi paused, adjusted her attire, and donned a composed smile. "Let's go and see what grievances this young mistress has suffered today." Su Qingyun nodded slightly, following Cui Yuhi into the eastern courtyard. Upon entering, they spotted Shen Xingyue sitting by the window, engrossed in a book, her expression somewhat dazed. Hearing their footsteps, she lifted her gaze, and upon recognizing Cui Yuhi and Su Qingyun, managed to force a faint smile. "What brings you here?" Cui Yuhi stepped forward, her tone laced with concern. "I heard that you faced some grievances upon returning to the Shen family today, so we came to check on you. Are you all right?" Shen Xingyue shook her head, her voice flat. "It's nothing serious. There's no need for you to worry." Su Qingyun interjected with a smile, "Sister, there's no need to be so polite. We are all family. If you're facing any difficulties, feel free to share, and we can find a solution together." Shen Xingyue glanced at Su Qingyun, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features, quickly masked by her composure. She replied softly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly am fine. If you have no other matters, you may return. I do not entertain guests." Seeing Shen Xingyue's cold demeanor, Cui Yuhi felt a twinge of discontent, but maintained her smile. "Sister, you certainly hold yourself in high regard. One might think you are the mistress of this royal residence. Since you do not welcome us, we shall not impose further. I have no sister. Your constant references to sister are rather grating. Next time, it would be more suitable to address me as the second young madam." She added, "Farewell." Once outside the courtyard, Cui Yuhi's expression darkened instantly, and she whispered to Su Qingyun, "Did you see how she acted? Clearly, she looks down on us, just because she faced a little grievance. She assumes this lofty demeanor. It's truly laughable." Su Qingyun gently patted Cui Yuhi's hand, her tone soothing. "Miss Cui, do not be upset. She is evidently in a bad mood. We need not stoop to her level." Despite Su Qingyun's comforting words, Cui Yuhi's expression remained grim, laced with sarcasm. "In a bad mood? Huh. What gives Shen Xingyue the right to act superior before us? She is merely leveraging her connection to Brother Song Heng and truly believes herself to be the matriarch of this royal household." Noticing Cui Yuhi's rising agitation, Su Qingyun quickly urged, "Miss Cui, let's not act rashly. After all, she is currently the legitimate wife of our elder brother and has the young master by her side. If we confront her directly, it would only reflect poorly on us. It is better to hold our tongues for now. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Chapter 33. Are you truly doing this for her benefit? Chui Yoha scoffed, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Endure? I cannot. What gives Shen Xingyue the right to put on airs in front of me? I, Chui Yoha, am a daughter of the minister's family, and my sister is a favored concubine of the emperor. What right does a disregarded daughter of the Shen family have to be so haughty before me? Seeing Chui Yoha increasingly agitated, Su Qingyan quickly grasped her hand, soothing her in a low voice. Miss Chui, let us remain calm. Her attitude today is likely due to some provocation. We need not stoop to her level. Besides, since you have garnered my mother's favor, you will have plenty of opportunities to approach my elder brother in the future. Chui Yoha, upon hearing this, felt a slight easing of her demeanor, though her tone still held a hint of reluctance. You are right, second young madam. I need not lower myself to her standards. Her demeanor today was simply unbearable. Su Qingyun smiled faintly, a glimmer of profound meaning flashing in her eyes. Miss Chui, rest assured, no matter how arrogant Shen Xingyue may be, she is merely an uncherished one. As long as we plan carefully, there will be ample opportunities for her to realize who truly commands authority in this royal residence. Chui Yoha nodded, a hint of coldness flickering in her gaze. You are right. I shall see how long she can maintain her arrogance. As they conversed, they strolled towards the courtyard's exit. Chui Yoha's expression gradually regained its composure, yet her mind was secretly calculating her next steps. She glanced upwards at the distant sky, the corners of her mouth subtly curling upward, as if she could already envision the future she desired. Shen Xingyue, how much longer do you think you can revel in your triumph? Chui Yoha murmured softly, her tone tinged with coldness. One day, I will make you understand who truly deserves to stand beside Brother Songhong. Su Qingyun, overhearing Chui Yoha's words, displayed a fleeting complexity in her expression, though she swiftly concealed it. Gently, she linked her arm with Chui Yoha's and spoke softly. Miss Chui, let us return. There's no need to dwell on today's events. Chui Yoha nodded, and together they exited the courtyard. Their figures gradually faded at the end of the corridor, leaving only a gentle breeze that seemed to carry away their whispers and schemes. In the main hall of the Shen family, the atmosphere was rather tense. Shen Zhao sat in the main seat with a sullen expression, while Su Shi softly offered words of comfort. My lord, do not be so angered. Since marrying into the royal residence, Xingyue has never returned home to visit us. Had it not been for your personal letter urging her to bring the child back, we might not have seen her for many years. Yet, upon her return, she audaciously demanded her mother's dowry. It is truly outrageous. I never expected that, even as a mother, she remains so thoughtless. As Su Shi spoke, she discreetly observed Shen Zhao's expression. Shen Zhao's brows were furrowed tightly, his eyes burning with anger, clearly displeased with his daughter Shen Xingyue's behavior. Meanwhile, Su Shi secretly reveled in her cunning, knowing her words would further infuriate Shen Zhao, making Shen Xingyue appear even more insignificant in her father's eyes. Standing behind Su Shi, Shen Ning chimed in. Sister was utterly excessive today. How could she treat father in such a manner? Indeed, no elder should be treated so disrespectfully. Had I been home today, I would never allow her to behave this way toward father. Shen Jun exclaimed in indignation, just as the family launched their verbal assault on Shen Xingyue. Grandmother Yang entered the main hall slowly. Her expression was calm, and after surveying the room with a resolute gaze, she took her seat at the head. Shen Zhao, Su Shi, and the two children, Shen Ning and Shen Jun, bowed respectfully to the matriarch. Once seated, Grandmother Yang's eyes swept across the faces before her, ultimately resting on Shen Zhao, her voice steady yet laced with undeniable authority. I have heard that there was quite an unpleasant commotion upon Xingyue's return today. Upon hearing his mother's inquiry, Shen Zhao stepped forward, his tone imbued with resentment. Mother, that child Xingyue was utterly out of line today. Not only did she show me disrespect upon her return, but she also publicly challenged me, completely disregarding her elders. Seeing the situation, Su quickly chimed in. Indeed, grandmother. Xingyue has indeed been rather thoughtless today. After returning home, she did not even offer a single greeting and spoke disrespectfully to our Lord, which is truly disheartening. Shen Ning and Shen Xingyue also voiced their indignation, saying, "Grandmother, our sister has gone too far today. As her younger siblings, we can no longer stand by." Listening to their words, Yang's expression remained calm. She raised her hand slightly, signaling for silence. With a measured tone imbued with deeper meaning, she began. "I have watched that child, Xingyue, grow since childhood, and I understand her disposition. Though somewhat headstrong, she is by no means ignorant of propriety. There must be underlying reasons for today's events." Upon hearing this, Shun Zhao furrowed his brows tighter, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. "Mother, what do you mean? Are you implying that I have wronged her?" Yang cast a glance at Shun Zhao, her tone still serene. "Zhao, as her father, should you not extend her more understanding and tolerance? As family, rather than expressing concern for her, you are here to criticize her. Is this how a family ought to behave?" Su, upon hearing Yang's words, slightly changed color and hurriedly explained, "Grandmother, we are merely concerned. After all, Xingyue is a daughter of the Shun family. Her actions reflect upon our family's reputation. We are worried that she may lose her decorum in front of outsiders, which is why we are so anxious." Yang regarded Su with a meaningful glance, her tone subtly pointed. "Su, although you are Xingyue's stepmother, you are also the mistress of this general's residence. In principle, you should be more attentive to her. Over the years, this child has rarely been seen outside my courtyard. You sent her off to the princess residence without even a word of discussion." Su was caught off guard by Yang's remarks, momentarily at a loss for words. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with grievance. "Grandmother, you are being unfair. I have always treated Xingyue as my own. It is just that her disposition is stubborn. And marrying her off to the prince's residence was for her own good." "For her good? Why did you not send Shen Ning instead?" Yang chose not to elaborate further, merely sighing softly as her gaze shifted to Shun Zhao. "Zhao, Xingyue is your daughter. Today, as she returns to the Shun family, should you not take the time to care for her and cherish this rare opportunity for father and daughter to reunite?" Shen Zhao felt a pang of shame at his mother's words, lowering his head in silence for a moment before slowly responding. "You are right, mother. I have been neglectful." Chapter 34. The cat swaps. The Prince Yang nodded, a hint of resignation in her voice. In a family, mutual understanding and tolerance are paramount. If you continue to be at odds with one another, how can this home ever be harmonious? Hearing Yang's words, everyone lowered their heads, falling silent. Though Su felt dissatisfaction in her heart, she dared not speak further and simply stood quietly to the side. Observing that the dispute had ceased, Yang gradually rose, her tone carrying an air of authority. "Very well, let this matter conclude here. If there is nothing else, you may all return." Shun Zhao nodded respectfully. "Yes, mother." Yang acknowledged him with a nod and turned to leave the main hall. As the matriarch departed, everyone else also began to disperse. Su glanced at Shun Zhao's retreating figure, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes, while her mind secretly calculated her next moves. She understood that although today's matter had temporarily subsided, Shen Xingyue's position in the old lady's heart remained unshaken. She needed to devise a strategy to completely eradicate Shen Xingyue's foothold within the Shen family. Time swiftly passed, and several months flew by. Now, Song had begun to take his first unsteady steps. His tiny figure wobbled as he walked, each step brimming with curiosity and a desire to explore the world. Since becoming a mother, Shen Xingyue had devoted herself entirely to caring for her precious son in the eastern courtyard. She was acutely aware that entrusting the child's care to others would likely hinder his development. Thus, she attended to every aspect of his upbringing personally, never delegating to anyone else. In doing so, Su Lan found herself with no opportunity to intervene or scheme. For Shen Xingyue guarded her child so meticulously that no ill-intentioned person could find a foothold. Days turned into weeks, and though the journey was arduous, witnessing her child's healthy and joyful growth made Shen Xingyue feel that every effort was worthwhile. In the palace of storing elegance, it was said that the favored consort Chui was now heavily pregnant, nearing her time of delivery. Naturally, Lord Chui was filled with anxiety. for this event would determine the future fate of their family. Consequently, he discreetly instructed his subordinates to prepare for both outcomes. Should consort Shui successfully give birth to a prince, joy would abound, and their family status in the court would undoubtedly ascend. Conversely, should misfortune yield a princess, they would resort to the underhanded scheme of substituting the child. This so-called substitution involved seizing the opportunity during the chaos of childbirth to stealthily replace the newborn girl with a pre-prepared male infant. In doing so, they could proclaim that consort Shui had given birth to a dragon son, thereby solidifying their power and influence in the court. However, while the scheme was clever, its execution was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin, plunging the Shui family into an irreparable abyss, and even risking their lives. Therefore, meticulous planning and careful arrangements were imperative, allowing for no margin of error. After much deliberation, Lord Shui meticulously selected several trusted and loyal confidants to oversee this crucial task. Among them was an astute man named Uncle Fu, known for his meticulousness and cautious demeanor. Before the operation commenced, Uncle Fu had taken the precaution of dispatching his subordinates to conduct a thorough search around the capital, seeking suitable male infants. After extensive investigation and careful selection, they finally focused their attention on a destitute family living on the outskirts of the city. It turned out that this family had just welcomed a baby boy, and before they could fully savor the joy of new life, they were abruptly thrust into a calamity. Just after the child made his entrance into the world, a pack of ruthless thugs, under the command of the cunning Fu Bo, stormed into the home like ferocious wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, they forcibly seized the helpless infant from his mother's embrace. Witnessing this inhumane scene, the couple was engulfed in despair, their cries echoing with heart-wrenching anguish. Despite their desperate pleas, the callous intruders showed no mercy, turning their backs and departing with the child, leaving the distraught couple crumpled on the floor, tears streaming down their faces. In the delivery room of the noble concubine Shui, tension filled the air as the atmosphere bustled with activity. Palace maidens scurried in and out. Midwives whispered amongst themselves, while imperial physicians stood ready at the side. Concubine Shui, drenched in sweat and ashen in complexion, clutched the bed linens tightly, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Finally, a baby's cry shattered the tension, and a collective sigh of relief filled the room. "Congratulations, Your Highness. It's a little prince." The midwife carefully presented the infant before concubine Shui, her face radiant with joy. With great effort, concubine Shui opened her eyes, managing a faint smile as she reached out to touch the child's face. However, at that very moment, Fu Bo and his accomplices stealthily infiltrated the delivery room as per their premeditated scheme. Swift and discreet, they seized the opportunity while everyone was distracted to switch the baby the midwife held. Unaware of the deception, the midwife continued to present the infant to concubine Shui, saying, "Your Highness, look how adorable your little prince is." Concubine Shui strained to focus her blurred vision on the child, but could only vaguely discern a small bundle. She nodded gently, her voice barely a whisper. "Well done. You shall be rewarded." After completing their mission, Fu Bo and his cohorts hastily exited the delivery room, as if they had never been there. The others in the room remained blissfully unaware, still enveloped in joy, oblivious to the recent treachery. Meanwhile, Fu Bo and his men successfully extricated the true princess from the palace, handing her over to a prearranged accomplice. The accomplice received the baby and whispered to Fu Bo, "Rest assured, we will care for her well and ensure no one uncovers the truth." Fu Bo nodded, his tone chillingly resolute. "Remember, this matter must remain a secret. The consequences, as you are aware, will be dire." The accomplice hastily agreed. Yes, we understand." Without uttering another word, Fu Bo turned and vanished into the night, his figure quickly swallowed by the shadows. Back in the delivery room, concubine Shui had succumbed to a deep slumber. The palace maidens gently cradled the supposed little prince aside, commencing the ritual of cleansing and swaddling. The midwife cautioned softly, "Be careful. This is the little prince of the esteemed concubine. We must ensure nothing goes awry." The maidens nodded vigorously, their movements becoming increasingly delicate. Yet, Unbeknownst to them, the infant in their arms was no true prince but a mere ordinary boy, swapped in deception. Chapter 35. The seeds of suspicion and schemes outside concubine Shui's chambers. The emperor anxiously awaited news. Upon hearing the cries from the delivery room, a joyful expression illuminated his face. She has given birth. The concubine has delivered. A nearby eunuch promptly stepped forward, respectfully proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The concubine has birthed a little prince." Upon hearing the news, the emperor's smile deepened. "A little prince? Excellent, splendid. At last, I have another son." He was eager to enter the delivery room, but was halted by a eunuch. "Your Majesty, the chamber has yet to be prepared. Please wait a moment before entering." The emperor nodded, his joy tempered by a hint of caution. After all, the investigation he had ordered had yet to yield any results. Thus, he adhered to protocol, pacing outside the chamber rather than rushing inside. At that moment, the delivery room was finally ready, and a palace maid came to summon the emperor. He hurried inside, where he found consort Shui weakly reclining on the couch, cradling the newborn prince. The emperor sat beside her, gently taking her hand and speaking softly. "My beloved consort, you have worked hard." Yet, beneath his tender facade lay a flicker of doubt. Noticing the emperor's unusual demeanor, the consort felt a wave of anxiety and softly inquired, "Your Majesty, is something amiss?" After a brief silence, the emperor replied, "It is nothing. My dear consort, rest well. Once you have regained your strength, I shall arrange a grand banquet for you and our little prince." As his words concluded, consort Shui, though still harboring concerns, merely nodded and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I will take good care of myself." The emperor gently patted her hand, his gaze returning to the sleeping infant. The little prince, with his eyes closed, appeared blissfully unaware, his cherubic face glowing with health. The emperor felt a swell of tenderness, yet the undercurrent of doubt remained. He rose and instructed the attending maids and eunuchs, "Care for the consort and the young prince diligently. Should anything go awry, I shall not be merciful." The group quickly knelt, responding with reverence, "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor nodded and turned to leave the delivery room. As he stepped outside, his expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He spoke softly to his trusted eunuch beside him, "Convey my orders, expedite the investigation into that matter, and uncover the truth without delay." The eunuch bowed in compliance. "I shall obey your command." The emperor took a deep breath and gazed towards the distant palace walls, aware that the winds of change within the palace could stir tumultuous waves with the slightest disturbance. The birth of this little prince might herald new uncertainties. Meanwhile, within the delivery room, consort Shui gently stroked the infant in her arms, yet a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. She recalled the emperor's earlier expression, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Quietly, she instructed her close maid, "Go and inquire if anything unusual has transpired." The maid nodded and discreetly exited. Consort Shui's brow furrowed slightly. The young prince remained blissfully asleep, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding them. With a soft sigh, her fingers absent-mindedly caressed the swaddling cloth. Although the emperor had outwardly shown warmth and concern, she had keenly perceived the fleeting chill in his demeanor. Could it be that he truly sensed something? Consort qui pondered, her mind drifting back to a fateful night months prior. That evening, she had conspired with her trusted maid, taking risks to solidify her standing within the palace. Now, with the successful arrival of the little prince, it should have been a moment of joy, yet the emperor's attitude instilled a quiet dread. "My lady, do not be overly concerned," the personal maid whispered gently, seeking to comfort the distressed concubine Shui. The emperor dotes on the young prince. Surely, there is nothing amiss. Concubine Shui managed a faint smile, yet her heart remained heavy with anxiety. She understood that the court's intrigues never ceased, especially concerning issues of the heir. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Meanwhile, the emperor had returned to the study, seated upon the dragon throne, his fingers lightly drumming against the table surface. His gaze profound. A trusted eunuch stood cautiously by, awaiting further commands. "What have you discovered?" The emperor inquired coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Your Majesty, Song Heng responded promptly with a bow. I have dispatched individuals to expedite the investigation. Yet thus far, there is no concrete evidence. However, I have noted that several maidservants close to the concubine exhibit suspicious behavior, particularly her most trusted attendant, who has made numerous contacts with an outside medical establishment. The emperor's expression hardened abruptly, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping, slowly forming a fist. After a moment of silence, he instructed in a hushed tone, "Continue the investigation. It is imperative to uncover their true intentions. Furthermore, keep a close watch on concubine Shui. Any sign of unusual activity must be reported immediately." "Yes, I understand," Song Heng replied respectfully before withdrawing from the chamber. Alone in the study, the emperor gazed pensively out at the palace walls. His heart was torn between affection for the young prince and suspicion towards concubine Shui. He was acutely aware that the palace was anything but tranquil, particularly regarding the heir. Even the slightest disturbance could incite tremendous upheaval. "What secrets are you concealing, concubine Shui? What connection do you have with the missing guard?" He muttered softly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. At that moment, concubine Shui's personal maid had stealthily exited the sleeping quarters, making her way to a secluded corner of the palace. After ensuring she was not being followed, she hurried into an unassuming small room. Inside, a man dressed in plain clothing awaited her arrival, having been there for some time. "How is it? Has the concubine given birth?" the man inquired quietly. The maid nodded, lowering her voice. "The lady requests you leave at once and ensure that all traces are thoroughly erased. We must not allow the emperor to uncover even the slightest clue." The man's brow furrowed with concern. "But the emperor has already initiated an investigation. I fear it may be too late for me to depart." The maid clenched her teeth, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Regardless, we must safeguard both the lady and the young prince. Do you understand?" After a brief silence, the man finally nodded. "I understand. I will devise a means to leave the capital as soon as possible." The maid sighed in relief before turning to exit the small room. She hastily returned to the sleeping quarters, yet unease still gnawed at her. Upon her return, she reported the situation to concubine Shui, who paled slightly upon hearing the news, her fingers gripping her sleeve tightly. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. Chapter 36. Schemes afoot. It seems the emperor has begun to harbor suspicions. Concubine Shui murmured, a resolute glint in her eyes. "In that case, we must take the initiative." The palace maid gazed at Lady Shui with a hint of astonishment. "Your Highness, do you mean?" Lady Shui responded with a cold smile, a flicker of ruthlessness in her eyes. "In the palace, the law of the jungle prevails. Since the emperor shows no mercy, I shall not be bound by righteousness." She commanded, "Go, contact our informants within the palace, and send someone outside to inform my father. We must act before the emperor uncovers the truth." The maid felt a shiver run down her spine and promptly nodded in acquiescence before exiting. Alone, Lady Shui sat by the bedside, gazing down at the sleeping young prince in her arms, her eyes reflecting both tenderness and resolve. She understood that there was no retreat. She must fight with every ounce of her strength in this palace struggle to secure the future of both herself and her child. Gently caressing the slumbering prince, her thoughts swirled. She recognized the ruthless nature of power struggles within the palace. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. The emperor had begun to harbor suspicions about her intentions. If she remained passive, not only would her own life be in jeopardy, but the young prince would also be entangled in the consequences. "I cannot afford to lose," Lady Shui murmured softly, a glimmer of determination igniting in her eyes. She slowly rose and moved to the window, gazing at the sky beyond the palace walls, a resolution forming in her heart. Moments later, the maid returned hurriedly, whispering, "Your Highness, I have contacted our informants as per your instructions, and the news has been relayed to Lord Shui. He has responded that everything is in readiness, awaiting your command." Lady Shui nodded, a faint, icy smile gracing her lips. "Excellent. Since the emperor shows no compassion, I shall not be shackled by morality. Relay the orders. We shall proceed according to plan and ensure we control the situation before the emperor becomes aware." The maid respectfully withdrew, and Lady Shui returned to the bedside, gently holding the young prince's hand. "My child, Your mother will carve out a space for you, and I shall never allow you to be bullied within this deep palace." Her gaze deepened, seemingly foreseeing the impending storm of bloodshed and turmoil. After leaving the emperor's study, Song Heng headed straight home. Upon entering his room and witnessing his wife and child peacefully asleep, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of happiness. For many years, his father had never mentioned his mother, maintaining a distant affection beyond a strict upbringing. He had never understood the reasons, but since marrying Shen Xingyue, his father's attention had lingered more upon him. Since he could remember, Song Heng had been searching for information about his mother. Yet all his efforts felt as futile as a stone sinking into the sea, with no leads to grasp. In the middle of the night, Shen Xingyue awoke, and in the dim candlelight, she observed the man's slightly forlorn expression. "You're back. Did I disturb you? Why are you awake at this hour?" "No. I've been waking around this time lately." "Have you just returned?" "Yes. Do you have any plans for your day off tomorrow?" Shen Xingyue inquired. "Nothing in particular. Why do you ask? If you have no plans, just stay home and keep company with Songin. What about you? Do you have something to attend to today?" Sulan mentioned that Song Yu and Su Qingyun have been married for some time now, yet there has been no news. She wants me to accompany her to the great country temple outside the city to pray for children. I had no intention of going, yet Su Qingyun persistently implored me. Upon hearing this, the man furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with a hint of discontent. "They certainly know how to trouble you. Your body is already weak after childbirth. Why must you exert yourself for them?" Shen Xingyue smiled gently, taking his hand in hers, and replied softly, "It is no trouble at all, merely a visit to the temple. It won't be too exhausting. Besides, with Sulan and Su Qingyun being so sincere, I am curious to know what they truly seek." The man fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. "Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead. However, be cautious on the journey and do not overexert yourself. I will have someone discreetly follow you." After a brief pause, he added, "Tomorrow I have a day off, and I shall stay home to accompany Songin. I have indeed had little time for him recently." Shen Xingyue sighed softly upon hearing this. "Indeed, you have finally remembered you have a child. However, it seems you have been busier than ever lately. He will surely be delighted to have your company tomorrow." The man nodded, wishing to embrace her, but hesitated just as he extended his hand. Their relationship had grown seemingly closer, yet since that one intimate occasion, they had not shared such intimacy again. "You are to visit the great country temple tomorrow. Return early, so that Song and I need not worry." Shen Xingyue nodded slightly, noting that it was getting late. "You should rest early," she said, stretching and tucking herself under the covers as she drifted off to sleep. Song Heng watched her retreating figure, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Will we ever be able to interact like a normal couple? Shen Xingyue accompanied Su Lan and Su Qingyun to the great country temple to pray for blessings. Just as they were exiting the city gates, they fortuitously encountered Cui Yoha. After exchanging knowing glances, the three proceeded together. As they traversed the mountain gorge, the depths of which were cloaked in shadows, the towering cliffs on either side loomed high into the clouds, while a narrow mountain path saw two teams of horse-drawn carriages progressing slowly. Inside the carriage, Shen Xingyue felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. She lifted the curtain to peer outside, frowning slightly at the unusual silence. Why is this mountain road so quiet? Not even the chirping of birds can be heard. Su Lan and Su Qingyun were engaged in hushed conversation in another carriage, while Cui Yoha sat alone in her own carriage, her expression serene, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from ahead, followed by a band of ragged bandits, armed with swords and daggers, charging from both sides of the gorge, swiftly encircling the three carriages. The leader of the bandits, his face brutish and eyes gleaming with malice, bellowed, "This road is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." The coachman turned pale with fright, hastily pulling on the reins, causing the carriage to come to a sudden halt, nearly sending Shen Xingyue crashing against the wall. Steadying herself, she was taken aback, quickly drawing back the curtain to behold the numerous bandits before them, each one fierce and menacing, clearly not to be trifled with. However, She was not one to be easily intimidated. After all, she was no stranger to conflict. And in such scenarios, she held no fear. Su Lan and Su Qingyun also peeked out from their carriage, and upon witnessing the scene, chose not to utter a word. Instead, retreating back inside, Cui Yoha appeared remarkably composed. Now, I am curious to see how Shen Xingyue will handle this. Shen Xingyue slowly descended from the carriage, her gaze icy as it swept over the bandits, her tone calm. Greetings, gentlemen. Should you seek wealth, we are willing to part with silver. I kindly request that you exercise restraint and allow us to pass. Chapter 37. Are the bandits targeting me? The leader of the bandits scoffed, his eyes greedily assessing Shen Xingyue. Let you pass? Certainly, but in addition to your riches, this beautiful lady must remain behind to entertain my brothers. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Today's events were likely orchestrated with malicious intent. Yet she maintained her composure and replied coolly, "If you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for being ungracious." The bandit leader erupted in laughter, clearly dismissive of Shen Xingyue's threat. "Oh, the young lady possesses quite the spirit. Brothers, seize her. Let us take her back to our mountain as our esteemed captive." Before he could finish, the bandits charged forward with swords drawn, inadvertently startling the horses. In a chaotic flurry, the horses bolted, and under the driver's frantic efforts, Su Qingyun and Su Lan were thrown from the carriage, which tumbled into the ravine. Both Su Qingyun and Su Lan were acutely aware that this entire scheme had been carefully laid out by Cui Yoha. However, in a bid for self-preservation, they huddled in the underbrush, trembling in fear and silenced by dread. Just as the bandits were nearing Shen Xingyue, several tall figures appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The bandits, realizing their predicament, had no choice but to advance, as they had accepted payment for this task. After all, in the world of martial arts, one must fulfill their obligations. Failing to complete the job would lead to dire consequences. Shen Xingyue recognized the black-clad figures as those arranged by Song Heng, and thus was not surprised. She thought to herself that she had anticipated a day of exertion, but it appeared that was not to be. Before long, all the bandits were subdued. Shen Xingyue looked down at the dust-covered faces of the bandits and said, "You certainly possess audacity, daring to rob a carriage belonging to the Prince of Gong. Speak up. How much silver did that person offer you to incite such rebellion against the royal house?" Not willing to divulge, they remained silent. "Very well, then. You shall escort them back to be dealt with by the eldest son. Not far off, Su Lan and Su Qingyun." Upon hearing that the matter would be entrusted to Song Heng, hurriedly stumbled towards Shen Xingyue. Su Lan, unable to contain her impatience, exclaimed, "These bandits are beyond redemption. Why not execute them here and now?" Su Qingyun, meanwhile, searched desperately for any sign of Cui Yoha, but there was no trace of her carriage. "Mother, Cui Yoha is missing." Upon hearing this, Su Lan's composure shattered. Today's events had been orchestrated entirely by Cui Yoha, who had contacted these bandits. If they were handed over to Song Heng, the truth would inevitably surface, making it nearly impossible for her to regain favor in the royal house. However, the black-clad figures were formidable fighters, and seeing that Shen Xingyue would not resort to immediate execution, it seemed they would have to wait until they returned to the estate to take action. Observing the unnatural expressions on Su Lan and Su Qingyun's faces, coupled with Su Lan's eagerness to silence the bandits, Shen Xingyue surmised that the matter was likely entwined with their involvement. Her keen gaze swept over Su Lan and Su Qingyun, and her mind began to form suspicions. She smiled faintly, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Mother, younger siblings, while these mountain bandits are indeed guilty of heinous crimes, they ultimately sought to raid the Wang residence. The eldest son will surely issue a personal order for interrogation. We must not take matters into our own hands. If there are hidden circumstances, it is prudent to prevent future troubles." Su Lan's expression shifted slightly, and she forced a smile. "Xingyue speaks rightly. My momentary impatience led to insufficient consideration. However, these bandits have committed numerous atrocities, and I fear that should they escape, they may cause further turmoil." Shen Xingyue smiled lightly, her gaze profound. Rest assured, mother, with them in our grasp, these bandits will find it exceedingly difficult to flee. As for Miss Chui's whereabouts, I will dispatch individuals to search diligently, ensuring she encounters no misfortune. Su Lan's heart tightened, realizing that Shen Xingyue had begun to harbor suspicions. Yet, to speak further would only betray her unease. So she nodded with forced composure. That is good. Su Qingyun stood nearby, her expression flustered, her gaze wandering, clearly anxious. She whispered to Su Lan, Mother, what shall we do now? If Chui Yoha is found, will our plans be exposed? Su Lan gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. Do not panic. Let us return to the estate first. As long as they remain silent, we still have a chance. Shen Xingyue observed their reactions with a cold smile in her heart. Though her outward demeanor remained composed, she waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to escort the bandits back to the Wang residence, then addressed Su Lan and Su Qingyun. The sky is growing late. It seems we cannot visit the great nation temple today. We should return home promptly. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, Su Lan and Su Qingyun reluctantly boarded the carriage. Throughout the journey, both women were plagued by anxiety, fearing that their secrets might be unveiled. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue sat at the front, her demeanor stern as she contemplated how to unravel this matter entirely. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Shen Xingyue made her way directly to the eastern courtyard. As she entered, she spotted Song Heng seated in a wheelchair, his arm securely cradling Song and lifting the little one high. Song Yin's laughter rang out, bright and cheerful, as if it could dispel all gloom. Shen Xingyue paused at the entrance, warmth flooding her heart at the sight of this tender scene. Although Song Heng typically exuded an air of cold authority, he revealed rare tenderness when interacting with Song Yin. Shen Xingyue chose not to intrude immediately, but instead stood quietly to the side, her gaze soft as she watched them. It was only when Song Heng gently set Song Yin down, and the child, still eager for more play, tugged at his sleeve, that he looked up and noticed Shen Xingyue standing at the door. Back already? Song Heng's voice remained calm, yet there was a subtle hint of concern. Shen Xingyue nodded and stepped forward, slightly bowing in greeting. I have returned, and I bring you a great gift. Ah, a great gift? Song Heng's eyes lingered on her for a moment, as if trying to discern something from her expression. He then leaned down to speak to Song Yin. And then, go play for a while. Your father and mother have matters to discuss. The nurse carried the obedient Song and away to the adjacent room, though the child was reluctant. He eventually released Song Heng's sleeve. After watching the nurse carry the child away, Song Heng turned his gaze back to Shen Xingyue, his tone calm, yet tinged with inquiry. What great gift! Shen Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly, carefully choosing her words before responding. I ventured out today, but did not expect to attract the attention of the mountain bandits. By now, those bandits must have been apprehended by your men and taken to prison. However, while these bandits are audacious, they would not dare to target the Wang residence. I suspect there is someone manipulating them from behind the scenes. Chapter 38. The calm beneath upon hearing this. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Song Heng's eyes. Yet his tone remained steady. Oh, have you unearthed any clues? Shen Xingyue nodded, continuing. The reactions of the mother-in-law duo in the main courtyard were rather peculiar. In particular, the one surnamed Su seemed eager to see the bandits dealt with on the spot. I suspect they are implicated in this matter. Song Heng let out a cold laugh, a trace of derision evident in his gaze. Su Lan has always been restless, and this time her audacity has grown bolder. However, this alone is insufficient to condemn her. Do you possess any further evidence? Shen Xingyue shook her head, her expression grave. Not at the moment, so I will wait to bring back what I find for your examination. I did, however, encounter your so-called white moonlight during my outing, but she mysteriously vanished when the bandits appeared. Song Heng fell silent for a moment before stating, She is not my white moonlight. He then turned his wheelchair, preparing to depart. Just before he left, he suddenly paused, glancing back at Shen Xingyue with a hint of concern in his voice. You weren't injured, were you? Shen Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warmth in her heart as she softly replied, No, your men arrived just in time. Song Heng said nothing further and turned to leave the courtyard. Shen Xingyue remained standing, watching his figure gradually fade away, feeling an inexplicable complexity of emotions stirring within her. After returning to her own courtyard, Su Lan observed Su Qingyun pacing restlessly before her. She too felt uneasy, worried that if Song Heng were to uncover anything, years of effort would be in vain. Nevertheless, she put on a facade of calm. Your incessant pacing is making me dizzy. Can you not settle down for a moment? Mother, those bandits. What are the bandits? As long as we persist in our denial, what is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we can shift the blame on a Chui Yoha. That little wretch fled faster than anyone else when trouble arose. Although Su Lan's tone was assertive, a flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. She understood Su Qingyun's concerns were not unfounded. They were all aware of Song Heng's capabilities. If he were to truly uncover something, the consequences would be dire. Yet, she could not allow any hint of panic to show before Su Qingyun, for that would only complicate matters further. Su Qingyun halted her steps, her brows tightly knit, clearly dissatisfied with her mother's composure. Mother, Song Heng is not easily deceived. Should he begin to harbor suspicions, he would not easily relent. If we do not take action soon, I fear. Fear what? Su Lan interrupted sharply, her voice cold. As long as we do not reveal any flaws, he cannot do anything to us. That little wretch Chui Yoha has already fled, severing all leads. No matter how capable Song Heng is, he cannot conjure evidence from thin air. Su Qingyun fell silent for a moment, clearly not entirely convinced by his mother's words. He spoke softly, but what if Song Heng has truly uncovered something? What should we do then? He is not the type to let us off easily. Su Lan let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. What is there to fear? At worst, we shall perish together. Given his frail constitution, it is merely a matter of time before he succumbs. Taking his life is just a question of opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun's expression slightly changed, evidently taken aback by his mother's resolve. Why was she so certain? Did she possess some secret of Song Heng's? Mother, do you truly intend to go this far? Su Qingyun's voice trembled slightly. Su Lan glanced at him, her tone softening a bit. Qingyun, you must remember, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. We have come this far. There is no turning back. If Song Heng truly intends to force our hand, then we cannot be blamed for being ruthless. Su Qingyun took a deep breath and nodded. I understand, Mother. I comprehend your intent. Su Lan nodded in satisfaction before regaining her composed demeanor. Very well, you may leave now. Do not linger here and irritate me. Su Qingyun obliged. Turning to exit the courtyard, Su Lan watched his retreating figure, a complex expression crossing her face. Song Heng, if you wish to investigate, then go ahead. I shall see who ultimately has the last laugh, she murmured to herself, a cold smile curling her lips. When Su Qingyun returned to the western courtyard, Song had already been waiting for her to relay today's good news. Su Qingyun pushed open the door to find Song Yu seated at the table, leisurely toying with a teacup. Upon noticing Su Qingyun's entrance, he smiled slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. So, how did things progress? Su Qingyun shut the door and sat across from Song Yu, her expression grave. Today, we failed to abduct that wretched Shen Xingyue. I truly did not anticipate that your elder brother had secretly sent someone to follow her. Song Yu raised an eyebrow. What? The plan failed? He is protecting Shen Xingyue? Such a prime opportunity squandered. What did Mother say? Su Qingyun furrowed her brow and replied softly. Mother said, we must find a way to eliminate those bandits. If your elder brother discovers anything, our efforts will be in vain. Moreover, you are well aware of Song Heng's methods. If he truly uncovers something, none of us will escape. Though Mother speaks of a desperate last resort, we must prepare in advance. Song Yu set down the teacup, leaning slightly forward, his tone laced with intrigue. Then what do you propose we do? Su Qingyun paused for a moment, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Since the person is already imprisoned, we might as well take the initiative. While he has yet to gather sufficient evidence, we can create some chaos to divert his attention and ensure they remain silent forever. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Song Yu's eyes. A heart as ruthless as yours. You truly are worthy of being my woman. However, silencing them within the confines of a prison is no simple task. Su Qingyan nodded and continued. We can leverage the influence of the Chui family through Chui Yoha. Since she is willing to abandon us, let her bleed a little. She must find a way to handle this. Otherwise, as soon as the clues lead to her, Song Heng will naturally investigate her. Does she not harbor affection for your elder brother? If he discovers that the idea originated from Chui Yoha, she may find it difficult to approach him in the future. Song Yu chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Clever. Chui Yoha is indeed a valuable pawn. Su Qingyun flatteringly moved behind Song Yu, her hands resting gently on his shoulders as she caressed them. But what if things spiral out of control? Chapter 39. Who is the instigator? Song Yu turned around, his gaze cold and stern as he looked at Su Qingyun. We have no retreat left. We must either take the initiative or resign ourselves to inaction. Su Qingyun remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Song Yu smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. Fear not. Minister Chui will not watch his daughter come to harm. Chui Yoha is even more eager than us to silence this matter. Su Qingyun took a deep breath. Although unease lingered in her heart, she had no choice but to trust Song Yu at this point. After all, they were in the same boat, and no one could afford to be self-serving. Well, it's getting late. It's time to rest, she said. With that, Song Yu flashed a charming smile, his deep and fervent eyes gazing at Su Qingyun as if he wished to melt her entirely. He gently extended his hand, tenderly grasping her delicate arm, and with a slight pull, drew her into his warm embrace. In that moment, they held each other tightly. Song Yu lowered his head, unable to resist kissing Su Qingyun's long, fair neck, reminiscent of swan. His lips brushed against her smooth skin, evoking a tingling sensation. Simultaneously, he greedily inhaled the unique and enchanting fragrance emanating from her, a scent that belonged solely to her, subtle yet intoxicating. Gradually, Song Yu became completely immersed in this exquisite feeling, seemingly forgetting all previous displeasures. After Song Heng left the room, he sent someone to the prison, eager to obtain the bandit's testimony at the earliest opportunity for future use. However, just as he had arranged everything, he received a message from the Emperor's inner circle summoning him to the imperial study. In the imperial study, illuminated brightly, the Emperor sat majestically on the dragon throne, reviewing memorials with a stern expression. Upon receiving the summons, Song Heng felt a slight tightening in his chest but maintained his composure. He adjusted his attire and proceeded to the imperial study. Along the way, he pondered the reason for the Emperor's summons. Was there some disturbance regarding concubine Chui, or was it for another matter? Upon entering the imperial study, Song Heng respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty. The Emperor set down the memorial in his hands and looked up at Song Heng with a profound and commanding gaze. Song Aiqing, you may rise. Song Heng stood up, awaiting the Emperor's instructions. The imperial study was enveloped in silence, with only the flickering candlelight casting shadows on the Emperor's solemn face. Song Aiqing, I summoned you today to discuss matters concerning concubine Chui. The Emperor spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. A sudden chill coursed through Song Heng's heart. It was indeed about concubine Chui. He respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I am diligently investigating this case. Thus far, I have gathered some clues, yet concrete evidence remains elusive. I shall exert every effort to uncover the truth at the earliest opportunity. The Emperor nodded slightly, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon Song Heng. This case involves far-reaching implications, and I urge you to proceed with utmost caution. Do not alert the serpents in the grass. A sense of relief washed over Song Heng as he quickly bowed, saying, I understand and shall not betray your Majesty's trust. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor continued, I recognize that this matter may implicate high-ranking officials in the court. However, as it pertains to the integrity of the royal lineage and the stability of the realm, you must not become negligent. A tightness gripped Song Heng's heart as he cautiously replied, I am still in the midst of my investigation and have yet to identify the suspicious guard. Nevertheless, I will expedite my inquiries to bring this matter to light. The Emperor slightly inclined his head, his tone laden with significance. Song Aiqing, I have always placed my trust in your capabilities. This case is of great consequence. You must act with prudence. Should you make any discoveries, you are to report them to me at once. Song Heng solemnly nodded. I shall obey. With a wave of his hand, the emperor signaled that Song Heng could depart. After bowing once more, Song Heng gradually exited the imperial study. Once outside, he exhaled deeply. Yet the weight in his heart only grew heavier. Though the emperor's words were concise, their underlying implications loomed large, amplifying his sense of pressure. It appeared that the emperor's suspicions regarding concubine Shui were deeply entrenched. However, the guard he mentioned remained a mystery. Could it truly be, as the emperor conjectured, that the identity of the young prince was not that of royal descent? Song Heng pondered, realizing that his focus must extend beyond concubine Shui, as the residence of the prime minister likely held connections as well. Upon returning home, Song Heng promptly summoned his trusted aide, inquiring in a hushed tone, "Have we obtained any confessions from the bandits in prison?" "Not yet," Lei Yun replied. Song Heng sat in his study, his brow furrowed in concentration. Just then, Lei Yun hurriedly burst through the door. "Young master, here is the confession." Upon hearing Lei Yun's voice, Song Heng immediately raised his head, a flicker of urgency in his eyes. He reached for the confession Lei Yun handed him, swiftly unfolding it and scanning the contents with rapid intensity. As he delved deeper into the text, his furrowed brow deepened, and his expression grew increasingly grave. The confession revealed that the bandits not only acknowledged their collusion with Su Lan and Su Qingyun, but also alluded to even more clandestine matters, implicating certain powerful figures within a court. A tremor of realization coursed through Song Heng as he comprehended the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. The bandits had even mentioned Chui Yoha. Song Heng murmured to himself, a complex glimmer surfacing in his eyes. He had initially believed Chui Yoha to be merely a pawn exploited by Su Lan and Su Qingyun, yet it now appeared she was entangled in this web. Perhaps even the orchestrator. Noticing Song Heng's solemn demeanor, Lei Yun quietly asked, "Young master, does the confession contain any crucial leads?" Song Heng nodded, his voice low yet firm. "The situation is more intricate than we imagined. These bandits are not only colluding with Su Lan and Su Qingyun. It is possible that Chui Yoha is the mastermind behind all." Upon hearing this, Lei Yun's expression turned serious. "Young master, what shall we do next?" Song Heng pondered for a moment, a flicker of resoluteness passing through his eyes. If they were so intent on using Shen Xingyue to meet her demise, then we cannot remain passive any longer. Regarding my poisoning incident, what has my father uncovered thus far? Following your instructions, we have led the prince on a thorough investigation, and he has now traced it to the apothecary frequently visited by Su Lan. Excellent. I desire nothing more than for her to dig her own grave. He turned to Lei Yun and whispered, "You must arrange for our men to keep a close watch on those mountain bandits. Additionally, send someone to inquire about Chui Yoha." Lei Yun nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, young master, I shall attend to it at once." With that, Lei Yun departed, while Song Heng returned to his desk, his gaze once again fixed upon the confession in his hand. "Su Lan, you should never have set your sights on Shen Xingyue," Song Heng murmured softly to himself. The night breeze swept through, the candlelight flickering gently, casting shadows upon Song Heng's resolute and handsome visage. Chapter 40. The Empress's longing Qin Feng observed his master and mused inwardly. It seems the young master's vulnerability has been revealed. Ever since concubine Shui bore a child, the Empress has grown increasingly nostalgic for her son, who has been lost to her for so long. She sat at the window of Fengyi Palace, cradling a small jade pendant in her hand, one she had prepared for her newborn son years ago. The pendant bore the inscription "Peace," embodying her endless longing and hope for her child. Yet, despite the passage of many years, her son remained shrouded in mystery, as if he had evaporated from the world. The wind from outside brushed in, carrying a hint of chill, but the Empress remained oblivious. Her gaze was vacant and distant, as though she were peering through the present scenery into the past, envisioning the swaddled infant from years ago. That was her flesh and blood, the child she had carried for 10 months, enduring countless hardships to bring into the world. Alas, fate was cruel. Mere moments after his birth, he was taken from her, never to be heard from again. My child, where could you possibly be? The Empress whispered softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Over the years, she had never ceased her search, employing discreet inquiries and even leveraging the palace's resources, yet concrete information remained elusive. When the crown prince was brought to her side for upbringing, he had already reached the age of 6 or 7. At that time, although the prince was but a child, he possessed memories and some understanding of his lineage. The Empress endeavored to shower him with affection, treating him as her own. Yet the crown prince's demeanor always held a touch of distance. Despite his respectful and dutiful behavior towards her, the deep intimacy that should exist between mother and son could never be fully established. Perhaps he always remembers his biological mother, the Empress thought with a bitter smile, her heart heavy with resignation. She understood that the crown prince bore her no ill will, yet that chasm between them resembled an invisible wall, insurmountable and persistent. At that moment, a palace maid gently entered, softly reporting, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has come to pay his respects." The Empress swiftly composed herself, carefully placing the jade pendant away, her expression reverting to the dignified and authoritative demeanor customary to her. "Let him in." The Crown Prince entered with measured steps, respectfully bowing to the Empress. "Son pays his respects to Mother, wishing for your health and well-being." The Empress smiled gently, her tone warm. "Rise. There is no need for such formality. What brings you here today?" The Crown Prince rose, his demeanor respectful yet tinged with a hint of distance. "Your son has been preoccupied with studies lately, and has not been able to visit Mother often, which fills my heart with guilt. Today, I have come to spend some time with you." The Empress nodded, though a bittersweet feeling lingered within her. She understood that the Crown Prince's words were mere formalities. Their exchanges were always marked by excessive respect, yet lacking in genuine intimacy. "The Crown Prince is thoughtful," the Empress said softly, her gaze resting upon him, attempting to discern a familiar reflection in his countenance. After a brief silence, the Crown Prince seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and spoke. "Has anything been troubling you lately, Mother? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me." The Empress shook her head, forcing a smile. "I am well, my son. There is no need for concern. But you, with your heavy studies, must also take care of your health." The Crown Prince nodded respectfully in response. "Thank you for your concern, Mother. I shall take heed." Another silence ensued, and the Empress sighed inwardly, realizing she could never truly bridge the gap between them. It was not the Crown Prince's fault. Rather, it was the hand of fate. Yet, in the stillness of the night, she would often reminisce about her missing son, her heart laden with endless yearning and regret. "If you have no pressing matters, you may return to your studies. There is no need to keep me company," the Empress said softly, her tone laced with weariness. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince bowed respectfully. "Then I shall take my leave, Mother. Please take care." Watching the Crown Prince's retreating figure, the Empress's gaze once again became vacant. She gently caressed the jade pendant in her hand, murmuring, "My child, where are you? If you are still alive, might I have a chance to see you once more?" The wind outside continued to blow gently, carrying a chill that seemed to echo her call. Just then, someone came to report that her father, Minister Li, was seeking an audience, claiming to have news regarding the prince. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the Empress's eyes, and she urged, "Quickly, let him in." Minister Li hurried into the hall, bowing before eagerly exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have received word that the prince, after being abducted and lost among the common folk, was taken in by a kind family. He has now grown into a handsome young man. However, this family, having been displaced by famine, eventually found themselves at the border, and after the ensuing conflict, they were scattered, with many perishing. Only a daughter managed to escape with the prince, and she was later rescued by a general. I'm still investigating the identity of that general." Minister Li glanced at the jade pendant in the Empress's hand and added, "I recall that the child bore a pendant of the same quality as the one you hold." The Empress tightened her grip on the pendant and rose, her voice trembling slightly. "Is that true? Where is he now?" Minister Li's expression grew troubled. "I'm still inquiring." Upon hearing her father's words, a tempest of emotions surged within the Empress, years of longing and hope crystallizing into an overwhelming excitement. She clutched the jade pendant tightly, her fingertips quivering, as if that pendant was the sole tether connecting her to her son. Father, is what you say true? My child is still alive? The Empress's voice choked with emotion, tears spilling from her eyes and cascading down her cheeks. Her body swayed slightly, nearly unsteady on her feet, prompting Minister Li to hastily step forward to support her. Your Majesty, I dare not speak recklessly. Although the precise whereabouts of that young man remain unclear, various clues indicate that he is very likely still alive and has been taken in by a general from our dynasty. Minister Li's tone was resolute, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. As long as we find a child from the general's household who possesses a jade pendant identical to the one in your hand and is of a similar age, I have already dispatched people to intensify the investigation. The Empress clutched her father's hand tightly, as if grasping the last glimmer of hope. Father, we must find him. I have waited so many years for news of him. I cannot bear to lose him again. Minister Li nodded solemnly, assuring her, Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will do everything in my power to reunite you both. He shall not be left to wander alone again. The Empress's emotions calmed slightly, yet the tears in her eyes continued to flow. She gazed down at the jade pendant in her hand, murmuring softly, My child, you must have endured so much hardship over the years. Mother is sorry for not being able to protect you. Chapter 41. The provocation from Wa Kingdom, seeing her distress. Minister Li felt a pang of sorrow. He gently patted the back of the Empress's hand, offering comfort. Your Highness, the prince is destined for greatness. Now that we have leads, it is a sign of divine favor. You must take care of your health, for when the prince returns to the palace, you will be reunited. The Empress nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. Father, this matter must not be made public. The situation in the palace is complex. If word gets out that the prince is still alive, it could pose a danger to him. We must act discreetly to ensure his safety. Minister Li nodded gravely. Fear not, Your Majesty, I understand. This matter shall remain between us, and no third party shall be aware. The Empress felt a slight sense of relief. Yet the urgency within her heart remained unquenched. She quietly inquired, Father, you mentioned that the young man was rescued by a general. Have you been able to ascertain the identity of that general? Minister Li shook his head, a troubled expression crossing his face. I am currently investigating, but the chaos of war has led to the loss of many records, and the identity of that general remains undetermined. However, I have sent people to the border to inquire, and I believe news will arrive soon. The Empress nodded, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Regardless, we must find him. I can wait no longer. Minister Li bowed deeply. I understand, and I shall provide you with answers as swiftly as possible. The Empress slowly returned to her seat, still clutching the jade pendant tightly. Her gaze drifted through the window, searching the distant sky as if seeking the silhouette of her long-lost son. My child, Mother will surely find you and bring you home, she murmured softly, her voice filled with endless longing and hope. Minister Li stood by quietly, observing the Empress with a heart full of empathy. Your Majesty, I take my leave. I will inform you immediately upon receiving any news, he said gently. The Empress nodded. Father, please take care. Minister Li bowed and then slowly exited the hall. Within the palace, the Empress sat alone, her jade pendant glimmering softly in the candlelight, as if whispering tales of bygone days buried by the sands of time. The 100-day banquet for the prince was a momentous occasion, orchestrated by concubine Shui after her recovery, a grand celebration within the palace. Though the emperor harbored lingering doubts from prior events, he acquiesced to the festivities upon witnessing the concubine's restored health and the prince's vitality. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the unexpected arrival of envoys from the Wokou. Officially, their visit was to foster goodwill between the two nations. Yet their intentions were far from pure. During the banquet, the Wokou envoys displayed arrogance and repeatedly provoked the court with deliberately vexing inquiries, aiming to embarrass the dignitaries of the great nation. Amidst the gathering, one envoy raised his cup and remarked with a smirk, I have long heard of your nation's literary and martial prowess, unrivaled across the land. Might we witness a display of it today? Concubine Shui responded with a gentle smile, exuding grace, as you have traveled from afar. It is only fitting that I treat you with respect. However, today is a celebration of my child's 100 days. It is not an occasion for political discourse. If you wish for entertainment, let us enjoy a performance of song and dance to commemorate this splendid occasion." The emperor, though displeased, recognized the wisdom in the concubine's words and added, "Indeed, as the concubine has stated, if the envoys are interested, I have instructed my attendants to prepare some performances for our enjoyment." Seeing the emperor and concubine respond with such poise, the Woku envoy was momentarily silenced and begrudgingly took his seat. Yet he was not deterred and redirected his barbs towards other ministers present, cloaked in derision. As the tension escalated, a young minister rose and clasped his hands in respect, declaring, "The envoys have traveled great distances and must have a keen interest in our culture. Allow me to present a poem to express the friendship between our nations." The Woku envoy raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Then I shall listen attentively." With a deep breath, the young minister recited, "In a flourishing world, splendid and bright, with rights and virtues echoing through the night. If neighboring lands grasp the essence within, let us cease our disputes and bask in the sun's warm spin." This poem not only conveyed the prosperity of the nation rooted in profound cultural heritage, but also hinted that the Woku should cease their unwarranted provocations and share in the peace. The Woku envoy's expression shifted, yet he feigned calmness, clapping his hands. "The poem is indeed commendable, but I wonder if all in your court are so frail, only capable of reciting verses." His words struck the assembly with shock. At that moment, the previously silent Song Heng spoke up. "Our nation has always esteemed both culture and martial prowess. It is merely that we prefer not to resort to arms lightly. If it comes to military strategy and skill, all present here are distinguished, and we shall not allow another nation to belittle us." Song Heng's gaze bore down upon the Woku envoy with authority. The envoy, momentarily intimidated by his presence, hesitated to respond. In desperation, the Woku envoy, realizing he could not compete in wit or strength, produced a set of 9 linked rings, crafted from jade, and challenged, "Behold, these are the 9 linked rings. I wonder if anyone from your esteemed nation can unravel them?" At this, the assembly was taken aback, recognizing the challenge as a blatant provocation. The ministers scratched their heads, none able to solve the conundrum. Observing the commotion, Shen Xingyue lifted her toddling son, who was just beginning to walk and babble. Could you go over there and bring me the jade rings from that gentleman's hand?" Xiao Songan nodded and, with unsteady steps, approached the envoy from the Yamato nation. Noting that the envoy was merely a child, he mockingly remarked, "Your country is quite unremarkable. It appears there are no capable individuals in your court, else they would not send a mere child to represent you." The envoy, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, but at that moment, Shen Xingyue rose and interjected, "It is not that our court lacks talent, but rather that our esteemed talents are above engaging in such trifles. Even a child suffices to unravel your little ruse." "Ha! Besides children, you have only women. Truly, your nation is teeming with talent." With that, the envoy handed the intricate puzzle of 9 rings to Songan. However, the object was overly heavy, and Songan, unable to maintain his grip, dropped it to the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. Shen Xingyue then declared, "It has been solved." The envoy's complexion shifted dramatically, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure, as he had not established the rules beforehand. The child's innocent blunder was preferable to prolonged scrutiny, and he could only swallow his humiliation. Following the banquet, the emperor and empress praised the clever responses of Song Heng and his wife, simultaneously recognizing the talent of the young official. The envoy's provocative actions not only failed, but also left him seething with frustration as he departed in a huff. Although the 100-day banquet encountered minor setbacks, it ultimately concluded splendidly due to the collective efforts of all involved. Chapter 42. The Emperor falls ill in the study. The flickering candlelight illuminated the emperor's pale visage. His hand trembled slightly as he held the vermilion brush, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, clearly struggling against his discomfort. Suddenly, he coughed violently, and a spurt of blood splattered onto the memorial document, staining the pages crimson. The close attendant, Shaoli, turned pale at the sight, nearly dropping the feathered duster from his grasp. "Your Majesty, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed, rushing forward to support the emperor, his voice trembling and full of fear. The emperor, with great effort, raised a hand to signal him to remain silent, his voice weak yet authoritative. "It is nothing. Do not panic." Summon the royal physician quietly, without alarming others. Shaoli nodded repeatedly, his mind in turmoil. He understood that the emperor's condition was dire. If word got out, it would likely cause upheaval in the court. He hastily instructed a young eunuch outside to fetch the physician while gently assisting the emperor to sit down, silently praying for his recovery. The physician's diagnosis cast an even heavier pall over the study. Hearing the physician's words, Shao Li's anxiety deepened. Yet he knew he must remain composed and not lose his wits. He quietly inquired, "Physician, what is the nature of the emperor's illness? Is there a threat to his life?" The physician, brow furrowed, pondered for a moment before responding quietly. "The emperor's constitution is already frail. This sudden chill is severe, compounded by recent exertion, leading to a depletion of vital energy. If he does not receive timely care, the consequences could be dire. He must rest in seclusion, refrain from reviewing memorials, and avoid any stress." Shao Li's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly instructed the other eunuchs and palace maids. "Quickly prepare hot water and medicinal soup, and send someone to inform Her Majesty the Empress. But remember, keep it discreet to avoid causing turmoil in the court." Upon learning of the emperor's grave condition, the empress was struck as if by lightning, her composure shattered. She had no time to adorn herself. Even her shoes were not properly worn as she hurriedly made her way to the study. Along the way, her heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by an unseen hand, causing her immense pain and nearly robbing her of breath. Upon reaching the door of the study, the queen inhaled deeply, steadied her nerves, and gently pushed the door open to enter. There, she beheld the emperor reclining on the couch, his complexion as pale as parchment, eyes tightly shut, and his forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat. His once grand and formidable stature now appeared frail and weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The sight pierced the queen's heart like a knife, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Yet she understood that she must not weep at this moment. Doing so would only deepen the emperor's worries. Thus, she suppressed her inner sorrow, quickly approached him, knelt beside him, took his hand, and softly spoke. "Your Majesty, you must take great care of your health. The affairs of the court are numerous and burdensome. I believe they can temporarily be entrusted to the ministers. You need only focus on your recovery, and once you regain your strength, you may resume your duties." With that, the queen gently used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from the emperor's forehead. "Shao Li, go fetch Song Heng. I have matters to discuss with the emperor," she instructed. Shao Li obeyed and departed. Before long, Song Heng rushed in, saluted, and stood to the side. The queen glanced at him, her eyes filled with expectation, but inadvertently caught sight of the translucent jade pendant at his waist, startling her. The emperor slightly opened his eyes and weakly remarked, "Song Iching, given my current condition, the affairs of the court may face uncertainties. I trust you. Please keep a close watch on the movements of the other officials during this time." Song Heng promptly agreed. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. It was the favored concubine, having heard of the emperor's illness, arriving with a group of palace maids and eunuchs to pay her respects. Upon entering, she saw the queen attending to the emperor, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her gaze, though it quickly vanished as she sweetly addressed him. "Your Majesty, I have learned of your ill health, and my heart aches with anxiety." The emperor nodded slightly. The favored concubine then turned her attention to the queen, with a tone laced in sarcasm. "Sister, you arrived quite early. I thought you were preoccupied with matters of the harem and had no time to attend to His Majesty." The queen disregarded her provocation, remaining focused on caring for the emperor. The emperor, however, furrowed his brow and quietly reprimanded, "Get out." The favored concubine fell silent in fear, standing aside in quiet indignation. The queen continued to soothe the emperor gently, her mind racing with thoughts on how to expedite his recovery, while also urging her father to investigate Song Heng's background. Seeing concubine Chui before him, The emperor felt it inappropriate to speak further with Song Heng. Song Aiqing, you may return now. We shall discuss matters later. Understanding the unspoken message, Song Heng bowed and took his leave. Concubine Shui did not linger long before the queen urged her to return, stating that their child was still young and required a mother, and that she would tend to the emperor's illness. Concubine Shui complied without hesitation and departed for the Shusho palace. Once they were alone, fearing for the emperor's very life, the queen grasped his hand and said, "Your Majesty, we have news of our son." Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes sparkled with hope. "Is what you speak true?" "It is indeed true that over the years, I have never ceased my search for him. Just recently, my father managed to uncover some information, and the queen, recalling the jade pendant at Song Heng's waist, found herself momentarily choked with emotion. "And what else?" you inquire. "I harbor suspicions that our prince may be closer than we realize. Once I ascertain all the details, I shall inform the emperor. For now, your primary concern should be to restore your health. The crown prince is still young, and I am frail. If something were to happen to you, how would our kingdom endure?" Upon hearing the queen's words, the emperor nodded slightly, saying, "I trust you, yet I fear my health may not last much longer. If I could merely catch a glimpse of our child, I would die content." The queen quickly covered the emperor's mouth, urging him not to speak such disheartening words. "I shall certainly uncover the truth promptly." After leaving the emperor's chamber, the queen immediately dispatched someone to inform her father, Minister Li, hoping he could discreetly investigate Song Heng's origins. Upon receiving his daughter's message, Minister Li recognized the gravity of the situation. He understood that if Song Heng were indeed the missing prince from years past, it could significantly impact the future of the royal family and the stability of the court. Thus, he promptly gathered a few trusted aides to commence a covert inquiry into Song Heng's background. Simultaneously, the queen exercised great caution within the palace, meticulously observing Song Heng's every move. She recalled the jade pendant he wore at his waist, becoming increasingly convinced of his profound connection to the long-lost prince. However, she dared not act hastily, fearing that she might alert the serpent and invite unnecessary troubles. Days later, Minister Li discreetly relayed information indicating that Song Heng's background was indeed peculiar. He was an orphan taken in by an elderly eunuch years ago, a eunuch who once served in the palace and had a subtle connection to the case of the missing prince. Minister Li also noted that Song Heng's jade pendant bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by the prince, suggesting they might be the same piece. Chapter 43. A subtle contest. Upon learning this news, the queen felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. She realized that if Song Heng were truly the prince, his return would irrevocably alter the political landscape. Yet, she was acutely aware that once this matter became public, it would undoubtedly provoke a considerable uproar and might even attract opposition and hidden threats from certain factions. Meanwhile, concubine Shui in the Shusho palace had also sensed something amiss. She noticed the queen's recent secretive behavior, as if she were plotting something in the shadows. Concerned that the queen might pose a threat to her own position, concubine Shui began to lay her own plans in preparation for potential upheaval. In the palace, currents of intrigue swirled, with various factions scheming for their own interests. Yet, Song Heng, the individual caught in the eye of the storm, remained blissfully unaware of his lineage, continuing with his life as usual. At the Chui residence, Chui Xingyue sat in his study, his gaze contemplative, his fingers lightly tapping the table as if deep in thought. He surveyed the few trusted aides gathered around him and slowly spoke. "Gentlemen, the emperor's health is failing, and the crown prince is but a child, having been adopted under the queen's name, with his birth mother being a neglected concubine. Though the queen reigns as the matriarch of the harem, she does not embody the nurturing spirit expected of a true sovereign, and there are murmurs of dissent throughout the court. What do you think? Should we take action?" Upon hearing his words, the room fell into a hushed silence as the gathered men exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding Chui's intentions. One individual immediately concurred, stating, "What you say is most astute, my lord. The young crown prince, due to his tender age, is ill-equipped to shoulder the weight of significant responsibilities. Should we support the son of concubine Shui in ascending the throne, the noble lady, known for her grace and virtue, would undoubtedly make a wise empress, guiding the new ruler and stabilizing the court. Another nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the emperor has not attended court for 10 days now, and rumors circulate within the palace that his health is failing, suggesting his days may be numbered. If we do not act swiftly, the political landscape may shift dramatically." Cui Jingyan slightly inclined his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he whispered, "This matter is of grave importance. We must proceed with utmost caution. You must discreetly contact the ministers in the court, particularly those dissatisfied with the empress and the crown prince, ensuring they understand that supporting the son of concubine Cui is the most prudent course of action. As for the empress, we must avoid alarming her for now. We shall strike decisively when the time is ripe." The others nodded in affirmation, their minds already plotting. Cui Jingyan rose and walked to the window, gazing at the distant palace walls, deep in contemplation. He recognized that this struggle for power had only just begun, and any misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet for the future of the Cui family, he had no choice but to take the risk. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed. Should even a whisper escape, the consequences would be dire. He turned, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. A chill ran through them, and they responded in unison, "We shall comply with your command, my lord." Cui Jingyan nodded, gesturing for them to withdraw. Once alone in the study, he slowly resumed his seat, closing his eyes to ponder. He understood that each subsequent step was critically important. A single miscalculation could lead to irreversible disaster. However, for the honor of the Cui family, he had no alternative. Meanwhile, in her palace, concubine Cui sat in her chamber, clutching a secret letter, her brow furrowed. The contents of the missive filled her with both astonishment and delight. She realized that if her son were to ascend the throne, she would become Empress Dowager, wielding unparalleled power. Yet she was acutely aware that all of this hinged upon the emperor's health. Is the emperor truly on the verge of death? Concubine qui murmured softly, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She gazed out the window, silently praying for the smooth unfolding of events. In another part of the palace, the empress sat before her mirror, quietly arranging her long hair. Her demeanor was serene, seemingly indifferent to the tumultuous changes in the world outside. However, a glint of coldness shone in her eyes. "Do you think, Cui family, that you can succeed so easily?" The empress mused softly to herself, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, hinting at deeper intentions. "Zhu, has there been any news from the Ministry of Rights?" The empress inquired of her trusted confidant. "Replying to your majesty, there is none yet," Zhu Yun answered. The empress slowly rose, gently setting down the jade comb in her hand. The reflection in the mirror revealed her enduring elegance, though a hint of severity lingered in her features. She turned to her loyal maid, Zhu Yun, and said coolly, "Since there is still no word from the ministry, we shall wait a while longer. However, we cannot afford any further delays regarding the emperor." Zhu Yun bowed her head in acknowledgement. "Yes, your majesty." In recent days, the emperor's health appears to have deteriorated, with the imperial physicians keeping a vigilant watch day and night. However, the empress raised her hand slightly, interrupting Zhu Yun's words. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "There is no need for further discussion. I am well aware of the situation. The emperor's health is fragile, and as empress, it is my duty to pay him a visit. Come, let us proceed to the Qianqing Palace." Since the emperor's illness worsened and the news of her child, still being alive, reached her, the empress seemed transformed, turning her attention to the precarious state of the former dynasty and the inner court. Zhu Yun hurried forward to assist the empress, whispering a reminder, "Your Majesty, concubine Cui has been frequently visiting the Qianqing Palace these days, seemingly intent on presenting herself before the emperor. Should we be on guard?" Upon hearing this, the empress's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a knowing expression. "Concubine Cui? She is but a mere jester. Although the emperor is gravely ill, his mind remains sharp. He would not be so easily deceived. Moreover, I have my own plans." Seeing the empress's confidence, Zhu Yun refrained from further comment and carefully followed her towards the Qianqing Palace. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The emperor lay upon the dragon couch, his complexion still pale, his eyes gently closed as if in slumber. The physicians knelt nearby, quietly deliberating over the prescription. Concubine Shui sat at the edge of the bed, holding a silk handkerchief, tenderly wiping the sweat from the emperor's brow, her expression one of concern and gentleness. At that moment, the eunuch's voice echoed from outside the palace doors. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Hearing this, Concubine Shui's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and rose to bow to the Empress. This humble servant pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress entered the hall with measured steps, her gaze briefly sweeping over Concubine Shui before she spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Sister, there is no need for excessive formalities. The Emperor's health is compromised. I have come to visit him. You, on the other hand, have worked diligently these past few days. Concubine Shui offered a modest smile, her tone humble. It is my duty to alleviate the Emperor's burdens. I dare not claim hardship. Rather, it is Your Majesty who toils day and night over the affairs of the inner court that deserves recognition. The Empress smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. She proceeded directly to the Emperor's bedside, gently sitting down and taking his hand in hers, softly calling out, Your Majesty, I have come to see you. Chapter 44, How Dare They? The Emperor slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of warmth flickering within them upon seeing the Empress. His voice, though weak, still carried the weight of imperial authority. The Empress has arrived. My body has been unwell these past few days, and I have troubled you. The Empress gently shook her head, her tone tender. Your Majesty speaks too heavily. You are the sovereign of all under heaven. Your health is a blessing for the populace. I only wish for your swift recovery and for you to restore the governance of the court. The Emperor nodded slightly, his gaze traversing the room before settling on Concubine Shui. He stated blandly, Concubine, you too have exerted yourself, remaining by my side these past few days. You may all withdraw. I have matters to discuss privately with the Empress. Concubine Shui's eyes flickered with reluctance, but she quickly bowed her head in acquiescence. Yes, I shall take my leave. With that, she slowly exited the hall, casting one last lingering glance at the Empress. Once the others had retreated, the Emperor gently squeezed the Empress's hand, speaking in a hushed tone. Empress, I fear my body cannot endure for much longer. You previously mentioned news of a son. Do you have any updates? In the present day, the young crown prince is surrounded by a tumultuous court, leaving me with great concern. A glimmer of tears flickered in the Empress's eyes, quickly suppressed as she spoke with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty need not worry. Though the crown prince is still in his youth, with my assistance and the support of the esteemed ministers, we shall diligently aid him in solidifying the court as foundation. As for those with ulterior motives, I trust you have already devised strategies to address them. The Emperor nodded slightly, appearing to exhale a sigh of relief. Empress, I am aware of your hardships and sacrifices over these years. I owe you much. The Empress gently shook her head, her tone tender yet resolute. Your Majesty exaggerates. As the Empress, it is my duty to share your burdens. Regarding our son, I am still investigating. I will inform you at the first opportunity. For now, please focus on your recovery, and I shall be content. The Emperor slowly closed his eyes, seemingly exhausted, and murmured, Very well, I am tired. You may retire. The Empress gracefully rose, tucking the blanket around him, and softly said, Rest well, Your Majesty. I shall return to see you tomorrow. With that, she quietly exited the hall. Upon leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Empress's expression instantly regained its composure, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. She understood that Concubine Shui and the Shui family had long been coveting the crown prince's position. Should they succeed, not only would the crown prince's status be jeopardized, but she, too, as Empress, would find herself in dire straits. Thus, she must act preemptively to seize the initiative. Moreover, the Empress paused, her tone deepening. As for matters concerning the prince, continue to investigate discreetly, exercising utmost caution. We must not let a whisper escape. Zhubi's heart sank, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and she promptly replied, I understand, and shall proceed with care. The empress sighed softly, gazing up at the sky, a complex expression crossing her face. She knew that her years of patience and dedication were all for this moment. No matter how arduous the path ahead, she must persevere. "Let us return to the palace," the empress said, regaining her calm demeanor. Zhubi quickly stepped forward to assist her, and the two made their way towards the Hall of Auspiciousness. Within the Hall of Cultivated Elegance, a trusted maid hurried in and reported in hushed tones, "Your Highness, the Empress has just exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony and seems to have been in discussion with the Emperor for quite some time." Concubine Shui furrowed her brow slightly and replied coldly, "The Empress will not remain idle, it seems. Convey my orders to expedite actions on the side of the Shui family. We must oppose the crown prince before the Emperor's demise and support my son as ascension." The maid bowed her head in acknowledgement. "Yes, Your Highness." Concubine Shui rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant palace walls with a fierce glint in her eyes. "Empress, do you truly believe you can thwart me? This empire ultimately belongs to the Shui family." After the Empress arrived at the Hall of Auspiciousness with Zhubi and prepared to rest, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Sister Zhubi, Sister Zhubi." Zhubi opened the door and asked, "What is all this commotion?" "Sister Zhubi, a letter has arrived from the minister's residence," the maid replied, handing Zhubi the letter before retreating. Zhubi took the letter, swiftly closed the door, and hastened to the Empress's side, whispering, "Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the minister's residence." The queen sat gracefully before her dressing table, delicately holding a jade comb. Upon hearing the news, her actions momentarily paused, and a glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes. She set the jade comb aside and slowly turned around, her tone calm, yet tinged with urgency. "Present it to me for my perusal." Jian promptly offered the letter with both hands. The queen accepted it, unfolding the missive to read intently. As her gaze traversed the paper, a look of surprise gradually illuminated her face. "Moments latte." She gently placed the letter on the table and took a deep breath, seemingly to steady the tumult within her. Noticing her demeanor, Ji Yun cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, is there some troubling news?" The queen remained silent for a moment before responding, her voice laced with a hint of coldness. "The Ministry of Rights has uncovered certain leads regarding the prince's disappearance from years past. It appears that, besides the woman involved back then, the Shui family is also implicated." Ji Yun gasped quietly, murmuring, "The Shui family? Could they be the hidden hands behind the prince's misfortune?" The queen scoffed softly, a cold glimmer in her eyes. "The Shui family has long harbored ambition for the throne, but with concubine Shui failing to produce an heir, they have bided their time. Now that she has finally given birth to a prince, they are likely growing impatient. Moreover, I have always suspected foul play in the prince's disappearance, and it seems my instincts were indeed correct." After a moment's hesitation, Ji Yun ventured, "Your Majesty, how shall we proceed?" The queen rose, moving to the window to gaze into the distant night, her tone resolute and frigid. "Since the Shui family dares to act against the prince, I shall no longer show them mercy. Convey my orders. Summon Song Jingyin and Song Heng to the palace at dawn." Ji Yin nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements." The queen gave a slight nod, her gaze still fixed on the horizon, her voice imbued with determination. "The Shui family shall never achieve their desires under my watch." Seeing the queen's stern countenance, Ji Yun refrained from further discourse and quietly withdrew to fulfill the queen's directives. Alone at the window, the queen understood that the power struggle had reached a pivotal moment. The Shui family's ambitions were glaringly evident, and she must navigate the ensuing storm to solidify her authority. "My child, I have finally discovered your whereabouts," the queen murmured softly, a flicker of sorrow crossing her features. Years of restraint and anguish had coalesced into an unwavering resolve at this moment. Chapter 45, Truly Mother and Son. The queen stood at the window, the night breeze gently caressing her, her gaze piercing through the profound darkness, as if she could glimpse the infant she had cradled years ago. That child, her own flesh and blood, had mysteriously vanished shortly after birth, leaving no trace for years. Countless times, she had seen that small figure in her dreams, always just beyond her reach. Now, with newfound clues, Her heart was a tumult of excitement and deep-seated pain. Ji Yin had already departed to arrange the summons for Song Jingyan and Song Heng the following day. Song Jingyan, a prominent minister and the emperor's most trusted 13th brother, was known for his unwavering loyalty, while Song Heng, a young and accomplished general, enjoyed the emperor's confidence. The empress was aware that these two individuals would serve as significant allies in her court, if indeed, as stated in her father's letter. Song Heng was a child brought back by Song Jingyan after his expedition, with an unknown mother, and considering the jade pendant at his waist, it was highly likely that the empress slowly returned to her desk and picked up the confidential letter sent by the Ministry of Rights. Reading it attentively once more, the letter detailed the circumstances surrounding the prince's disappearance years ago, as well as possible evidence implicating the Cui family. The empress's gaze lingered on the paper for a considerable time, and her mind began to formulate a plan. Zhu Yun hurriedly entered upon hearing, respectfully inquiring, "Your Majesty, what are your instructions?" The empress replied languidly, "Tomorrow morning, after Song Jingyan and Song Heng enter the palace, escort them directly to Qianqing Palace to meet with me and His Majesty." Zhu Yun nodded in response, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Song Heng, if you truly are my son, this time I shall not allow anyone to harm you," the empress murmured softly, her tone imbued with undeniable resolve. The following morning, Song Jingyan and Song Heng entered the palace early. They were guided by the little eunuch all the way to Qianqing Palace, where they found the empress seated in the main position, her expression solemn and her gaze piercing. "Minister Song Jingyan, Song Heng, we pay our respects to Your Majesty," the two said in unison, bowing deeply. The empress slightly raised her hand, her tone calm, yet authoritative, no need for formalities. "I have summoned you here today. Do you know why?" Exchanging glances, Song Jingyan stepped forward respectfully, asking, "Your Majesty, I do not know. Please enlighten us." The empress nodded, her gaze softening as she looked at the young man seated in a wheelchair beside her, 13th brother, who is Song Heng's mother. "Why have you never mentioned her? Why does Your Majesty ask such a question?" Song Jingyan replied, astonished, looking at the empress. "I only know that when His Majesty ascended the throne, the borders were unstable. You led an army into battle and returned to the capital after several years, bringing back a child, claiming him as your own. Yet you never spoke a word about his mother," the empress stated. Song Heng glanced at his father, Song Jingyan. The empress's inquiry echoed his own inner doubts. He too wished to know what kind of woman his mother was. The empress turned her attention back to Song Heng and asked, "May I take a closer look at the jade pendant at your waist?" Upon hearing this, Song Heng removed the pendant. "Father said this is the only item my mother left for me. Why is Your Majesty so interested in it?" The empress took the pendant from Zhu Yun's hand and examined it closely, and once she had a clear understanding, she took out the pendant she had kept. Comparing the two, when the two pieces fit together perfectly, the empress was overwhelmed with excitement and hurried into the inner chamber before the emperor's bed, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, our son, I have found him." The emperor, lying on the bed, pale and weak, managed to open his eyes slightly at the sound of the empress's voice. Although his gaze was somewhat unfocused, upon seeing the empress's animated expression, he forced out a faint smile and weakly inquired, "What did you say, Empress?" "Our son has been found." The empress tightly grasped the emperor's hand, her eyes shimmering with tears, her voice trembling yet filled with joy. "Your Majesty, our son has been found. He is Song Heng. The child that Song Jingyan brought back from the borders is indeed our son." Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, soon morphing into a complex expression. He struggled to raise his hand, as if yearning to grasp something intangible, his voice faint yet filled with urgency. "Is Song Heng truly our royal son? Empress, are you certain?" The empress nodded vigorously, presenting two jade pendants to the emperor. "Your Majesty, behold, these two pendants fit perfectly. They are indeed the tokens we prepared for our son." The pendant at Song Heng's waist was precisely the one we left for our royal child. Trembling, the emperor accepted the pendants, scrutinizing them closely as tears began to well in his eyes. He murmured, "Is it truly our royal son? I have awaited this day for so long." The empress clasped the emperor's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Majesty, our son still lives. He is alive. All these years, he has been by our side, oblivious to our plight. Bring them in, the emperor commanded. Song Jingyuan's expression was tumultuous when he first encountered Song Heng. His intention had merely been to provoke Zhao Yuning, seeking some semblance of comfort for himself. Little did he know that this child was, in fact, the emperor's true son. Lost the time. Standing aside, Song Heng was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. He had never fathomed that he could be the emperor's biological son, the lost prince. Turning to his father, Song Jingyuan, he was filled with confusion and disbelief. Father, am I not your son? With a solemn demeanor, Song Jingyuan nodded slowly, his voice low yet resolute. Hunger, the empress is correct. You are indeed the child I found at the borders during time of war. But I had no inkling that you were the emperor and empress's biological son, the prince who went missing. During the tumult of battle, I was commanded to march, but stumbled upon you amidst the chaos. You were merely an infant, adorned with this pendant. Upon hearing this, Song Heng was struck with profound shock, struggling to process the reality of his heritage. He gazed down at the pendant in his hand, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. He had never anticipated that his lineage could be so intricate, nor that he was the emperor's true son. Seeing Song Heng in a daze, the empress felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She stepped forward, gently taking his hand, her voice soft. My son, I have wronged you all these years, allowing you to wander and suffer. From now on, I shall ensure that you endure no further hardship. Song Heng lifted his gaze, meeting the empress's eyes filled with love and remorse, and gradually found solace within himself. Taking a deep breath, he knelt slowly, respectfully declaring, I, your humble servant, dare not harbor such aspirations. Chapter 46. The seeds of doubt were always there. The emperor, witnessing this, felt a rush of relief. I truly did not expect that my renowned general would be my son. Your current resolve and courage reflect the teachings of my 13th brother. I do not seek to claim credit, Song Jingyuan replied. Now that we have confirmed Heng as the first prince of our dynasty, my royal brother has already established a crown prince, and now Minister Chui seems poised to act. I wonder what plans my royal brother and sister-in-law have. The empress held Song Heng's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears, her heart brimming with joy and excitement. However, at this tender moment, Zhu Yun hurriedly entered, her expression grave as she reported, Your Majesty, concubine Chui and Minister Chui are requesting an audience outside the palace, claiming they have heard of the emperor's deteriorating condition and have come to visit. The empress, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of coldness in her eyes and replied with an icy tone, They are quite well informed. Knowing that I have summoned Prince Gong and General Xingyue to meet with the emperor, they are eager to ascertain the truth. It seems the Chui family can no longer contain their ambitions. The emperor furrowed his brows slightly, his voice weak, yet carrying a hint of authority. We must remain wary of the Chui family. The empress gently patted the emperor's hand, speaking softly, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall handle this with prudence. Her tone grew resolute as she commanded, Zhu Yun, convey my order for concubine Chui and Minister Chui to wait outside. Zhu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Majesty. Taking a deep breath, the empress's eyes glinted with determination. The Chui family harbors grand ambitions and has long coveted the throne. Now that concubine Chui has borne a son, their actions have become increasingly audacious. I suspect that the disappearance of the prince years ago is linked to the Chui family. Upon hearing this, Song Heng furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, I have made some progress on the matter you previously tasked me with. It appears that concubine Chui indeed consumed fertility-enhancing medicine prior to her pregnancy, and we have located the guard involved, although he was silenced before we could interrogate him. Very well, I had my suspicions about this child. Continue your investigation, the empress responded. She looked at the emperor in astonishment. Does your Majesty suspect that concubine Chui's son is not of royal blood? The emperor did not elaborate, but from his demeanor, the empress could surmise the gravity of the situation. How outrageous. I did not expect the Chui family to resort to such extremes for power. Her voice was resolute with a trace of vengeance. I shall not let them go unpunished. Today, I summoned you both to ascertain Song Heng's identity and to instruct you to secretly investigate the Chui family's transgressions, particularly the truth behind the prince's disappearance. We must secure irrefutable evidence. Song Xingyue solemnly nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured. We shall exert every effort and not betray the trust bestowed upon us by you and the Emperor. The Empress inclined her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over them with profound significance. This matter is of utmost importance. We must proceed with caution and avoid alarming the enemy. Both Song Xingyue and Song Heng responded in unison. We understand. However, regarding Song Heng's lineage, now is not the time to disclose it. Heng, do not overthink it. The Empress advised, her heart longing to keep him by her side, yet the chaos of the current situation forbade any reckless actions. Please excuse yourselves for a moment. The Chui family does not come with good intentions. After the Empress spoke, she instructed Zhu Yun to guide them behind the screen. Li Gong announced the entrance of Minister Chui and concubine Chui. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Gong replied, holding his whisk as he stepped outside the hall. Calling in a tone reserved for eunuchs, announce Minister Chui and concubine Chui to pay their respects. The Empress adjusted her garments and seated herself at the edge of the bed, her demeanor regaining its former majesty and tranquility. Her gaze was composed, as if the earlier excitement and joy had never transpired. Behind the screen, Song Xingyue and Song Heng stood silently, holding their breaths, awaiting the unfolding of events. Moments later, Minister Chui and concubine Chui enter the hall. Minister Chui, clad in official robes, appeared respectful yet unable to conceal a hint of arrogance. Concubine Chui, adorned in resplendent palace attire, exuded an air of pride and calculation. As the two individuals entered, they bowed respectfully to the queen, proclaiming, Your servant pays respects to your majesty and to her royal highness. The queen raised her hand slightly, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. You may rise. Minister Chui and the noble consort have come today for a particular reason, I presume? Minister Chui stepped forward, speaking with reverence, Your Highness. I have heard of the Emperor's deteriorating condition and have been deeply concerned, hence my visit to inquire after his health. Might I ask how the Emperor fares? The Queen smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over Minister Chui and the noble consort, her tone laced with subtle implication. You are indeed considerate, Minister Chui. Though the Emperor's health is fragile, the imperial physicians are exerting every effort in his treatment, and I trust he shall recover shortly. However, I wonder about the recent busyness of both you and the noble consort. What might be occupying your time? Upon hearing this, the noble consort's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, yet she quickly regained her composure, responding softly, Your Highness, you jest. I have merely been concerned for the Emperor's well-being, praying day and night for his recovery, and there is nothing of particular busyness. The Queen nodded lightly, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible sarcasm. Indeed, the noble consort is virtuous, and I am much reassured. However, the Emperor requires tranquility for his recovery and should not be disturbed excessively. If there are no other pressing matters, you may take your leave. Minister Chui's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased by the Queen's dismissal. He stepped forward, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Your Highness, I have another matter to report. Recently, there have been some unsettling rumors in court, suggesting that the Crown Prince is too young to shoulder such responsibilities, and I believe. Minister Chui, the Queen abruptly interrupted, her gaze sharp as a blade, her tone carrying an irrefutable authority. The Crown Prince has been expressly appointed by the Emperor and is the rightful heir. How dare you allow others to speak ill of him? As a senior minister, you should set an example and uphold the integrity of the court, rather than propagate such rumors. Minister Chui's complexion shifted between shades of pale and flushed, taken aback by the Queen's sternness. Yet he soon regained his composure, responding slowly, Your Highness, please temper your anger. I meant no offense. Merely to convey what I have heard. The noble consort hastily bowed, interjecting sweetly, Your Highness, please do not be upset. Minister Chui speaks out of loyalty and concern for the court. The Queen scoffed coldly. Loyalty? I beg to differ. Regardless of your ulterior motives, let us not discuss the crown prince further. The emperor, clearing his throat twice, remarked, I gather from Minister Chui's words that he believes there to be more suitable candidates to inherit my throne. Minister Chui was momentarily silenced by the emperor's sudden, imposing presence. Bowing his head in acquiescence, I misspoke. Observing this, the noble consort quickly interjected to defuse the tension. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Minister Chui is merely expressing his loyalty and concern for the court. Since you require rest, we shall not disturb you further and will visit again on another day. The queen smiled coldly, her tone carrying a note of warning. The noble consort is indeed considerate. However, let me remind you both, matters of the court are to be decided by the emperor and myself. It would be wise for others to refrain from overstepping their bounds. Chapter 47. The child has disappeared. The noble consort's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her calm, bowing her head in acknowledgement. Your servant understands. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. Minister Chui and the noble consort exchanged glances, both harboring resentment yet daring not to speak further. They bowed respectfully and took their leave. Your servant takes his leave. Once the two individuals exited the palace, the empress let out a slow sigh of relief. She turned her gaze towards the screen and softly said, Come out. Song Jingyan and Song Heng stepped forth from behind the screen, with Song Heng displaying a complex expression, evidently shaken by the recent conversation. He whispered, Your Majesty, how could the Chui family be so audacious as to openly question the crown prince's position? Although the prince is young, he is still more suitable than that infant of hers. Lord Chui aims to manipulate the court and support a puppet emperor. His ambitions are indeed boundless. The empress scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. The Chui family has long harbored ambitions, casting covetous eyes upon the throne. With the emperor gravely ill, they will certainly not let this opportunity slip by. However, I shall not allow them to succeed. Song Jingyan stepped forward respectfully and stated, Your Majesty, since the Chui family can no longer contain themselves, should we not take preemptive action to prevent them from acting rashly? The empress nodded slightly, her gaze resolute. Indeed, 13th brother, you must discreetly contact the officials loyal to the emperor and the crown prince to stabilize the court. Song Heng, do not reveal your identity for now. Continue to act as a member of the Song family. When the time is ripe, I shall ensure your rightful recognition. Song Heng nodded solemnly. The empress looked at him with a flicker of affection in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. She understood that every subsequent step was crucial. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Meanwhile, Lord Chui and the favored concubine, Chui Guifei, stepped outside the palace. Chui Guifei's expression was grim as she whispered to Lord Chui, Father, the empress's stance today is so resolute. It appears she is on guard. What should we do? Lord Chui sneered, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Though the empress is formidable, the emperor's illness and the crown prince's youth have already destabilized the court. As long as we secretly contact the ministers and support your son's ascension, the empress will be powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, Chui Guifei's eyes sparkled with triumph as she softly replied, You speak wisely, father. However, the empress summoned Song Jingyan and Song Heng today, yet they were absent from the court. Should we not be more cautious? Lord Chui nodded slightly, his tone chilling. Song Jingyan is indeed a nuisance. But as long as we act stealthily to eliminate him, Song Heng is but a cripple. Without Song Jingyan's support, he poses no threat. At that point, the empress will lose a valuable ally. Chui Guifei's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a profound ambition. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. This realm shall ultimately belong to the Chui family. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with ambition and ferocity. As Song Jingyan and Song Heng traveled from the palace to the royal residence, both were still reeling from the earlier events. It was only when the carriage was startled by a loud neigh that Song Heng finally spoke. Father, I now understand why you have hesitated to establish an heir all these years. First, I am not your biological son, and second, Song Yu is not a suitable candidate. You grasp it well. What I do not comprehend is why you insist on my marrying Shen Xingyue, and why you favor her so. When I took you in, I claimed you as my son, and in my youthful folly, it was merely to vex the one I once admired. However, misunderstandings abounded between us, and upon my return to the capital, I learned she had wed another. Subsequently, I took Sue as my concubine. Years passed without us crossing paths until one fateful palace banquet, where her husband was appointed general and brought her along. Upon our reunion, after resolving our misunderstandings, we found ourselves entangled in unforeseen circumstances. However, upon learning of her pregnancy, Shen Zhao took another concubine, and she bore a daughter for General Shen. Since that night, I have been burdened with guilt, yet she departed from this world too soon. In an effort to atone for my shortcomings, I propose this match for you, hoping to secure a better life for her only daughter. As Song Jingyan recounted these poignant memories, a profound sorrow was unmistakably etched upon his face. Upon returning to the manor, the father and son retreated to their respective studies, the day's events having left a considerable impact on them, necessitating time to process their thoughts. Shen Xingyue, witnessing Song An's insistence to see his father, felt exasperated. Despite her devoted care, it seemed she could not compete with a father who was scarcely present. The thought vexed her. Was she to be relegated to the sidelines merely because he had taken a wife? Alas, the child's cries grew increasingly insistent, and in a moment of distraction, he slipped away. When Shen Xingyue realized his absence, she hurriedly called out, Chuier, where has the young master gone? Why has he ceased his commotion? Chuier, hearing her call, rushed in with a look of alarm. Madam, the young master was just playing in the courtyard. How could he vanish so quickly? I shall search for him at once. Shen Xingyue, her heart racing, frowned with a hint of reproach. This child. Why is he so troublesome? Chuier, quickly search the manor. We must not let him stray too far. Chuier nodded emphatically and dashed out. Shen Xingyue, her worry mingled with irritation, lifted her skirts and hurried outside, muttering to herself, this child is becoming increasingly disobedient, always seeking his father. Am I truly so unappealing as a mother? Just as she reached the courtyard entrance, she heard Song An's bright voice in the distance calling, Father, Father, where are you? Following the sound, she spotted his small figure racing towards Song Jingyan's study. Her heart tightened, and she quickened her pace, calling in her, do not run off, come back. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Song glanced back, but did not stop. Instead, he ran faster, exclaiming, I want to find Father. I want to find Father. Shen Xingyue, witnessing this, felt a mix of helplessness and heartache. She recognized that Song An had always been closer to Song Jingyan, and with his increasing workload, their time together had dwindled, making the boy long for his father's presence even more. Yet, as a mother, she devoted her days and nights to caring for him, seemingly overshadowed by the infrequent appearances of his father. If you continue to be disobedient, Mother will be very upset, Shen Xingyue called out while chasing him, her tone carrying a note of sternness. Upon hearing the anger in his mother's voice, Song An's pace remained unyielding. He dashed behind the artificial hill in the garden, playfully engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with Shen Xingyue. Not far away, Sulan observed Shen Xingyue frantically searching for the little one, Song An, and a malicious thought took root in her heart. Since you have protected this child so well, it is indeed a perfect opportunity to strike. Chapter 48. Is he just lost? In the study, Song Heng sat at his desk, furrowing his brow as he pondered the events of the day at the palace. Hearing a sound from outside, he paused momentarily, then revealed a faint, helpless smile. Rising, he opened the door and gently inquired, What brings you here? Shen Xingyue looked at the man before her, concern mixed with irritation, and replied, Song Heng, hasn't he been here? He said he missed you. Did he come by? Hearing Shen Xingyue's words, Song Heng felt a pang of guilt. He was acutely aware that he had been neglecting his family lately, particularly Shen Xingyue and Song An. He stepped closer to her, speaking softly, Xingyue, I appreciate your efforts. I've been overwhelmed with matters and have unintentionally overlooked you both. Shen Xingyue glanced up at Song Heng, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. He hasn't come? Where could that child have run off to? Upon hearing her words, Song Heng's expression turned pale, a wave of panic washing over him. He grasped Shen Xingyue's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Xingyue, what did you say? Anur is missing? How could he be missing? Shen Xingyue's eyes were filled with anxiety and self-reproach. Her voice choked with emotion. I don't know. Anur insisted on looking for you. So I let him play in the courtyard for a moment, and then he just vanished. I thought he had come to find you, but a heavy dread settled in Song Heng's heart as countless horrifying thoughts surged through his mind. He forced himself to regain composure, gripping Shen Xingyue's hand firmly as he spoke in a steady voice. Stay calm, Xingyue. We will search separately. Anur wouldn't stray far. He must still be within the estate. Shen Xingyue nodded, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice quivering. All right, I'll search the eastern courtyard, and you check the garden. We must find him. We must. Song Heng nodded resolutely and dashed towards the garden, his heart racing with anxiety. He knew that although Song and was mischievous, he had never ventured outside the estate alone. With nightfall approaching, the consequences of him truly leaving the compound were unfathomable. As Song Heng and Shen Xingyue set off to search, Su Lan stood nearby, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. Watching the frantic figures of the two, she inwardly sneered. Song Heng, Shen Xingyue, today is your day of reckoning. Your son is unlikely to be found. However, she feigned concern, approaching Shen Xingyue and saying, Xingyue, do not fret too much. Anur is clever and is surely one tea come a harm. Shall I have the servants assist in the search? At that moment, Shen Xingyue was in such disarray that she barely registered Su Lan's feigned empathy. She nodded hastily and continued her frantic search in the eastern courtyard, calling out, Anur, Anur, where are you? Su Lan watched Shen Xingyue's retreating figure, a cold glint in her eyes. She turned to a nearby maid and whispered, Make sure the task is executed flawlessly, leaving no traces behind. The maid nodded and silently withdrew. Meanwhile, Song Heng scoured the garden, his anxiety escalating with each passing moment. As he searched, he called out, Anur, Anya, where are you? Come out quickly. Just when despair began to settle in, he suddenly heard a faint sobbing nearby. Song Heng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly followed the sound, only to find Song curled up behind a rockery. Anya! Song Heng rushed over, wrapping her in his arms, his voice trembling slightly. Anur, how did you end up here? Your father has been looking for you for so long. Do you know that? Song looked up, her small face streaked with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Father, I got lost. I wanted to find you, but I couldn't. I was so scared. A pang of sorrow gripped Song Heng's heart as he held her tightly, softly reassuring her. It's all right. It's all right. Father is here. You need not fear. Song clutched his clothing tightly and whispered, Father, I won't run off again. Song Heng gently patted her back and replied tenderly, Good, Anur, be a good girl. And listen to your mother. Don't make her worry again. Understand? Song nodded earnestly, her small face serious. Anur understands. Song Heng sighed in relief, lifting Song as he stood, silently grateful. He knew that if anything had happened to her, both he and Shen Xingyue would be unable to bear it. Let us go find your mother. She must be terribly worried, he said softly, carrying Song toward the east courtyard. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue had searched nearly the entire east courtyard, but still found no trace of Song, and despair consumed her heart, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, Anur, where could you possibly be? Just when she fell on the verge of collapse, she suddenly heard Song Heng's voice in the distance. Xingyue, Xingyue, Anur has been found. Shen Xingyue looked up abruptly, her heart lifting at the sight of Song Heng approaching with Song in his arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she hurried over, snatching Song from his embrace and holding her tightly, her voice breaking. Anur, you scared your mother to death. Where have you been? I've searched for so long. Feeling her mother's tremor, Song whispered, Mother, I'm sorry. I promise I won't run off again. Shen Xingyue held her close, tears flowing freely, her heart a mix of fear and relief. She knew that if anything had truly happened to Song, she could never forgive herself. Standing aside, Song Heng watched the poignant reunion of mother and child, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He recognized that he had indeed neglected his family lately, particularly Shen Xingyue and Song. He stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Shen Xingyue's shoulder, and said softly, Xingyue, I'm sorry for my oversight. I will make it a priority to spend more time with you both and ensure you no longer have to worry. Shen Xingyue glanced up at Song Heng. Her eyes filled with tears, yet a smile graced her lips. She nodded gently, her voice choked with emotion. All right, let us take good care of her and ensure she remains safe. Song Heng solemnly nodded, wrapping his arms around both Shen Xingyue and Song, and silently vowing that no matter what the future held, he would do everything in his power to protect this family, to safeguard his wife and child. In the shadows, not far away, Su Lan observed this scene, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, her heart filled with resentment and bitterness. Incompetent fools, truly a bunch of worthless individuals, unable to handle even a 3-year-old child. Song Heng, Shen Xingyue, do not rejoice too soon. This game has only just begun, Su Lan muttered to herself. Chapter 49. Is it man-made or accidental? She turned and left swiftly, her mind racing with plans for her next move. She understood that Song and was the Achilles heel of Song Heng and Shen Xingyue. As long as she could control Song, and she would have the opportunity to utterly crush them. However, today's failure made her realize that relying solely on those inept subordinates would lead to nothing. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. A ruthless glint flickered in Su Lan's eyes, and her lips curled into a chilling smile. Upon returning to her courtyard, she immediately summoned her trusted maid, Li Mama. Seeing Su Lan's somber expression, Li Mama felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly approached her with a low voice. Your Highness, is something amiss? Sulan Ismail. Her tone laced with venom. Go find me a few reliable individuals. They must be ruthless and clean-handed. I need them to assist me with a task. And there must be no room for error. Li Mama's heart tightened, realizing Su Lan was about to take decisive action, and she promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Sulan Lovit had hunt. Dismissing Li Mama. She sat alone in her chamber, her icy gaze fixed on the night beyond the window, her thoughts swirling. Song Heng, Shen Xingyue, do you think that finding Song means you've triumphed? Huh. This game has only just begun. I will ensure you understand the consequences of obstructing my path. Meanwhile, Song Heng and Shen Xingyue had returned home with Song In. Shen Xingyue held Song In tightly, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish once more. Song In seemed to sense his mother's anxiety, nestling contentedly in her embrace, murmuring, Mother, I promise I will never run off again. Gently stroking Song In's hair. Shen Xingyue's eyes brimmed with love and concern. Good boy, Mother is not angry with you, just worried. Wherever you go in the future, you must tell Mother, understand? You cannot act as you did today. Song In nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the room, Song In fell into a deep slumber in Shen Xingyue's arms. She carefully laid him on the bed and tucked him in, her eyes filled with tenderness. Turning to Song Heng, she whispered, Song Heng, I feel that something is amiss about today's events. Upon hearing this, Song Heng furrowed his brows slightly and asked in a low voice, Xingyue, do you suspect that Song In's incident was not an accident? Shen Xingyue nodded, a flicker of worry flashing in her eyes. Though Song In is mischievous, he has never behaved like this before. Moreover, he clearly stated he wanted to find you. How could he end up behind such a secluded rockery? I can't shake the feeling that someone led him there on purpose. Song Heng's heart sank, his expression becoming grave. Reflecting on the day's occurrences, he too felt that something was indeed amiss. He spoke solemnly. Xingyue, you are right. We cannot afford to be careless about this matter. I will dispatch someone to investigate discreetly. Shen Xingyue nodded, her eyes filled with concern. Song Heng, it seems this manner can no longer accommodate us. Song Heng gently grasped Shen Xingyue's hand, his tone resolute. Xingyue, rest assured, I will never allow anyone to harm you. However, given the current instability in the court, it may take some time before we can separate and reside apart. Upon hearing Song Heng's words, a flicker of helplessness and anxiety crossed Shen Xingyue's eyes. She sighed softly and murmured, I understand the court's precarious situation. We cannot rush the matter of separating households. But Song Heng, I genuinely worry about her. He is still so young, and if someone intends to harm him, we would be utterly defenseless. Song Heng tightened his grip on Shen Xingyue's hand, his gaze unwavering and profound. Xingyue, I comprehend your concerns. Honor is our cherished treasure. I will ensure he is shielded from any harm. During this period, I shall increase the number of guards protecting you, especially Honor. I will also meticulously scrutinize the servants in a manner, ensuring no malevolent individuals can exploit any vulnerabilities. Shen Xingyue nodded, though a hint of unease lingered in her eyes. But Song Heng, I feel that Su Lan's demeanor today was unnaturally calm, almost too deliberate. I suspect that today's incident involving Honor may be linked to her. At her words, Song Heng's brow furrowed, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Sunan? She has indeed harbored discontent towards us. But if she truly dares to target Honor, I will not spare her. Shen Xingyue gently shook her head, fatigue evident in her voice. Song Heng, if it is indeed her, how will you handle the situation? After all, she is the matriarch of this manor, your mother. After a moment of silence, a flicker of determination shone in Song Heng's eyes. Xingyue, rest easy. If she harbors any ill intentions towards Honor, I will deal with her immediately. To me, her status poses no threat. As Shen Xingyue regarded Song Heng's steadfast expression, her heart felt a measure of reassurance. Then, I need not worry about your circumstances. Should she dare to harm Honor, I shall ensure she faces the consequences of her actions. Song Heng gently wrapped his arm around Shen Xingyue, his tone both tender and resolute. Xingyue, once the court stabilizes, we will separate and reside apart, distancing ourselves from these troubles. Hearing his words warmed Shen Xingyue's heart. Did this man truly care for my feelings? She nodded softly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. All right, I will wait for you. As they conversed, Shen Xingyue glanced at Song Heng, who was peacefully sleeping on the bed, a faint smile gracing his cherubic face, seemingly unaware of the day's earlier dangers. Just as she was about to rise, she heard Song Heng whimpering in his dreams. Shen Xingyue returned to the bedside, gently stroking her child in an attempt to soothe him, her eyes brimming with love and tenderness. Song Heng was acutely aware that the Chui family's influence in the court was deeply entrenched. To thoroughly uncover their overarching schemes, mere surface-level investigations would prove insufficient. He needed to find a breakthrough, and Chui Yoha, the legitimate daughter of the minister Chui and the younger sister of the esteemed concubine Chui, was his optimal entry point. Chui Yoha, endowed with exceptional intelligence from a young age and favored by Minister Chui, though not yet in the palace, was considered the jewel of the Chui family. Perhaps she could divulge some critical information. One day, Song Heng made a point to wait at the Qingyao Pavilion, a tea house frequently visited by Chui Yoha. He was aware that Chui Yoha frequented this tea house on the 1st and 15th days of each month, and today marked the 15th. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Chui Yoha entered the tea house accompanied by her maid. Adorned in a delicate lavender gown and wearing a white jade hairpin, she exuded an elegant charm, reminiscent of a lotus blossom emerging from the water. Upon noticing her, Song Heng offered a slight smile and rose to greet her. Miss Kui, what a delightful coincidence, he said, bowing respectfully with a gentle tone. Chui Yoha was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing Song Heng, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a warm smile. Brother Song Heng, it truly is a coincidence. I had no idea you were here enjoying tea today. Had I known, I would have invited you to join me. Song Heng smiled modestly, responding, I have been quite occupied with official duties lately, and it is rare for me to steal away even half a day for relaxation. Chui Yoha nodded lightly, her expression radiant. Brother Song Heng, since we have encountered each other, how about sharing a pot of tea together? Indeed, it would be my honor to partake in tea with Miss Chui, he replied with enthusiasm. They ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor, settling by the window. Outside, the bustling marketplace thrived, while inside, the fragrant tea wafted through the air, accompanied by the melodious sound of a guqin, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and warmth. After several rounds of tea, Song Heng casually inquired, Miss Chui, how have you been of late? I have heard that your father has been preoccupied with court matters, leaving you little time for leisure. I imagine you must find yourself rather unoccupied? Chui Yoha took a gentle sip of her tea, her tone softening. Indeed, my father has been busy. However, my mother manages the household affairs, allowing me some respite. Yet, it seems there is unrest within the palace of late, as I have observed my father frequently troubled. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Song Heng's eyes as he feigned concern. "Oh, what troubles the palace to weigh so heavily upon your father?" Cui Yoha sighed softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I have heard that the emperor's health is ailing, and certain individuals in the court seem to be stirring. My father toils day and night, and my sister is also busy attending to the emperor's illness." Song Heng nodded thoughtfully, his tone imbued with a hint of probing. "Miss Cui, there is no need for excessive worry. Your father is a significant figure in the court and will surely maintain stability. However, I wonder what your father's views are regarding the crown prince?" Cui Yoha furrowed her brow slightly, appearing hesitant. She lowered her gaze to caress her teacup, her voice laced with caution. "My father has never spoken much about the crown prince. However, I have overheard the servants discussing that some harbor dissatisfaction with the prince's youth, and coupled with the empress's frailty, they doubt his capability to bear great responsibility." A chill ran through Song Heng, recognizing that despite her careful words, Cui Yoha had revealed some pivotal information. He feigned a sigh of contemplation. The crown prince's youth is indeed a matter of concern. Nevertheless, since the emperor has designated him as heir, it is not the place of ministers to harbor thoughts that should remain unthought. Cui Yoha nodded gently, her tone tinged with resignation. "Indeed, but the political landscape is intricate. My father often remarks that even the slightest misstep could lead to great chaos." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Cui Yoha suddenly remarked, "Brother Song Heng, it has been exceedingly pleasant to share tea with you today. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to meet with you again." Song Heng smiled softly, bowing his hand. "Miss Cui, you are too kind. Hui you is my gently." And upon noticing Song Heng's considerate demeanor towards her today, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. She sweetly inquired, "I wonder how my sister is, and how the young master fares." "Everything is well, I see. Sister, it seems you disapprove of my closeness to Brother Song Heng. I admit I overstepped my bounds previously, which has caused a rift between us. Yet, since Brother Song Heng does not harbor any disdain for me, I am quite pleased." Hearing this, Song Heng felt a twinge of discomfort. Realizing it was getting late, he decided to take his leave. As he stepped out of the tea house, his expression shifted to one of gravity. He understood that his current predicament was somewhat precarious. Yet forging a connection with Cui Yoha was the most effective means to approach Cui Xiong. "Young master, are you certain you wish to pursue a relationship with the Cui family?" Qin Feng inquired cautiously. "Indeed, young master," Lei Yun added. "Should the young master's wife become aware of this, it may lead to discord. I rather hope she does cause a stir." Song Heng replied unexpectedly, leaving his two confidants exchanging glances. It seemed the young master was genuinely smitten. Upon returning to the Wang residence, they had scarcely settled in when they encountered Li Gong, who was seated in the main hall, conversing with Song Heng's father, Song Jingyan. Upon seeing Song Heng return, Li Gong remarked, "At last, the young master has returned. We have been waiting quite some time. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Li Gong? Has the emperor's health improved in recent days?" Song Heng asked. Li Gong smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master. Remarkably, the emperor has been in high spirits lately and his health has notably strengthened." "That is good to hear. Is there a matter the emperor wishes me to attend to?" "This morning, we received urgent news regarding severe flooding in Jiangnan. The local officials are requesting capable individuals from the court to assist in addressing the crisis. Thus, the emperor has summoned you and the prince to discuss this matter." Upon hearing Li Gong's words, Song Heng felt a surge of urgency. The flooding in Jiangnan was a grave issue. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to even greater calamities. He immediately nodded and declared, "The emperor's concern for the people is commendable. I shall do my utmost." Li Gong smiled, "Indeed, young master, your loyalty is commendable. The emperor has ordered that you and the prince enter the palace without delay." Song Heng turned to his father, Song Jingyan, and said, "Father, we must not delay. Let us proceed to the palace." Song Jingyan nodded, his expression grave. The matter of the flooding in Jiangnan is of utmost importance. Since the emperor has summoned us, we cannot postpone. Heng, prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. Heng acknowledged his father and promptly instructed the servants to ready the horses. The three of them hurriedly adjusted their attire before accompanying Li Gong to the palace. As they journeyed, Heng's mind was awash with thoughts. The flooding in Jiangnan had always been a significant concern for the court, and the emperor's summons clearly indicated the gravity of the situation. He pondered that if he could make a meaningful contribution in addressing this calamity, it would not only alleviate the court's burdens, but also earn him and the Wang residents greater trust and honor. Before long, they arrived at the palace. Li Gong guided them directly to the imperial study. Inside, the emperor sat at his desk, his brow furrowed, evidently troubled by the flooding in Jiangnan. Song Jingyan and Heng approached and bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." The emperor lifted his gaze to them, his expression softening slightly. "There is no need for such grand formalities among family. Please rise. I trust that Lord Li has briefed you on the recent calamity in Jiangnan. The flood has arrived with great ferocity, and if not addressed promptly, it may lead to disastrous consequences. After much contemplation, I believe that you two, father and son, are the most suitable candidates for this task." Song Jingyan bowed respectfully, stating, "Your Majesty's trust shall compel us to exert every effort to live up to your expectations." The emperor continued, "This flood involves numerous complexities. Heng, do you have any strategies to propose?" Having anticipated the emperor's inquiry, Heng stepped forward and replied with utmost respect, "Your Majesty, floods in Jiangnan have always been prevalent. Given the current severity, I believe we should approach the situation from several angles." The emperor nodded slightly, encouraging him to elaborate. Heng continued, "Firstly, we must promptly allocate grain and disaster relief supplies to ensure the basic needs of the affected populace. Floods often bring famine and disease. Without timely assistance, we risk inciting greater unrest. Secondly, I suggest dispatching officials from the Ministry of Works along with local water management experts to investigate the flood's origins on site, swiftly clear the waterways, and reinforce the dikes to prevent further escalation. Additionally, we should discourage local citizens from participating in the relief efforts. This will expedite our progress and soothe public sentiment. Lastly, I propose a thorough investigation into the negligence of local officials. While the flood may be a natural disaster, if local authorities have been remiss in managing waterways or have embezzled disaster relief funds, it constitutes a man-made disaster. Given the gravity of the situation, it is likely linked to their dereliction of duty. I recommend that Your Majesty dispatch a special envoy to investigate these matters to deter future occurrences." The emperor listened to Heng's strategies, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes as he slowly nodded. "Heng, your insights are indeed astute. I share your sentiments. This flood is not only a natural calamity, but also a consequence of human failings. Without stringent investigation into the misconduct of local officials, true resolution may be elusive." Song Jingyan echoed, "Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. What Heng has articulated aligns perfectly with our thoughts. The flood in Jiangnan is a matter of great significance, and we must tackle the issues at their roots." The emperor pondered for a moment before declaring, "Very well. I hereby appoint you both as special envoys with full authority to address the flood in Jiangnan. Heng, you are young yet capable. You shall lead this endeavor, with your father assisting you. I hope you can swiftly quell the flood and restore peace to the people of Jiangnan." Heng felt a weight of responsibility settle upon him, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he solemnly bowed and declared, "I shall dedicate myself fully to fulfill Your Majesty's entrusted mission." The emperor nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, I await your good news. You are to depart immediately and make haste to Jiangnan to address the flood." After bowing once more, Song Jingyan and Heng exited the imperial study. Upon stepping out of the palace gates, Song Jingyan patted his son's shoulder and earnestly advised, "This task is formidable. You must proceed cautiously and not act carelessly." Heng nodded earnestly. "Father, rest assured I understand." Once they left the palace, The two mounted their horses and headed straight for the Wang residence. Song Heng arrived at the eastern courtyard and found Shen Xingyue still exuding an air of icy aloofness. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, little Song dashed out from within, and upon seeing Song Heng standing outside, propelled by Lei Yun, he ran towards him, calling out in a sweet, childlike voice, "Father, Father, Aner misses you so much. Where have you been? Why haven't you accompanied Aner?" Anna is so sad. As Song Heng watched little Song approach, the weight in his heart lightened considerably. He bent down, lifted little Song into his arms, gently pinching his cherubic cheeks, and smiled. "Aner, my dear, your father has been occupied with important matters these past few days and could not be with you. It is my fault. Once I finish this pressing business, I promise to spend quality time with you, all right?" Little Song pouted, his eyes blinking innocently as he looked up at Song Heng, replying earnestly, "Father must keep his promises and not deceive Aner." With a chuckle, Song Heng nodded. "When have I ever deceived you, Aner? Rest assured, your father will certainly honor his word." At that moment, Shen Xingyue stepped out, maintaining her characteristic cool demeanor. She glanced at Song Heng and said indifferently, "You have returned?" Song Heng nodded, setting little Song down and stepping closer to Shen Xingyue, his tone gentle yet tinged with regret. "Xingyue, I have just received an imperial decree to immediately proceed to Jiangnan to address the flooding crisis. This journey may take longer than anticipated, so I must entrust the household affairs to you." Shen Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, but it was quickly concealed. She replied coolly, "The flooding in Jiangnan is a grave matter. You must exercise caution. Do not worry about the household. I will take good care of Aner." Song Heng felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that beneath Shen Xingyue's indifferent exterior lay genuine concern for him. He softly expressed, "Thank you, Xingyue. Upon my return, I shall surely spend quality time with you and Aner." Shen Xingyue nodded, refraining from further words, and turned to take little Song's hand, softly saying, "Aner, your father has important matters to attend to. Let us not disturb him, shall we?" Though little Song felt a twinge of reluctance, he obediently nodded. "All right. Aner will listen to mother." As Song Heng observed the mother and son walking away, a pang of longing surged within him. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for sentimental musings. He turned to Lei Yun and instructed, "Lei Yun, prepare everything. We shall depart at once." Lei Yun nodded in affirmation. "Yes, my lord. I will make the preparations immediately." Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, Song Heng strode purposefully towards the front courtyard. He was acutely aware that this journey to Jiangnan would not only test his abilities, but also challenge his sense of responsibility. He must exert every effort to live up to the emperor's expectations, as well as those of his family. Before long, Lei Yun had readied the horses and supplies. Song Heng mounted his steed, casting a final glance at the gates of the Wang residence, silently vowing, "Xingyue, Aner, await my return." As night deepened, Song Heng and his son exited the gates, galloping forth with their entourage towards Jiangnan. In the main house of Shi Yuan, Su Lan was engaged in a discussion with Song Yu. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Song Yu remarked, "This flood is far from the mere surface complexity it appears to be. This time, both father and elder brother are not merely competing for a single piece of cake. It seems that their lives are at stake. If your father, that cripple, truly fails to return, the title of the Gongqin Wangfu will undoubtedly fall to you." "Huh, mother. My elder brother has narrowly escaped death on several occasions. I shall not be complacent this time, and he must return alive." As he spoke, his tightly clenched fists on the table turned pale, revealing his unwavering determination. "By the way, what is the situation with Su Qinyan? It has been quite some time, and there has been no progress. You must act swiftly. If your father and the others do not return, and if the emperor, in his leniency, decides to grant the title to the East Courtyard due to your elder brother's heirs, our future will be dire." Su Lan's voice grew stern. I understand. Song Yu replied, displaying signs of impatience. He had indeed put in effort, yet Su Qingyun's situation remained fruitless. What more could he do? Noticing his irritation, Su Lan furrowed her brow and intensified her tone. "This matter is of utmost importance. If your elder brother achieves great merit during this journey to Jiangnan, the emperor will undoubtedly hold him in higher regard. The title will likely be no longer in doubt. You cannot afford to be careless. Song Yu's expression darkened, his grip tightening on his fists, producing faint cracking sounds. Coldly, he responded, "Do not worry, mother, I know my limits. This journey to Jiangnan may not go as smoothly as he hopes. As for Su Qingyun, if she continues to be unremarkable, I shall have to consider other options. We cannot allow her to jeopardize the future of our entire Shiyuan." Chapter 52. A mother and son whose hearts are not ruthless enough upon hearing Song Yu's words. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Lan's eyes as she lowered her voice. Do you mean to say?" With a cold laugh. Song Yu's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. "Mother, some matters need not be articulated too explicitly. That elder brother has escaped death multiple times is merely a stroke of luck. Yet luck inevitably runs out. As for Su Qingyun, should she continue to be unproductive, I shall consider taking a concubine. I cannot allow the future of our entire Shiyuan to be delayed because of her alone." Su Lan nodded, a satisfied expression gracing her face. "It is reassuring to hear you think this way. However, the matter of taking a concubine must be approached with caution. For the Su family behind Su Qingyun is not to be trifled with. For now, keep her in check and ensure she remains oblivious to anything amiss." Song Yu waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for you to worry. Mother, I have it under control. I will manage the situation with Su Qingyun. The most crucial task now is to ensure that elder brother is denied any opportunity to achieve further accolades." A flicker of malice flashed in Su Lan's eyes as she whispered, "What do you plan to do?" A cold smile crept across Song Yu's lips as he slowly replied, "In the face of the floods of Jiangnan, amidst both natural and man-made calamities, who can guarantee that no unforeseen events will occur? Even if we do not act directly, a slight nudge in the right direction will surely prompt others to intervene. Should anything befall elder brother, it would simply be fate, and he cannot blame anyone else." At his words, a sinister smile spread across Su Lan's face. "Excellent. You have truly matured. Mother supports you. Regardless of the circumstances, the title must remain with our Shiyuan." Song Yu nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Mother, rest assured, this time I shall not allow my elder brother the opportunity to return and overshadow me." The mother and son shared a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding palpable. However, the atmosphere within the room swiftly turned chilly, as if the very air had solidified. During the absence of Song Heng, Shen Xingyue found herself quite at ease, spending her days sleeping and tending to her child without much else to occupy her time. One day, when Song insisted on flying a kite, Shen Xingyue, unable to resist his pleas, accompanied him to the courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Song Yu, who fixated his gaze upon Shen Xing, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Dressed in simple attire, with her long hair gently swaying in the breeze, Shen Xingyue held the kite string in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips as she played joyfully with Song. And her figure remained graceful, her beauty untouched, betraying no signs of motherhood. A wave of jealousy and resentment surged within Song Yu. He scoffed inwardly, reflecting on his brother's fortunate circumstances, marrying such a beauty and having a son. Alas! It seemed that fortune was drawing to a close. As he pondered this, he suddenly caught sight of Shen Xingyue turning her head, their eyes meeting momentarily. Shen Xingyue paused slightly, then regained her composure, offering a subtle nod as a greeting. Noticing this, Song Yu felt a stir of intrigue, a disingenuous smile spreading across his face as he approached her. "Sister-in-law, what a delightful scene. Accompanying an and flying a kite, I see." Shen Xingyue maintained her calm demeanor, speaking in an even tone. "Anur insisted on flying a kite, so I decided to play with him for a while. Have we disturbed you?" Song Yu chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over Shen Xingyue as he feigned nonchalance. "Not at all. I happened to pass by and saw you and Anur here, so I thought I would come over to say hello." "Anur, are you enjoying flying the kite?" Little Song and looked up at Song Yu, his innocent voice chiming. "Second uncle, I'm so happy. Mother is flying the kite with me. and it's soaring so high. Song Yu smiled as he ruffled Song An's hair, his tone laden with hidden implications. You are truly well-behaved, Aner. I shall make time to play with you in the future, if that pleases you. Song An blinked, his innocent excitement shining through as he nodded eagerly. Yes, second uncle must play with Aner. Noticing this exchange, Shen Xingyue's brow furrowed slightly, yet her voice remained calm. Second brother is busy with his affairs. Aner has me to keep him company, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Song Yu chuckled, his gaze still lingering on Shen Xingyue, his tone taking on a more probing quality. Sister-in-law, why be so formal? We are family. It is only right for me to spend time with Aner. Moreover, with my elder brother absent, it is only natural for me to take more care of you both. Shen Xingyue, discerning the underlying motives in his words, maintained her composed expression, though a hint of distance crept into her tone. I appreciate your goodwill, second brother, but Aner and I are well, and there is no need for your concern. Seeing her cool demeanor, Song Yu felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he retained his smile. Sister-in-law, why must you be so distant? With my brother away, it is only fitting that I show more care for you both. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to assist. Shen Xingyue offered a faint smile, her tone laced with an air of aloofness. Second brother, your intentions are appreciated, but Aner and I truly require nothing. With that, she grasped Song An's hand and turned to leave. Song Yu observed her retreating figure, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips. Shen Xingyue, how lofty you are. However, once elder brother does not return, we shall see how long you can maintain that pride. He remained rooted in place, watching as Shen Xingyue and Song had departed, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a malevolent expression. He muttered to himself, Elder brother, your days of fortune are numbered. Meanwhile, as Shen Xingyue held Song An's hand, a subtle unease stirred within her. Though she appeared calm on the surface, Song Yu's cryptic gaze and words sent a chill down her spine. She pondered silently. That cunning man, Song Yu, is not to be underestimated. Today's encounter was likely no mere coincidence. I must tread carefully. She glanced down at Song and, gently ruffling his hair, and softly instructed, Aner, if your second uncle wishes to play with you in the future, remember to inform mother first, understood? Song An blinked, not fully comprehending, yet obediently nodded. Understood, mother. Shen Xingyue smiled faintly, but her heart remained vigilant. She knew that during Song Cheng's absence from the residence, she must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that no one could exploit any opportunity. Upon returning to his own chamber, Song Yu found it difficult to regain his composure. His thoughts were consumed by the image of Shen Xingyue he had just witnessed in the courtyard, her ethereal presence lingering in his mind. Her cool demeanor, striking beauty, and the grace with which she moved ignited an uncontrollable desire within him. Seated at his desk, his fingers unconsciously tapped the surface, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 53. The brazen scoundrel, how can a woman like Shen Xingyue not belong to me? Song Yu murmured, his voice tinged with resentment and jealousy. The more he contemplated, the more his agitation grew, prompting him to rise abruptly and pace restlessly within his room. Shen Xingyue's visage haunted his thoughts, leading him to envision what it would be like if she were his. Yet, the intensity of such fantasies only served to amplify his jealousy and hatred. Why does elder brother possess all of this? Esteem, power, and even a woman like Shen Xingyue? Song Yu gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. He approached the window, flinging it open, the cold wind rushing in. It could not dispel the heat simmering within him. Drawing a deep breath, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, since everything elder brother possesses rightfully should not belong to him. I shall seize it for myself. The title, the power, and eventually, Shen Xingyue will all be mine. A cold smile crept across Song Yu's lips as plans began to form in his mind. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait. Elder brother Song Cheng's journey to Jiangnan presented the perfect opportunity for him to act. As long as Song Cheng did not return, the title would naturally fall into his hands, and Shen Xingyue would be but a prize to be claimed. With this thought, Song Yu's mood settled somewhat. He turned and approached the writing desk, taking up a pen to compose a letter. Afterward, he summoned his trusted aide and instructed in hushed tones, "Deliver this letter to Jiangnan, ensuring it reaches that individual in person. Remember, this matter must remain a secret from all." The aide accepted the letter with a respectful nod, affirming, "Yes, second young master, I understand." With a wave of his hand, Song Yu signaled for him to depart. Once the aide had left, he returned to his chair, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Eldest brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you for obstructing my path." Meanwhile, upon her return to the east courtyard, Shen Xingyue felt a lingering unease. She seated herself by the window, gazing at the courtyard scenery, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Song Yu's actions today instilled in her a sense of inexplicable peril. Although she typically refrained from engaging much with the west courtyard, she was well aware of Song Yu's profound cunning and nefarious nature. With Song Heng absent from the residence, should Song Yu seize this opportunity to instigate turmoil, both she and Anur could find themselves in jeopardy. Shen Xingyue muttered softly to herself, pondering her next course of action. Rising, she approached the writing desk and penned a letter, subsequently calling for her personal maid. In a low voice, she instructed, "Ensure this letter reaches Jiangnan and is hand-delivered to the eldest young master. Remember, this must remain confidential." The maid accepted the letter with a respectful nod, responding, "Yes, madam. I understand." Shen Xingyue nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a slight sense of reassurance as she watched the maid depart. She recognized the necessity of preparing for unforeseen circumstances. She could not afford to remain passive. As night deepened and tranquility enveloped the Wang residence, Su Qingyun sat within her chamber, her fingers gripping a teacup, the tips turning pale. The maid she had dispatched for information had just returned, whispering a few words in her ear, causing Su Qingyun's expression to darken with fury. "You mean to say that the second young master encountered Shen Xingyue in the courtyard today and spoke with her?" Su Qingyun's voice was frigid, laced with suppressed anger. The maid, keeping her head lowered, cautiously replied, "Yes, madam. The second young master did indeed converse with the first madam in the courtyard, even praising her beauty and figure." At this revelation, Su Qingyun's hand slammed the teacup onto the table with a resounding crash. Through clenched teeth, she seethed, "What a detestable Song Yu! After so many years of dedicated service to this family, he dares to harbor feelings for that Shen Xingyue. It is utterly revolting and unacceptable." The maid, frightened, dared not raise her gaze, softly advising, "Madam, please calm your anger. The second young master may have merely spoken in jest and may not harbor genuine intentions." "Spoken in jest?" Su Qingyun scoffed, her eyes brimming with derision. "What sort of man is Song Yu that I would not comprehend? If he can utter such words to Shen Xingyue today, he could very well commit even more egregious acts tomorrow. That shameless Shen Xingyue, relying on her fleeting beauty, dares to entice my husband. It is utterly disgraceful." As Su Qingyun continued to vent her frustrations, her chest heaved with agitation, clearly infuriated by Song Yu's actions. She abruptly stood and began pacing the room, her anger simmering within her. "Madam, please take care not to let your anger harm your health," the maid cautioned gently. Su Qingyun halted her steps, casting a cold glance at the maid, her tone laced with a hint of severity. "Go. Keep a close watch on every movement in the east courtyard, especially concerning Song Yu and Shen Xingyue. Should they have any further contact, report to me immediately." The maid promptly nodded. "Yes, my lady, I shall attend to it once." Su Qingyun waved her hand, signaling the maid to withdraw. Once she was alone in the room, she approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black night, a glimmer of chill passing through her eyes. "Shen Xingyue, what right do you have to vie with me? Song Yu is my husband. No one shall take him away." Su Qingyun murmured to herself, her tone infused with malice. She contemplated silently. If Song Yu truly harbored feelings for Shen Xingyue, she could not remain passive. Although Shen Xingyue was cold and proud, she was still a woman. If Song Yu were to employ even the slightest strategy, it was likely she would succumb. However, with the recent trip to Jiangnan to address flood control, It was evident that her mother-in-law and Song-yu had devised plans to ensure he would not return easily. Song-yu, should you dare betray me, I shall make you regret it profoundly, Su Qingyun declared coldly, her eyes flashing with determination. She turned to the vanity, opening a drawer to retrieve an exquisite wooden box. Inside lay a jade pendant, a token her mother had personally entrusted to her upon her marriage into the royal family. Su Qingyun gently caressed the pendant, a complex expression flickering in her gaze. Mother, you once said that in this grand residence, if a woman wishes to avoid being bullied, she must learn to be ruthless. At last I understand, Su Qingyun whispered, her tone resolute. She signaled the maid to leave once more. Alone in the room, she approached the copper mirror, scrutinizing her reflection, a coldness glimmering in her eyes. Shen Xingyue, do you believe you can remain unscathed? In this royal residence, no one can stand apart. If you dare to touch my husband, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Meanwhile, in the west courtyard, Song-yu sat in his study, toying with a delicately crafted jade cup, a sinister light flickering in his eyes. He was scheming how to leverage this opportunity to eliminate Song Heng, seize the title, and even claim Shen Xingyue for himself. Chapter 54. Unable to restrain himself? Elder brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame must be laid, let it fall upon you for obstructing my path. Song-yu murmured, a cold smirk curling his lips. As the night deepened, the undercurrents within the royal residence grew ever more turbulent. Su Qingyun's fury, Song-yu's ambition, and Shen Xingyue's vigilance intertwined, as if a silent war was quietly unfolding. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangnan, Song Heng remained blissfully unaware. He was wholly absorbed in flood control efforts, entirely oblivious to the storm brewing within the royal residence. The night was as dark as ink, and torrential rain poured down in Jiangnan, fierce winds lashing against the reed huts, producing a crackling sound. Song Heng sat within the humble hut, gripping a scroll of hydraulic maps, his brow furrowed. He had just concluded a discussion with several officials regarding the upcoming flood control plan. Though exhausted, his thoughts remained fixated on the safety of the common people. Your Highness, we have mobilized sufficient resources and personnel. How shall we proceed next? An official stepped forward to inquire. Song Heng took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Immediately organize the evacuation of the populace from the perilous zones, while simultaneously reinforcing the embankments and clearing the riverways. We must minimize the losses before the torrential rains arrive. The official nodded in acquiescence. Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to this matter at once. Your Highness, you have not had a proper rest for several days. Perhaps you should take a moment to recuperate, suggested a nearby attendant in hushed tones. Song Heng shook his head, his tone resolute. The flood has not yet subsided, and the people remain unsettled. How can I find peace and rest? Go and assess the situation outside. Report back immediately if anything seems amiss. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement and turned to exit. Alone in the reed hut, Song Heng rubbed his aching temples, poised to continue studying the hydraulic maps when he suddenly heard a faint rustle of footsteps from outside. The sound was so subtle that it was nearly drowned out by the rain, yet Song Heng, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possessed keen hearing and immediately sensed something amiss. A chill ran down his spine as he swiftly became alert, his gaze sharp upon the entrance of the hut. Who goes there? Song Heng called softly, his voice laced with vigilance. However, the only response was a flash of cold steel as a sharp dagger thrust through the entrance, aimed directly at his throat. Reacting with remarkable speed, Song Heng sidestepped the lethal strike, drawing his sword in a flash, its gleam like lightning, aimed at the assailant's chest. With a loud crash, the door of the hut was kicked open, and several cloaked figures rushed in, their blades glinting ominously, clearly seasoned assassins. Song Heng's expression hardened. He instinctively understood that these individuals were intent on his demise. Who sent you? He demanded in a low, authoritative tone. The assailants exchanged glances but offered no reply, instead launching their assault upon him in unison. Amidst the flurry of blades, Song Heng fought valiantly against multiple foes, despite his superior skills. The overwhelming numbers and their lethal strikes made it difficult for him to escape. My lord, the attendant, hearing the commotion, burst into the fray. his face a mask of alarm, and immediately drew his own weapon to join the conflict. Yet, the assailants had evidently anticipated this, as one of them hurled a smoke bomb into the hut, enveloping the interior in a dense haze that obscured all vision. Holding his breath, Heng relied on instinct, swinging his sword to defend himself, but was still caught off guard by one of the attackers, who managed to slash his arm. "My lord, be careful," the attendant shouted, placing himself between Heng and an assailant, only to be struck in the chest and fall lifeless to the ground. A pang of anguish shot through Heng. Igniting his fury, he swung his sword fiercely, forcing one attacker back, and then dashed out of the hut into the downpour. The black-clad figures pursued him, the clash of blades mingling with the roar of the rain. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, followed by a commanding shout. "You audacious brigands! Seize them!" A wave of relief washed over Heng as he recognized that reinforcements had arrived. Indeed, dozens of soldiers surged forward, encircling the assailants. Realizing their precarious position, the attackers exchanged glances and swiftly retreated, vanishing into the rain-soaked night. Standing amid the deluge, rain coursing down his face and mingling with blood, Heng cast a glance at the wound on his arm, his brow furrowed, while a cold dread settled within him. He pondered the identities of those who had sent the assassins, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth of his precarious state. "My lord, are you unhurt?" A general stepped forward, expressing concern. Heng shook his head, his tone somber. "I am fine. You should investigate the origins of these men in black." The general nodded in acknowledgement and immediately ordered his subordinates to search the area. Heng remained rooted in place, gazing in the direction where the black-clad figures had vanished, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had long sensed the ambitions of certain individuals, but he had not anticipated their eagerness to the extent of resorting to assassination. Clenching his fists, he silently resolved, "Since you are so impatient, I shall ensure you remember this lesson well." The rain continued to fall as Heng stood resolutely in its midst. He understood that this storm was merely the beginning. Standing in the rain, he allowed the frigid droplets to wash over him. The wound on his arm throbbed faintly, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed, even resolute. "My lord, your injury requires urgent attention." Qin Feng approached, speaking in hushed tones. Heng nodded, his voice steady. "Let us return to the tent and summon everyone. I have matters of great importance to discuss." Qin Feng, not daring to delay, promptly complied and accompanied Heng back to the tent. Soon, several officials hurried in, their expressions tinged with concern upon noticing the wound on Heng's arm. "Young master, your injury," one local official hesitated to finish. Heng waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unscathed. Seated at the head of the table, he scanned the room, his voice low yet firm. "I trust you are all aware of the events of this evening. Some have grown impatient to take my life, even going so far as to send assassins. The issue of the flooding may not be as straightforward as we had presumed." The officials exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, speaking gravely. "My lord, this matter is of utmost significance." Heng let out a cold laugh, a glint of menace in his eyes. "Indeed, the adversary has placed a knife at our throats. We can no longer afford to remain passive. Relay my orders. Immediately enhance the camp's defenses and discreetly investigate the origins of these men in black. Additionally, notify the counties in Jiangnan to conduct a thorough audit of the supplies and funds allocated by the court over the years for flood relief, ensuring all details are reported at every level." The assembled leaders responded in unison. "Yes, young master." Heng nodded approvingly and continued. "Furthermore, dispatch someone back to the capital to report this matter to the emperor. Remember, it must be done discreetly, without alerting anyone." Chapter 55. The conspiracy behind the flood. Qin Feng stepped forward, quietly inquiring, "My lord, your leg." Heng's gaze hardened, a note of warning in his voice. "There is no need for further questions. Remember, the events of tonight must not be disclosed. Should anyone reveal even a fragment, they will face military justice." The room fell silent, the officials bowing their heads in acknowledgement. "We understand, my lord." Waving his hand, Song Heng signaled for them to leave. Once alone in the tent, he slowly rose and approached the map, his eyes fixated on the terrain of Jiangnan. He was aware that this assassination was merely the beginning. The conspiracy lurking behind it was far more intricate than he had imagined. Nevertheless, he did not intend to remain passive. Since the adversary had made their move, he would show no mercy in return. The rain persisted, the sound of the wind mingling with the raindrops against the tent, as if heralding an even greater storm on the horizon. Song Heng stood resolutely before the map, his gaze unwavering, already formulating his strategy. "Whoever seeks my life shall pay the price," he murmured, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, within the royal mansion, Song Yu sat in his study, toying with a jade cup, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as a cold smile crept upon his lips. He believed his plan to be foolproof. Even if Song Heng survived, he would be severely weakened. However, he remained oblivious to the failure of yet another operation carried out by his men. Song Heng was, with the force of thunder, launching a counterattack. He understood that he must swiftly seize the initiative, for should he fall into a passive stance, the consequences would be dire. "Someone," he called coldly the following morning. A guard quickly entered the study, bowing respectfully. "What does the young master command?" "Investigate if there are any updates from Jiangnan." Song Yu's voice carried a hint of urgency. The guard complied, yet Song Yu remained restless. Rising, he approached the window and gazed out at the torrential rain, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Matters seemed far more intricate than they appeared. Were the troubles in Jiangnan merely due to flooding? "My father and I have only just begun addressing the water crisis. Those individuals should not be so easily rattled. There must be something amiss." Since their last team meeting, Cui Yoha had been unable to forget Song Heng. She had prepared his favorite delicacies early that day, intending to visit the royal mansion. She thought that as long as Song Heng held her in his heart, that Shen Xingyue would soon enough be cast aside, leaving her with nothing to fear. However, upon knocking on the mansion's grand door, she learned that Song Heng had gone to Jiangnan to manage the floods and was not at home. Just as she was about to leave, she was called to a halt by Su Qingyan. "Is that Miss Cui?" Hearing her name, Cui Yua paused, turning to see a woman dressed in an elegant gown standing at the entrance, her eyes sparkling with warmth and her demeanor gentle. She recognized her as Su Qingyan, Song Heng's sister. "Ah, it's Miss Su." Cui Yoha smiled faintly, suppressing her disappointment and responding politely. Su Qingyan approached, her tone warm. "What brings you to the mansion today?" "Miss Cui, are you here to see my brother?" Cui Yoha nodded, a hint of regret crossing her face. "Yes. I heard that Brother Song went to Jiangnan to address the floods, and I brought some of his favorite foods, only to find he is not at home." Su Qingyun's gaze flicked to the food box in Cui Yoha's hands, a glimmer of understanding passing through her eyes. She then smiled and said, "Indeed, my brother has gone to Jiangnan and will not return anytime soon. However, since you are here, why not come inside for a while? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Cui Yoha hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Then I shall impose." The two women entered the mansion together, where Su Qingyun guided Cui Yoha to the flower hall and instructed a maid to serve hot tea. Amid the fragrant steam of the tea, Su Qingyun inquired, "Miss Cui, how have you been lately? What prompted you to visit my brother today?" Cui Yoha smiled faintly, her tone tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Not long ago, I shared a delightful tea session with Brother Song Heng." Su Qingyan nodded, a glimmer of profound understanding flashing in her eyes. He has always been preoccupied with state affairs, rarely finding the leisure to engage in conversation with others. Even I scarcely have the chance to meet Song Yu, so it is indeed a rare privilege for Miss Cui to capture his favor. Cui Yoha discerned the underlying implication in her words and felt a twinge of displeasure, yet she maintained her smile. "Miss Su, you jest. Brother Song Heng has always treated me with kindness. Perhaps the second young madam has misunderstood." Su Qingyun took a gentle sip of her tea, her tone indifferent. "No matter how close you may be, we still have a sister-in-law at home. I fear it may not be so easy for Miss Cui to enter the Wang residence." Upon hearing this, Cui Yoha's expression subtly shifted, though she quickly regained her composure. "You must be referring to that vile woman, Shen Xingyue." It was truly a pity that I could not expose her innocence last time. Su Qingyun set her teacup down, her gaze fixed on Chui Yoha, her tone laced with a hint of warning. Miss Chui, regarding that matter, my brother is still investigating. Should the truth come to light one day, your affairs may well be jeopardized. Chui Yoha felt a pang from Su Qingyun's words, her smile gradually fading. Clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, she spoke with a touch of reluctance. What do you mean by that, Miss Su? Su Qingyun's expression remained calm, yet her tone brooked no argument. Miss Chui, I do not mean to cast blame. I merely wish for you to understand that we are but two sides of the same coin. Should one of us falter, the other will not fare well either. Chui Yoha fell silent for a moment before ultimately rising, forcing a smile. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Su. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. Su Qingyun also stood, her tone still gentle. Safe travels, Miss Chui. Should you have the time, you are welcome to visit the Wang residence again. Chui Yoha nodded, turning to leave the floral hall, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She had initially perceived Su Qingyun as a simpleton easily manipulated, yet today she found herself re-evaluating that impression. Exiting the gates of the Wang residence, Chui Yoha gazed up at the overcast sky, secretly vowing, Song Heng, I will not relinquish my pursuit easily. One day, you shall come to realize who is truly meant for you. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun stood at the doorway of the floral hall, watching Chui Yoha depart, unaware that Su Lan had approached her from behind. Su Lan quietly inquired, Qingyun, has Miss Chui left? Su Qingyun withdrew her gaze and turned to face Su Lan, a trace of fatigue evident on her countenance. Yes, she has. Su Lan frowned slightly, her tone laced with concern. Miss Chui is quite astute. Had we not acted swiftly last time, I fear. Su Qingyun nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of cold resolve. I am aware. However, we still require the support of the Chui family at this juncture. Chapter 56. The disappearance of Song Heng. Su Lan hesitated before softly asking, currently, it is you or who calls the shots at home? Your father and Song Heng are preoccupied with the flood crisis in Jiangnan, leaving little time to attend to Shen Xingyue and her child. Su Qingyun nodded, a determined glint in her eyes. I shall seek an opportunity to create unrest in the inner quarters, for by the time he returns, everything may have changed. As for Chui Yoha, if she truly desires to marry into the royal family and embrace widowhood, that is not beyond possibility. Su Lan, poseving Su Qingyun se di solet de meno, chose to remain silent, merely uttering softly, Qingyun, if you wish for both yourself and Yuer to secure a place in this royal residence, careful planning is imperative. Su Qingyun responded with a gentle smile, her tone imbued with a sense of tranquility. Mother, your daughter-in-law understands. Nodding, Su Lan did not linger further and proceeded directly to the main hall. Meanwhile, as Chui Yoha exited the gates of the royal residence, the smile that had once adorned her face had vanished entirely. She entered her carriage and coldly instructed the driver, return to the manor. As the carriage slowly departed, Chui Yoha leaned back within, a flicker of malice dancing in her eyes. Su Qingyun, do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Huh. Once I become Song Heng's wife, you shall be the first to face my reckoning. She clenched the handkerchief tightly, secretly devising her next move. No matter what, she was determined not to allow that wretched Shen Xingyue to remain in the royal residence by Song Heng's side. Since learning of Song Yu's clandestine encounters with Shen Xingyue, Su Qingyun's thoughts had begun to shift. She understood Song Yu's nature. Once his malicious intent surfaced, he would stop at nothing to achieve his desires. Ever since that hurried conversation with Shen Xingyue, Song Yu had found himself unable to forget his sister-in-law. However, the assassins he dispatched had yet to report back, which stirred a sense of unease within him. If matters remained unresolved, it would become increasingly challenging to deal with his elder brother. Given the severity of the flooding exceeding expectations, Song Jingnian and Song Heng dared not relax. Standing at the Flood Control Command Center, Song Jingnian gazed out at the torrential rain, the dim light within the room casting shadows in the night. His temples throbbed. Having gone 3 consecutive days without sleep, his vision had begun to blur. My lord, The water level at Xingyue has surpassed the warning line by 2 meters. A servant rushed in, clutching the latest water report, revealing that the upstream reservoir was at full capacity. If this continued, upon hearing the report, Song Jingyuan's fingertips trembled slightly. He knew all too well what such an alarming situation could entail. There were dozens of villages along the banks of Xingyue, home to tens of thousands of people. Should the dam break, the consequences would be dire. Notify Song Heng to initiate a level 1 emergency response immediately, he commanded sternly, instructing Song Heng to lead the evacuation efforts at Xingyue village, ensuring the relocation of the populace before dawn. Before he finished speaking, Song Heng, drenched and caked in mud, entered, his handsome face etched with concern. The situation in Xingyue County was worse than anticipated. Wiping the rain from his face, he noted that the water at the village entrance had risen to waist level, with many elderly residents reluctant to leave their homes. They must be evacuated. Song Jingyuan interjected firmly, "You must enforce the relocation, if necessary. Remember, not a single soul can be left behind." Song Heng pressed his lips together, hesitated, then turned to depart. The rain intensified, and he trudged through the flood with the rescue team, the flame of his torch flickering feebly amidst the downpour. The only sounds accompanying him were the relentless rain and the cries for help echoing in the distance. Seeing his son, who had just managed to stand, Song Jingyuan felt no joy. He had no time to consider whether his son could bear the burden. Reluctantly, he entrusted these critical tasks to him. "Is anyone there? Help!" A faint cry for help reached Song Heng's ears. Following the sound, he spotted an elderly man at the entrance of a dilapidated house, desperately waving his hands. The water had risen to the man's waist, and he clung to the door frame, silently pleading for assistance. The moment he let go, he would be engulfed by the flood. "Continue to organize the evacuation," Song Heng commanded, resolutely plunging into the raging waters. The flood was icy and piercing, with treacherous currents swirling beneath the surface. He swam with all his might towards the house, only to be knocked over by a wave, swallowing mouthfuls of water. Finally grasping the old man, he realized that the shock had rendered him limp. "Do not be afraid. I will take you away from here," Song Heng reassured, gently assisting the elder as they cautiously made their way upwards. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed, and the house shook violently. A heavy weight settled in Song Heng's heart. The dam upstream had breached. The water surged alarmingly, and the house teetered perilously on the brink. Without a moment's thought, the torrent swept them away, and Song Heng clung tightly to the old man's hand, fighting desperately against the current. Song Heng grabbed the rope. In a daze, he heard shouts from the shore. A rescue rope was thrown towards them. With his last ounce of strength, he seized the rope and secured it around the old man's waist. With the assistance of the crowd, they finally managed to pull the elder to safety on the shore. "Have you lost your mind?" Song Jingyuan's furious voice thundered in his ears. "Who permitted you to act on your own?" Looking up, Song Heng saw his father had arrived at the scene, his usually authoritative face now etched with fear and anxiety, his voice trembling. Just as Song Heng opened his mouth to explain, a wave crashed over him, submerging him completely. The murky floodwaters engulfed him, swirling with debris, and his figure vanished from sight. Song Jingyuan felt the world darken, a buzzing sound filling his ears as if the entire universe were spinning out of control. If anything happens to you, he could not finish the thought. He understood that despite having nurtured and guided Song Heng for nearly 20 years, he was still the child of a royal brother, recently reunited. Should anything occur under his watch, it would be an unbearable burden to bear. "Quick, save him!" he shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking. Several capable swimmers immediately leaped into the water, but the turbulent currents rendered their efforts futile. Song Jingyuan's gaze remained fixed on the water surface, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. For 20 years, he had never felt such fear. However, after an extensive search and rescue effort, there was still no sign of Song Heng. As the rain intensified, bystanders urged the old prince to retreat, insisting that they would continue the search. Unable to withstand their pleas, he reluctantly returned to the thatched shelter, awaiting news. Alas, after a full day and night of searching, there was still no sign of life or death. In despair, Song Jingyuan sent a letter back to the capital. "Father, father, look! It seems someone is floating." In the distance, two slender figures were paddling a small boat across the water. Chapter 57. An unexpected reward after being rescued. Let us row over and take a look. The youth quickened his strokes, and in no time, they reached the person. The father and son worked in unison to hoist the individual onto the boat. Upon closer inspection, they found Song Heng's hair clinging to his forehead, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body frigid, lips tinged with purple, and blood from his arm spreading in the floodwaters. The elder checked for breath and, finding a faint pulse, remarked, "You are fortunate to be alive. Hold on." Within the bamboo hut, Song Xingyue sat forlornly on a simple wooden chair, clutching a completed memorial. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across his weary face. The rain continued to pour outside, each drop resonating like a hammer, striking his heart. "My lord, you must eat something," urged the old steward. Holding a bowl of warm porridge, his voice trembling, "It has been a day and a night." Song Xingyue waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the door. His official robes were soaked through, yet he remained oblivious. Memories of Song Heng as a child flooded his mind, the boy who always trailed behind him, calling out father with innocent delight. Meanwhile, in the humble thatched cottage of the fishing village, Song Heng lay atop a bed of straw. An elderly fisherman tended to his wounds while a young lad carefully offered him a bowl of hot ginger soup. "Father, this young gentleman seems extraordinary," the boy remarked, eyeing Song Heng's satin garments. "I have not seen such fabric in the town." The old fisherman nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is remarkable. Look at the jade pendant at his waist." But before he could finish, he noticed that Song Heng was burning with fever. "This is not good. He has a fever. Quickly, son, fetch a basin of cold water." "Right away." The boy pushed open the door and dashed outside. After 2 days and nights of attentive care, Song Heng's fever finally subsided, and the rain outside began to lessen. The old fisherman stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the overcast sky, and instructed his son, "Go and prepare our finest fish to nourish this young gentleman." "Of course." The boy responded cheerfully as he left. Inside the cottage, Song Heng gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself beneath the thatched roof, the faint scent of fish lingering in the air. Has the young master awoken? The old fisherman entered, carrying a steaming bowl of fish soup, his wrinkled face adorned with a kind smile. "Here, drink it while it's hot." Song Heng attempted to rise, but found himself utterly weak. The old fisherman quickly supported him and placed a straw pillow behind his back. "Take your time. You have been unconscious for 2 days and nights, and your body is still fragile. Thank you for your rescue, sir." Song Heng's voice was hoarse. "But may I ask where this is?" "This is a fishing village downstream of Qinghe, over 20 miles from where you fell into the water," the old fisherman replied as he helped him sip the soup. "That day, my son and I were returning from fishing when we happened to see you drifting on the surface." Only then did Song Heng notice that his clothes had been changed to coarse fabric and that his waist felt empty. His expression shifted. "Sir, have you seen the jade pendant I carried?" The old fisherman's eyes flickered momentarily. "It is placed beneath your pillow. Rest assured, though we are simple folk, we understand the importance of not taking what belongs to others." A pang of guilt washed over Song Heng. "I did not mean to imply otherwise. It is just that this pendant holds great significance for me, which is why I inquired." He then attempted to rise to pay his respects. "Do not move." The old fisherman pressed him down, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Young master, do you realize that you have only just recovered from your fever? You ought to rest well." The old man did not take it to heart. Song Heng was taken aback, an overwhelming sense of guilt washing over him. "Thank you for saving my life, old sir." "It was merely a small effort," the fisherman replied. "This year's flood is particularly fierce, and the dam has been in disrepair for years. It is truly a blessing from the heavens that it has not breached in previous years." "Why do you say that, old man?" Song Heng inquired. The old fisherman sighed, taking a seat by the bed, his calloused hand unconsciously stroking his knee. "You are unaware, young master. The dam along the Qing River is said to be repaired every year, yet it is always met with mere pretense." He gestured towards the murky river water outside. "Last spring, the county office claimed they would allocate funds for repairs and assign silver contributions to each household. But guess what? They only used some shabby mud to patch it up, hardly adding a few stones. Song Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. So all that silver went into the pockets of those corrupt officials? At that moment, the fisherman's son entered, indignantly interjecting. I saw with my own eyes the county magistrate's brother-in-law buy a grand residence in town. The old fisherman shot a glare at his son. Mind your tongue. He turned back to Song Heng, smiling apologetically. The boy is naive. Please do not take offense, young master. Song Heng shook his head, but within him, tumultuous waves surged. He recalled how, despite having only recently arrived, he had heard similar rumors, which he had dismissed as isolated incidents. Now it seemed otherwise. Old sir, he managed to sit up straight with effort. Could you elaborate on this matter? The old fisherman hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. Since you ask, I shall speak a few words. The people along the banks of the Qing River must pay a levy for the dam every year. Yet the condition of the dam deteriorates year by year. Last autumn, Zhongjia village downstream was inundated, resulting in the loss of over 10 lives. Does the county office not intervene? Intervene? The old fisherman chuckled bitterly. The magistrate claims it is an act of nature and even insists on collecting the dam levy again. But once that money is collected, not a single drop of aid is seen. Song Heng felt a heaviness in his chest as he recalled the court's tireless efforts over the years to manage the waters, yielding little success. So the problem lay here. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The fisherman's son rushed to the window, his face suddenly paling. Father, this is bad. The county officials have arrived. The old fisherman's face turned ashen. What do they want? They say they have come to collect this year's dam levy. Each household must pay 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Song Heng abruptly threw off the blanket. I will go and see. You mustn't. The old fisherman quickly restrained him. You're still unwell. He hesitated, searching for words. Song Heng then remembered his condition and forced a bitter smile. Indeed, I am in this state. Before he could finish, the door of the thatched hut was kicked open. 3 bailiffs swaggered in, the leading rotund man casting a sidelong glance at the room. Old Lee, it is time to pay this year's dam levy, is it not? The old fisherman immediately rose to bow. Sir, given the state of this year. Less chatter. The rotund man interrupted with a wave of his hand. 2 taels of silver, not a single coin less. The old fisherman's son could not contain his astonishment. Last year, it was merely 1 tael. How has it doubled this year? Chapter 58. The provocative official, a resounding slap echoed as the youth stumbled back, reeling from the blow. You little rascal, dare to speak back to the official? The portly man sneered. Here, take another tael, consider it a lesson in decorum. Song Heng could no longer hold his tongue. He sprang to his feet and shouted, Stop. This stern command left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. The rotund official narrowed his eyes, sizing up Song Heng. Ah, where did this young master come from? Just as Song Heng was about to respond, the old fisherman hurriedly placed himself in front of him. Your Excellency, this is my nephew, come to seek refuge. He is unaware of the rules. Your nephew? The official scoffed. He does not appear to be one. Abruptly, he reached out to tug at Song Heng's collar. The elder rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. He truly is my nephew. He is still unwell. I implore you, Your Excellency, to show mercy. As for the silver, I truly do not possess that much. Please allow us a few days to gather it. 3 days, the official declared, raising 3 fingers, his jowls quivering as he spoke. I will grant you 3 days. If the silver is not forthcoming, he cast a menacing glance around the room. This dilapidated house will serve as collateral. The old fisherman bowed repeatedly. Yes, yes, thank you for your leniency, Your Excellency. Wait. Song Heng interjected suddenly. His voice, though weak, was imbued with resolve. Elder, you need not plead with them. Silence enveloped the room. The rotund official squinted, appraising Song Heng from head to toe. What do you mean by that, boy? Steadying himself against the bedpost, Song Heng, despite his pallor, fixed a sharp gaze on the official, as I understand it. The court has long issued a decree that the annual tax on flood control cannot exceed 1 tael per household. You impose an arbitrary increase and resort to violence. Do you not fear the law? The law? The official erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing jest. In Qinghe County, we are the law. His mirth vanished as he glared menacingly. I believe you are courting death. With that, he shoved the old fisherman aside and reached for Song Heng's collar. At that moment, something struck the official's hand, causing it to fall away. Who dares to ambush me? He bellowed, his voice booming enough to shake the very walls of the humble abode. A middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe strode in, his eyes sharp as lightning, surveying the room. Upon noticing Song Heng's pale visage, a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by an authoritative demeanor. Who dares to defy me? Or shall I take your lives instead? The portly official fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly. Forgive me, young master. I was merely following the county magistrate's orders to collect the flood control tax. You dare to impose taxes upon the common folk and resort to violence? The newcomer sneered. I would not. I would not. The official trembled in terror. Ignoring him, the newcomer turned to Song Heng, his tone inadvertently softening. Cough, cough. Are you all right? Song Heng exchanged a knowing glance with the newcomer, who then coughed lightly in response. Just then, the old fisherman suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Young master, please see clearly. This young gentleman is my aging uncle's nephew. Recently, he fell into the water and was rescued, and has since been recuperating. You may rise. This matter does not concern you, a bystander remarked. Why don't you hurry and leave? You hold the title of a government official, yet neglect your duties. Truly, you are devoid of conscience. The corpulent constable, realizing he could gain no advantage in the presence of these individuals, could only cast a fierce glare at the elder and the youth. 3 days, just 3 days, and we shall depart. Once the intruders had left, the others once again assisted Song Heng to the bed. You see, why bother discussing principles of law with such individuals? If they possessed any conscience, we would not find ourselves in our current predicament, the elder lamented. Song Heng glanced at the man standing by the window and inquired, How did you know I was here? The elder and the youth exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, Do you know each other? Song Heng awkwardly turned to the elder, saying, Yes, he is a friend of mine. Ah, very well, since your friend has found you. We shall leave you to your conversation without further interruption, the elder remarked, pulling his son out of the thatched hut. How did you know I was here? Song Heng asked once more. Young master, we have been tirelessly inquiring and searching these past 2 days. One of the shadow guards learned that a father and son in this village had rescued a young man, which offered a glimmer of hope. I had to come personally to confirm if it was indeed you. You have worked hard, Qin Feng. Young master, when shall we return? Since you were swept away by the flood, the prince has been frantic with worry. There is no rush. This disappearance provides a perfect pretext to investigate the corrupt officials in Qinghe County. We shall gather evidence before returning to address the matter comprehensively. Understood. Please take some silver to that father and son to alleviate their immediate plight. They are mere commoners and cannot contend with such a malevolent and greedy official. A temporary concession will spare them from unwarranted disaster. Very well, I shall attend to it at once, Qin Feng replied, departing from the hut. Meanwhile, Song Heng's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Leaning against the bed's headboard, he gazed towards the door, contemplating Qin Feng's retreating figure. He recalled the day he was swept away by the flood. The river surged violently, and it felt as though heaven and earth themselves were in a state of fury. Had it not been for that father and son's timely rescue, he would have surely met his end. Yet, the common folk of Qinghe County live in perpetual suffering. Besieged by corrupt officials, their lives rendered unbearable. Taking a deep breath, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this unexpected disappearance is fate's design, granting him the opportunity to delve into the lives of the people and witness their hardships firsthand. He resolved to eradicate the corrupt officials in Qinghe County, restoring justice to the people. Regaining his focus, he gently tapped his fingers against the bed's edge, pondering his next course of action. He understood that single-handedly dismantling this entrenched web of corruption would be a formidable challenge. He required more evidence and additional assistance. Above all, it was crucial to ensure the safety of that father and son, guaranteeing they would not suffer further persecution due to his presence. Young master, the silver has been delivered. Qin Feng's voice called from outside, interrupting Song Heng's contemplation. Song Heng nodded, signaling for Qin Feng to enter. He spoke softly. Qin Feng, please investigate further to uncover who supports the magistrate of Qinghe County. We must strike decisively, leaving them no opportunity for a comeback. Qin Feng's expression grew solemn as he nodded in understanding. However, my lord, concerning the prince's side, Chapter 59. The chaos following Song Heng's disappearance. Song Heng waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, there is no need to worry about father for now. I have it under control. You need only follow my instructions. With no further words, Qin Feng accepted his orders and departed. Alone in the room, Song Heng's gaze deepened. He was acutely aware that this struggle had merely commenced, and the adversaries he would confront were not only the corrupt officials of Qinghe County, but also the hidden forces lurking in the shadows. However, he had no intention of retreating. Rather, his resolve grew stronger. The people of Qinghe County shall certainly deliver you justice, Song Heng murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Xiang residence, a group of officials led by Minister Chui had gathered in his study, the flickering candlelight casting a somber atmosphere. Several officials, clad in their official attire, surrounded the desk. Their expressions varied, all eyes fixed on Minister Chui. Seated at the head of the table, Minister Chui held a warm cup of tea, his gaze contemplative as if mulling over something significant. Minister Chui, that lad Song Heng has been missing for days. I've heard the prince is in quite a tizzy. Should we not take this opportunity? One official suggested in a hushed tone, laced with a hint of trepidation. Minister Chui took a delicate sip of his tea, slowly placing the cup down, his eyes sweeping over the gathered assembly as he replied nonchalantly, what is there to rush about? Song Heng's disappearance is, in fact, advantageous for us. No matter how anxious the prince becomes, he is unlikely to act recklessly at this juncture. We need only observe the situation. Another official furrowed his brow, murmuring, but Minister Chui, that lad Song Heng is quite astute. If he Minister Chui interjected with a cold chuckle, is he not merely a cripple? What storm could he possibly stir? The affairs in Qinghe County have been meticulously arranged. Even if he uncovers something, it will not affect us in the slightest. Moreover, being swept away by such a deluge, he is surely doomed. At these words, the others nodded in agreement, though a few still wore worried expressions. Noticing this, Minister Chui felt a flicker of annoyance, and his tone grew colder. If you are afraid, feel free to withdraw. However, do not forget, we are all in this boat together. If it capsizes, none shall escape unscathed. The study fell into a heavy silence, the officials exchanging glances, hesitant to speak further. Observing their demeanor, Minister Chui softened slightly and continued, the most crucial matter now is to stabilize the situation. As for Song Xingyue, if he knows what is good for him, he will return home obediently. Should he insist on investigating, he must not blame us for being ruthless. As he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the table as if plotting something sinister. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study, followed by a guard who rushed in and bowed, reporting, Minister Chui, urgent news from Qinghe County. Upon hearing this, Minister Chui's brows furrowed slightly as he took the letter from the guard, opened it, and read it thoroughly before smirking coldly. Indeed, there are those who fear nothing. He rose, pacing the study with his hands clasped behind his back before halting abruptly, his voice icy as he commanded, respond to the magistrate of Qinghe County. Ensure someone closely monitors that individual's every move. Should he dare to act recklessly, he shall be swiftly eliminated, leaving no future repercussions. The guard took his leave, and the atmosphere in the study grew increasingly grave. Minister Chui turned to face the others, his tone solemn. Gentlemen, at this juncture, we have no path of retreat. We must strike first. The assembly nodded in agreement, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. Satisfied, Minister Chui nodded and resumed his seat, calmly stating, very well. You may all return. Remember, today's affairs must not be disclosed. Should a whisper of this escape, do not expect my mercy. One by one they rose, bowing respectfully before exiting the study. Alone in the dimly lit room, Minister Chui sat in silence. his gaze icy and a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Song Jingyan, your son's fate hangs in the balance, effectively rendering you a cripple. Do you truly believe you can turn the tides? How naive! The flickering candlelight illuminated his sinister visage, resembling a beast lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce upon its prey. In the imperial study, the candlelight wavered, casting light upon the emperor's pale face. He clutched the confidential letter sent by Song Jingyan tightly in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly as his eyes fixated on each word. The letter mentioned that Song Heng, in an effort to save the people, had unfortunately been swept away by the flood, and his whereabouts remained unknown. The emperor's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, his breath quickening, and his chest heaving violently. Heng, the emperor murmured, his voice laced with unmistakable anxiety and anguish. He abruptly stood, intending to call for assistance, but was suddenly beset by dizziness. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily onto the dragon throne. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The chief eunuch, Gong, was struck with fear at the sight, his face paling as he rushed forward to support the emperor, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Quick! Summon the imperial physician. The emperor has fainted." Chaos erupted in the imperial study. Several eunuchs scrambled to assist the emperor onto a nearby soft couch. Gong, drenched in sweat, urged others to fetch the physician while softly calling out to the emperor, "Your Majesty, please awaken. Do not frighten this old servant." Moments later, the physician arrived in haste, kneeling before the soft couch to examine the emperor's pulse. Gong stood anxiously by, inquiring, "Physician, how fares the emperor? Is there grave danger?" The physician furrowed his brow, responding quietly, "Your Majesty is afflicted by a surge of anger and blood, leading to this fainting spell. He requires rest. Once his energy stabilizes, he shall awaken. However, the emperor has been burdened by excessive worries of late, and his constitution is already frail. This fainting episode may harm his vitality. He must be carefully nurtured and shielded from further distress." Hearing this, Gong's concerns deepened, and he quickly nodded. Yes, you speak wisely, physician. This old servant shall attend to him with utmost care, ensuring the emperor endures no further strain." The physician prescribed several calming and restorative remedies, offering a few final admonishments before taking his leave. Gong remained by the emperor's side, observing his pale complexion, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He was acutely aware of the emperor's deep affection for Song Heng, treating him as his own. Now, with Song Heng's life uncertain, how could the emperor not be consumed by worry? At that moment, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat unfocused, as if he had yet to fully awaken. Upon witnessing the situation, Lordly hurriedly approached, softly calling out, "Your Majesty, you have awakened? Do you feel any better?" The emperor slightly moved his lips, and Lordly, feeling a pang in his heart, murmured, "Your Majesty, please do not rush. Young Master Song is destined to be protected by Providence. He will surely return safely. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and I will report to you immediately upon receiving news." Chapter 60. The Empress's decision. The emperor closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to quell the anxiety within him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining through. "Proclaim my decree. Command the commander of the Imperial Guard to secretly lead men to Qinghe County at once, to search for Song Heng with all diligence. If he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his corpse." Upon hearing this, Lordly felt a shiver down his spine and promptly bowed, responding, "Yes, this old servant will convey your command right away." The emperor nodded, and Lordly departed, leaving the emperor alone on the soft couch, his gaze fixated on the ceiling, murmuring softly, "You must not come to harm. You must return safely." A glimmer of tears welled in his eyes. As night fell, the palace lamps flickered in the wind, casting the hurried silhouette of the empress as she rushed by. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's fainting, her heart tightened. With no time to groom herself, she hastily made her way to the study with a few palace maids in tow. Her steps were brisk, her skirt fluttering with the breeze. her brow furrowed with worry and urgency. "What is the emperor's condition?" The empress inquired as she walked rapidly alongside her maid. The maid replied softly, replying to her majesty. The imperial physician has checked the emperor's pulse and stated that it is a case of excessive heat affecting the heart, requiring rest and recuperation. The emperor has just awakened, and Lord Li is currently attending to him in the study. Upon hearing this, the empress's brow furrowed deeper, her anxiety intensifying. She quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a run as she reached the door of the study. Lord Li had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the empress arrive, he quickly stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "Your Majesty, you have arrived. The emperor was just inquiring about you." The empress, with little time for pleasantries, pushed the door open and entered. Inside the study, the candlelight was dim, and the emperor reclined on the soft couch, his complexion pale and his expression weary. The sight struck a chord in the empress's heart, prompting her to hasten to his side and softly call out, "Your Majesty, I have come. How do you feel?" Hearing her voice, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, a hint of gentleness illuminating his gaze. He managed a faint smile and replied softly, "The empress has come. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." The empress sat beside the emperor, gently taking his hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Your Majesty, you have frightened me. What did the physician say? Should we summon him again for another examination?" The emperor shook his head, his voice weak yet resolute. "There is no need. The physician has already prescribed a remedy. I merely require a moment of rest. It is just that hunger." As he mentioned Song Heng, the tremor in his voice revealed a flicker of pain. Noticing this, the empress's heart ached, and she quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not fret too much. That child has always been blessed with good fortune. He will surely return safe and sound." The emperor closed his eyes once more and took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm the turmoil within. He held the empress's hand tightly and whispered, "Empress, I am deeply unsettled. If anything were to happen to Heng, how could I face you?" The empress gently patted the back of his hand, soothingly responding, "Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of the realm. Please take care of your health." The emperor nodded slightly, his expression easing a bit, leaning back against the soft couch. His gaze became somewhat distant as he seemed to be lost in thought about Song Heng. Observing this, the empress grew increasingly concerned and turned to Eunuch Li, softly instructing, "Eunuch Li, please prepare the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician and also arrange for some light meals. The emperor needs proper care." Eunuch Li promptly acknowledged and left, while the empress remained by the emperor's side, gently comforting him. Her voice was tender yet resolute, like a warm current that gradually soothed the emperor's inner turmoil. After a moment, Eunuch Li returned with the brewed medicine and a bowl of thin porridge. The empress personally took the medicine bowl, gently blowing on it before bringing it to the emperor's lips. "Your Majesty, please take some medicine first, then have a little food. It will help restore your health." The emperor reluctantly sat up, accepted the bowl, and downed the medicine in one go. Subsequently, under the empress's gentle persuasion, he managed to eat a few spoonfuls of porridge. Though his appetite was lacking, the empress's presence provided him with a measure of comfort. "You have worked hard, Empress," the emperor said quietly as he set down the bowl. The empress smiled faintly and replied softly, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is my duty to care for you. You need only to focus on your recovery. I shall handle everything else." The emperor nodded, his demeanor gradually relaxing. Leaning back against the soft couch, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into a semblance of sleep. The empress gently covered him with a thin blanket, softly instructing the palace maids to withdraw, while she remained by his side, quietly observing him. The candlelight flickered, casting a serene stillness over the study. The empress gazed at the emperor's weary face, silently resolving that no matter where Song Heng was, she would ensure his safe return. She would not allow her child to suffer any further harm. Under the flickering candlelight, the empress's expression was resolute and stern. She called for her personal maid, Zhu Yun, her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Zhu Yun hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" The empress retrieved a finely crafted palace exit token from her sleeve and handed it to Zhu Yun, her tone grave. Take this token and venture outside the palace under the cover of night. Go to see my father in person. Inform him in detail about the emperor's fainting and Song Heng's disappearance. Urge him to employ every available resource to locate Song Heng. Remember, this matter is of utmost importance. It must not be disclosed, and you must exercise utmost caution. Zhu Yun accepted the token with both hands, her expression solemn. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will convey the message without alerting anyone. The Empress nodded, a hint of concern in her gaze. Zhu Yun, this is no trifling matter. You must be careful. Zhu Yun earnestly nodded. I understand, Your Highness. You need not worry. The Empress sighed gently and waved her hand. Go now, and be careful on your way. Zhu Yun bowed and swiftly disappeared into the night. The Empress watched her retreating figure, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. She understood that her father held significant influence in the court and possessed extensive connections. As long as he intervened, the hope of finding Song Heng would greatly increase. In the study, the candlelight continued to flicker, casting a slender shadow of the Empress as she turned back to the Emperor. Gently tucking in the corners of his blanket and murmuring softly, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will bring Heng back safely. He is our child, and we shall never allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. The Emperor seemed to have heard her words. His brow relaxed slightly, and his breathing gradually steadied. The Empress sat quietly beside the soft couch, patiently awaiting developments. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun had stealthily exited the palace gates. Dressed in the attire of an ordinary palace maid, she kept her head lowered and hurried along the alley outside the palace walls, skillfully avoiding the patrolling guards and passing pedestrians. The night was deep, the moonlight obscured by dark clouds, and only a few scattered lanterns cast a faint glow along the street. Chapter 61. Provocation. Zhu Yun moved swiftly, her mind focused on the Empress's instructions. She understood the gravity of her mission and knew that any misstep was unacceptable. Soon, she arrived at the back entrance of the minister's residence and gently knocked on the door. A low voice inquired from within, Who is it? Zhu Yun replied in a subdued tone, It is I, Zhu Yun, sent by Her Majesty. The door slowly creaked open, and an elderly servant peered out. Upon recognizing Zhu Yun, he hurriedly welcomed her inside, saying, Miss Zhu Yun, please come in quickly. The master is in his study. Zhu Yun nodded and hastened across the courtyard, making her way directly to the chancellor's study. Within, Minister Li sat at his desk, poring over documents. Noticing Zhu Yun's hurried entrance, he furrowed his brow slightly. Zhu Yun, is there something amiss at the palace at this late hour? Zhu Yun bowed respectfully, her voice urgent. Master, the Empress has sent me to leave the palace tonight with important matters to report. Minister Li set aside the documents, his expression turning grave. Speak, what is it? Zhu Yun recounted in detail the Emperor's fainting and Song Heng's disappearance, concluding with, The Empress urges you to mobilize all available personnel to ensure the safe return of young Master Song. This matter is of great significance, and the Empress specifically instructed that it must remain confidential. Upon hearing this, Minister Li's countenance darkened. He rose and paced the study for a few moments before solemnly stating, Return and inform the Empress that I shall immediately arrange for personnel to search for Song Heng's whereabouts. She need not worry. I will exert every effort. Zhu Yun nodded. Yes, I shall return to the palace to report to Her Majesty. Minister Li waved his hand. Go, and be cautious on your way. Zhu Yun bowed once more and then hurriedly departed the minister's residence, making her way back to the palace under the cover of night. In the study, Minister Li stood alone, his gaze profound. He approached the window, staring into the pitch-black sky, murmuring to himself, Where on earth has Song Heng gone? After a moment, he turned and summoned a trusted guard, quietly issuing a few instructions. The guard complied and left, while Minister Li returned to his desk, penning several urgent letters before calling for a courier to dispatch them that very night. Shen Xingyue sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a book in her hands, yet she had not turned a single page for quite some time. Her gaze frequently drifted towards the courtyard gate, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. It had been over a month since she had last heard from Song Heng. Although she reassured herself that he was likely preoccupied with official duties and had no time to write, the underlying worry remained ever present. At that moment, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, and the maid Xiao Cui hurried in, whispering, Miss Chui has arrived, saying she has news regarding the young master. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue's brow furrowed slightly. Chui Yoha? She had no prior acquaintance with Chui Yoha, and it could even be said there was some animosity between them. How could she suddenly arrive at my door, specifically requesting to see me? Moreover, how did she come to know of Song Heng's whereabouts? A multitude of doubts swirled within Shen Xingyue's mind. Yet upon hearing the name Song Heng, she found it impossible to remain indifferent. She set her book aside and calmly said, Please, let her in. Xiao Cui nodded and withdrew, and shortly thereafter, Chui Yoha gracefully entered the courtyard, dressed in resplendent attire. Her makeup was exquisite, and her features bore an air of arrogance and pride. Upon seeing Shen Xingyue, she offered a slight smile, laced with a hint of mockery. Sister Shen, it has been a while. I trust you are well. Shen Xingyue maintained a tranquil demeanor, rising slightly with a nod. Miss Chui, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit today. Chui Yoha chuckled lightly, her gaze appraising Shen Xingyue with a touch of provocation. Sister Shen, why be so cold? I have come today concerning Brother Song Heng. Do you not wish to hear news of him? A tightness gripped Shen Xingyue's heart, yet her expression remained unperturbed. Song Heng has accompanied his father to Jiangnan to address the flood issues and is currently occupied with official duties. So we have yet to receive any news. If you possess any information, Miss Chui, please feel free to share it. Upon hearing this, she stepped closer to Shen Xingyue, lowering her voice. Sister Shen, Brother Song Heng is missing, and his fate remains uncertain. What? Shen Xingyue's countenance shifted instantly, and she nearly dropped the book in her hands. Suppressing her shock, she coldly replied, Miss Chui, such words should not be uttered lightly. Song Heng is a court official. How could the court remain silent were he truly missing? How do you know of his disappearance? He went missing in Qinghe County. Chui Yoha replied. Shen Xingyue's heart sank further. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure, fixing her gaze upon Chui Yoha. Miss Chui, what exactly do you wish to convey today? Chui Yoha smiled subtly, her tone brimming with satisfaction. Sister Shen, I am here to assist you. My father has already dispatched individuals to investigate Brother Song Heng's disappearance. If you are willing, I can have my father lend his support in the search. However, she paused, a glint of cunning in her eyes. I have a condition. A cold disdain washed over Shen Xingyue. Indeed, Chui Yoha's visit bore no goodwill. She replied coolly, What is your condition? Chui Yoha lightly brushed her hair aside, her tone flippant. It is quite simple. If you sever all ties with Brother Song Heng and no longer involve yourself with him, my father will surely do everything in his power to help locate him. At this, a surge of indignation welled up within Shen Xingyue. She regarded Chui Yoha with a steely gaze, her voice resolute. Miss Chui, Song Heng is my husband. It is not your place to dictate terms before me. As for his whereabouts, the Wang residents will investigate personally, so there is no need for your concern. Chui Yoha's expression darkened, her tone sharpening. Shen Xingyue, do not be ungrateful. Brother Song Heng's fate is uncertain. What can a fragile woman like you accomplish? If you refuse my condition, you may never see him again. Unyielding, Shen Xingyue's gaze burned brightly. Miss Chui, please take your leave. Matters concerning the Wang residents are not for you to meddle in. Seeing Shen Xingyue's steadfastness, Chui Yoha's fury ignited. Yet she understood that her objectives for today had already been fulfilled. She let out a cold laugh and turned to leave, tossing a parting remark. Shen Xingyue, you will regret this. After Chui Yoha departed, Shen Xingyue slowly seated herself. The news of Song Heng's disappearance gnawed at her heart. Yet she understood that she must not succumb to panic at this moment. She needed to maintain her composure and devise a way to uncover Song Heng's whereabouts. Xiao Cui. She softly summoned her maid. Please make preparations. I must go out. Xiao Cui, with a hint of concern, gazed at her. Miss, where are you headed? With unwavering determination in her eyes, Shen Xingyue replied, I'm going to Qinghe County to find Song Heng myself. But what about the young master? Xiao Cui inquired, her worry palpable. Chapter 62. Shen Xingyue resolves to search herself. Shen Xingyue glanced at Song, who was playing nearby, and realized, how could I have forgotten this little one? As she observed the 3-year-old squatting on the ground, engrossed in his play with pebbles. Her heart filled with a mixture of tenderness and conflict. Song was but a child, innocent and playful, at an age where he needed care. The thought of leaving him alone in the manor filled her with unease. Yet, the urgency of Song Heng's disappearance tormented her, not only for herself but also for the child. If she were to leave the Wang residence, he would at least have his father to look after him. If she did not investigate personally this time, peace of mind would elude her. With a gentle sigh, she spoke softly to Xiao Chui. You are right, Xiao Chui. Song cannot be left unattended. I cannot abandon him. Xiao Chui nodded, her eyes brimming with concern. Miss, if you intend to go to Qinghe County, the journey is long and the circumstances uncertain. It may not be convenient to take the young master along. But if you leave him here, Shen Xingyue understood the unspoken fears lingering in Xiao Chui's words. Although Song was Song Heng's son, the dynamics in the manor were complex. Should she depart, she could not guarantee that no one would take advantage of his vulnerability. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. Xiao Chui, go prepare. We shall take Song with us. Xiao Chui was taken aback, hesitant. Miss, the journey is bumpy, and the young master is still so small. He may not endure it. Shen Xingyue shook her head, her tone resolute. It matters not. I will take good care of him. Leaving him behind would weigh heavily on my conscience. Besides, if Song Heng were to learn that I left his son alone, he might resent me. Seeing Shen Xingyue's determination, Xiao Chui ceased her objections and nodded. Very well, miss, I shall prepare at once. Shen Xingyue approached Song and, squatting down to gently pat his head. And then, Mother wishes to take you on an outing. Is that all right? Song looked up, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Mother, where are we going? Are we going to find Father? A pang of emotion struck Shen Xingyue, but she managed to muster a faint smile. Yes, we're going to find Father. Do you miss him? And then, with a vigorous nod, the little one's face radiated anticipation. Yes, Father promised to bring back sugar figurines from Jiangnan. Shen Xingyue embraced Song and tenderly and whispered, All right, then we shall go find Father and ask him to buy you those sugar figurines. Song beamed with joy, his tiny hands clutching Shen Xingyue's sleeve tightly. Mother, when shall we leave? Very soon, Shen Xingyue replied softly. Once Sister Xiao Chui is ready, we shall set forth. Moments later, Xiao Chui had neatly gathered her meager belongings, and the three of them quietly departed from the estate through the back door. Shen Xingyue cradled Song, and, while Xiao Chui bore the burden of a package on her back, under the veil of night, they embarked on their journey towards Qinghe County. Miss, must we truly travel through the night? Xiao Chui inquired with a hint of concern. Shen Xingyue nodded and whispered, Time is of the essence. We must hasten to Qinghe County. Song Heng has been missing for over a month, and if we delay further, she left her thought unfinished. Yet Xiao Chui grasped her meaning, silently nodding in agreement. Song, resting on Shen Xingyue's shoulder, gradually succumbed to drowsiness, his little head bobbing. Shen Xingyue gently patted his back, softly assuring, And then if you're tired, sleep. Mother will hold you. Sleepily, Song nodded and quickly drifted off. As Shen Xingyue gazed at the slumbering child in her arms, a pang of sorrow pierced her heart. In the enveloping darkness, a carriage bearing the silhouettes of the three figures gradually receded, vanishing into the vast night. The night was as dark as ink, and the carriage moved slowly along the official road, the wheels creaking softly over the cobblestones. Inside the carriage, Shen Xingyue held the sleeping Song, and, her gaze drifting through the window towards the pitch-black sky, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Xiao Chui sat beside her, gently lifting the curtain to whisper a few instructions to the driver before lowering it again and turning her attention back to Shen Xingyue. Miss, you should rest for a while. The journey is long, and if you push yourself like this, your health will suffer, Xiao Chui urged softly. Shen Xingyue shook her head, murmuring, I cannot sleep. Xiao Chui sighed, refraining from further persuasion. She understood Shen Xingyue's unwavering strength, yet the current worry and anxiety were palpable. Gently, She grasped Shen Xingyue's hand and whispered, "Miss, the eldest young master is destined for good fortune. He will be safe. We shall surely find him." Shen Xingyue nodded, her gaze still fixed outside, murmuring, "I hope so." Meanwhile, within Qinghe County, dark currents swirled. At that moment, Heng was living incognito, hidden in a remote village. Seizing the opportunity of his disappearance, he was clandestinely investigating the corrupt practices of the county magistrate. After days of inquiry, he had gathered substantial evidence, but was also acutely aware that his every move might already be under scrutiny. In the deep silence of the night, Heng sat in a humble, thatched cottage, holding a confidential letter, his brow furrowed in concentration. The letter contained information from Qin, revealing that Minister Cui had dispatched individuals to secretly search for his whereabouts, their intentions unclear. A cold smile crept across Heng's face as he murmured to himself. As expected, the Cui family can no longer remain idle. He rose and approached the window, gazing into the impenetrable darkness, his mind racing. He knew he had to swiftly return the evidence to the capital. Otherwise, if the Cui family found him, not only would all his efforts be in vain, but his very life would also be at stake. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed outside the door. Heng, alert, turned around, his hand instinctively resting on the dagger at his waist. The door was gently pushed open, and Qin slipped inside, whispering, "Young master, there's news." A sigh of relief escaped Heng as he withdrew his hand and quietly inquired, "What news?" Qin hastened to Heng's side, lowering his voice to convey urgent news. "I have just received a tip-off. Madam is en route to Qinghe County with the young master and Xiao Cui." "What?" Heng's expression shifted dramatically. How could Xingyue possibly be coming? How did she learn of my circumstances? Qin shook his head. The specifics remain unclear. But it appears that Miss Shun learned of your disappearance from Cui Yoha, prompting her to come in person. A tightness gripped Heng's heart. His fists clenched tightly. If Cui Yoha and Xingyue are bringing Unan along, what dangers might they face on the road? He dared not dwell on the thought and immediately instructed Qin, "You must take men to escort them at once. Ensure their safety at all costs. The Cui family's people must not discover their whereabouts." Qin nodded. "Yes, I shall attend to it right away." Heng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He understood that swift action was imperative. Otherwise, not only would he be in peril, but Shen Xingyue and would also be ensnared in this turmoil. Chapter 63. Ambushed under the cover of night, the carriage continued to race along the official road. Shen Xingyue cradled Song and, feeling a growing unease, she sensed an unsettling presence, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently before coming to a halt. The coachman's voice called out from outside, "Miss, something seems amiss ahead." A wave of trepidation washed over Shen Xingyue as she whispered to Xiao Cui, "Be cautious. There may be trouble." Xiao Cui nodded and quietly lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to peek outside. In the distance, several dark figures slowly approached, weapons in hand. "Miss, it's bad. There are people blocking the way," Xiao Cui exclaimed in a hushed tone. Shen Xingyue's heart sank as she tightened her hold on Song and, whispering, "Do not panic. Let us assess the situation." At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness. "Elder sister-in-law, how delightful to see you." Upon hearing that voice, Shen Xingyue's demeanor changed instantly. It was Songyu. A heavy dread settled in her chest as her fingers tightened slightly. Song, and sensing his mother's tension, groggily opened his eyes and mumbled, "Mother, what's wrong?" Shen Xingyue quickly leaned down, gently patting Song's back, soothingly murmuring, "It's nothing," and then, "Just continue to sleep. Mother is right here." Song rubbed his eyes, seemingly wanting to say more, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue and drifted back into slumber. Shen Xingyue raised her gaze, peering through the curtain's gap. In the moonlight, Songyu's figure became discernible. Dressed in resplendent attire, he held a folding fan, a smirk gracing his face as he leisurely approached the carriage, flanked by several guards, each armed and with a steely gaze. "Elder sister-in-law, what brings you out at such a late hour? Should our elder brother learn of this, he may be quite distressed," Songyu teased. though his eyes were as frigid as ice. Shen Xingyue felt a surge of apprehension. She recognized that Song Yu's intentions were far from benign. Suppressing her unease, she lifted the curtain and replied coolly, "Second brother, what brings you here at such an hour?" With a light chuckle, Song Yu tapped his palm with the fan. "I was rather curious about where you and Nen are headed at this late hour. If anything were to happen, I would find it difficult to explain to my elder brother." Shen Xingyue's gaze turned frosty, her tone calm. "I'm merely brought in and out for a leisurely stroll. There is no need for you to worry, second brother." Song Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "A leisurely stroll? My dear sister-in-law certainly possesses an admirable enthusiasm. However, it is quite unsafe to be out at this late hour. Allow me to escort you back to the manor." "Shall I?" Shen Xingyue's heart sank, sensing that Song Yu was resolute in his intention to obstruct her. She clenched her fists discreetly, yet her expression remained composed. "Thank you for your kind offer, second brother, but we have our own arrangements, so there is no need for your concern." Upon hearing this, the smile on Song Yu's face gradually faded, replaced by a coldness. "Sister-in-law, are you refusing to give me face?" Shen Xingyue stood her ground, meeting Song Yu's gaze directly. "Second brother, why must we resort to this? If you have something to say, please do so plainly." Song Yu sneered, his tone laced with veiled threat. "Sister-in-law, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Kulme, have the guards escort my sister-in-law and then back to the manor." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards behind him moved forward, surrounding the carriage. Xiao Chui, frightened, turned pale and clutched Shen Xingyue's sleeve tightly. "Miss, what shall we do?" Shen Xingyue felt a rush of anxiety, but maintained her composure. She knew she could not afford to panic at this moment. Glancing down at the child in her arms, she silently resolved to protect the child at all costs. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly from a distance. A clear, cold voice pierced the night. "Who goes there?" The crowd turned their heads in unison. A group of riders on fine steeds was swiftly approaching. Under the moonlight, their figures stood tall like pines, their expressions stern. Song Yu's complexion changed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected arrival of others. He forced a smile. "Who are you?" The leader of the group reined in his horse, casting a cold glance at Song Yu and his guards, and replied coolly, "That question should be directed at you. In the dead of night, why are you and your entourage obstructing a lady's carriage?" Song Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, "I was merely concerned for my sister-in-law and Nen's safety, hence I came to escort them home." The man let out a derisive laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is that so?" Song Yu's expression darkened as he issued a direct command, "Attack." At that moment, the two groups clashed, and Shen Xingyue seized the opportunity to instruct the coachman to veer off into a side road. Once the carriage vanished into the night, the group of black-clad figures ceased their pursuit and turned to leave. Song Yu watched in frustration as his golden opportunity slipped away. "Shen Xingyue, do you truly believe you can reach Qinghe County unscathed? While I still have my reservations within the royal manor, once you leave, it will be difficult for you to encounter the useless Song Heng again." The night was deep, and the carriage sped down the narrow path, the wheels jostling over the uneven terrain. Shen Xingyue held Song in tightly, fearful he might awaken from a jolting. Xiao Chui clutched the handrail inside the carriage, her face pale, evidently still shaken by the recent perilous encounter. "Miss, are we safe now?" Xiao Chui asked with a tremor in her voice. Shen Xingyue lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and cast a glance back at the impenetrable darkness behind her, murmuring, "For now, we are safe. But Song Yu will not let us off easily. We must hasten to Qinghe County and find Song Heng." Xiao Chui nodded, her eyes brimming with concern. "But miss, is the eldest young master truly in Qinghe County? If we venture there recklessly, might we inadvertently cause him trouble?" After a moment of silence, Shen Xingyue replied softly, "Song Heng has been missing for so long, and father has not written a single letter home. I cannot remain idle any longer. Regardless of the circumstances, I must ascertain his safety. Moreover, with Song Yu already fixated on us, staying at the Wang residence would only heighten our peril." Xiao Chui refrained from further protest, merely nodding in silence. The carriage continued its journey, accompanied only by the rhythmic sound of hooves and the creaking of wheels in the night. Shen Xingyue gazed down at the sleeping Song and in her arms, silently vowing that no matter how arduous the path ahead, she would find Song Heng and safeguard the child. Meanwhile, Song Yu stood on the official road, his expression dark and foreboding. He watched the direction in which the carriage had vanished, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless wretches. Song Yu growled under his breath, his eyes ablaze with fury. You can't even stop a woman and a child. What use are you to me? Chapter 64. A for the displaced, the guards behind him lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. One of them cautiously suggested, "Second young master, Shen Xingyue and the others 1T have gone far. Should we send someone to pursue them?" With a cold laugh, Song Yu replied, his tone laced with malice. Pursue? Of course we must. However, there is no need for us to take action ourselves. Qinghe County is the territory of the Chui family. Since Shen Xingyue has willingly walked into the trap, let her experience the consequences of her own folly. Having said this, he turned to a trusted guard and whispered a few instructions. The guard nodded and swiftly vanished into the night. Song Yu gazed up at the pitch-black sky, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shen Xingyue, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Qinghe County will be your burial ground. On the other hand, the carriage continued to race through the night. A sense of unease gnawed at Shen Xingyue, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon them. She lifted the curtain again and instructed the driver in a low voice. Faster, we must reach the next town before dawn. The driver nodded, cracking the whip and urging the horses to quicken their pace. As Shen Xingyue pressed onward, they finally approached Qinghe County. The sights along the way weighed heavily on her heart. The roadsides were crowded with refugees displaced by the flood, their clothes tattered, faces gaunt, and eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The signs of the deluge were evident everywhere. Fields submerged, houses collapsed, and the air thick with dampness and decay. A deep-seated anxiety stirred within her. After such disasters, outbreaks of disease often followed. If measures were not taken promptly, countless more lives could be lost to illness. With this thought, her resolve crystallized. She quickened her pace to find her father and discuss a plan of action. Song Jingyan was the imperial envoy for Qinghe County, known for his diligence and compassion towards the people. Influenced by her father's example, Shen Xingyue understood the weight of his responsibilities. She believed that the news and suggestions she brought might prove beneficial. At last, she arrived at the county office. The courtyard of the magistrate's office was teeming with citizens seeking assistance, while the bailiffs were busily attending to their duties. Shen Xingyue navigated through the throng and stepped directly into the magistrate's office. The interior was equally bustling, with clerks and officials rushing back and forth, the atmosphere tense and stifling. She quickly spotted her father, who was engaged in discussion with several officials. Song Jingyan wore a furrowed brow and a serious expression, evidently troubled by the disaster at hand. Shen Xingyue approached swiftly and softly called out, "Father." Song Jingyan looked up, and upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by a warm smile. "Xingyue, what brings you here?" Without further ado, Shen Xingyue delved into the matter. "Father, as I journeyed here, I witnessed the severity of the calamity and the multitude of refugees. Following the floods, a grave epidemic may ensue, and we must prepare promptly." Song Jingyan nodded, heaving a sigh. "You are correct. I have already petitioned the court, but the physicians, medicinal supplies, manpower, and resources we have procured are woefully inadequate." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xingyue suggested, "Father, we could mobilize the affluent families and medical establishments in the city to contribute both funds and efforts. Furthermore, we should hastily construct temporary shelters to accommodate the refugees, preventing them from sleeping in the streets and mitigating the risk of disease transmission." A glimmer of approval flashed in Song Jingyan's eyes. "You make a valid point. I shall arrange this at once." The father and daughter swiftly conferred and decided to act separately. Shen Xingyue would gather the wealthy families and medical institutions to procure supplies, while Song Jingyan would dispatch bailiffs and willing citizens to construct temporary housing for the refugees. In the ensuing days, Shen Xingyue was relentlessly occupied. She personally organized a group of citizens skilled in medicine to assist physicians in treating the refugees, striving to prevent the spread of illness. Despite her exhaustion, witnessing the refugees gradually finding stability brought her a measure of solace. Upon returning to her room after a day of toil, she found Song and peacefully asleep under the care of Xiao Chui. "Have you rested, Xingyue?" Song Jingyan called from the courtyard. Hearing her father's voice, Shen Xingyue tidied herself briefly before opening the door. "Father, you have not yet retired at this late hour? Are you not just back as well? I had not anticipated that you possess medical knowledge. Only a smattering, really. I've been too busy these past few days to inquire how you came to Qinghai County. Father, may I be so bold as to ask why you did not inform me about Song Heng's disappearance?" Taken aback by Shen Xingyue's inquiry, Song Jingyan momentarily faltered before responding. "I have never ceased my search for him. I'm aware, however, I have been greatly concerned at the Wang residence and felt it necessary to come to Qinghai County. For Song Heng's sake, I must find him. Moreover, since I possess some medical knowledge, my presence here may be of assistance. My dear child, Song Heng is fortunate to have you as his wife." Song Jingyan gazed at Shen Xingyue, his eyes filled with pride and emotion. He sighed softly, his tone tinged with regret. "Xingyue, I did not intend to keep this from you. The matter of Song Heng's disappearance is intricate, and I feared that knowing would cause you undue distress. With the multitude of affairs at the Wang residence and your responsibilities toward Song, I did not wish to distract you." Shen Xingyue nodded slightly, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Father, I understand your intentions. However, Song Heng is my husband. How could I not be concerned for his safety? Now that I am in Qinghai County, I shall do everything within my power to find him." Song Jingyan gently patted her shoulder, his tone warm. "Good child, your intentions are understood by your father. Having a wife like you is a blessing for Song Heng. However, given the current complexities in Qinghai County, you must exercise caution and not allow yourself to fall into danger." Shen Xingyue smiled faintly, her eyes radiating determination. "Father, rest assured, I shall know how to navigate this. I will take good care of myself and do my utmost to assist the refugees here." Song Jingyan nodded, his eyes filled with approval. "Excellent. With a daughter-in-law like you, I am indeed at ease." The day was drawing to a close, and he added, "You should retire early. There are many tasks awaiting you tomorrow." Shen Xingyue responded affirmatively. Watching as Song Jingyan departed before gently closing the door, she approached the bedside, gazing at the sleeping Song and warmth flooding her heart. She softly caressed Song and small face, murmuring, "And then, your mother will surely find your father. Our family will reunite." As the night deepened, Shen Xingyue lay in bed, weariness enveloping her, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Song Heng stood on the hillside outside Qinghai County, gazing at the distant county town. Since learning that Shen Xingyue and Song had safely reached his father's side, the anxiety that had gripped him began to ease. Although he could not immediately reunite with them, knowing they were safe brought him immense comfort. "Young master, the final batch of provisions and silver sent by the court has been accounted for, and we can present the evidence to the prince at any time," a subordinate approached. Respectfully reporting. Chapter 65. Undercover investigation. Song Heng nodded, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. "Good. Arrange it promptly. Ensure that the evidence is safely delivered into my father's hands. These people will not sit idly by." The subordinate acknowledged and turned to attend to the matters. Song Heng remained in place, his thoughts already with Shen Xingyue and Song En. He recalled Shen Xingyue's steadfastness and tenderness, and Song En's innocent smile. A smile that involuntarily graced his lips. "Xingyue, wait for me a little longer," he whispered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. Standing in the night, Song Heng furrowed his brow, his expression grave and profound. He understood that the corruption case in Qinghai County was far from simple. It must involve the powerful figures in the capital. Although he had already gathered evidence of local officials' embezzlement, if the mastermind behind it all remained unexposed, all efforts could prove futile. "Young master, we have dispatched individuals to closely monitor the movements of those officials. Should any new leads arise, we will report immediately." Lei Yin stepped forward, speaking softly. Song Heng nodded, his tone steady. Exercise utmost caution. We must not alert the snake in the grass. These individuals are exceedingly cunning. Even the slightest disturbance could arouse their suspicion. Understood, my lord, Lei Yin replied before withdrawing. Song Heng took a deep breath and gazed up at the starry sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. He knew that he bore not only the responsibility of aiding the refugees in Qinghe County, but also the weighty task of exposing the corruption within the court. Only by uncovering the truth could justice be restored to the people. Xingyue, an heir, wait for me a little longer, he murmured softly, a hint of tenderness and guilt flickering in his eyes. He realized he had kept them waiting far too long, yet the current circumstances bound him. At that moment, a shadowy guard silently appeared behind Song Heng and whispered, "Young master, there is new information." Song Heng immediately focused his mind, turning to inquire, "Speak." The guard lowered his voice. "We have discovered that the county magistrate of Qinghe County has recently been in frequent contact with a merchant from the capital. This merchant ostensibly engages in the silk trade, but in reality, he maintains close ties with several high-ranking officials in the capital. We suspect he is the one sent by the forces behind the scenes to liaise with the magistrate." A flicker of coldness crossed Song Heng's eyes as he replied in a low voice, "Continue to monitor them closely. Be sure to investigate the merchant's background and the forces behind him. Additionally, dispatch someone to discreetly safeguard the evidence. We cannot allow them the opportunity to destroy it." "Yes, my subordinate will attend to it immediately." The guard responded and swiftly vanished into the night. Standing alone, Song Heng's thoughts surged within him. He knew that drawing closer to the truth also meant that danger was encroaching. Those hidden forces would not remain idle. They would undoubtedly seek ways to obstruct him. Regardless of the obstacles, I must unravel this mystery. Clenching his fists, determination filled his gaze. He turned towards the direction of the county seat and silently vowed, "Xingyue, honor, once I have resolved this matter, I will return to you at once. This time, I shall not keep you waiting." The night was deep, and Song Heng's figure appeared particularly resolute under the moonlight. Though the path ahead was fraught with thorns for the sake of the court, the people, and his family, he was willing to embrace all risks. Meanwhile, the magistrate of Qinghe County, Meng Huairan, sat in his study, his expression dark and his teacup gripped tightly, emitting a series of ominous cracks. His eyes betrayed a flicker of panic and anger, clearly indicating he had learned of someone secretly investigating the whereabouts of disaster relief supplies. These reckless fools dare to dig beneath the feet of a deity. Meng Huairan cursed under his breath, suddenly shattering the teacup on the floor, shards scattering. A trusted aide cautiously approached, whispering, "My lord, temper your wrath. The most pressing matter now is to devise a response. We must not allow them to trace this back to us." Meng Huairan snorted coldly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Respond? How do we respond? If those individuals dare to investigate, it signifies they must possess some evidence. Should they discover the involvement of that lord in the capital, none of us will survive." The aide's complexion shifted, and he hastily lowered his voice. "My lord, what if we take decisive action and eliminate those investigators?" He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Meng Huairan narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "No, those who dare to investigate surely have someone backing them. If we act rashly, we risk alarming the snake." The aide furrowed his brow, growing anxious. "Then what does my lord propose?" Meng Huairan sneered, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Since they wish to investigate, let them do so. However, the truth they uncover shall not be theirs to dictate." The aide paused, then quickly grasped Meng Huairan's intent, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. "My lord is indeed astute. I shall arrange it forthwith, ensuring that the evidence they uncover points elsewhere." Meng Huairan nodded, his tone icy. "Remember, it must be executed flawlessly, leaving no traces behind. Additionally, send someone to keep a close watch on those investigating the case. Given the current circumstances, they are not to be underestimated. If they catch wind of anything, we will find ourselves in deep trouble." The steward promptly replied, "Yes, I understand, my lord. Rest assured, everything will be arranged properly." Meng Huairan gestured for the steward to withdraw. Once he was alone in the study, His expression darkened further. He approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, murmuring to himself, "A bunch of oblivious fools. The waters of Qinghe County are not something you can tread lightly upon." 3 days later, Song Heng stood in another courtyard within the county town, his demeanor stern as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Young master, County Magistrate Meng Huiran has already begun to take action. It seems they are attempting to fabricate evidence to shift the blame onto others," Qin Feng whispered. Song Heng let out a cold laugh, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. As expected, they cannot maintain their composure. "In that case, let's indulge them in their little charade." Qin Feng appeared puzzled. "What does the young master mean?" Song Heng replied with a calm demeanor. "Let them believe we have fallen into their trap and lower their guard. When they think themselves secure, we shall expose their true nature." Qin Feng's eyes brightened with understanding, and he nodded vigorously. "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements." Waving his hand, Song Heng signaled for the shadow guards to retreat. He raised his gaze to the night sky, his eyes filled with icy resolve. "Meng Huiran, do you think you could deceive the heavens and the earth? This time, I shall ensure that you and your hidden accomplices have nowhere to hide." Shen Xingyue continued her daily rounds, tending to the disaster victims in their makeshift shelters, while simultaneously inquiring about any news of Song Heng from the newly arrived refugees. Chapter 66. Fortunately, he remains unscathed, dressed in plain garments and donning a wide-brimmed hat. Shen Xingyue hurriedly navigated the labyrinth of shelters, a medical box in hand. Though her face bore a hint of fatigue, her gaze remained steadfast and gentle. At each stop, she meticulously treated the injured, softly reassuring them, as if a warm ray of sunlight had pierced through the hearts of these suffering souls. "Good lady, your wound has begun to scab. Remember to change the dressings regularly and avoid water," she gently advised while bandaging an elderly woman's injury. The elderly woman grasped her hand with gratitude, tears welling in her eyes. "My dear girl, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I fear my old bones would not have endured." Shen Xingyue offered a faint smile, her tone soothing. "Please do not mention it, good lady. Focus on your recovery. Brighter days will surely come." After leaving the elderly woman's shelter, Shen Xingyue did not pause in her efforts. She approached a group of newly arrived refugees and softly inquired, "Dear brothers and sisters, from where do you hail? Along the way, have any of you encountered a tall, handsome young man who has difficulty walking?" The refugees exchanged uncertain glances, one of them shaking his head. "Miss, we have encountered too many people on our journey to remember if we saw the young man you described." A flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Xingyue's eyes, but she quickly rallied, responding with warmth, "It is quite all right. Should any of you recall something in the future, please do let me know." The refugees nodded in agreement. After a moment of hesitation, a middle-aged man spoke up. "Miss, the young gentleman you mentioned, does he wear a long blue robe and carry a jade pendant at his waist?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Yes. Have you seen him?" The man scratched his head, somewhat uncertain. "On our way here, we encountered a young gentleman in a fishing village outside Qinghe County, resembling the one you described. I heard he is not from that village, but it has been some time, so I cannot be certain if he is the one you seek." Shen Xingyue's heart tightened, and she quickly pressed on. "Do you remember the name of that fishing village?" The middle-aged man pointed towards the north. "It seems to be in the direction westward towards the county town. I believe it is called Qingshi Village." Shen Xingyue nodded, mentally noting the information. She thanked the man and resumed her duties. Though her heart was anxious, she understood the importance of her work. These refugees depended on her, and she awaited the opportune moment to search for Song Heng's whereabouts. By evening, Shen Xingyue returned to her dwelling, weary from the day's toil. As she pushed open the door, she spotted Song sitting by the bed, engrossed in a scroll of drawings, his little face marked with seriousness. "Mother!" Upon hearing the noise, Song looked up and immediately beamed with a radiant smile. Shen Xingyue's heart warmed, and she approached to gently pat his head. "And then, did anything strange happen today?" Song nodded vigorously. "Yes. Sister Chui taught me to recognize characters, and I even drew a picture to give to father when he returns." Hearing this, Shen Xingyue felt a pang in her heart, yet she maintained a gentle smile. All right, when father comes back, he will surely love an Anne's drawing. She embraced Song and, silently praying, Song Heng, where are you? Both An and I are waiting for your return. In the stillness of the night, Shen Xingyue sat alone by the window, gazing at the bright moon above. Song Heng, you must be safe, she murmured softly, her eyes filled with determination and hope. Sister Cui, please inquire about Qingshi village. Why are we investigating this? Sister Cui asked, puzzled. Today, I learned from the refugees that someone resembling Song Heng was seen there. Please find out more about this village. Understood, Mississippi. You have worked hard all day. It's getting late. You should rest early. I will inquire tomorrow. Shen Xingyue nodded. Then please help me fetch a basin of warm water. Sister Cui nodded and exited the room to prepare the water. Shen Xingyue looked at the sleeping Song and on the bed and tenderly said, Anin, shall we go to sleep? Little Song and obediently nodded, lying down in bed. After covering him with a blanket, Shen Xingyue gently patted his small frame, lulling him to sleep. By the time Sister Cui returned with the warm water, she found that little Song and had already fallen asleep. Miss, the young master is asleep? Upon hearing the sound, Shen Xingyue gestured for Xiao Cui to be silent. Hush. Keep your voice down. I've just fallen asleep. Xiao Cui smiled slightly and nodded in response. Then, Miss, allow me to assist you with your washing. No need. You should rest as well. It has been quite exhausting for you to care for that mischievous little one these days. Please go and rest. I can manage on my own here. How can that be? If I say you should rest, you must rest. Do not forget to have someone inquire about the matters concerning Qingshi village tomorrow. All right, miss, I shall take my leave now. Call for me if anything arises. Off you go. Meanwhile, in Song Jingyun's chamber, the light was dim. The old prince had lost considerable weight during this period. Fortunately, the flood had been contained, and the disaster victims were being managed properly. However, there was still no news of Heng, which left him in a state of worry. Just then, Qin Feng knocked on the door. Who is it? Your Highness, it is Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Song Jingyun lifted his head slightly, his voice hoarse. Guomin, is there news of the eldest son? Qin Feng entered, holding a sealed letter, his expression grave. He quickly approached Song Jingyun and bowed respectfully, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Song Jingyun's eyes, and he inquired eagerly, What is it? Is it news of Heng? Qin Feng nodded and handed over the letter. This is a confidential letter sent by the eldest son. Please take a look. Song Jingyun took the letter, his fingers trembling slightly as he swiftly opened the envelope and began to read intently. As his gaze traversed the paper, his expression shifted from tension to gradual relief, ultimately exhaling a long sigh. Good. Her has indeed not disappointed me, Song Jingyun murmured, his tone laced with a hint of pride and satisfaction. He folded the letter carefully and said gravely, Heng has already uncovered the ins and outs of the embezzlement case in Qinghe County, and the evidence is firmly in hand. However, the forces behind this are formidable. How should I cooperate to expose their conspiracy in one fell swoop? Seeing this, Qin Feng quietly asked, Your Highness, the eldest son requires discretion for the time being. He will contact you when necessary. Song Jingyun nodded, his tone steady. Qin Feng, please return to Heng and inform him that Xingyue and Enin have safely arrived in Qinghe County and are currently with the refugees. During this time, Xingyue has been tending to the victims while also seeking news of him. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The princess indeed cares for the common people. The eldest son is truly fortunate to have such a virtuous partner. Song Jingyun nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Indeed, this child, Xingyue, is not only exceptionally intelligent, but also possesses a profound sense of justice. Qin Feng rose respectfully, saying, Rest assured, Your Highness. The eldest son will not let you down. I will arrange for assistance immediately to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Song Jingyun nodded, waving his hand, Go, and ensure the eldest son proceeds with caution. Qin Feng acknowledged and withdrew, and the room returned to silence. Song Jingyun sat at the table, clutching the letter, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. He murmured softly to himself, At last, you have news. Far away in the capital, Cui Jingyan sat in his study, staring at the letter sent by the magistrate of Qinghe County. With a sudden motion, he slammed the letter onto the table, his face a shade of deep anger, and a fire of rage ignited in his eyes. He rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth in the room, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Fool! Utterly foolish, he seethed, referring to Meng Huairan, whose incompetence had led to their exposure, yet still dared to employ such clumsy tactics to obscure the truth. Cui Jingyan's voice was laced with both fury and disdain. Observing his distress, a trusted aide cautiously approached, attempting to placate him. My lord, please calm your wrath. Although Meng Huairan has failed in his duties, our foremost concern now is to devise a response. We must ensure they do not trace this back to us. Cui Jingyan snorted derisively, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Respond? How shall we respond? That imbecile Meng Huairan has already raised alarms, and those investigating him are far from naive. Should they follow the trail back to us, the consequences would be dire. The aide furrowed his brow, whispering, my lord, perhaps we should take decisive action and send someone to Qinghe County to eliminate both Meng Huairan and those investigating him. If they're silenced, the matter will be easily resolved. Cui Jingyan narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. No, acting rashly will only ignite further trouble. The aide, now anxious, inquired, then what is your intent, my lord? Cui Jingyan let out a cold laugh, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Since they wish to investigate, let them proceed. The aide paused for a moment, then grasped Cui Jingyan's meaning, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements to ensure that any evidence they uncover points elsewhere. Cui Jingyan nodded, his tone chilling. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly, without leaving any traces. Furthermore, keep a close watch on Song Jingyan's every move. As for the magistrate of Qinghe County, since they have already implicated him, devise a means for him to take full responsibility, ensuring that the capital remains unscathed and his family is safeguarded. The aide promptly acknowledged, yes, my lord, I understand. Rest assured, everything will be arranged meticulously. With a wave of his hand, Cui Jingyan signaled for the aide to withdraw. The study returned to silence, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon his grim visage. He approached the window, gazing into the inky night sky, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his expression. Song Jingyan, Song Heng, you too are indeed relentless, he murmured to himself, his tone icy with murderous intent. Since you insist on uncovering the truth, do not blame me for being merciless. He turned back to his desk, picked up a pen, and inscribed several lines on a sheet of paper. After folding it neatly, he placed it into an envelope. Gently tapping the edge of the table, a figure clad in black appeared silently within the study. Deliver this letter to Qinghe County and hand it to Meng Huairan. Cui Jingyan instructed, his voice frigid, emphasizing that this was his last opportunity. Should you fail, do not expect me to show any leniency. The shadowy figure accepted the envelope, responding quietly, yes, my lord. Then, like a wraith, he vanished into the night. Cui Jingyan returned to his chair, fingers lightly drumming on the table, his eyes brimming with calculation. He understood that although Meng Huairan was foolish, his desire to protect his family would compel him to follow his directives. As long as Meng Huairan accepts all culpability, the matter shall not implicate the capital, and thus Cui Jingyan can continue to rest easy. Song Jingyan, what waves do you think you can stir? Cui Jingyan scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. The depths of court intrigue are profound indeed. You and your father are ultimately but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. In Qinghe County, Meng Huairan sat in his study, clutching a recently received confidential letter, his fingers trembling slightly. His complexion was pale, and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Cui's intentions are forcing me towards a dead end, Meng Huairan murmured softly, despair evident in his gaze. The content of the letter was straightforward. He must accept all charges to safeguard his family. Otherwise, not only would his life be forfeit, but his wife and children would also face dire consequences. Meng Huairan shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, wrestling with his thoughts. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. To resist would only lead to a more tragic demise. Yet, By confessing, he might still secure a glimmer of hope for his family. Alas, he sighed bitterly, his heart heavy with regret. Had he known this day would come, perhaps he would have chosen differently. He rose and approached his desk, taking up the pen to draft a letter of confession. The handwriting was hasty, yet each stroke felt as though it were cleaving his heart. Once completed, he neatly folded the confession and placed it into an envelope, then summoned a trusted aide. Deliver this letter to the prince, and inform him that I, Meng Huairan, confess to my crimes. The aide hesitated, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. My lord, what is this? Meng Huairan waved his hand dismissively, his tone weary. Go. Do as I instructed. Remember, it must be delivered directly to the prince without fail. The aide nodded, turning to leave. Standing alone, Meng Huairan gazed out into the night, a profound sense of desolation washing over him. He knew his fate was sealed, yet he clung to the hope that his sacrifice might grant his family a chance at survival. As the night deepened, his silhouette appeared particularly solitary under the candlelight. He understood that his conclusion was inevitable, yet he still wished that his demise could procure a sliver of life for his loved ones. He then called upon his steward, instructing him to arrange for the swift escort of his family out of Qinghe County, since he could no longer extricate himself from this mire. It was prudent to ensure his family's escape before the night stretched on, as he could no longer place faith in Shui Xingyue's promises. Yin Shiya, hasten back home and instruct my wife to gather our belongings, bringing along my aged mother and the children, as well as the items I entrusted to her. They must leave the city under cover of night, adopting new identities to live the remainder of their lives in peace. My lord, what troubles you? Do not inquire further. Simply adhere to my wishes. Yin Shiya nodded and, after exiting the study, made his way to Meng Huairan's residence in the eastern part of the city under the cloak of night. Chapter 68. The reunion in Qinghe County before dawn. Meng Huairan lay in bed, staring at the canopy above, unable to find sleep. Outside, the watchman's calls echoed, the wooden clapper signaling the hour of the tiger. With trembling hands, Meng Huairan reached for the fire starter at his bedside, igniting the candlestick. In the dim light, he caught sight of his reflection in the bronze mirror. He slowly rose and approached the wardrobe. His official robes hung neatly in the most conspicuous place, deep azure with clouds and wild geese embroidered upon the insignia, a mark of a fourth-rank official. Over 2 decades, he had ascended to this position, yet the path had led him further astray. As his fingers caressed the intricate patterns of his official robe, Meng Huairan was suddenly besieged by a flurry of vivid memories. The elderly woman kneeling outside the magistrate's office, her son wrongfully imprisoned while she had accepted bribes to hastily conclude the case. The merchant, weeping in the rain, whose shop had been seized. Yet he turned a blind eye because the perpetrator was the nephew of the governor. With a resounding thud, a tear fell upon the official attire. In a fit of rage, Meng Huairan tore off the robe and hurled it to the ground. He donned a plain long gown, removing his hairpin to let his graying hair cascade freely. Pushing open the door, the chill of the morning air enveloped him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped outside. The servants had yet to awaken. Only the night watchman dozed nearby. He traversed the corridor, finding the streets devoid of life, save for the morning mist that flowed over the cobblestones. The soft sound of his cloth shoes echoed faintly. Turning a corner, he quickened his pace until he stood before the humble abode of Song Jingyan. The house was unremarkable, lacking even a nameplate. As he lingered at the entrance, uncertainty gripped him. His hand hovered in the air, hesitant to knock upon the door. With a creak, the door swung open. Song Jingyan stood within, clad in casual attire, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Lord Meng, he remarked, his gaze lingering on Meng Huairan's disheveled hair and plain gown. Without hesitation, Meng Huairan knelt before him, exclaiming, Lord Song, I confess my guilt. The shadowy guard, who had been monitoring Meng Huairan, swiftly reported to Song Heng, arriving at an inconspicuous courtyard in the eastern part of the city. He gently tapped the door in a specific pattern. Enter, came a deep male voice from within. Upon entering, he found Song Heng poring over documents at his desk. The candlelight illuminated the sharp contours of his profile. My lord, Meng Huairan has gone to the prince's residence to confess, the guard announced, kneeling on one knee. Song Heng was taken aback by this revelation, his pen pausing mid-stroke as ink spread across the rice paper. Confess? He echoed, lifting his gaze in surprise. Just days ago, he was fabricating evidence, and now he seeks to confess? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Meng Huairan shed his official robe, donned plain clothes, and knelt at the prince's door to confess his guilt, the guard reported. Rising, Song Heng began to pace the room, his fingers unconsciously tracing the jade pendant at his waist. Clearly, someone had signaled to him. Abruptly halting, he realized that for a corrupt official to voluntarily confess, there must be indisputable evidence compelling him to believe that admission of guilt was his sole escape. The guard bowed his head. My lord, shall we continue to monitor the situation? Song Heng shook his head. No need. Since Meng Huairan has confessed, it is time for us to reveal ourselves. Prepare. We shall return to see my father tomorrow. Upon entering the makeshift shelter, Song Heng was struck with emotion at the sight of Shen Xingyue tirelessly at work. This wretched woman, fully aware of the grave flooding, had nonetheless rushed to help. When Shen Xingyue turned and caught a glimpse of him, she momentarily thought she was imagining things. He was truly alive. Alive, at least, meant that Song and had a biological father. Song Heng strode towards Shen Xingyue, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. The overwhelming sensation of reunion surged between them. Shen Xingyue, somewhat at a loss, felt her heart racing inexplicably. Surely, she was just exhausted. Song Heng held the woman in his arms, reluctant to let her go. After a considerable while, he asked, Could you, release me for a moment? I can hardly breathe, Shen Xingyue replied. Hearing this, Song Heng, with a hint of reluctance, released the woman he had long yearned for. He himself could not fathom how this woman had so deeply ensnared his heart. Did I hurt you? No, it's fine, Shen Xingyue replied, glancing awkwardly at the man before her. Aren't you going to continue pretending? Well, even if I wished to, I doubt I could maintain the facade, he responded. Why is that? Madam, you may not be aware, but there was an assassination attempt on the young master. Unfortunately, he witnessed the truth of his own resilience. And what infuriates me is that those perpetrators managed to escape, Qin Feng explained. Shen Xingyue was initially taken aback, then filled with fear. An assassination attempt? Who will be so bold? Have you uncovered their identities? We have some leads, yet nothing conclusive. I believe we shall have answers once we return to the capital. Song Heng replied softly. Have you been to see father since your return? He has grown frail since your disappearance, and Ennen has been incessantly clamoring to find you. Song Heng's gaze fell upon Shen Xingyue's incessantly moving lips, their vivid hue strikingly captivating. His throat tightened, and an overwhelming desire to taste that alluring shade surged within him. As Shen Xingyue continued discussing matters concerning Song En, she suddenly felt a searing gaze upon her face. She looked up to meet Song Heng's profound eyes, filled with emotions she could not decipher. Her voice gradually diminished, while her heart raced uncontrollably. Slowly, Song Heng lowered his head, and Shen Xingyue inhaled the faint scent of dragon-s saliva that clung to him, a fragrance she was intimately familiar with. Her fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning pale. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden uproar erupted from outside. Miss Shen, are you there? It was the voice of Mrs. Wang from next door. Startled, Shen Xingyue abruptly pushed Song Heng away. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling the hue of rouge. I'm here, she responded hastily. Is there something concerning the patients outside? No, nothing at all. It's just that a man came looking for you, and you haven't emerged for quite a while. I was worried something happened, Mrs. Wang continued. Before she could finish, Shen Xingyue interjected, Annie, I'm perfectly fine. That's a relief. If anyone dares to bully you, the people in our little abode would never let them off, she assured. Understood, Shen Xingyue replied, seeing Mrs. Wang off before closing the door and exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning around, she unexpectedly collided with a warm embrace. Why did you not declare that I am your husband? Song Heng asserted, firmly grasping her wrist. Your hands. Chapter 69. Su Lan and her son were in a state of panic. Shen Xingyue struggled for a moment, but was unable to break free, resigning herself to his scrutiny. Song Heng's brow furrowed ever deeper as he observed the numerous tiny wounds adorning her fingers. Some had scabbed over, while others still oozed blood. "Do you not value yourself at all?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. Shen Xingyue had turned her face away, murmuring, "I am fine," before she could finish her sentence. A sudden warmth enveloped her fingertips. Startled, she turned to see Song Heng gently kissing the wound on her hand. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Song Heng lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity. "Let us return home. I find myself longing for an heir." His lips brushed lightly against Shen Xingyue's fingers, the warmth sending a shiver down her spine. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but he grasped it more firmly. "Do not move." Song Heng produced a small celadone vial from his bosom. "This is a fine healing ointment. Allow me to tend to your injury." As Shen Xingyue watched him carefully apply the ointment, a wave of warmth surged within her. "How is an heir?" she inquired softly, while tending to her wound. Song Heng gently asked, "Does he miss me?" Mentioning their son brought moisture to Shen Xingyue's eyes. "He longs for you. Each night, he must hold the bamboo tiger you gifted him to fall asleep." Song Heng paused, his voice thick with emotion. "It is I who have wronged you both." Shen Xingyue shook her head. "It suffices that you have returned safely." After finishing the application, Song Heng rose. "Let us return to our child now." "Indeed." Shen Xingyue's gaze deepened. However, Song Heng suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "My lady, I must confess that I am somewhat out of control today." The warmth of his breath sent a flush to Shen Xingyue's ears, making her retreat a step, inadvertently tripping over a bamboo basket. Quick as lightning, Song Heng wrapped his arms around her waist, their eyes locking, the air thick with tension. A cough from outside interrupted them. "Young master, the carriage is ready." Shen Xingyue hastily pushed Song Heng away, flustered as she adjusted her attire. "We must go." Observing her hurried retreat, a smile tugged at the corners of Song Heng's mouth. As the carriage slowly approached the entrance of the alley, they spotted Song Jingyan holding Song and who was standing expectantly at the door, tiptoeing and peering out with eager anticipation. "Father!" Song instantly recognized Song Heng in the carriage, breaking free from Song Jingyan's grasp and darting forward like a little rabbit. Song Heng leaped from the carriage, scooping up his son in his arms. The little one clung tightly to his neck, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Father, an heir has missed you so much." Song Heng's heart melted as he gently patted his son's back. "Father has missed an heir too." Shen Xingyue stood nearby, watching the tender reunion, her eyes misting with emotion. She recalled how every night Song needed to hold the bamboo tiger his father had given him to sleep, and now, at last, his father had returned. Song Jingyan approached and patted Song Heng on the shoulder. "It is good to have you back." Song Heng nodded. "Father." A smile graced Song Jingyan's face. Song peered out from Song Heng's embrace, his youthful voice chiming. "Grandfather said father went away on important business and would be gone for a long time, but an heir could not wait and counted the days." Song Heng, filled with tenderness, kissed his son's cheek. "From now on, father shall never leave an heir again." Shen Xingyue stepped forward, softly suggesting, "Let us head inside. Do not linger in the cold." Song Heng, with one arm cradling his son, naturally took Shen Xingyue's hand in the other. Shen Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, yet she did not break free. Song Jingyan observed the retreating figures of the three, a flicker of gratification crossing his eyes. Within the Prince Gong's residence, Song Yu, upon learning that the individuals he had dispatched had failed to take his elder brother Song Heng's life, and instead discovered that he could stand, contrary to his previously feeble state, rushed into Su Lan's courtyard in a fit of rage. He forcefully kicked open the door, startling the maidens who were pruning the branches, causing them to kneel in alarm. "Get out!" Song Yu bellowed. The maidens hurriedly retreated, leaving only the mother and son in the courtyard. Su Lan set down her scissors, her demeanor calm. "You what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Song Yu sneered coldly. "Mother, did you not say that Song Heng's time was short? Why then did my men return claiming he is not only alive, but can stand?" Su Lan's gaze flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. "Oh, is that so?" She sighed softly and turned towards the pavilion. "Yue, come sit." Song Yu remained rooted to the spot. "Mother, do you not know that Song Heng has been feigning illness? Su Lan took a seat on the stone bench, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea. Mother was unaware of Song Heng's pretense of illness. It perplexes me as well. He receives the nourishing medicines I send him daily, yet remains unharmed. This indeed strikes me as strange. Then you truly do not know? Song Yu's voice was laced with suppressed fury. You are my own son. All my actions are paving the way for you. I simply did not anticipate that Song Heng would discover the issues with the medicine and maintain such patience without revealing it, Su Lan remarked with a cold laugh. Song Yu clenches fists. So, he watched me like a fool while sending someone to assassinate him? Su Lan sipit herthi, her gaze sharpening. You are being too impatient. Knowing full well that the recent flood situation is not as simple as it appears. There are others who will deal with him. Why did you feel the need to dispatch assassins? Can you not think more carefully? I only wish for him to die. Song Yu trembled with rage. And what has come of it? Su Lan set down her teacup. The individuals you sent not only failed, but if Song Heng suspects you, it would truly be a loss. Song Yu's face turned pale. Then what shall we do now? Su Lan rose and approached her son, adjusting his collar. Do not fret. I have my plans. Song Heng has been missing without a trace. The prince's efforts to manage the flood are nearing completion, and he will soon return to the capital. If Song Heng remains unfound by then, I will ensure the prince petitions the emperor to bestow upon you the title of heir. Is that true? A proud smile instantly illuminated Song Yu's face, as if this were a foregone conclusion. Would I deceive you? Sulan genti shuk her teonjup. Observing the floating tea leaves within, her expression gradually turning cold. However, the substances in the nourishing medicine are a rare poison from the western regions, colorless and tasteless. Undetectable even by the imperial physicians, she murmured. Logically, after consuming such wine, he should have. What should he have? Song Yu inquired eagerly. Su Lan set down her teacup, her fingertips lightly tapping the stone table. It was high time to succumb to delirium, to feel limbs grow heavy, and ultimately to pass away silently in slumber. Yet her voice suddenly turned sharp, and here he is, seemingly unscathed. Chapter 70. A strategy for rebirth. Su Lan retrieved a small porcelain vial from her sleeve and delicately placed it upon the stone table. The vial was pristine white, adorned with delicate ink plum blossoms, exuding an air of elegance. Do you know what this is? Sulan inquired softly. Song Yu shook his head, instinctively recoiling. This is the substance I incorporated into Song Heng's medicinal remedy. Su Lan uncorked the vial, and a faint scent of plum blossoms wafted into the air, an elusive poison known as plum blossom mark, colorless and tasteless, undetectable even with silver needles. She tilted the vial, allowing a drop of crystalline liquid to fall upon the stone surface, which instantly corroded, creating a small pit. Song Yu inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow. Such potent efficacy. Could it be he never ingested it? Impossible, Su Lan asserted with unwavering conviction. My envoy witnessed him consume it. A flicker of doubt briefly crossed her gaze. Song Yu's complexion paled. What now? What if he returns? Returns? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Lan's eyes. What of it? Since he chose to endure in silence. Even if he were to return, he would dare not speak before your father without evidence. She rose and walked beneath the flowering crabapple tree in the courtyard. What matters most now is to secure the title of heir before your father returns to the capital, while his fate remains uncertain. Song Yu's eyes brightened. Do you mean? Your father values reputation above all? Su Lan said, plucking a crabapple leaf and crushing it between her fingertips. If the ministers learn that he sacrificed his legitimate son in the pursuit of flood control, the emperor will surely sympathize with him. Yet Song Yu still harbored concerns. But what if Song Heng truly returns alive? Su Lan turned, an enigmatic smile gracing her face. Would you allow him such an opportunity? I understand. An incredulous smile emerged on Song Yu's effeminate face. She approached him, gently stroking his hair. Tomorrow, you shall pay a visit to the Minister of Military Affairs, Han Shang. His daughter has long held affections for you. If this union could be forged, it would bolster your position in court. Song Yu's eyes sparkled. But hasn't Minister Han always had a contentious relationship with my father? Precisely why you must go, Su Lan replied, her eyes gleaming with insight. Let him know that you are unlike your father. Once you marry his daughter, would he not lend his support in court? But what of the Su family? Su Lan scoffed, her fingertips lightly tapping the stone table. No need to concern yourself. Had he not coveted her lineage from the Qingyuan marquisate, he would not have permitted her entry into our home. Moreover, it has been over 3 years with no offspring. Marrying another would render her speechless. Song Yu lowered his head, recalling the scene from 3 years ago during their wedding. Su Shi, clad in a vibrant red bridal gown, had looked resplendent beneath her veil. At that time, he too had harbored sincere hopes for their union. However, Song Yu hesitated, expressing that the Su family is, after all, his legitimate wife. What if you take another legitimate wife? Su Lan's voice suddenly rose. 3 years without offspring. That is her greatest transgression, according to ancestral customs. You should have divorced her long ago. She rose and paced back and forth in the courtyard. The daughter of Minister Han, Han Mingzhu, is a true lady of high standing. Not only is her beauty exceptional, but more importantly, Minister Han's influence in the military is significant. Song Yu's eyes brightened. He was well aware of Minister Han's stature, having been in charge of the military for many years, with numerous disciples and acquaintances throughout the ranks. If I could gain his support, Mother, you need not worry about the Su family. Su Lan waved her hand. I have my methods to ensure she willingly agrees to your remarriage. Suddenly, she stopped, looking meaningfully at her son. Song Yu was taken aback. What do you mean, Mother? Sulan checked lightly. I have heard that Han Mingzhu has a fiery temperament. If you marry her, you must handle the relationship between the two women with care. Song Yu immediately grasped his mother's implication. Rest assured, Mother, I know how to proceed. Very well, Su Lan nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, you shall visit Minister Han. Remember to bring along the landscape of 1,000 miles, for it is my father's most cherished possession. One cannot catch a wolf without a child, Su Lan interrupted. Once you become the heir, what is there that you cannot obtain? Song Yu took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. The next morning, Song Yu rose early, deliberately donning a pale blue brocade robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of refinement. Young master, the carriage is ready, the servant reported from outside. Song Yu took a final glance at himself in the bronze mirror, ensuring everything was in order before turning to leave. Before departing, he specifically went to the study to retrieve the landscape of 1,000 miles, as the carriage slowly made its way to the Han residence. Song Yu unconsciously caressed the painting. This piece was his father's most treasured collection, said to be an authentic work by the renowned painter Wu Daokai of the previous dynasty. Young master, we have arrived at Han's residence. Song Yu withdrew his thoughts, adjusted his attire, and then alighted from the carriage. The doorman of the Han residence, having already received instructions, respectfully welcomed him inside. Traversing through multiple courtyards, Song Yu was led to a refined study, where Minister Han was writing at his desk. Upon noticing Song Yu's entrance, he merely nodded slightly. Young Master Song has arrived. Greetings, Minister Han, Song Yu said respectfully, bowing. My father often speaks of you, saying you're a pillar of the court. Minister Han set down his brush, looking at him with a bemused expression. Oh, isn't the Duke of Gong currently engaged in flood control? He still finds time to mention me? Song Yu maintained his composure. Though my father is away, he remains concerned about the significant affairs of the court. This time, regarding the flood, it is largely thanks to your efforts in the court, Minister. Enough. Minister Han waved his hand. I have shared a bond with your father in the military. It is merely a difference in political views. Speak then, he said. What brings you to see me today? Song Yu presented the scroll with both hands. I have heard that you have a fondness for calligraphy and paintings, so I specifically brought this landscape of 1,000 miles for your appreciation. Han Shangshu squinted slightly, remarking, this is indeed a genuine masterpiece by Wu Datsa, a treasured collection of Prince Gong. Precisely, responded Song Yu with a faint smile. My father often says that treasures should be gifted to those who truly appreciate them. You, esteemed minister, are a true connoisseur of art. Only in your hands can this painting realize its true worth. Taking the scroll, Han Shangshu did not unfurl it immediately, but regarded Song Yu with a meaningful glance. I suspect, Mr. Song, that your visit today is not solely to present this painting. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed from outside. "Father, I heard that second young master Song has arrived." Turning his head, Song Yu beheld a young lady clad in a delicate yellow skirt approaching with grace. Her features were exquisite, and her gaze sparkled with brilliance. She was none other than Han Shangshu's only daughter, Han Mingzhu. As she glided forward, her skirt fluttered like the most radiant sunlight of spring. Her eyes lingered on Song Yu for a moment, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Is this indeed the second young master of the Gong Prince's residence? Her voice was clear and pleasant, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Song Yu quickly rose to pay his respects. "I am Song Yu. It is an honor to meet Miss Han." However, Han Mingzhu did not return the gesture. Instead, she approached her father, her gaze fixated on the painting on the table. "The landscape of 1,000 miles?" She arched an eyebrow. "Is this a gift from second young master Song to father?" Han Shangshu cleared his throat. "Mingzhu, do not be rude." Yet, Han Mingzhu appeared oblivious, reaching for the scroll. Instinctively, Song Yu stepped forward. "Miss Han, that painting." Han Mingzhu turned her head, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Are you concerned that I might damage your artwork?" Song Yu found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by her boldness and her immediate recognition of the piece. Han Mingzhu had already unfurled the scroll, her slender fingers gently gliding over the landscape depicted. Indeed, it is a genuine work by Wu Datsu. The mountains undulate, and the waters flow endlessly. It is truly a magnificent painting. Suddenly, she looked up at Song Yu, inquiring, "But tell me, does second young master know the secret hidden within this painting?" Song Yu's heart raced at the mention of secret. Han Mingzhu huklid softly. "It is rumored that this landscape of 1,000 miles conceals clues to a treasure from a previous dynasty. Surely, second young master is aware of this?" Maintaining his composure, Song Yu replied, "Miss Han, you jest. This is merely a tale circulating among the populace." "Is it?" Han Mingzhu regarded him with a knowing look. "Then why, pray tell? Would you present this painting to curry favor with my father?" The atmosphere in the study grew subtly charged. Han Shangshu sat quietly to the side, seemingly unfazed by his daughter's audacious remarks, merely observing the exchange between them. Taking a deep breath, Song Yu was about to speak when Han Mingzhu interjected. "However, since second young master is so sincere," she leaned closer to him, whispering softly in his ear, "why not reveal your true intentions?" Though Han Mingzhu harbored feelings for Song Yu and had once wished to marry him, she had since quelled those thoughts, given that he was already wed to the daughter of the Qingyuan Marquis. Little did she expect him to visit her today personally. As Han Mingzhu's words faded, Song Yu was enveloped by a faint yet enchanting scent of jasmine. He instinctively took a step back, only to find Han Mingzhu already retreating, a bemused expression gracing her features. At that moment, a torrent of complex emotions surged within her. She recalled the Lantern Festival 3 years prior, when she first laid eyes on Song Yu. Clad in white, he stood beneath the lanterns, deciphering riddles, his brows and features like a painting, exuding an otherworldly charm. She had hidden among the crowd, watching as he unraveled every riddle, earning thunderous applause. From that day forth, she frequently sought excuses to visit the prince's residence, merely to catch a glimpse of him from afar, until one fateful day, she heard whispers of his impending marriage to the daughter of the Qingyuan Marquis. "Miss Heng." Song Yu's voice jolted her back to reality. Han Mingzhu composed herself and approached the window. "Mr. Song, do you know what I abhor the most?" Song Yu paused, taken aback. I detest being treated as a fool." Han Mingzhu turned to face him, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You could not possibly think that your visit today, bearing this painting, was merely a gesture of goodwill, did you?" Beads of sweat formed on Song Yu's brow. He had not anticipated Han Mingzhu's keen insight or her forthrightness. Observing his expression, she felt both a rush of exhilaration and a pang of sorrow. The exhilaration stemmed from finally gaining the upper hand before him, while the sorrow arose from the realization that he was ultimately driven by self-interest. "Let me guess." She advanced slowly. "You seek to leverage my father's influence in the military to secure your claim to the title of heir?" Song Yu's complexion shifted dramatically. Yet Han Mingzhu smiled. "I can assist you." "What?" Song Yu could scarcely believe his ears. "I can assist you. she reiterated, but I have a condition. What condition? Her gaze grew profound. I require you to marry me. But I'm already wed, he stammered, his voice dry. Then either you must divorce her to take me as your wife, or you may marry me as a secondary spouse, regardless of precedence or rank. How does that sound? His voice faltered. An Mingzhu prasa, honra Leslie. Does Mr. Song believe that I, Han Mingzhu, am unworthy of you? No, Song Yu quickly clarified. I merely fear it may unduly burden Miss Han. A cold laugh escaped Han Mingzhu. Su, a wife who has borne no children for 3 years, according to ancestral custom. You ought to have divorced her long ago. I, Han Mingzhu, am not incapable of coexistence. As long as she remains compliant, I can live harmoniously with her. Song Yu was taken aback by Han Mingzhu's directness. She turned away, moving to the window, where sunlight streamed through the lattice, illuminating her profile with an ethereal chill. Song Yu, do you understand why I propose such terms? Song Yu shook his head. Because I wish for you to remember, Han Mingzhu spun around, her gaze as piercing as a blade. From this moment forth, everything you possess is granted by me, without the support of the Han family. You shall never ascend to the position of heir. A heavy weight settled in Song Yu's heart. He suddenly realized that this seemingly delicate woman was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. I shall give you 3 days to consider. Han Mingzhu approached him, gently adjusting his collar, and I expect your answer in 3 days. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Her fingers were icy, yet they ignited a warmth within Song Yu. He gazed at her retreating figure and suddenly spoke. What if I agree? Han Mingzhu halted her steps, but did not turn around. Then prove it to me. Be it a letter of divorce or a concubine agreement, I wish to see your sincerity. My daughter's words were quite clear. Young Master Song should ponder them carefully. Butler, see her guest out. Song Yu stood outside the Han residence, watching as the vermilion door slowly closed, his heart already resolved. Upon returning to the Wang Manor, he made his way directly to the study. The writing materials on the desk were of the finest quality, yet he felt the pen in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A gentle voice from outside called out, "Husband." Song Yu's hand trembled. A drop of ink fell onto the rice paper, spreading into a dark stain. He took a deep breath. Come in. Su entered, holding a bowl of lotus seed soup. Today, she wore a simple yet elegant RU skirt, adorned with only a jade hairpin, looking particularly graceful, a stark contrast to her usual attire. I heard you visited the Han residence today? Su set the lotus seed soup down on the desk. Song Yu did not respond. Instead, he pushed the completed concubine agreement toward her. Chapter 72. Su Qingyun's helplessness and rage. Su was taken aback. She lowered her gaze at the paper, her fingers trembling slightly. This is Su. Song Yu's voice was as cold as ice. We have been husband and wife for 3 years, and I have treated you kindly. Now, circumstances compel me to make this difficult decision. Su's face turned pale in an instant. Is it because of Miss Han? Song Yu turned his face away. Mingzhu can provide me with everything I desire. He did not continue. I understand. Su wiped away her tears. I will do as you wish. Carefully folding the concubine agreement, she tucked it into her sleeve. Her movements were slow, as if granting Song Yu a chance to reconsider, but he remained silent. This lotus seed soup, Su gestured to the bowl on the desk, is specially made for you. Drink it while it's warm. Song Yu looked at the bowl of lotus seed soup and was suddenly reminded of 3 years ago when they had just married. Su would prepare different soups for him daily, always dressed in vibrant garments, her smile bright as spring. Why are you dressed like this today? Song Yu's gaze fell on her simple RU skirt. I suddenly feel that simplicity is better, Su replied softly, glancing down at her attire. Song Yu felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. He picked up the lotus seed soup, but hesitated to drink. What's wrong? Afraid I might poison you? Su smiled like the. Song Yu's hand trembled, nearly spilling the bowl. He steadied himself. What nonsense are you talking about? Su had already turned to leave, rest assured. I would never do such a thing. She paused at the door, glancing back at Song Yu. The door gently closed, yet the sound pierced his ears. He lowered his head to look at the lotus seed soup in his hands, suddenly devoid of appetite. Meanwhile, Su hastily traversed the corridor, arriving at her residence. As she gazed at the marriage agreement for a secondary wife in her hands, tears unbidden cascaded down her cheeks. Xingyue, our bond as husband and wife pales in comparison to that of the heir's position. All that I have done for you now feels like a cruel jest. Su Qingyun's heart felt as though it were being tugged painfully, rendering her breathless, yet she could only acquiesce to this harsh reality. Alone, she sat before her dressing table, the copper mirror reflecting her pallid visage. Trembling, she unfurled the marriage document, droplets of sorrow falling onto the paper, blurring the ink. She recalled 3 years prior, when she entered the Duke's residence with dreams and hopes. At that time, Xingyue was still the gentle and refined gentleman. She remembered the warmth of his hand when he first held hers, the image of him vigilantly watching over her during her illness, and the exquisite jade hairpin he had specially sought for her on her birthday. Her close maid, Xiao Shui, entered the room and was taken aback by Su's tear-streaked face. "What has happened to you?" Su hastily wiped away her tears and tucked the marriage agreement into her jewelry box. "It's nothing, just a bit of dust in my eyes." Xiao Shui, suspiciously glancing at the tightly shut windows, refrained from pressing further. "Madam, it is time for dinner. I am not hungry, so I shall forego it," Su replied, rising and heading to the inner chamber. This was the first time Xiao Shui had seen her mistress so lost in thought. "What troubles you, madam?" Soon, her mother-in-law, Su Lan, had prepared the betrothal gifts, instructing Xingyue to take them to the Han residence to propose, stating that the marriage would occur upon the return of the prince. Standing before the Han residence, Xingyue was flanked by a procession of betrothal gifts stretching for dozens of meters. Boxes wrapped in red silk, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, silks and satins, everything imaginable. Su Lan had nearly emptied half of the royal treasury for this occasion. "Second master, please," the steward of the Han residence respectfully ushered him inside. In the main hall, Minister Han sat at the head of the table, while Han Mingzhu sat beside him, her expression serene. "Second Master Song, what brings you here today?" Minister Han inquired, feigning ignorance. Xingyue inhaled deeply and stepped forward to bow. "I have come today to propose marriage, seeking to wed Miss Han as a secondary wife. Here is the list of betrothal gifts for your perusal." Minister Han accepted the list but did not immediately examine it. Instead, he turned to his daughter. "Mingzhu, what is your opinion?" Han Mingzhu rose and walked slowly to stand before Xingyue. "Second Master Song, do you know what I, Han Mingzhu, despise the most?" Xingyue was taken aback. I loathe being treated as a mere pawn." Han Mingzhu's voice was soft, yet each word cut like a blade. "Your proposal today, is it truly for me, or merely for the heir's position?" Cold sweat beaded on Xingyue's brow. "Mingzhu, enough," Minister Han interjected suddenly. "Since Second Master Song is so sincere, I shall agree to this union. However," he added with a knowing glance at Xingyue, "it is to be postponed until the prince's return, correct?" Xingyue quickly assented. "That is, of course, understood." At that moment, Han Mingzhu suddenly leaned closer to Xingyue and whispered in his ear, "Do not forget the promise you made to me." A jolt of surprise coursed through Xingyue, and just as he was about to respond, Han Mingzhu had already turned and departed. Meanwhile, at the tea house across from the Han residence, Su Shi coldly observed the scene through the window. As Xingyue gazed at Han Mingzhu's retreating figure, his attendant softly reminded him, "Second young master, it is time to return to the estate." It was only then that Xingyue regained his composure and turned towards the carriage. No sooner had he settled into his seat than a commotion erupted outside. "Make way! Make way!" A troop of soldiers galloped past, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xingyue lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "What is happening?" "It is said that the prince may return to the capital ahead of schedule." The attendant replied in a hushed tone. A sudden pang of alarm struck Xingyue's heart. His father's early return to the capital signified that his plans would also need to be expedited. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, Xingyue proceeded directly to Su Lan's courtyard. Su Lan was reviewing the list of betrothal gifts and, upon seeing him, promptly asked, "How did it go?" "Did Minister Han agree?" Xingyue nodded. "He has agreed, but the wedding will have to wait until father returns to the capital." Su Lan let out a cold laugh. "That old fox is indeed cautious." She set aside her task and continued, "However, as long as he has consented, that is what matters." After a moment of hesitation, Xingyue spoke. "Mother, it seems that Han Mingzhu is somewhat reluctant." "Reluctant?" Su Lan arched an eyebrow. Has she not always shown interest in you? Yet, recalling Han Mingzhu's final words, unease gripped Song Yu's heart. However, Su Lan dismissed his concerns. Women always need to maintain a semblance of modesty. Once married, they are bound to behave. Just then, a maid hurried in. Madam, second young master. The young lady is packing her things and says she wishes to return to the Qingyuan Marquis's residence for a few days. Chapter 73. The Death and Resurrection of Song Heng. Su Lan's expression instantly darkened. Returning to her maternal home at this time? Is she trying to embarrass us? Yet, Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Let her go. It is just before he could finish, Su Lan had already risen. No. Allowing her to return home now would only furnish outsiders with fodder for ridicule. I shall go and see. Su Lan strode towards Su Shi's quarters, her skirts billowing and stirring a fierce wind. Song Yu followed closely behind, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, they found Su Shi directing the maids and packing boxes. Dressed in a plain-colored skirt and adorned with only a jade hairpin, she appeared particularly serene. Where do you intend to go? Su Shi turned, her expression calm. I am returning to my maternal home for a few days. Returning to your maternal home? Su Lan scoffed. At this time, you intend to deliberately bring shame upon the Wang residents? Su Shi's gaze swept over Song Yu, who stood behind Su Lan, and a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. I do not dare. My daughter-in-law only wishes to return home for a few days to recuperate. As I have been feeling unwell. Unwell? Su Lan stepped forward. Yet you appear quite spirited. Su Shi maintained her composure. If mother doubts my condition, she may certainly summon a physician to examine me. Su Lan was momentarily at a loss for words, her face darkening further. Even if you are unwell, does the estate lack for your sustenance and needs? Must you return to your maternal home? Su Shi lowered her eyelids, remarking that her daughter-in-law simply missed her home. Miss Home? Su Lan's voice suddenly rose. Since you have married into the Wang residence, this is your home. Su Shi lifted her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. Then may I inquire, Mother, has this family ever regarded me as one of its own? Su Lan was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Song Yu quickly stepped forward to mediate. Qingyun, Mother only wishes the best for you. Returning to your maternal home at this time is indeed not appropriate. For my own good? Su-si su-de-li lauget. Yet her laughter was more mournful than tears. Song Yu, do you know why I wish to return to my maternal home? Song Yu was taken aback. Su Qingyun merely said, on the day you wed Miss Han, I shall certainly return to attend your wedding banquet. Su Lan, infuriated, shouted preposterous. Someone, escort the young mistress back to her room. No one is to let her out without my permission. The skies over Qinghe County finally cleared, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. Song Jingyan stood atop the city wall, observing the bustling citizens below, and sighed with relief. The flood situation had reached a resolution, and the epidemic was well under control. To inform the emperor and the empress that Song Heng was still alive, Song Jingyan meticulously documented the disaster, the epidemic, and the matter concerning Song Heng in a memorial, which he hastily dispatched to the palace. With the county magistrate imprisoned for embezzlement, the remaining tasks were entirely entrusted to the governor, and Song Jingyan's group would soon return to the capital to report back. His father, Song Heng, approached with an air of composure. Has the memorial been sent? Song Jingyan nodded. It's on its way. It should reach the capital in 3 days. He turned to look at Song Heng. After pretending to be dead for so long, it is time to live again, Song Heng said with a wry smile. Song Jingyan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. I am here. Meanwhile, the capital was in a state of uproar. In the imperial study, the emperor scrutinized the memorial in his hands, his brow furrowed. Song Heng is still alive? The chief eunuch cautiously replied, yes. It is written as such in the memorial from Prince Gong. The emperor was elated. Issue an edict. Summon Song Jingyan and Song Heng to return to the capital immediately. The news spread rapidly throughout the city. Within the Gong Wang residence, upon hearing this news, Su Lan dropped her teacup with a crash. What? Song Heng is still alive? She rose abruptly, disbelief etched on her face. Song Yu's complexion paled. Mother, this. Su Lan forced herself to remain calm. Do not panic. even if he returns alive. What of it? Outside the capital, Song Heng and Song Jingyuan's carriage approached slowly. A gathering of officials had amassed at the city gate, having come to welcome them upon hearing the news. Shen Xingyue lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the familiar city gate, her heart a tumult of emotions. She turned to Song In, and then, "We have arrived home." Song Heng patted his son's shoulder, and her look outside, it is quite lively. As the carriage passed through the city gate, a commotion erupted. A squad of imperial guards parted the crowd, and the chief eunuch proclaimed loudly, "The emperor's edict has arrived." Song Heng and Song Jingyuan quickly dismounted to receive the edict. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed, Prince Gong, Song Heng, is to be commended for his loyalty and bravery, and is thus awarded 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk as a token of recognition. So it is commanded. Song Jingyuan and his son received the imperial decree, and the eunuch softly announced, "Your Highness, young master, the emperor has decreed that you should return to the residence to rest today and meet in the imperial study early tomorrow morning." "Thank you for the reminder, eunuch," replied Song Jingyuan. "Very well. We shall not delay your Highness and the young master any longer. I shall return to the palace to report." They bid farewell to the eunuch. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Prince of Gong, Su Lan anxiously awaited news. An aide rushed in. "Madam, the prince and young master have entered the city." Su Lan's hands clenched tightly. Turning to Song Yu, she commanded, "Quickly, prepare to welcome your father." Song Yu's complexion turned pale. "Mother, what is this?" Su Lan spoke sharply. "The most important thing now is to stabilize the situation. Remember, you know nothing. Do you understand?" Song Yu nodded repeatedly, yet could not conceal the panic in his eyes. When Song Jingyuan and Song Heng's family arrived at the Prince of Gong's residence, they were met by those already waiting outside. Su Lan, leading Song Yu and Su Qingyun, stood at the entrance with warm expressions, her gaze filled with anticipation. Having not seen each other for several months, Song Jingyuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him, as if time had quietly slipped away in those brief days, leaving him with a sense of otherworldliness. As Song Heng alighted from the carriage, he called out, "Madame, we have arrived home." Transmigrates, stepping forward with a look of contentment. "Your Highness, you have had a tiring journey. Please, come inside. Dinner has already been prepared." Song Yu nodded softly, his gaze lingering on Song Heng for a moment before turning to Song Jingyuan. "Father, elder brother, was the journey smooth?" Song Jingyuan affirmed. Everything went well. Standing beside them, Song Heng maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the entrance of the prince's residence, revealing a hint of complexity in his eyes. He held his wife's hand and whispered a few words to her before following Song Jingyuan into the residence. Once inside, as everyone took their seats, the Prince of Gong looked at his wife, Su Lan, with concern. "While I was away, was everything well at home?" Su Lan respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, all is well at home." Her gaze fell upon Shen Xingyue and Song In, and she gently remarked, "Xingyue, you should have informed your mother before going out, causing me to worry while at home." Shen Xingyue smiled slightly and replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, mother. I did not consider it well." The atmosphere in the hall was harmonious, and after a few exchanges of pleasantries, Su Lan instructed the servants to prepare a banquet to welcome the prince back. During the feast, laughter and merriment filled the air, as if the months apart had left no barriers between them. As night deepened and the banquet concluded, the Prince of Gong's residence fell into tranquility. Song Heng's family retreated to their quarters to rest. Standing in the courtyard, Song Jingyuan gazed up at the starry sky. Yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He understood that the shifting tides of power within the court had long been brewing in the shadows, and it seemed he could not remain unaffected. Meanwhile, in the garden, Su Lan walked alongside Su Qingyuan. The moonlight bathed them in a soft glow. Su Lan spoke softly. "Qingyuan, regarding the matter of the Han family's young lady, your mother is aware of the grievances you have endured. Yet there is no need for you to be overly anxious. The Han family is merely a pawn in Yuer's quest for stability." Su Qingyuan lowered her gaze, her expression somewhat melancholic, yet she managed to force a faint smile. "Do not worry, mother. I understand," she said. Su Lan gently patted the back of her hand, her tone warm. It brings me comfort to know you think this way. Once you have children, everything will improve. Su Qingyun nodded, yet her heart remained heavy. Since her marriage to Songyu, she had devoted herself entirely to him, believing he would not mind the matter of heirs. She did not anticipate the sudden emergence of a Miss Han. Although she understood this was merely a strategic move orchestrated by her mother-in-law and Songyu, the disappointment and resentment in her heart were indelible. The two continued their stroll through the garden, the night enveloping them in tranquility, with only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Su Qingyun lifted her gaze to the starry sky, silently vowing that she would not relinquish her position easily. Even though she could not alter her circumstances at present, the road ahead was long, and she was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Meanwhile, in Song Heng's courtyard, Shen Xingyue sat by the window, holding a book that she had not turned a single page of for quite some time. Her gaze drifted through the window, lost in the distant night sky, her expression somewhat dazed. When Song Heng entered the room and noticed her distraction, he softly inquired, "Xingyue, what are you thinking about?" Shen Xingyue returned to the moment, offering a slight smile. "It is nothing. I merely find the night sky to be exceptionally beautiful this evening." Song Heng approached her side and followed her gaze to the heavens, softly remarking, "Indeed, it has been a long time since I've had the luxury of quietly watching the stars." After a brief silence, Shen Xingyue suddenly murmured, "Song Heng, I cannot shake the feeling of unease in my heart." Song Heng's expression turned serious, and he comforted her, "Do not worry. I will shoulder all burdens. You need only focus on your own matters." Shen Xingyue nodded, yet her anxiety remained palpable. Although she was not well versed in court affairs, the current situation was delicate. The issue of the flood had led to covert assassination attempts, and with the Duke of Gong as a royal relative, it was inevitable that various factions would vie for support. Coupled with the actions of Su Lan and Song Yu within their household, one could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen events. The next day, the palace glimmered with opulence and solemnity. Song Jingyan and Song Heng were summoned to the palace, following the eunuchs through the long corridors until they arrived at the imperial study. The emperor and empress had been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them enter, the emperor offered a slight smile and raised his hand to signal them to forego their formalities. 13th brother, Song Heng, you have worked tirelessly on the flood relief efforts," the emperor remarked with warmth, his gaze filled with approval. "I have heard of your tireless dedication in the disaster-stricken areas. Your efforts in managing the waters have garnered great praise from the people." Song Jingyan stepped forward respectfully, bowing. "Your Majesty, you flatter us. We have merely fulfilled our duties, and it is our honor to relieve your burdens and aid the populace." Song Heng followed suit, cupping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, any success in flood management is entirely due to your wise decisions and the concerted efforts of the court. We have only played a small part." The empress smiled gently, her voice soft. "You two need not be so humble. This flood affected several provinces, and had it not been for your timely response, the consequences would have been dire. Both the emperor and I remember your contributions." The emperor nodded and inquired, "I wish to hear the specifics of your flood control efforts, particularly the critical moments, so that we may accumulate experience for future disaster prevention and water management." Song Jingyan paused briefly before commencing a detailed report. In response to the recent deluge, "We first organized personnel to reinforce the levees and clear the waterways, simultaneously mobilizing provisions to aid the victims. I took charge alongside Song Heng, who coordinated with local officials to reassure the populace, while I personally supervised the works to ensure progress. Fortunately, local officials cooperated effectively, and with the assistance of Song Heng's wife, Madame Shen, who possesses medical skills, we were able to unite the efforts of numerous doctors and citizens to swiftly contain the ensuing epidemic following the flood." Song Heng added, "Your Majesty, during our flood control efforts, we uncovered several latent risks, such as certain sections of the levees that have fallen into disrepair and severe sedimentation in the rivers. I suggest that the court conduct regular inspections in the future to prevent a recurrence of such calamities." The emperor, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. "What you have said is indeed correct. The essence of flood management lies in preemptive measures. I shall command the Ministry of Works to draft a comprehensive plan to enhance the repair and maintenance of water conservancy projects across the realm. The Empress also expressed her approval. Both of you have not only excelled in flood management, but have also managed to glean valuable insights and propose recommendations, which is truly commendable. Both the Emperor and I are deeply gratified. The Emperor smiled and waved his hand. Well, we have concluded the important matters. Let us now converse about family affairs. Tonight, I have prepared a celebratory banquet for you, both to welcome you and to commend your achievements. You must take this opportunity to relax. Song Jingyan and Song Heng promptly bowed in gratitude. We thank your majesty for your benevolence. We shall forever hold this in our hearts. Upon seeing Song Heng, the Empress's previous worries vanished, replaced by a look of contentment. You have suffered, the Emperor inquired. When shall we officially name our child, so that he may return to our side? Hearing the Empress's words, Song Heng responded, Currently, we have a crown prince. If we were to name me now, what would become of the crown prince? Moreover, given the current turmoil in the court and the Emperor's frail health, it would be prudent to wait for a more suitable opportunity. Your reasoning is sound, but your mother wishes everything to be in accordance with the Emperor's arrangements. The Empress remarked, Hunger, I have heard that you and Madame Shen have a son. What is the child's name? The Emperor asked. To report to your majesty. He is named Songin, was the response. Songin, may he be peaceful and prosperous. A fine name indeed. Bring him to the palace to play this evening during the banquet, so that I and the Empress may see him. Furthermore, your wife, Madame Shen, has made significant contributions during this epidemic and deserves due recognition. As commanded. Chapter 75, the celebration banquet that evening. The palace was ablaze with light as the celebratory banquet was held in the imperial garden. The Emperor and Empress occupied the main seats, while civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, with cups clinking and harmonious music filling the air. Song Jingyan and Song Heng were seated near the Emperor, clearly favored. During the banquet, the Emperor raised his cup and smiled. Today, I toast to Minister Song and Song Heng, thanking you for all you have done for the court and the people. Song Jingyan and Song Heng quickly rose, raising their cups in return. We do not deserve such praise. It is solely due to your majesty's great fortune that we have been able to fulfill our duties. The queen raised her cup and took a delicate sip, smiling softly as she leaned towards the Emperor and whispered, Your Majesty, you have just recovered. It would be wise to limit your consumption of wine. Cui Gue Fei, upon witnessing the intimate exchange between the Emperor and the Queen, felt a surge of irritation. This woman truly possessed remarkable cunning. She had once orchestrated the demise of your child. Yet, unlike the mother of the crown prince, she had not met an untimely end. Instead, she had unwittingly secured for you a son to solidify your position. The sight of the Emperor whispering so affectionately to her made her grip the wine cup so tightly that it threatened to shatter. The guests at the banquet began to chime in, showering praises without restraint. It was noted that Shen, the wife of Song Heng, played a significant role in addressing the recent flood disaster, and the Emperor remarked that she deserved commendation. He glanced at the refreshing and elegant woman seated beside Song Heng and spoke, I must duly reward her. As soon as these words left the Emperor's lips, all eyes turned towards Shen Xingyue, who was adorned in a pale blue gown. Her makeup was understated, yet her countenance exuded a natural grace. Though she wore no heavy cosmetics, her demeanor radiated an ethereal charm. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, she paused slightly before rising to respectfully bow to the Emperor and the Queen. I am Shen, your humble servant, and I pay my respects to your Majesty and Her Highness. Her voice was clear and gentle, her movements dignified, evoking instant admiration. The Emperor smiled slightly and gestured for her to rise. Shen, there is no need for excessive formality. I have heard of your efforts during the flood. Not only did you assist your father and husband in managing the epidemic caused by the disaster, but you also personally organized the women to sew garments for the victims and distribute provisions. Your contributions to the court and the people have not gone unnoticed. With her gaze lowered, she humbly replied, Your Majesty overestimates my efforts. I merely did what little I could. It is my duty to alleviate my husband's burdens and assist the common folk. The Queen nodded with a smile, her eyes reflecting approval. Indeed, Shun, you are truly virtuous and wise. Song Heng is fortunate to have such a commendable wife. Seeing this, Song Heng quickly rose and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Xingyue has always been concerned for the people. She has made significant contributions during this flood. I consider myself most fortunate to have her as my wife. The emperor laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Enough of your modesty, both of you. I have always been clear in matters of reward and punishment. Since Shun has rendered distinguished service, she shall receive due recognition. You, as the Grand General of the nation, and your wife, having performed greatly, shall be honored. Let it be decreed that Shun be granted the title of first-rank lady, along with a reward of 100 taels of gold and 10 rolls of brocade, in acknowledgement of her merits. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue hastily bowed once more. I thank your Majesty for your generous favor. My goodness, a first-rank title and 100 taels of gold. What fortune! At that moment, the queen's gaze had lingered on the little boy, Song In, for quite some time. What a delightful child! He is truly a treasure. The queen's voice was gentle and affectionate, drawing the attention of the guests to the small boy, who was merely 3 years old, dressed in a finely crafted robe, with a round face and bright, expressive eyes. He sat obediently between his parents, clutching a piece of cake, radiating an irresistible charm. Gently patting Song In's shoulder, Shen Xingyue softly urged, "Honor, the queen is calling you. Go forward and pay your respects." Song In blinked his eyes, set down the pastry in his hand, and obediently stood up, taking small steps towards the empress. He performed a courteous bow and, in a sweet, childlike voice, said, "I pay my respects to your Majesty. May you enjoy longevity and prosperity." The empress, charmed by his understanding demeanor, couldn't help but smile. She extended her hand, beckoning him to come closer. Once he stood before her, she scrutinized him closely. This child is truly delightful. With a hint of resemblance to Song Heng, she gently pinched Song In's cheek, her tone brimming with affection. "My dear, how old are you this year?" Song In lifted his little face and earnestly replied, "In response to your Majesty, I am 3 years old this year." The empress nodded with a smile. Such understanding at the tender age of 3 is indeed remarkable. She turned to the emperor, her voice tinged with sentiment. "Your Majesty, look at this child. He is truly endearing." The emperor also nodded in agreement. "He is indeed a good child. Song Heng, Shun Shi, you have raised him well, which brings me great comfort." Song Heng and Shen Xingyue quickly rose to pay their respects. "Thank you, your Majesty, for your kind words. Honor is still young and requires further guidance." The empress waved her hand, laughing. "No need for such humility. I simply adore Honor. Since we have met today, I must bestow a token upon him." She then instructed a nearby palace maid to fetch a pair of golden-laid jade longevity locks for Honor. The maid complied, returning shortly with a pair of exquisite longevity locks. The empress personally placed the locks around Song In's neck, softly saying, "Honor, these longevity locks are a gift from me to you. May you be safe, healthy, and grow swiftly." Song In touched the locks around his neck, his eyes sparkling with delight as he cheerfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, your Majesty." The empress was amused, laughing as she gently patted his head. "What a thoughtful child you are." At the banquet, everyone congratulated Song Heng and Shen Xingyue, praising Song In for his charming nature, prompting Song Heng and Shen Xingyue to rise once more to express their thanks. Sitting nearby, Song Jingyan observed this scene, feeling both gratified and reflective. He understood that the empress's fondness for Song In was not merely due to the child's cuteness, but also a sign of her regard for Song Heng. After the feast concluded, Song Jingyan and the Song Heng family took their leave from the palace. As they exited the palace gates, Song In remained excitedly touching the longevity locks around his neck, looking up at Shen Xingyue and saying, "Mother, the empress is so kind. Honor likes her." Shen Xingyue smiled gently, replying, "Honor, it is your fortune that the empress likes you. But you must remember, this favor is hard-earned, and you should be even more considerate in the future, lest you disappoint her expectations." Glancing at the hefty golden lock hanging from Song In's neck, Shen Xingyue's eyes nearly sparkled with the realization of its value. It was rather inappropriate for such a precious item to be worn by a child, prompting her to ask, "Honor, let mother keep your longevity locks for safekeeping, shall we?" "Not at all. Mother just wants to keep it for herself. Honor won't fall for that." As soon as Song had finished speaking, a light laughter ensued. Shen Xingyue shook her head in exasperation, gently pinching Song and small cheek and feigning seriousness. "You little rascal. Why have you grown more mischievous with age? When have I ever deceived you?" Song pouted, her eyes darting around with a mischievous glint, resembling a clever little sprite. "Last time, Mother said she would keep my New Year's money safe, yet she has yet to return it. And the time before that, you promised to take me to the market to buy sugar figurines, but all I received was a single candied hawthorn." Shen Xingyue was momentarily stunned by her words, then couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, my dear child, you certainly have a good memory. Wasn't that New Year's money set aside for you? And isn't a candied hawthorn still a form of candy? Why must you be so picky?" With her hands firmly on her hips, Song retorted with conviction, "That's different. If Mother promises something, she ought to fulfill it. Otherwise, it's deceiving a child." Nearby, Song couldn't suppress his laughter and affectionately ruffled Song's little head. "Anya, your tongue is becoming quite sharp. However, you mustn't speak to your mother in such a manner. Do you understand?" Sticking out her tongue playfully, Song nodded obediently. "I understand, father." Shen Xingyue gazed at her son with a mixture of adoration and exasperation. She whispered to Heng, "This child is becoming increasingly difficult to manage." Heng chuckled softly, pride evident in his tone. "Honor is clever and astute. Is that not a good thing? As long as he is sensible, a bit of mischief is permissible." With a sigh, Shen Xingyue's eyes sparkled with amusement. "You are simply too indulgent with him." Heng looked at his wife and child, his gaze filled with tenderness. As the night deepened, the family's silhouettes gradually faded into the distance. Beyond the palace walls, a cool night breeze swept through, and the stars twinkled above, seemingly heralding a future that was both promising and fraught with peril. Upon returning to the royal residence, little Song, perhaps exhausted from the day's activities, fell asleep early. Heng instructed someone to carry Song from the bedroom, his gaze lingering on Shen Xingyue, who was at the vanity, removing her hairpin. "Madam, now that you hold the esteemed title, it is my duty to ensure your comfort." Shen Xingyue paused, caught off guard by his playful demeanor as she caught a glimpse of him leaning against the doorframe, amusement dancing in his eyes. She felt a flutter of nervousness but feigned calmness, responding coolly, "Husband, you must be tired as well. It would be best for you to retire to the study early. There are official matters to attend to tomorrow." Yet, Heng was unyielding. He sauntered closer, resting his hands gently on her shoulders and whispering in her ear, "Is my dear wife attempting to dismiss me? Today marks our joyous occasion. You have received your title, and it is only fitting that I attend to you properly to celebrate." Shen Xingyue felt her ears heat from his warm breath and quickly turned away, standing up with a feigned seriousness. Heng, stop teasing. I am already weary from the day's events. What more do you wish to stir? Seeing her flustered state, Heng couldn't help but laugh, pulling her close into his embrace, his tone teasing. "Is my dear wife feeling shy? We have been married for many years. Why must you act so distant? Besides, with the Empress bestowing you with a title today, if I do not express my congratulations, would that not reflect poorly on my thoughtfulness?" Caught in his embrace, Shen Xingyue found it difficult to escape and could only give him a resigned glare. "Enough of this. You have not been so attentive in the past, and while we may have shared many years as husband and wife, it has only been that one occasion. Do not speak as though we are entangled in each other's arms every day." Heng looked down at her, his eyes filled with affection. "Is my dear wife dissatisfied with me? How about I make a splendid impression today?" Shen Xingyue's heart softened under his gaze, yet she feigned indifference, replying, "Don't be ridiculous. I have no time to indulge your antics. Though Honor is asleep, we must rise early tomorrow. You should promptly retreat to your study and not linger here." Heng, however, was relentless. He gently pinched her cheek and chuckled, "My dear wife, your words betray your true feelings. I can see that, deep down, you wish for my company. Do you not?" Caught off guard, Shen Xingyue's face flushed a rosy hue, and she hastily pushed him away, turning her back to him as she adjusted her hairpin. Her voice tinged with a hint of fluster. Do not flatter yourself. I do not. Seeing her flustered demeanor only heightened Song Heng's joy. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and whispered, My lady, over these years, you have sacrificed so much for me and Anur. I have always been grateful. How about we cherish our time together from this day forward? I, Song Heng, will never betray you. His tender words warmed Shen Xingyue's heart, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. With a soft sigh, she murmured, There is no need for gratitude. By the way, why are you so eloquent today? Have you been drinking? With a light laugh, Song Heng turned her to face him, locking eyes with her. I am not intoxicated, nor is it merely gratitude. I have simply come to understand my own heart. Shen Xingyue trembled at his earnest gaze, her previous coldness gradually melting away, replaced by a tender affection. She gently nodded, contemplating that perhaps spending the latter half of her life with such a handsome man would not be so bad. She softly suggested, Then let us start by dating. Song Heng's heart leaped at her softened demeanor, and he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, speaking softly, My lady, what does dating entail? The blush on Shen Xingyue's face intensified as she shyly nudged him, whispering, Dating involves enjoying meals together, holding hands, watching films, and chatting about various topics. Song Heng, captivated by her demeanor, eagerly responded, Then let us begin our courtship. However, I must admit, I do not quite understand what you mean by watching films. Shen Xingyue was amused by his confusion and lightly patted his arm, laughing. How can you not know what a film is? It is, how shall I put it? A form of storytelling through light and shadow, where people gather in a large room to watch moving images on a big screen, akin to a play, but more vivid. Song Heng furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Storytelling through light and shadow? Moving images on a big screen? My lady, are you referring to shadow puppetry? Shen Xingyue was taken aback, quickly realizing her slip of the tongue, as she had mentioned something that did not exist in their era. She waved her hands dismissively, laughing. Oh dear, I was just rambling. What I meant was, it is similar to the plays we usually watch, just more animated. Chapter 77. A bit of mutual affection. Noticing her flustered expression, Song Heng felt perplexed yet refrained from pressing further, simply nodding with a smile. Though I may not fully comprehend what you speak of, my lady, if it brings you joy, I shall accompany you to the theater. However, regarding the other matters of courtship, I shall comply with every request. Upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, Shen Xingyue felt a blend of warmth and amusement in her heart. She softly remarked, You must follow through on your words and not abandon them midway. Song Heng solemnly nodded, grasping her hand gently, and replied, Rest assured, my dear wife. I am a man of my word. From this day forth, we shall rekindle our romance, indulging in delightful meals, strolling hand in hand, and sharing conversations and gossip. What do you think? Shen Xingyue was charmed by his sincerity, laughter dancing in her eyes as she responded, Very well. Let us begin with holding hands. With that, she willingly placed her hand into his palm, their fingers entwined, and the warmth radiating from their touch ignited a comforting sensation within both hearts. Song Heng lowered his gaze to their clasped hands, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my wife's hand is just as I envisioned, soft and warm. Shen Xingyue felt a blush rise to her cheeks and playfully nudged him. Less flattery. Now, what shall we do next? Do not forget. Song Heng feigned deep thought before responding with a grin. Next, of course, we shall indulge in some feasting. Is there anything in particular you desire? I shall have it prepared. Shen Xingyue blinked mischievously and declared, I wish for candied hawthorn, osmanthus cake, and, the lotus seed soup you personally prepare. Upon hearing this, Song Heng pretended to be troubled, furrowing his brow. Candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake are easily arranged, but I have never cooked lotus seed soup. Are you attempting to put me in a difficult position? Shen Xingyue chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. What is this? You just proclaimed to be a man of your word, and now you wish to backtrack? Seeing her playful demeanor stirred something within him. Song Heng leaned down and whispered in her ear, Since you have said so, I shall reluctantly take on the task of personally preparing a bowl of lotus seed soup for you. However, if it does not meet your expectations, you must not show disdain. Shen Xingyue felt her ears warm from his breath and quickly turned away, yet her face was alight with joy. All right, then I shall await the chance to taste my husband's culinary skills. They exchanged a knowing smile, the atmosphere in the room filled with warmth and sweetness. Song Heng held her hand gently and said, "My dear wife, the moonlight is splendid tonight. Shall we take a stroll in the courtyard and share some conversations and gossip?" Shen Xingyue nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, let us go to the courtyard, admire the moon, and converse." As night draped itself like a silken veil, the moonlight spilled into the courtyard of the Prince Gong's residence, casting a gentle glow upon the stone path. Song Heng and Shen Xingyue walked side by side beneath the corridor, a soft breeze caressing them, bringing a refreshing coolness that dispelled the din of the day. Shen Xingyue looked up at the sky, where a bright moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars. She couldn't help but softly exclaim, "The moon tonight is truly beautiful, as if it were prepared just for us." Song Heng followed her gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "If you find it pleasing, I shall remain here with you a while longer." Shen Xingyue glanced at him with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "Song Heng, what has brought about your eloquence today? Have you secretly learned some sweet phrases?" Song Heng chuckled softly, tightening his hold on her hand. "I am merely speaking the truth. If you cherish the moon, I shall accompany you in gazing at it. If you delight in the stars, I shall count them with you. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." Shen Xingyue felt her cheeks flush at his candid words and murmured softly, "How is it that you, usually so serious, are so glib today?" Song Heng feigned a sigh of grievance, saying, "Is it that you find me lacking, my lady? I assure you, my intentions are sincere, devoid of any insincerity." Shen Xingyue couldn't help but laugh at his teasing and playfully nudged him. "Stop that. Your tongue is becoming quite the charmer. Does your beloved white moonlight know of this?" "I have no such moonlight. Why do you say that, my lady?" He replied, "Oh, but the young lady of the Chui family does not express the same sentiment." She countered, "I harbor no improper thoughts towards her. It has merely been her unrequited affection all along. My lady need not concern herself." Shen Xingyue nodded silently as they reached a stone bench in the courtyard. Song Heng thoughtfully removed his cloak and spread it over the bench, gently saying, "My lady, please sit and rest for a moment. The night is chilly, and I would not have you catch a cold." Warmed by his consideration, Shen Xingyue complied and sat down. Looking up at him, "You should sit too. No need to stand." Song Heng nodded and joined her on the bench, their shoulders touching as they gazed up at the starry sky. Shen Xingyue leaned against him and spoke softly. "Do you remember when we first married? You were so distant, it seemed impossible for us to develop any feelings." Hearing her words, Song Heng felt a pang of guilt. Gently pulling her closer, he said softly, "It was my oversight. All these years, I have failed to spend quality time with you. From this day forth, I shall ensure to devote more time to you, so you shall never feel alone." Shen Xingyue looked up at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Your willingness is enough for me, but it seems difficult to remain unscathed in this household." Song Heng gazed down at her, his eyes filled with regret. "Are you referring to the Western Garden?" Shen Xingyue nodded gently, resting her head on his shoulder. "Now that you stand healthy before Su Lan and her child, I worry they will not let this matter rest. What will you do?" A shiver ran through Song Heng as he grasped her hand tightly, responding softly, "I have my own plans." They sat quietly in the courtyard, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon them. A soft breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of flowers, making the night seem all the more tender. After a moment, Shen Xingyue suddenly laughed softly. "Song Heng, you mentioned counting the stars with me, yet with so many stars above, we might not finish until dawn." Song Heng laughed as well, looking up at the sky. "And what if we count until dawn? As long as my lady is happy, I would gladly count until the end of time." Shen Xingyue chuckled at his words. "You truly are becoming quite the silver-tongued charmer indeed. A promising pupil." Looking down at her, Song Heng's eyes were filled with affection. "If it pleases my lady, I shall speak more. I am willing to do anything for your happiness." Her cheeks flushed. Shen Xingyue replied softly, "Then you must keep your word and not falter." Song Heng nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall always uphold my promises." Chapter 78. Divergence. Su Lan stood in the study, clutching a red invitation, her expression tinged with unease. She looked at Song Jingyan, who was seated behind the writing desk, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Your Highness, I have already come to an agreement regarding Eurus' marriage with the Han family. The young lady from the Han family is both graceful and virtuous, hailing from a reputable lineage, truly a match made in heaven for Eur. Upon hearing this, Song Jingyan's brows furrowed sharply, and he paused his writing. He lifted his gaze, his expression cold as he fixed his piercing eyes on Su Lan. His tone laced with evident displeasure. What did you say? Eur is to marry the daughter of the Han family? Su Lan was taken aback by his reaction and hastily explained. Yes, I have met the young lady from the Han family several times. She is indeed a good girl. Eur also holds her in high regard, and they share a mutual affection. This marriage is perfectly suitable. Suddenly, Song Jingyan rose to his feet, his demeanor dark. Su Lan, do you not realize that the Han minister and I have always held opposing views in court? His proposed policies stand in stark contrast to the principles of the Song family. If Eur were to marry the daughter of the Han family, would that not place the Song family in a precarious position? Seeing his agitation, Su Lan felt a twinge of unease but still attempted to persuade him. Your Highness, matters of the court are separate from the affairs of the heart. The children's marriage should not be dismantled due to our political differences. Song Jingyan let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Mutual affection? Su Lan, have you ever considered why the Han minister would agree to this union? Does he not recognize our differing stances? He seeks to use this marriage to curry favor with the Song family, perhaps even to restrain me. Su Lan felt the sting of his words, fully aware of the underlying implications. However, with the prince yet to establish an heir, she found herself in a difficult position. Your Highness, you are overthinking this. The Han minister may simply admire Eur's talents and character without ulterior motives. Song Jingyan remained unmoved, his voice chilling. Su Lan, you are exceedingly naive. In the court, human intentions are inscrutable. The Han minister is deeply calculating. Every move he makes is laden with significance. If Eur marries the daughter of the Han family, how will the Song family navigate our position in the court? Should I bow to the Han minister for the sake of my son's marriage? Su Lan, sensing his unwavering stance, grew anxious, her voice tinged with desperation. Your Highness, Eur is now grown, and with the Su family bearing no offspring, he deserves the right to make his own choices. As parents, we cannot dictate his every decision. Furthermore, the young lady from the Han family truly is a good girl. Should Eur let her pass, he may never find someone better. Yet, Song Jingyan remained resolute, his tone unyielding. Su Lan, this matter need not be discussed further. I will never agree to Eur marrying the daughter of the Han family. If you truly care for Eur, you must withdraw from this engagement to prevent greater troubles from arising in the future. Feeling both helpless and aggrieved by his steadfastness, Su Lan whispered, Your Highness, can you not consider Eur's feelings? He seldom finds someone he cares for. Why must you obstruct him? Taking a deep breath to quell his rising ire, Song Jingyan softened his tone slightly. Su Lan, it is not that I do not consider Eur's well-being, but this matter pertains to the future of the Song family. In the court, a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. I cannot allow Eur's fleeting impulses to jeopardize the entire Song family. Upon witnessing his unwavering stance, Su Lan felt a surge of indignation within her and resolutely declared, Very well, since you are so insistent, I have nothing further to say. However, this marriage has already been arranged. The wedding is set for the 18th of this month, whether you agree or disagree. With that, she exited Song Jingyan's study. Su Lan's words struck like a heavy hammer, landing forcefully upon Song Jingyan's heart. He abruptly rose to his feet, his complexion a pallid shade of fury, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Su Lan, what do you mean by this? The marriage is already settled? Who granted you the authority to decide unilaterally? Pausing, Su Lan turned her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly as she struggled to contain her emotions. Taking a deep breath, she faced him, her gaze unwavering, her tone imbued with an uncommon firmness. Your Highness, I am the mother of Song Yu. and I possess the right to make decisions regarding his marriage. Miss Han is graceful and comes from a respectable family, and my son holds her in high regard. I have already negotiated with the Han family. The betrothal gifts have been presented, and the wedding date is fixed, with no possibility of alteration. Song Jingyan was incensed by her demeanor, his anger boiling over as he slammed his hand upon the table, his voice sharp and cold. Sulan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Minister Han and I are at odds in the court. To have you marry his daughter places our family in a precarious position. You are jeopardizing the very foundation of the Song family. Unyielding, Su Lan's eyes flickered with pain, yet her tone remained resolute. Your Highness, you speak incessantly of the Song family's interests, but have you considered Yu's feelings? He has seldom found someone he truly cares for. Why must you obstruct him? The disputes in the court are matters for men. Why must they intrude upon the happiness of our children? Song Jingyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Su Lan scoffed, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. You always calculate, weighing every advantage and disadvantage. But have you ever pondered that Yu is your son, and his happiness is of no significance to you? Her words pierced him deeply, darkening his expression further. He slowly returned to his seat, massaging his throbbing temples. The marriage of Song Yu was already a foregone conclusion. If he were to forcibly intervene, he would not only damage their father-son bond. As he contemplated this, the study door was gently pushed open, and Song Yu entered. His demeanor was calm as he spoke. Father, I understand your discord with Minister Han, yet I hope you can support this marriage. Song Jingyan looked up at his son, his gaze filled with complexity. Do you comprehend what this marriage entails? After a moment of silence, Song Yu quietly replied, Father, I am aware of your concerns. Observing the determination in his son's eyes, Song Jingyan sighed and spoke slowly. Have you truly considered this? Once this marriage is set in stone, there is no turning back. Should it bring misfortune to the Song family, will you regret your decision? Song Yu nodded earnestly. Father, I have made up my mind. Regardless of what the future holds, I will not have regrets. I will safeguard the Song family in my own way and protect my marriage. With the support of the Han family, I will have a greater chance of securing the title of heir, and then the future of the Song family will be in my own hands. After a prolonged silence, Song Jingyan finally nodded slowly. Very well. Since your mind is made up, I shall no longer stand in your way. However, you must remember that in the court, the winds of change are ever shifting. You must remain vigilant at all times and not allow personal feelings to jeopardize significant matters. Chapter 79. Su Lan's astute calculations. A flicker of gratitude passed through Song Yu's eyes as he softly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Father, for your support. I shall surely remember your teachings. Song Jingyan waved his hand wearily, his tone laced with fatigue. Go now, and prepare well for the wedding. Song Yu nodded and departed from the study. Song Jingyan watched his son's retreating figure, feeling a mix of comfort and unease. When Song Heng learned of Song Yu's impending marriage to the daughter of the Minister of War, Han Shang, he was engrossed in reviewing documents in his study. His pen faltered slightly, and ink spread on the paper, yet he remained oblivious, his brow furrowing with a tumult of complex emotions. What could be the true intention behind Su Lan's actions? Song Heng murmured to himself, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware of Su Lan's astute and decisive nature. This arrangement between Song Yu and the Han family was far from a mere union of affection. It was imbued with deeper political motives. He set down his pen and began to pace the study, his thoughts in disarray. Minister Han wielded immense power in the court, and his discord with Father Song Jingyan was well known. Yet, Su Lan chose to ally with the Han family, the implications of which were clear. She aimed to leverage the Han family's influence to secure the position of heir for Song Yu. A chill swept through Song Heng's heart. Though he had no desire to contend for power with Song Yu, Su Lan's actions undoubtedly thrust him into the spotlight. If Song Yu truly ascended with the Han family's backing, all of Father S' years of effort would be rendered futile. As he pondered, a soft rustling of footsteps reached his ears from outside the door. Song Heng looked up to see Shen Xingyue entering with a bowl of hot tea. Noticing Song Heng's grave expression, she gently inquired, Why do you look so troubled? Is there something amiss? Song Heng accepted the tea bowl, forcing a smile. It is nothing. Merely some official matters to attend to. However, Shen Xingyue was not easily swayed by his evasiveness. Her gaze held a touch of concern. Song Heng, if something is troubling you, feel free to share. Perhaps I can help you analyze the situation. After a moment of silence, Song Heng sighed and divulged the news of Song Yu's marriage alliance with the Han family. Shen Xingyue frowned slightly and remarked quietly, "Your mother's actions are indeed rather perplexing. Given Minister Han's discord with your father, why would she choose to ally with the Han family? The underlying motives must be complex." Song Heng nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. Su Lan has always been shrewd. This arrangement is clearly intended to pave the way for Song Yu. While I have no intention of contesting him, I fear that if he truly rises with the Han family's support, my father may struggle to accept it. Shen Xingyue took his hand in hers, offering gentle reassurance. You need not worry excessively. Though your mother has her designs, your father may not allow her to dictate the course of events. Moreover, you have your own foundation within the court. You need not fear being overshadowed by Song Yu. Song Heng managed a bitter smile and shook his head. Xingyue, you do not understand. Minister Han is immensely powerful. If he fully supports Song Yu, my father may find it difficult to intervene. Besides, I have never aspired to the position of heir. Shen Xingyue remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. Regardless of the outcome, I will stand by your side. If you choose not to contend, we shall live separately and peacefully. If you wish to fight, I will face it alongside you. As Song Heng felt a warmth in his heart, he grasped her hand tightly and whispered, Xingyue, with your words, I find solace. However, this matter is of great significance, and I must contemplate how to respond. Shen Xingyue nodded, and the two exchanged a smile, easing the atmosphere within the room. Nevertheless, the unease in Song Heng's heart persisted. He understood that Su Lan's actions had thrust him into a precarious position, compelling him to make a swift decision. Once Shen Xingyue departed, Song Heng summoned Lei Yun and Qin Feng. After a lengthy discussion in the study, the two took their leave to carry out their tasks. Days later, the date of Song Yu's wedding arrived. The wedding was scheduled for the 18th of the first lunar month, and the Prince Gong's residence was adorned with lanterns and festoons. Radiating joy, red silk hung high, lanterns swayed gently, and guests continuously streamed through the gates, their congratulations resounding. Song Yu donned a bright red wedding attire, a smile gracing his face, though a hint of complexity lingered in his eyes. Su Lan stood at the entrance, her face illuminated with a proud smile. She gazed at Song Yu and softly remarked, Today is your joyous day, and your mother rejoices for you. Song Yu nodded and replied softly, Thank you, mother, for your meticulous arrangements. Su Lan patted the back of his hand, her tone imbued with deeper meaning. From this day forth, you shall be the son-in-law of the Han family. Minister Han wields immense power in the court. You must rely on him in the future and not let your mother's efforts go to waste. Detecting the insinuation in her words, Song Yu felt a slight tightening in his chest, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor. Mother's teaching shall be etched in my heart. Meanwhile, Song Heng and Shen Xingyue stood nearby, quietly observing the scene. Shen Xingyue whispered, Song Heng, from this day forward, the situation for the Song family in the court will likely grow more intricate. Song Heng nodded, his tone serious. Indeed, my mother's actions clearly aim to leverage the Han family's influence to pave the way for Song Yu. We must exercise caution to avoid becoming ensnared in the turmoil. Shen Xingyue took his hand, her voice gentle. Regardless, I will be by your side. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Song Heng tightened his grip on her hand and softly replied, Xingyue, having you is truly a blessing. Just as the two were engaged in their quiet conversation, a commotion arose outside. The grand procession from the Han family arrived at the entrance. The young lady from the Han family, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, was assisted by maidservants as she descended from the flower palanquin. Though her face was veiled, her graceful stature and light steps revealed her to be a poised and dignified woman. Song Yu stepped forward, taking the hand of the Han lady, and together they entered the residence. Guests applauded and offered their congratulations, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The wedding ceremony unfolded in the main hall, where Prince Gong Song Jingyan and Princess Su Lan occupied the esteemed seats, smiles adorning their faces. Under the witness of all, Song Yu and the Han lady completed their wedding rites. Once the ceremony concluded, guests surged forward to extend their felicitations, filling the scene with jubilance. Song Heng and Shen Xingyue stood to the side, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. Shen Xingyue remarked softly, "They do indeed appear to be a match made in heaven." Alas! After the wedding concluded, guests took their seats, and the banquet commenced, with cups clinking and melodies resonating. Seated amidst the festivities, Song Heng and Shen Xingyue bore smiles. Yet each was lost in their own thoughts. As the night deepened and guests gradually departed, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Song Yu and Miss Han were sent into the bridal chamber, and tranquility gradually returned to the residence. Song Heng and Shen Xingyue stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, their hearts far from serene. The date of Song Yu's wedding was set for the 18th of the first month, and the Prince Gong's residence was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. Red silk hung high, lanterns swayed gently, and guests flowed continuously through the gates, their congratulatory voices echoing throughout the estate. As night deepened, the clamor within the Prince Gong's residence slowly subsided, the red silk lanterns still illuminating the courtyard in a warm glow. Su Qingyun stood alone beneath the corridor, clutching a handkerchief, her fingertips slightly tense. Her gaze traversed the layers of courtyards, landing on the brightly lit bridal chamber in the distance, a pang of bitterness swelling in her heart. Her man, Song Yu, was currently enclosed with Miss Han, while she remained here, unable to approach, lacking even the qualification to draw near. Su Qingyun lowered her head, absently rubbing the embroidered handkerchief with her fingers, tears welling in her eyes. Although she had no children with Song Yu, she had devoted herself to caring for him all these years. Yet now, he had become another's husband, leaving her relegated to the position of a mere concubine. "Qingyun, why are you still here?" A gentle voice broke the silence from behind. Su Qingyun quickly raised her hand to wipe her eyes and turned to see Shen Xingyue approaching her. Shen Xingyue reached her side, concern evident in her gaze. "It's late. Why don't you rest?" Su Qingyun forced a smile, her voice barely above a whisper. I just needed some fresh air. I'll return shortly." Shen Xingyue noticed the redness around her eyes and understood her plight. She sighed softly, taking Su Qingyun's hand in hers, and spoke tenderly. "Qingyun, I know you are hurting, but given the circumstances, we must accept reality." Su Qingyun lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "I understand, but my heart still aches." Shen Xingyue gently patted the back of her hand, her tone soothing. "You should go rest now." Su Qingyun looked up. "Yes, then I shall take my leave." Shen Xingyue, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Qingyun, we are both women, and I understand your feelings." Su Qingyun nodded and turned towards her own courtyard. Shen Xingyue stood in place. Watching her retreating figure, her heart filled with complexity. She knew that Su Qingyun's suffering could not be alleviated with mere words. Although she harbored no fondness for Su Qingyun, nor had she ever wished her well, she recognized that within this grand residence, everyone bore their own burdens and struggles. Upon learning of the recent flood, the Shen family was aware that Shen Xingyue had received accolades from the emperor. Shen Zhao felt that this honor was a shared achievement of the Shen family, prompting him to send his younger daughter, Shen Ning, to the Prince Gong's residence with congratulatory gifts, hoping to mend the relationship with his eldest daughter, Shen Xingyue. Shen Ning's mother noted that with Shen Xingyue's rising favor, her husband, who had been disabled, now stood as if he were no different from others, thanks to the flood. During his time of disability, he achieved remarkable feats. Now, transformed into such a commendable figure, his future prospects are undeniably boundless. Privately, he advised Shen Ning to cultivate a closer relationship with Song Heng, suggesting that if she could win his affection, the ensuing wealth and honors would be inexhaustible. As Shen Ning sat in the carriage, cradling an exquisite brocade box containing congratulatory gifts prepared by the Shen family for Shen Xingyue, she gazed at the intricate patterns on the box, her heart fluttering with apprehension. Her mother's words echoed in her ears. "Ninger, your sister has received the emperor's commendation, and with Song Heng restored to health, his future is promising. You must endeavor to make a good impression during this visit. If you can capture Song Heng's favor, our family's prosperity will be within reach." Biting her lip, Shen Ning felt a mix of anticipation and unease. Chapter 81. Shen Ning's intentional approach. Although she and Shen Xingyue were sisters, their relationship had never been particularly close. Shen Xingyue possessed an aloof temperament, eschewing intimacy, while Shen Ning, favored by their mother, had a more spoiled disposition, creating a rift between them. Now, with their mother urging her to approach Song Heng, Shen Ning felt a twinge of resistance. Yet the allure of Song Heng's charm and potential was undeniably captivating. The carriage came to a halt before the imposing gates of the Prince Gong's residence, and as Shen Ning disembarked, her heart raced at the sight of the towering entrance. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her attire and stepped inside. The servants within had already been informed of her arrival and promptly ushered her to the main hall. There, Shen Xingyue sat, and upon noticing Shen Ning's entrance, a faint smile graced her lips. "Shen Ning, what brings you here?" Stepping forward, Shen Ning presented the brocade box with a hint of deference in her tone. "Sister, upon hearing of your commendation from the emperor, father specially sent me to deliver some gifts to congratulate you." Shen Xingyue accepted the box, and, upon opening it to reveal a pair of delicate jade bracelets, felt a warmth in her heart. Her voice softened slightly as she replied, "Father is indeed thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to him." However, she couldn't help but wonder if these jade bracelets were not part of her mother's dowry. Noticing her sister's amiable demeanor, Shen Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a smile, she added, "Sister, father also mentioned that you should come home more often when you have a chance. Our family should gather more frequently." Shen Xingyue nodded, but did not elaborate further. Encouraged by her sister's friendly attitude, Shen Ning seized the moment to inquire, "Sister, I have heard that brother-in-law has fully recovered. How splendid! Why is he not in the residence? I have yet to meet him." At this mention, a flicker of wariness crossed Shen Xingyue's eyes, yet her expression remained calm. "Song Heng has matters to attend to outside today. He will likely return later. If you have no other engagements, you might as well stay a while longer and wait for him." A surge of joy filled Shen Ning's heart as she eagerly nodded. "Very well. I shall keep you company, sister." As they conversed, footsteps echoed from outside, and Song Heng entered the hall. Noticing the guest, he smiled and inquired, "Xingyue, who might this be?" Shen Xingyue rose to introduce her. "This is Shen Ning, who has come specifically to present her congratulations." Song Heng nodded, his gaze sweeping over Shen Ning, his tone warm. "Ah, so you're my dear sister-in-law's younger sister. Thank you for your thoughtful gift." At the sight of Song Heng's distinguished presence and graceful demeanor, Shen Ning felt her heart flutter once more. She hastily rose, performing a graceful bow, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. "Brother-in-law, you are too kind. Father heard of your good health and specifically sent me to extend his congratulations." Song Heng smiled faintly, his tone laced with a degree of detachment. "Thank you, General Shen, for your concern. Since you are here, please stay a while longer in the residence, and let Xingyue attend to you properly." Seeing Song Heng's demeanor soften, Shen Ning felt a surge of joy and seized the moment to speak. "Brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Song Heng's brow slightly furrowed but quickly relaxed. Maintaining his gentle tone, "Is there something you wish to discuss? I have some official matters to attend to today, so I may not be able to stay long." Shen Ning, sensing his polite refusal, felt a twinge of disappointment but kept a smile on her face. "I wouldn't dare disturb you, brother-in-law. You are busy with important affairs." Song Heng nodded and turned to Shen Xingyue. "Xingyue, I will head to the study now." Shen Xingyue acknowledged him, watching as he departed. Turning her gaze back to Shen Ning, she noticed the lingering admiration in her eyes and immediately understood the Shen family's intentions. "Did you come here today for any other reason?" Shen Xingyue inquired, her tone testing. Shen Ning snapped back to reality, shaking her head hastily. "No, I merely came to visit you and brother-in-law." Shen Xingyue smiled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of aloofness. "Indeed, Song Heng's health is much improved, which brings me relief. If you have no other matters, it would be best for you to return home early. Feeling the chill in Shen Xingyue's attitude, Shen Ning felt some dissatisfaction brewing inside her, but kept her expression cheerful. Since you are busy, I shall not impose further. I will visit again another day. Shen Xingyue nodded and instructed a servant to escort Shen Ning out of the estate. Watching Shen Ning's retreating figure, a cold smile flickered across her face. Standing in the hall, Shen Xingyue observed as Shen Ning's silhouette gradually disappeared beyond the gates, the smile on her face fading away. She returned to her seat, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. The intentions of the Shen family were indeed transparent. How mockingly hypocritical, she murmured to herself, her tone laced with sarcasm. Shen Ning's visit today, ostensibly to deliver congratulations, was merely a pretext to draw closer to Song Heng. Shen Zhao's schemes were loud and clear, as if he believed he could easily maneuver Shen Ning into the Prince Gong's residence. Raising her teacup, she took a delicate sip, her thoughts swirling. The Shen family had disregarded her for years, and now that she had received a commendation, they hurriedly sought to attach themselves to her, even attempting to use Shen Ning to cultivate a connection with Song Heng. My lady, the young lady from the Shen family has been sent off, a maid reported softly. Shen Xingyue nodded, her tone indifferent. Understood. The maid retreated, and Shen Xingyue remained seated in the hall, deep in contemplation. She knew that Shen Ning would undoubtedly return in the future. At that moment, Song Heng entered the hall and, noticing Shen Xingyue lost in thought, asked with concern, "What are you pondering?" Shen Xingyue smiled slightly upon his arrival. "Oh, nothing much. I just think your troublesome admirers may soon be making an appearance." Song Heng approached her, gently taking her hand and softly chiding, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Shen Xingyue, seeing the look of exasperation on his face, couldn't help but laugh lightly, a teasing glint in her eyes. "I speak no falsehood. Shen Ning's visit today was not merely to extend her congratulations. The way she looked at you, it was as if she was about to attach herself to you directly." Upon hearing this, Song Heng slightly furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Xingyue, do not overthink. I harbor no feelings for Shen Ning." Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow and feigned seriousness as she replied, "Oh, is that so? But Shen Ning is young and beautiful, the cherished daughter of the Shen family. What if she truly develops feelings for you?" Song Heng, unable to resist her teasing, shook his head with a chuckle and gently pinched her cheek. "Xingyue, are you feeling jealous?" Shen Xingyue swatted his hand away and pretended to glare at him. "Who is jealous? I merely remind you not to be blinded by those fleeting affections." Seeing her demeanor, Song Heng felt both amused and warmed. He pulled her into his embrace and whispered, "Xingyue, rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. No matter how beautiful those fleeting affections may be, they cannot capture my gaze." Leaning against him, Shen Xingyue listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her unease gradually dissipating. She murmured, "Song Heng, I know you won't be swayed by them, but I still worry. My stepmother's nature is not one to easily relent." In Chapter 82, truly a dampener on one's spirits, Song Heng gently stroked her hair, his voice imbued with resolve. "Xingyue, you need not worry. If the Shen family dares to set their sights on you, I shall not let them off easily. Besides, do you not wish to reclaim what your mother left for you?" Surprised, Shen Xingyue's face lit up with astonishment. "How did you know?" Song Heng chuckled softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I care for your matters. Thus, I shall naturally be aware." Warmth spread through Shen Xingyue's heart as she leaned gently against his shoulder, whispering, "Thank you, Song Heng." Song Heng tenderly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and they stood embraced, enveloped in a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. Since Han Mingzhu's grand marriage into the royal residence, the manor had experienced quite a stir. The most noteworthy change was that the once flirtatious and capricious Prince Song Yu had completely altered his ways, spending every night in Han Mingzhu's chamber. For this, Sulan, Song Yu's mother, was filled with joy. In her mind, she had already formulated a plan. Only in this manner could the newlywed Han Mingzhu wholeheartedly support her biological son. Consequently, Song Yu's position within the royal residence would become increasingly secure. However, in stark contrast to Han Mingzhu, Su Qingyun's situation was quite different. Witnessing Song Yu's affection for Han Mingzhu, she was naturally filled with discontent. Fortunately, Su Lan possessed some means. Each day, when Su Qingyun came to pay her respects, she would deliberately keep her at her side, offering companionship to alleviate some of Su Qingyun's gloom. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Shen Xingyue was joyfully pushing her adorable young son, Song In, on a swing in the courtyard. The little one was delighted, his laughter ringing melodiously throughout the garden. At that moment, Han Mingzhu, surrounded by her maidens, happened to pass by. Hearing the bursts of laughter, she could not help but pause, gazing from a distance toward the swing. There stood a graceful woman tenderly pushing the swing, while the little boy beamed with joy. Han Mingzhu furrowed her brow slightly and turned to her devoted maid, Xiao He, inquiring, Xiao He, is that Shen Xingyue and her son over there? Xiao He promptly replied with respect, indeed, Mississippi. After a moment's contemplation, Han Mingzhu softly suggested, in that case, let us go over and extend our greetings. We wouldn't want others to perceive us newcomers as lacking in propriety. With that, she lifted her skirt and gracefully approached Shen Xingyue and her child. As Han Mingzhu drew nearer, she wore a composed smile and performed a courteous bow, saying, Sister, I hope you are well. Your little lord is truly adorable. Shen Xingyue glanced at her, responding coolly, Sisters being too kind. Song In observed Han Mingzhu with curiosity, her eyes sparkling. Noticing this, Han Mingzhu smiled and reached out to caress Song In's face, but the child shyly recoiled. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, prompting Xiao He to interject. The young lord is simply shy. At that moment, Su Qingyun happened to pass by and, witnessing the scene, smirked internally, realizing it was the perfect opportunity to sow discord. She stepped forward and, with a mocking tone, uttered ambiguous remarks. Oh, what is happening here? Could it be that Sister Han has offended Sister Shen in some way? Before Shen Xingyue could respond, a voice rang out from a distance. What is all this commotion? Everyone turned to see Song Yu arriving. His gaze swept over the crowd before resting on Han Mingzhu. Concern evident in his eyes. Is everything all right? Han Mingzhu gently shook her head, replying softly, Thank you for your concern, my lord. It is merely a trivial matter. Song Yu nodded slightly and turned to Shen Xingyue, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. The household should maintain harmony. Elder sister, let us not create unnecessary discord. Su Qingyun, sensing an opportunity, exaggeratedly added, My lord, it was quite frightening. After the young lord withdrew his hand from Sister Han, Sister Shen's expression soured. One wonders if the young lord has been influenced to dislike us elders. Shen Xingyue glared at Su Qingyun, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? I have always taught Song and to treat others with respect. Today was merely a case of a child being shy. Song Yu frowned slightly, about to speak when Han Mingzhu quickly interjected, Your Highness, it seems this is indeed a misunderstanding. We are all family. Why should we dwell on such trivial matters? Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression softened a little. Very well. Let this matter be put to rest. After casting a deep glance at Shen Xingyue, he turned and left. Su Qingyun, feeling thwarted, shot a resentful glare at Han Mingzhu before departing in defeat. Deep down, she understood that despite her disdain for Han Mingzhu, she needed to align with Song Yu in public, rendering her powerless in that moment. Shen Xingyue took a deep breath and continued to enjoy her time in the yard with Song In, unwilling to let the actions of irrelevant individuals disrupt her precious moments with her son. She gently pushed Song In on the swing, watching the joy radiate from his face, her earlier discontent gradually dissipating. Mother, push me higher, Song In exclaimed excitedly. Shen Xingyue smiled tenderly, yet controlled the force of her push, reminding him, Be sure to hold on tight. You must not let go. Han Mingzhu stood beneath the corridor, glancing back at this heartwarming scene, a chill creeping into her heart. My lady, she whispered. The voice of the maid, Chun Tao, echoed behind her, announcing that it was time for lunch. Han Mingzhu nodded and turned to walk towards the dining hall. As she reached the corner of the corridor, she overheard Su Qingyun's voice coming from behind the rockery. That Han Mingzhu is merely the daughter of a boorish man. How dare she flaunt herself in the royal residence? She has monopolized her husband for far too long. She truly exudes a certain beguiling charm. Su Qingyun's tone dripped with evident sarcasm. Indeed, as the second madam remarked, another voice chimed in. Yet, it seems the prince is particularly attentive to her. He hasn't visited our courtyard in quite some time. It is merely a fleeting infatuation, Su Qingyun scoffed. Han Mingzhu paused momentarily, and Chun Tao cast a worried glance in her direction. Shaking her head, Han Mingzhu signaled for Chun Tao to remain silent and continued onward. In the dining hall, Song Yu was already seated at the main table. Upon seeing Han Mingzhu enter, he set down his teacup. What took you so long? I was delayed while changing my attire, Han Mingzhu replied, bowing slightly before taking a seat beside Song Yu. He regarded her for a moment, as if contemplating saying something, but ultimately, he simply placed a helping of food into her bowl. Eat more. You have lost quite a bit of weight recently. A warmth spread through Han Mingzhu's heart. Thank you, my husband. As Su Qingyun slowly entered the dining hall, she chanced upon the tender exchange between Song Yu and Han Mingzhu. A pang of sorrow welled up within her, extinguishing her appetite entirely. She turned on her heel and left without another word. Chapter 83. A cozy family of three, seeing that Song and was drenched in sweat from playing. Shen Xingyue decided to bring him back to the eastern courtyard for a wash and a change into fresh attire. All the while, Song bounced ahead, his damp hair sticking to his rosy cheeks. Nurse, slow down, Shen Xingyue gently admonished, her eyes filled with affection. Mother, come chase me, he called back, making comical faces as he ran. Shen Xingyue shook her head in exasperation, quickening her pace to catch up. This child, he truly becomes more challenging as he grows. Hearing his name, Song looked up, his face lighting up with joy as he dashed toward the awaiting embrace. Father! Father! Song Heng, observing the little bundle of joy rushing towards him, shed his usual icy demeanor, smiling broadly as he exclaimed, Slow down. Slow down. He scooped Song into his arms, lifting him high, which sent the little one into fits of giggles. He affectionately pinched Song's flushed cheek. Did you have fun today? Yes, Song replied, wrapping his arms around Song Heng's neck. Father, I saw a butterfly that was even bigger than my hand. Song Heng listened with amusement as his son chattered away, though his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Shen Xingyue, who stood at the corridor's edge, watching the father-son duo with a heart full of gentle ripples. Shen Xingyue approached. Is all sweaty from playing. I was just about to take him to wash up. Song Heng nodded. Then, let us return together. We mustn't let him catch a chill. You returned quite early today. Is there nothing to attend to? There are some official matters to handle, but they can wait. I merely wish to return early to spend time with you both, Song Heng replied, ruffling Song's hair as he spoke to Shen Xingyue. Indeed, has grown up and requires more of your company, for a boy's development greatly benefits from father's influence. I shall take note of this. Whenever time permits, I will spend more moments with and impart some lessons to him. Just remember the words you have spoken yourself. As the family returned to the eastern courtyard, Xiao Chui took Song downstairs to freshen up, leaving only Shen Xingyue and Song Heng in the room. Glancing at Shen Xingyue's rosy face, Song Heng could not help but pull her into his embrace, leaning down to inhale the delicate fragrance of her hair. Shen Xingyue, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed him away, saying, Your Highness, it is broad daylight. Song Heng chuckled softly. What of it? In your own chamber, are you afraid of being seen? Moreover, what does broad daylight matter? He whispered in her ear, You are my duly wedded princess. Must we still hide from others? Shen Xingyue felt her ears burn from his warm breath. Just as she was about to respond, a thought struck her. She gently pushed him back, saying, It has been some time since Han Mingzhu entered the residence. Song Heng's brows furrowed slightly. Why bring her up all of a sudden? Shen Xingyue replied, Today, while and I were playing in the courtyard, this Han Mingzhu came by, seemingly to greet me. Yet, under Su Qingyun's influence, she presented herself in a rather delicate manner. Wasn't it said that Han Mingzhu is willful and capricious? Why the discrepancy? Xingyue, Song Heng interrupted her, lifting her chin. Do you think everyone is like you? Before she could respond, a voice from outside called, Eldest young master, eldest young madam. The second young madam has sent someone with some pastries. The second young madam? Which one? Shen Xingyue inquired. Lady Han, Song Heng released her. They exchanged glances, and Shen Xingyue adjusted her clothing before calling out, "Come in." Xiao Chui entered, holding an exquisite food box. Lady Han said these are her handmade osmanthus cakes, specially sent for you and the young master to taste. Shen Xingyue accepted the box, opening it to reveal neatly arranged, translucent pastries, exuding a faint osmanthus fragrance. She looked up at Song Heng and noticed his gaze fixed on the pastries. His expression somewhat complex. "Set it down," Shen Xingyue said calmly, "and please thank her for me." Xiao Chui obliged and exited. Shen Xingyue gazed at the delicate osmanthus cakes, her heart filled with deeper doubts. Turning to Song Heng, she softly asked, "What is your opinion of Han Mingzhu?" Song Heng withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, "Her father is the Minister of Military Affairs, a figure of considerable power with many followers. Yet, at the core, he is merely a martial man. Despite the public's claims of his literary and martial prowess, it is not entirely true. Han Mingzhu has been spoiled since childhood and has long harbored admiration for Songyu. If she could be married off as a secondary wife, there must have been some obstacles. Given Han Mingzhu's temperament, she will likely devote herself to supporting Songyu. However, Shen Xingyue hesitated, recalling Han Mingzhu's behavior in the courtyard, which starkly contrasted with the rumors of her willfulness. Moreover, she had deliberately sent those pastries. Song Heng interrupted her thoughts. Perhaps she has already begun to scheme. Shen Xingyue intended to speak further when she suddenly heard the cheerful voice of Song and from outside. "Mother, father." Before she could finish her thought, Song had already bounced into the room, his small face still flushed from his recent bath. He leaped into Shen Xingyue's arms, pouting, "Mother, I'm hungry." Shen Xingyue promptly set aside her lingering doubts and smiled as she ruffled her son's hair, asking, "What would you like to eat, Ner?" With keen eyes, Song spotted the food box on the table and exclaimed excitedly, "Snacks! I want to eat snacks." Just as Shen Xingyue was about to intervene, Song Heng had already reached for the food box, retrieving a piece of osmanthus cake and offering it to Song, "And here, give it a try." "Your Highness." Shen Xingyue gasped. "It's of no concern," Song Heng replied calmly. She wouldn't dare tamper with the snacks, at least not for now. Song eagerly took a bite, his eyes instantly lighting up. "Delicious. Father, you should try it too." Observing his son relish the treat, Song Heng affectionately patted Song An's head, then turned to Shen Xingyue, saying, "Xingyue, do not overthink it. I have been discreetly investigating some issues concerning the military department lately. It is likely that this Han Shangshu will be too preoccupied with his own matters." Shen Xingyue hesitated for a moment, then softly inquired, "Since Han Mingzhu's father is the minister of the military, why would he consent to her being a concubine?" Song Heng scoffed lightly. Though the Han family holds great power, they are ultimately of martial lineage. Moreover, he has always been at odds with his father politically. Now that Songyu has married his daughter, the alliance is mutually beneficial for the Han family. Shen Xingyue pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. "So, Han Mingzhu has long admired Songyu." Song Heng replied nonchalantly, "She has liked Songyu since childhood. Now that her wish has been granted, she will naturally lend her full support." Chapter 84. This man, is he flirting? Shen Xingyue was about to ask another question when she suddenly heard Song and yawn. "Mother, I'm sleepy." Shen Xingyue quickly picked up her son, gently coaxing, "Be good, Aner, mother will take you for a nap." As Song Heng watched the mother and son depart, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. He turned his gaze to the food box on the table, deep in thought. "Come here," Song Heng commanded in a low voice. Qin Feng appeared silently at the doorway. "Young master, investigate Han Mingzhu's recent movements," Song Heng instructed, "especially her connections with the Han family." "Understood." Qin Feng responded and departed. Just as Shen Xingyue exited the inner chamber, she was abruptly pulled into Song Heng's embrace. He leaned down, whispering in her ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against her earlobe. "My dear, do you perhaps have time to discuss our affections?" Shen Xingyue's cheeks flushed, and she gently pushed him away. "Your Highness, it is broad daylight." "And what of it?" Song Heng chuckled, his fingers lightly caressing her cheek. "We are husband and wife. Must we still avoid others?" Shen Xingyue felt her ears heat up, her heart racing at the warmth of his fingertips. She slightly turned her head, evading his intense gaze, her voice soft yet tinged with playful reproach. "Song Heng, what are you doing?" There are still servants in the house. It would be improper if someone saw us. Song Heng, however, remained unfazed. Instead, he tightened his embrace around her, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. What seeing? It is only natural to be close to one's own wife. Yet you always so bashful pique my interest. Shen Xingyue felt her ears flush with warmth from his teasing. Unable to suppress her gaze, she shot him a glare, only to be met with tenderness and affection sparkling in his eyes, leaving her momentarily speechless. With a soft murmur, she retorted, Song Heng, I truly did not anticipate your lack of decorum. At her words, his smile deepened. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, his tone laced with mischief. If my lady disapproves, then I shall behave more properly. However, he paused, lowering his voice slightly, imbued with a hint of flirtation. The serious Song Heng will not easily let you slip away. Shen Xingyue felt a shiver run through her heart at his words, her cheeks burning as vividly as the evening glow. She lightly punched his chest, her tone a blend of exasperation and shyness. If you continue this way, I shall become quite cross. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Song Heng's heart swelled with joy, and he ceased his teasing, gently releasing her while taking her hand in his. Very well, I shall not tease you any longer. However, the weather is splendid today. Why not accompany me for a stroll in the garden? It is rare for me to have a free moment. Shen Xingyue glanced up at him, noting the seriousness in his expression, and nodded softly in agreement. All right. Hand in hand, they made their way to the garden, sunlight cascading upon them, casting a warm and tender glow. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers, easing Shen Xingyue's spirit. She turned her head to glance at Song Heng, seeing the warmth in his eyes, her heart swelling with sweetness. Song Heng, she began, but was interrupted by the announcement from the steward, heralding the arrival of Miss Shen Ning from the Shen family. At this, Shen Xingyue's brow furrowed slightly, and she muttered, My stepmother is indeed relentless in her pursuits. It seems Shen Ning is rather diligent in her visits. Noticing the subtle change in her demeanor, Song Heng tightened his grip on her hand and inquired softly, What troubles you? Are you displeased by Shen Ning's visit? With a resigned sigh, Shen Xingyue replied, her voice tinged with annoyance. Her purpose here is merely to follow my stepmother's orders, attempting to draw near to you under the guise of friendship, or perhaps to seek some advantage for the Shen family. Her frequent visits are quite vexing. Song Heng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze. The Shen family has indeed been rather restless of late. If you wish, I can have her sent away without a meeting. Shen Xingyue shook her head, her tone resolute. No need. Since she has come, if I were to avoid her, it would only reflect poorly on my character. Besides, I am curious to see what scheme she has devised this time. Looking at her, Song Heng's eyes brimmed with concern. If you feel uncomfortable, do not force yourself. With me here, the Shen family cannot stir up any trouble. Shen Xingyue met his gaze, gratitude and reliance evident in her eyes. With you by my side, I am indeed unafraid. Yet, she paused, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. My stepmother always seems intent on causing me distress. It seems avoiding her is impossible. As the saying goes, the famous fear the spotlight, and the pig fears growing fat. Song Heng gently stroked her hair and softly assured her, no matter what trick she plays, I will always protect you. Just be yourself and disregard those inconsequential individuals. Shen Xingyue nodded, finding solace in his words. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she softly suggested, Let us go meet her and see what she intends this time. Song Heng smiled faintly and took her hand, saying, Very well, I shall accompany you. As they made their way to the front hall, the sunlight bathed them in a warm, tender glow. Upon arriving, they found Shen Ning seated gracefully in a chair. Seeing them enter, she immediately rose to greet them, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Greetings, sister and brother-in-law. Shen Xingyue responded with a faint smile, her tone distant yet polite. What brings you to the manor today? Dear sister, is there something you need? Shen Ning returned a slight smile, her eyes glimmering with a subtle spark. Sister, you jest. I merely wish to see you. Having missed you for quite some time, I was concerned and thought to check in. Pausing momentarily, Her gaze subtly flickered towards Song Heng. Additionally, there are some matters at home I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue felt a cold amusement within, but maintained her composure. Oh? What matters require my counsel? Is it truly necessary for you to come in person? Shen Ning feigned hesitation, speaking softly. This is a lengthy tale. May I have a word with you in private? Just as Shen Xingyue was about to respond, Song Heng interjected. Since it concerns family affairs, there is no need for privacy. You may speak freely. Shen Xingyue turned her gaze toward Shen Ning, her tone icy. If you have something to say, you may do so now. Shen Ning's smile deepened, her tone laced with a hint of probing. Sister, the reason for my visit is that Mother has asked me to convey a message. She mentioned that the Shen family has encountered some difficulties and hopes you might lend your support. Shen Xingyue, upon hearing this, felt a sardonic amusement, realizing it was yet again for the benefit of the Shen family. She replied coolly, I have always refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Shen family. Furthermore, my mother's dowry still remains in their possession. Have they exhausted it already? Chapter 85. The restless heart yearning for company, seeing her indifferent demeanor. A flicker of displeasure crossed Shen Ning's eyes, but she quickly regained her smile. Sister, why must you be so distant? After all, we are family. If the Shen family flourishes, it brings honor to you as well, does it not? Shen Xingyue lifted her gaze to meet Shen Ning's, her voice laced with sarcasm. Family? How easily you utter those words. When I was with the Shen family, I certainly did not feel like one of you. Shen Ning was momentarily speechless, her expression shifting. Yet she quickly forced a smile. Sister, why bring up old grievances? Let the past remain in the past. Now that you hold a prestigious title, why concern yourself with such matters? Shen Xingyue coldly chuckled, her tone resolute. I can overlook the past. However, I shall not interfere in the Shen family's affairs. If you have no further business, please take your leave. Sister-in-law, seeing Shen Xingyue's firm stance, Shen Ning turned to plead with Song Heng, but he merely replied coolly, Madam's wishes are my own. Realizing their unwavering attitudes, Shen Ning felt a surge of resentment, but dared not speak further. She could only force a smile and say, Since you and brother-in-law have spoken to us, I shall not intrude any longer. Only regarding matters on my mother's side, I hope you will give it further consideration. Dear sister, Shen Xingyue ceased her responses, merely casting a faint gaze upon her. Observing this, Shen Ning reluctantly rose, offering her farewells. Once Shen Ning departed, a lingering sense of vexation occupied Shen Xingyue's heart. She was acutely aware that the Shen family would not easily relent, and her stepmother was particularly relentless in pursuing her objectives. Song Heng gently clasped her hand, speaking softly, There is no need for you to be troubled by these matters. Should the Shen family dare to pursue you further, I shall devise my own methods of confrontation. Shen Xingyue nodded, leaning against his shoulder, softly confessing, With you by my side, I fear nothing. Song Heng smiled faintly, lowering his head to bestow a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Let us be off. To where? Inquired Shen Xingyue. We shall take a stroll through the marketplace to refresh our spirits. Since your arrival at the royal residence, you have been confined within these walls, and I have yet to accompany you to the market, Song Heng stated earnestly. Hearing that they could venture out, Shen Xingyue's restless heart brimmed with joy. Previously, she had frequented nightclubs and hotels, yet arriving in this strange place felt like a form of self-cultivation. It was stifling, noticing the glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Song Heng could not help but smile. He playfully squeezed her hand, teasing, What's this? Just the prospect of going out makes you so elated? It seems I have been keeping you cooped up. Shen Xingyue blinked, feigning restraint as she pressed her lips together. Yet the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. You jest. I merely think that a stroll outside is preferable to remaining in the residence all day. Song Heng chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear and lowering his voice. If you enjoy it, I shall frequently take you out in the future. However, he paused, his tone laced with jest. Do not wander too far, lest I lose track of you. Shen Xingyue felt her ears flush at his words and playfully nudged him. Do you take me for a child? I'm not so lacking in decorum. Seeing her playful demeanor brought him even greater delight, and he chose not to tease further. Instead, taking her hand and leading her towards the gates of the residence. Come, if we delay any longer, the sun will set. Upon exiting the royal residence, the carriage awaited them. Song Heng assisted Shen Xingyue into the carriage before taking a seat beside her, as the carriage gently navigated towards the marketplace. Shen Xingyue lifted the corner of the curtain, observing the bustling streets outside, which ignited a sense of novelty and excitement within her. Though she had lived in this era for quite some time, she had mostly remained within the confines of the royal residence, seldom experiencing the freedom to wander the streets. At this moment, witnessing the lively scene outside, she felt a resurgence of her carefree former self. Song Heng turned to glance at her, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, which softened his heart. He gently inquired, "Is there anything you wish to purchase or to eat? Today, it is all at your discretion." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue turned to him, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Is that truly the case? If I set my sights on something extravagant, would you truly indulge me?" Song Heng raised an eyebrow and smiled, his tone imbued with affection. "As long as it pleases you, I would find a way to pluck the stars from the sky for you." Shen Xingyue felt a warmth in her heart from his words, and couldn't help but laugh. "If others were to hear you say that, they might conclude that I am spoiled by your affection." Song Heng, unfazed, gently brushed her nose with his fingertip. "You are indeed my wife. It is only natural that I indulge you." As they exchanged playful banter, the carriage arrived at the bustling market. Song Heng assisted Shen Xingyue down, and they strolled side by side along the lively street. Shen Xingyue gazed at the myriad of shops and stalls, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She would glance at this and touch that, resembling a child venturing out for the first time. Song Heng followed closely behind her, his gaze filled with fondness. Noticing her pause at a stall selling sugar figurines, he approached and softly inquired, "Which one do you desire?" Shen Xingyue pointed to a rabbit-shaped candy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "This one." Song Heng smiled, retrieved some silver coins, and handed them to the vendor. "We'll take this." The vendor, beaming, accepted the money and presented the candy to Shen Xingyue. "Madame has a keen eye. This rabbit candy is our most popular item." Shen Xingyue accepted the candy and took a gentle bite, the sweet flavor melting in her mouth, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. She turned to Song Heng, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "So sweet. Would you like to try?" Song Heng noticed a smudge of sugar on her lips, his gaze deepening as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I shall taste something else." With that, he tenderly kissed her lips, his tongue lightly brushing against hers, savoring the sugary residue. Shen Xingyue was taken aback by his sudden action, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lightly pushed him away. "Song Heng, we are in public." Song Heng chuckled softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. "What is there to fear? We are husband and wife. It is only natural for us to be affectionate." Shen Xingyue found herself at a loss for words, her face burning as she lowered her head and continued to nibble on her candy. Observing her reaction, Song Heng's amusement deepened as he took her hand, leading her onward. They meandered through the market, Shen Xingyue purchasing numerous trinkets, while Song Heng remained at her side, allowing her to choose freely. As dusk began to settle, they reluctantly prepared to return home. Once in the carriage, Shen Xingyue leaned against Song Heng's shoulder, softly stating, "Today was truly delightful. Thank you for accompanying me." Song Heng gently stroked her hair, replying tenderly, "As long as you are happy, I am content. In the future, if time permits, I shall take you out again." Shen Xingyue nodded, her eyes radiating happiness. Nestled in Song Heng's embrace, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her heart enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 86. Deceived back home, the carriage gradually made its way back to the royal residence. With Shen Xingyue resting her head on Song Heng's shoulder, her eyes closed in repose, a faint smile still gracing her lips. Song Heng looked down at her, his gaze filled with tenderness, drawing her closer. However, shortly after their return to the palace, the doorman hurried to report, "Young master, the Shen family has sent a letter urgently requesting Madame's immediate attention." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue furrowed her brow, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. She took the letter, opened it, and her expression instantly changed. Noticing her distress, Song Heng asked softly, What is it? What does the letter say? Shen Xingyue handed him the letter, her tone imbued with a sense of gravity. The letter states that my father has suddenly fallen gravely ill and requests my immediate return to the Shen family. Song Heng took the letter, swiftly scanning its contents, his brow furrowing with concern. Your father is seriously ill? How could there have been no prior indication? Shen Xingyue shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. I am equally perplexed. My father has always been robust. How could he suddenly be so unwell? Moreover, this letter arrived rather abruptly. Song Heng pondered for a moment, his voice steady. Regardless of the circumstances, since the letter insists, we shall return to see him. I will accompany you. Shen Xingyue nodded, yet unease lingered in her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint what it was. After a brief preparation, they set off towards the Shen residence in a carriage. Throughout the journey, Shen Xingyue was restless, while Song Heng grasped her hand tightly, softly reassuring her, do not fret, I am here. Although Shen Zhao may not have shown her much affection, he is nonetheless her father, and no matter her reluctance. Shen Xingyue's inner turmoil remained unresolved. Upon arriving at the Shen household, the doorman, recognizing Shen Xingyue and Song Heng, hurriedly welcomed them inside. As soon as Shen Xingyue entered the main hall, she saw her stepmother, Madame Su, seated in the prominent position, her expression grave. Shen Ning stood nearby, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. What has happened to father? Shen Xingyue stepped forward, her urgency palpable. Madame Su glanced at her, a hint of reproach in her tone. So you do remember to return? Your father is gravely ill, yet you seem quite at ease. Shen Xingyue was taken aback by her words, a surge of anger rising within her, but constrained by Song Heng's presence. She suppressed her emotions and calmly replied, I have only just received the letter and came back immediately. Where is father? I wish to see him. Madame Su scoffed, her tone laced with impatience. Your father is resting in his chamber. The doctor has advised that he needs peace and quiet, so it would be best not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue felt even more bewildered. She turned to Song Heng, seeking his support with her gaze. Song Heng stepped forward, his voice composed yet authoritative. Madame Su, Xingyue is the biological daughter of your husband. It is only natural for a daughter to visit her ailing father. We kindly request you lead us to see him. Madame Su, momentarily taken aback by Song Heng's demeanor, quickly regained her composure. Forcing a smile, she remarked, It seems the eldest son of the Gongqin Wangfu is rather unfamiliar with our Shen family. What do you mean, Madame Su? Song Heng's voice was devoid of warmth. My implication is that I did not expect the upbringing from the Gongqin Wangfu to be so lacking. Song Heng understood Madame Su's insinuation. Xingyue's late mother is indeed my mother-in-law. Is there any issue with my addressing you as Madame Su? Madame Su, clearly displeased, chose not to press the matter further, recognizing the need to secure a prosperous future for her daughter. She commanded, Bring the young lady to see the master. Shen Xingyue nodded and followed towards the inner chamber. Once Shen Xingyue had departed, Madame Su's demeanor shifted to one of sycophancy. Eldest son, this is a new tea we have acquired. Do sample its flavor. No need. Brother-in-law, you should try it. After all, Sister One tea be coming out anytime soon. Shen Ning remarked. In a moment of helplessness, Song Heng reluctantly lifted the teacup to his lips, taking a modest sip. This tea is delightful, he remarked. Upon witnessing Song Heng drink, Su Shi whispered to Shen Ning, Mother can only assist you to this extent. At that moment, Shen Xingyue entered the inner chamber, only to find her father, Shen Zhao, sitting by the bedside, appearing completely composed with no signs of illness. She froze, an overwhelming sense of betrayal igniting a surge of anger within her. You are unharmed? Shen Zhao glanced at her, his expression complex, yet he remained silent. Shen Xingyue quickly grasped the situation. With a cold laugh laced with sarcasm, she responded, So this is your scheme? You feigned illness to deceive me into returning? Shen Zhao, seemingly unfazed, retorted with a tone of presumptive authority. Xingyue, since you have married into the Wang family and received a title as a daughter of the Shen family, you ought to consider the family's interests. Shen Xingyue trembled with indignation, her voice icy, Your methods are utterly excessive. Furthermore, what exactly is your intention in summoning me back? I have heard of your deepening affection for that young master of the Song family. Surely, he would accompany you back to the Shen residence at this late hour. Shen Zhao continued. Before he could finish, Shen Xingyue had already discerned their motives. You intentionally sent Shen Ning to the Wang residence, anticipating the promising future of Song Heng. You believe I would not bring any advantages to your plans, so you wish for Shen Ning to wed Song Heng. Am I correct? However, you underestimated Song Heng, who is not easily swayed by such tactics. Thus you devised this scheme, compelling me to bring him back while you orchestrate a diversion to facilitate a clandestine union between Shen Ning and Song Heng, rendering any change of heart impossible. Your calculations are truly remarkable. Song Heng cast a cold glance at her, his tone warning, matters concerning the Shen family will be handled with due consideration. However, should this happen again, do not expect my forbearance. With that, he took Shen Xingyue's hand gently and said softly, Xingyue, let us depart. Shen Xingyue nodded and followed Song Heng out of the Shen residence, her heart heavy with grievance and fury, tears glistening in her eyes. Song Heng tenderly embraced her, murmuring reassurances, do not be disheartened. I am here. I will address the Shen family's affairs, and you need not fret over them. Leaning against his shoulder, Shen Xingyue whispered, I simply did not foresee that they would resort to such measures to coerce me. I assumed that at the very least my father would not. Gently stroking her hair, Song Heng expressed his concern. The human heart is difficult to fathom. You need not grieve for them. From now on, I shall protect you, ensuring that no one dares to mistreat you. Shen Xingyue nodded, finding solace in his words. She understood that as long as Song Heng was by her side, she had nothing to fear. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware that the Shen family's troubles were far from over, and their tranquil life together might soon be disrupted. Chapter 87. The true intentions behind him having spoken her piece, Shen Xingyue turned to leave, only to be confronted by several burly servants blocking her path. At that moment, Shen Zhao interjected, what is wrong with sisters sharing a husband? Had you agreed earlier, none of this would have come to pass. How utterly shameless! Shen Xingyue retorted fiercely. Step aside, bind her. Do not allow her to jeopardize our plans, commanded Shen Zhao decisively. No sooner had his words left his lips than several burly men surged forward, only to be swiftly subdued by Shen Xingyue with remarkable ease. Observing their plight, Shen Xingyue nonchalantly dusted off her hands, casting a cold glance at the fallen servants. A sardonic smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she mockingly remarked, a bunch of incompetent fools. With such meager skills, you dare to obstruct me? What a farce! Shen Zhao, taken aback, turned pale with fury, clearly unprepared for Shen Xingyue's exceptional prowess. Trembling with rage, he pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, You dare to lay hands on me! Such audacity! With a dismissive huff, Shen Xingyue's gaze became razor-sharp. Audacity? Shen Zhao, you and your family have plotted against me, and yet you expect me to submit meekly? Such delusions! Having spoken her piece, she attempted to exit, only to be blocked by Shen Jun. A hint of panic crossed his face as he pleaded, Shen Xing, please, we are family. Why must we escalate this conflict? Father and mother only wish for the best for the Shen family. Can you not show a modicum of understanding? Shen Xingyue regarded him with cold disdain, her tone laced with scorn. Understanding? Did you consider understanding when you conspired against me? Shen Jun, spare me your pathetic pretense. I am fully aware of your intentions. Shen Jun's complexion paled at her words, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Shen Xingyue, you are mistaken. I merely hope we can coexist harmoniously and contribute to the Shen family's welfare. Disinterested in further discourse, Shen Xingyue sidestepped him, striding toward the exit. In desperation, Shen Jun reached out to grab her, but she forcefully shrugged him off, nearly causing him to stumble. Shen Xingyue, do not be ungrateful. Shen Sao, witnessing Shen Yune's fate, erupted in fury, his voice rising sharply. Do you think that now that you are wed into the royal family, you can disregard the Shen family? Let me remind you, without the Shen family, you are nothing. Shen Xingyue halted, casting a cold, scornful glance over her shoulder. Shen Zhao, you are correct. Without the Shen family, I am indeed nothing. However, I'm no longer the Shen Xingyue who could be manipulated at your whim. Should you dare to plot against me again, do not expect me to show mercy. With that, she turned her back resolutely and departed toward the main hall. Shen Zhao, seething with impotent rage, could only watch her figure vanish beyond the door. Shen Jun's eyes were filled with malice as he muttered under his breath, Shen Xingyue, do not celebrate too soon. One day, you shall regret your actions today. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue hurried to the main hall, her heart heavy with concern for Song Heng, anxious about whether the Shen family had already targeted him. Upon her arrival, she found Su and Shen Ning attempting to escort Song Heng away. What are you doing? Song Heng. Shen Xingyue rushed forward, urgency lacing her voice. Are you all right? Looking up at her, Song Heng appeared somewhat bewildered. I am fine. Just feeling a bit dizzy and uncomfortably warm. Why are you so anxious? What has happened? Sighing in relief, Shen Xingyue's brow furrowed once more. The Shen family intends to scheme against you. Upon hearing his words, Song Heng chuckled lightly, freeing himself from the restraints of the Su family and Shen Ning, and drawing Shen Xingyue into his embrace, his tone laced with a hint of affection. Fool, do you think I would be so easily ensnared? The trivial schemes of the Shen family have long been transparent to me. But you, what on earth is happening to you now? I'm Fina. This man truly was stubborn as a mule, insisting he was unharmed despite having been drugged. We must return home. Song Heng gazed at the woman in his arms, gently stroking her hair. What if we don't go home? Shen Xingyue leaned against him, her heart immediately settling. Inside the carriage, Song Heng's breathing grew increasingly labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gripped Shen Xingyue's hand tightly, the pressure bordering on frantic, his voice hoarse and low. Shen Xingyue noticed his distress, her heart tightening, and she hastily supported him, whispering, Song Heng, are you all right? Is the effect of the drug kicking in? He managed a nod, his gaze becoming unfocused. Yet he still clung to his composure. I'm fine. I can hold on. Seeing him in such a state filled her with both pain and anxiety. She understood that the drug Song Heng had been subjected to was no ordinary substance, and if not addressed promptly, it could endanger his health. Gritting her teeth, she called out to the coachman outside. Hurry! Increase the speed, back to the Wang residence. The coachman responded promptly, urging the horses to quicken their pace. The carriage sped down the street, jolting violently. Song Heng's body grew increasingly feverish, and his breaths became heavier. He tightly shut his eyes, his brow furrowed, clearly striving to endure the heat surging within him. Shen Xingyue, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urgency. She gently patted his cheek and softly urged, Song Heng, hold on just a little longer. We will arrive soon. With great effort, he opened his eyes, his gaze hazy as he looked at her. His voice hoarse and faint, Xingyue, I'm fine. The sight of him in such a state filled her with sorrow. She knew Song Heng to be proud, reluctant to show weakness before her. Yet at this moment, his body seemed on the verge of collapse. Clenching her teeth, she reached to unfasten his collar, hoping to provide him with some relief. However, as her fingers brushed against his skin, the coolness of her touch prompted Song Heng to grasp her wrist tightly, his grip so forceful that she couldn't help but gasp. Song Heng, you... Shen Xingyue looked up to see the struggle and pain in his eyes. Don't touch me, he said, his voice husky and constrained, tinged with desperation. I fear I might harm you. Shen Xingyue's heart quivered, tears welling in her eyes. She gently held his hand, speaking softly. Song Heng, just hold on a little longer. We are almost home. Leaning against her shoulder, he continued to breathe heavily, his gaze fixed on her porcelain skin and the fragrance wafting from her hair. As his throat bobbed, he closed his eyes and murmured, Xingyue, and in that moment, he pressed his lips against hers. The instant Song Heng's lips met hers, Shen Xingyue froze. His kiss was imbued with a searing heat, as if he intended to meld her into himself. Chapter 88, Caught Again. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her mind blank, and her fingers instinctively tightened around his sleeve. Song Heng, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with confusion and disarray. Yet, Song Heng did not cease his actions. His breath grew increasingly rapid, as if he were struggling against some internal force. His hand firmly clasped her waist, the pressure intense enough to cause her discomfort, yet imbued with an irresistible tenderness. Xingyue, I am so sorry. His voice emerged hoarse and restrained, tinged with pain and turmoil. I cannot control myself. Shen Xingyue felt his body tremble, a pang of sorrow clenching her heart. She understood that Song Heng was currently tormented by the effects of the drug, a fierce battle raging between his reason and instincts. He lifted his gaze, his eyes clouded with longing and struggle. Xingyue, I do not wish to harm you, but observing his state. Shen Xingyue felt a sharp ache in her heart. She recognized that if this continued, Song Heng's body might not endure. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely stated, Song Heng, you will be all right. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shock and gratitude crossed his features. He grasped her hand tightly, his voice hoarse and trembling. Xingyue, are you truly willing? Shen Xingyue nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. I am willing, for you are the most important person to me. Song Heng gazed at her, the turmoil in his eyes gradually yielding to gentleness. He tenderly caressed her cheek and murmured, Xingyue, thank you. His breath remained rapid, yet his movements softened considerably. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. This time, his kiss bore no impatience or anguish, but was filled with tenderness and reverence. Shen Xingyue closed her eyes, surrendering to the enveloping warmth of his breath. In this moment, she knew their hearts were irrevocably intertwined. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow over them, enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth and intimacy. The carriage finally arrived at the royal residence. Song Heng lifted the limp Shen Xingyue from the carriage. All of you, step back. No one is to speak of today's events, he commanded sternly. The servants hastily complied, retreating in silence, fearful of uttering a word. Carrying Shen Xingyue, Song Heng swiftly entered the inner chamber and laid her upon the bed. He gazed at the delicate plum blossoms blooming across her pale skin, his eyes filled with a profound, lingering admiration. Her cheeks bore a soft blush, her breathing steady and gentle, clearly exhausted. He gently brushed her hair aside, his gaze overflowing with affection and tenderness. Xingyue, he whispered her name, his voice laced with remorse and care. Shen Xingyue stirred slightly, as if sensing his touch, emitting a soft murmur, yet she did not awaken. Her eyelashes fluttered, resembling the wings of a butterfly, casting a faint shadow in the moonlight. Observing her fragile state, Song Heng felt his heart soften. He understood that the day's events had been too sudden and exhausting for her. Tenderly, he tucked the blanket around her and softly said, Rest well, I will remain by your side. After uttering these words, he turned and approached the window, pushing it open to let the night breeze flow gently inside. Moonlight bathed him, creating an ethereal glow. His gaze drifted beyond the window, surveying the night sky. Yet his heart remained tumultuous. The events of the day had brought his disdain for the Shen family to a boiling point. How dare they employ such despicable means to scheme against him and Shen Xingyue? It was utterly unforgivable. He clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Since you dared to move against her and schemed against me, do not blame me for being ruthless. He murmured softly, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. However, when he turned to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Shen Xingyue, the coldness in his eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by boundless tenderness. He gently approached the bedside, leaning down to place a soft kiss on her forehead, whispering, Xingyue, rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Shen Xingyue seemed to sense his presence. Stirring slightly, the corners of her lips lifting ever so slightly, as if dreaming of something beautiful. Watching her, Song Heng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He softly sat on the edge of the bed, taking her hand in his, murmuring, Sleep well, I will remain here by your side. In the main hall of the Shen family, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. Shen Zhao sat in the main seat, his expression dark and foreboding, the teacup in his hand creaking ominously, as though it would shatter at any moment. Su Shi sat beside him, her face fraught with anxiety, occasionally glancing at Shen Zhao, but too fearful to speak. Shen Ning stood nearby, her head bowed, fingers tightly twisting the hem of her garment. Her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Shen Zhao suddenly hurled the teacup to the ground, shards scattering, tea spilling everywhere. His voice thundered through the hall, causing Su Shi and Shen Ning to shudder in fear. "Master, please do not be angry," Su Shi cautiously interjected, her voice trembling. "This time, we underestimated that girl Shen Xingyue. We never anticipated she possessed such capabilities." "Under 8? Huh?" Shen Zhao scoffed coldly, his gaze cutting through Su Shi and Shen Ning like a blade. "Did you not claim it was foolproof? Did you not assert that Song Heng would surely capitulate? And now, not only has the plan failed, but we have directly offended Song Heng. Do you realize what consequences await the Shen family if he decides to pursue this matter?" Su Shi turned pale at his words, hastily lowering her head, afraid to speak further. Yet Shen Ning could not suppress her impulse to raise her head, her eyes brimming with grievance and unwillingness. "Father, how can this be blamed on us? It is clearly that wretched Shen Xingyue who has sabotaged everything. Had it not been for her, Song Heng would have." "Silence." Shen Zhao interrupted her sharply, his gaze frosty as ice. "Do you dare to mention Song Heng again? If it were not for your incompetence, failing to attract even a single man, how would matters have spiraled into this chaos?" Shen Ning's face turned ashen under his reproach, tears welling in her eyes. She bit her lip and murmured, "Father, I have already done my utmost." But Song Heng's eyes are solely for Shen Xingyue. He does not even glance in my direction. "Done your utmost? Huh?" Shen Zhao laughed coldly, his tone saturated with sarcasm. "Your utmost effort resulted in Shen Xingyue defeating all our servants right before our eyes? Your utmost effort allowed Song Heng to leave the Shen family unscathed? Shen Ning, you have truly disappointed me." Shen Ning felt utterly humiliated by his words, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She clutched her garment tightly, her hatred for Shen Xingyue intensifying. If it were not for Shen Xingyue, how could she have endured such humiliation? If it were not for Shen Xingyue, why would Song Heng look down upon her? Seeing Shen Ning in tears, Su Shi could not help but intervene. "Master, please do not blame Ninger. She has her heart set on the Shen family's welfare. She simply did not expect that girl Shen Xingyue to be so cunning." Chapter 89. The Frustration of the Shen Family. "Enough!" Shen Zhao suddenly slammed the table, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. He cast a cold glare at Li and Shen Ning, his tone imbued with an air of finality. At this juncture, further discussion would serve no purpose. The paramount concern now lay in how to counteract Song Heng's impending retribution. Upon hearing this, Su and Shen Ning's faces turned ashen, realizing that if Song Heng pursued the matter, the Shen family would likely face grave troubles. "Master, what shall we do?" Su asked, her voice trembling with fear. Shen Zhao fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "The only course of action is to strike first. If Song Heng dares to threaten the Shen family, we shall ensure his utter disgrace." "Master, do you mean?" Shen Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone laced with malice. "Isn't Shen Xingyue his Achilles heel? Then we shall target her. Once she encounters misfortune, Song Heng will undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. At that point, we shall seize the opportunity." His words trailed off, yet Su and Shen Ning comprehended his intent. A flicker of excitement danced in Shen Ning's eyes as she whispered, "Father, leave this matter to me. I will make Shen Xingyue pay dearly." Shen Zhao regarded her with a frosty gaze, retorting, "If you fail again this time, do not return." Shen Ning gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with determination. "Rest assured, Father, I will not disappoint you this time. Father, if you proceed in this manner, will Song Heng and Shen Xingyue." Shen Jun's words were abruptly cut off by Shen Zhao. His eyes bore a chilling intensity. "At this point, we have no other choice. We can either sit idly by or take the initiative. If you are frightened, then retreat to your room and do not linger here." Shen Jun paled at his words, quickly lowering his head, too intimidated to speak further. "I truly do not understand how I have produced such ineffectual offspring, incapable of handling even trivial matters." Shen Zhao fumed as he stormed out of the hall. The following morning, Shen Xingyue finally stirred from her slumber only when her son, Song En, came to find her. As she opened her eyes, she realized that the man indeed possessed remarkable skills, having left her utterly exhausted. "Madam, you are finally awake. The young master has been here playing for quite some time," the maid said. "What time is it?" Shen Xingyue groaned, rubbing her aching back as she struggled to sit up, feeling as though she'd been run over by a cart, lacking even the strength to raise her hand. Glancing out the window, she noted that the sunlight had fully flooded the room, indicating it was well past mid-morning. "Madam, it is nearly the hour of tea," the maid replied cautiously, concern etched on her face. "Would you like to have some breakfast? The young master has already eaten and is now waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue felt a pang of guilt. She typically did not indulge in sloth, but last night's turmoil had caused her sleep far later than usual. Hastily, she rose, adjusting her clothing while inquiring, Where is he? Mother." A youthful voice called from outside the door, and moments later, a small figure bounced in, none other than her son, Song En, clad in a light blue silk robe, his hair neatly combed. He bore a radiant smile, clutching a small wooden horse, clearly delighted in his play. "And come here." Shen Xingyue smiled and waved at him, her voice filled with tenderness. Song En rushed to her side, tilting his little face upwards, his big eyes blinking as he asked, "Mother, why did you sleep until now? Father said you were tired and told me not to disturb you." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue felt her cheeks flush and inwardly chastised Song Heng for his lack of restraint. Even their son was aware of it. She gently stroked Song En's head and replied softly, "Mother was a bit tired last night, so I slept a little longer. Were you well behaved?" Song En nodded vigorously, pride lighting up his face as he declared, "I was very good. This morning, I even helped Father tidy the study." Hearing this filled Shen Xingyue with warmth. She lifted Song En onto her lap, playfully pinching his little face, and smiled, "You are truly wonderful, my dear. Mother is so proud of you." Song En's eyes curved into crescent moons as he nestled against Shen Xingyue, whispering, "Mother, Father said he would take us horseback riding today. Will you come?" Shen Xingyue paused, then recalled that Song Heng had mentioned this the night before. Looking down at her son's eager eyes, her heart softened, and she nodded, "Of course, Mother will go. But first, you must let Mother freshen up, all right?" Song En obediently nodded, jumping down from her lap and running off to play with his little wooden horse. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Xingyue felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. The maid brought in warm water and toiletries, and Shen Xingyue quickly freshened up, changing into a comfortable outfit. Just as she was about to step outside, Song Heng entered, holding a cloak. "Awake?" Song Heng approached her with a teasing tone. "I thought you would sleep until noon." Shen Xingyue shot him a glare, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks as she softly chided, "You shouldn't say that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have slept this late." Song Heng chuckled lightly, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear, "Last night, it was you who initiated things. Now you're blaming me?" Shen Xingyue felt her ears heat up from his words and quickly pushed him away, saying in a hushed voice, "Stop it. Anur is still here." Glancing at Song En, who was engrossed in his wooden horse, Song Heng shook his head with a smile and draped the cloak over Shen Xingyue's shoulders, gently advising, "It's windy this morning, or something warmer." Shen Xingyue's heart warmed at his concern, and she nodded appreciatively. Looking up at him, she asked softly, "I heard you were taking us horseback riding today?" Song Heng nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, Anur has been wanting to go. The weather is lovely today, and since it's a day off, I thought we could go out and enjoy ourselves." Shen Xingyue felt a surge of anticipation, although she was usually preoccupied with household affairs. It had been a long time since she had relaxed like this. She gently took Song Heng's hand and said softly, "All right, let us go." Song Heng gazed at her, his eyes full of tenderness. He tightened his grip on her hand and said softly, "Let us go. The carriage is ready." The three of them stepped outside together, where the carriage awaited them at the gate of the residence. Song En excitedly climbed into the carriage, seated by the window, eagerly peering outside. Shen Xingyue and Song Heng sat beside him, their hearts brimming with joy as they watched their son's lively demeanor. The carriage slowly rolled out of the estate, heading towards the equestrian grounds outside the city. The sunlight cascaded over the carriage as she gently rested her head upon Song Heng's shoulder, casting a warm and tender glow. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers, as if bearing witness to their happiness. Chapter 90. Always wanting to add another log to the fire early in the morning, Su Lan spotted Song Heng leaving the manor with his wife and child. It seemed that Song Heng had brought Shen Xingyue home the previous night and was now taking her out again in the morning. Did he have no official duties to attend to? Truly lacking in decorum. Who are you implying lacks decorum, mother? Han Mingzhu inquired, stepping closer to her mother-in-law, Su Lan. Upon hearing Han Mingzhu's voice, Su Lan furrowed her brow slightly and turned to face her, her tone laced with displeasure. Who else could it be? Naturally. It is Song Heng and his family. Just look at the time. He is still out with his wife and child, far from the image of a respectable court official. Han Mingzhu's eyes flickered with a hint of complexity, yet she quickly regained her composure. With a gentle smile, she replied in a soothing tone, Mother, let's not be overly critical. Moreover, their behavior may be beneficial to us. Su Lan scoffed, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Indeed, if he continues to neglect his duties, spending all his time with his family, the prince will certainly not hold him in high regard, which is advantageous for you, Han Mingzhu nodded with a smile, softly stating, Mother, my father is also making arrangements. Soon, there will be court officials presenting candidates for the heir to the emperor. Su Lan cast a sidelong glance at her, finally showing a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Mingzhu, you are the most sensible of us all. You are as fortunate to have you as his wife. Han Mingzhu maintained her composed smile. Mother, you flatter me. As Song Yue's wife, it is only natural that I take care of such matters. Listening to Han Mingzhu, Su Lan's face finally broke into a satisfied smile. She gently patted Han Mingzhu's hand, her tone imbued with approval. Mingzhu, you truly are a blessing to the Song family. With a capable partner like you, I can rest easy about you, Han Mingzhu smiled modestly, lowering her head. Mother, you overpraise me. These are all my responsibilities. Su Lan nodded, a glint of shrewdness in her eyes. However, your father must act swiftly. Although Song Heng is currently idle, he still possesses some influence in the court. If he gains power, your position as heir may be jeopardized. Han Mingzhu raised her head, confidence shining in her eyes. Do not worry, Mother. Father is already making arrangements. Several prominent officials in the court have been well prepared, awaiting the right moment to recommend Song Yu as the heir to the emperor. A flicker of joy crossed Su Lan's face at these words. Good. With your father taking the lead, things will be much easier. No matter how much chaos Song Heng stirs, he cannot create any significant disturbance. Han Mingzhu offered a slight smile, her tone imbued with depth. Mother, Song Heng is currently preoccupied with Shen Xingyue and that child, utterly indifferent to state affairs. This is our opportunity, if we stoke the flames further, causing him to lose the prince's trust entirely. The position of heir shall undoubtedly belong to Song Yu. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Lan's eyes as she spoke softly. You are right. Since Song Heng chooses to wallow in his own decline, we shall facilitate it. Mingzhu, what do you propose? Han Mingzhu gently pressed her lips together, a calculating glint in her eyes. Mother, I have heard that the Shen family has been rather restless lately. If we could leverage their hand to create some trouble for Song Heng, would it not be a double-edged benefit? Su Lan raised an eyebrow, her tone imbued with curiosity. Oh, the Shen family? Have they not always sought to ally themselves with Song Heng? Why would they be inclined to assist us? Han Mingzhu chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain coloring her voice. The Shen family are merely sycophants, seeking to curry favor. They previously aimed to use Shen Xingyue's influence to attach themselves to Song Heng, but alas, he scarcely regarded them. Now that discontent has brewed within the Shen family toward Song Heng, with but a few insinuations from us, they will surely become our pawns. Su Lan nodded, a flicker of approval illuminating her gaze. Mingzhu, your strategy of employing another's blade is indeed astute. However, can we trust those from the Shen family? Han Mingzhu smiled faintly, her confidence evident. Rest assured, Mother, the Shen family are but fickle reeds. As long as we offer them substantial benefits, they will obediently comply. Moreover, Their animosity towards Shen Xingyue is no less than ours. Su Lan's face broke into a cold smile. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I am eager to see if Song Heng can still protect his precious wife this time. Han Mingzhu lowered her head, a chill gleaming in her eyes. Fear not, mother. This time, I shall ensure that Song Heng and Shen Xingyue pay the price. Su Lan nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Han Mingzhu's shoulder. Mingzhu, you truly are a blessing to our Song family. Once Yu becomes the heir, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Han Mingzhu smiled modestly, her tone imbued with humility. Mother, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. As they conversed, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Han Mingzhu looked up to see Song Yu entering. Dressed in a brocade robe, he bore an air of fatigue, evidently having just returned from outside. Mother Mingzhu, what are you discussing? Song Yu approached, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Su Lan rose with a warm smile, her voice tender. You are back. We were just speaking of you. Mingzhu has been quite concerned for you, so do treat her well. At her words, Song Yu turned to Han Mingzhu, his eyes softening. Mingzhu, you have worked hard. Han Mingzhu smiled gently, her tone considerate. Husband, you flatter me. This is simply what I am meant to do. As long as you are well, my heart is content. Song Yu nodded, gratitude filling his gaze. With you by my side, I find great peace. Observing their affectionate exchange, Su Lan wore a satisfied smile. Very well. You two should enjoy your conversation. I shall not intrude. With that, she turned and exited the main hall. Han Mingzhu watched Su Lan's retreating figure, a flicker of complexity crossing her expression before she regained her composure. Turning to Song Yu, she softly inquired, Husband, you must be weary? Allow me to prepare some tea and snacks for you, so you may rest. Song Yu nodded, gently taking her hand, his voice tender. Mingzhu, having you by my side is indeed my fortune. Han Mingzhu smiled gently, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Husband, as long as everything goes smoothly for you, I shall be utterly content. The two exchanged smiles, as if everything was conveyed without words. Since marrying Han Mingzhu, Song Yu had been patiently accompanied by Su Lan, and it seemed that his efforts were yielding some results. Yet, Song Yu was not one to be ensnared by a single woman. Currently, he could not visit Su Qingyan, but Han Mingzhu struck him as rather bland. Thus, he found an excuse to revel outside the entire night, returning home weary and catching sight of his mother conversing with Han Mingzhu. Chapter 91. An unexpected incident at the horse ranch. Song Yu approached Han Mingzhu, gently taking her hand, his tone laced with a hint of regret. Mingzhu, I truly could not break free last night to accompany you. You do not hold it against me, do you? Han Mingzhu lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with warmth. Husband, you speak as if I would. Matters of state take precedence. How could I blame you? As long as you are well, I shall be satisfied. Witnessing her understanding nature, Song Yu felt a pang of guilt stir within him. He sighed softly, murmuring, Mingzhu, you are truly wonderful. Han Mingzhu smiled faintly, standing beside him, quietly observing, her eyes flickering with a complex expression. I hear that the Song family has gone to the horse ranch today. Should we not take some action? I understand your concern, my lady, but fret not. I've already made arrangements. Really? Indeed. Would I jest about such matters? Of course not. Han Mingzhu playfully settled into Song Yu's embrace, a teasing smile on her face. Yet, this smile did not stir Song Yu's heart. Instead, the memory of Shen Xingyue's smile flashed through his mind, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Little Song, and newly arrived at the horse ranch, was brimming with excitement, his eyes wide with wonder. He gazed around, filled with curiosity, especially towards the towering horses. Pulling on Song Cheng's hand, he eagerly exclaimed, Father, take me to the stable to see the horses. I want to pet them. Song Cheng chuckled at his innocent enthusiasm, shaking his head in amusement as he led him towards the stable. Inside, several fine horses were leisurely munching on hay, occasionally flicking their tails and emitting soft whinnies. Little Song An's eyes widened as he cautiously approached a brown foal, reaching out to touch its mane. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the ranch. Song Cheng furrowed his brow, alertly turning towards the source of the noise. Before he could react, several masked individuals burst in. making a beeline for Shen Xingyue. Before she could comprehend the situation, one of them covered her mouth and forcibly dragged her away. Xingyue, Song Cheng shouted, immediately giving chase. However, the assailants were evidently well prepared, swiftly hoisting Shen Xingyue onto a horse and galloping away. Little Song was paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Standing frozen in place, his face ashen. He had never witnessed such a scene. Filled with fear, he cried out, "Mother, mother!" Upon seeing his terrified expression, Song Cheng's heart tightened. He hurried back to scoop him into his arms, softly reassuring him, "Do not be afraid, Anur. Father is here. Everything will be all right." Little Song clutched tightly to Song Heng's garment, tears welling in his eyes as his voice trembled. "Father, mother, mother!" Song Heng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that the utmost priority was to ensure Little Song and safety before devising a plan to rescue Shen Xingyue. Gently patting Little Song's back, he spoke softly, "Do not worry. Father will certainly bring Mother back. Please follow Uncle Qin Feng home for now, all right?" Little Song nodded. Though fear still lingered in his heart, he found a measure of solace in Song Heng's embrace. After entrusting Little Song into Qin Feng, Song Heng swiftly mounted his horse, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction in which the masked figures had departed. Gripping the reins tightly, a singular thought consumed him. He must rescue Shen Xingyue as quickly as possible. "Qin Feng, take good care of her," Song Heng commanded in a low voice. And with a swift motion, he spurred his horse forward, the steed galloping like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled past his ears, and his heartbeat harmonized with the thunder of hooves, as if spurring him to hasten his pace. The masked figures were evidently well acquainted with the terrain, leading Shen Xingyue westward through a dense forest, racing toward a distant valley. Song Heng pursued relentlessly, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, missing no detail. He understood that once they entered the valley, the complex landscape would significantly hinder the pursuit. They must not succeed. Gritting his teeth, Song Heng accelerated. His steed was a rare and exceptional creature, swift as the wind, and soon he closed the distance to the masked figures. Ahead, the masked individuals seemed to sense his pursuit. One turned to glance back and then lashed the reins, urging the horse to shake him off. However, Song Heng's equestrian skills were superb, and his steed was exceedingly cooperative, bringing them closer together. At last, on an expanse of open grassland, Song Heng caught up with them. With a mighty shout, he commanded, "Release her," and leaped from his horse, launching himself toward the masked figure holding Shen Xingyue. The masked individual clearly did not anticipate Song Heng's decisive action and was momentarily caught off guard, receiving a kick to the wrist. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. The assailant signaled for the others behind him to encircle and attack Song Heng, while he himself deftly urged his horse to flee. Song Heng cast a cold, piercing glance at the surrounding masked figures. "Who are you? Why have you abducted her?" he demanded, his long sword unsheathed, gleaming ominously. The masked figures exchanged glances but offered no reply. Instead, they unsheathed their weapons and advanced towards Song Heng in unison. With a disdainful snort, he engaged them, his sword flashing like a comet as he clashed with several adversaries. His technique was fierce and lethal, despite being outnumbered. The masked figures gradually found themselves at a disadvantage under his relentless assault. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had successfully returned home with Little Song, and although fear still lingered within him, he gradually calmed down with Cui Er's comforting words. He sat at the doorstep, eagerly gazing into the distance, yearning for the sight of his parents. After dispersing the attackers, Song Heng found that the masked figure who had taken Shen Xingyue had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a profound sense of dread enveloped him as he murmured, "Xingyue, where are you?" As Lei Yun pursued Song Heng, he spotted a fleeing figure clad in black. "Young master, we've captured a live one," he announced. Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold light flashed in Song Heng's eyes. He immediately turned and approached the captured black-clad man, seizing him by the collar with a voice as frigid as ice. "Speak. Who sent you? Where is Xingyue?" The black-clad man, intimidated by Song Heng's imposing presence, turned pale. Yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, refusing to divulge any information. Anger surged within Song Heng, and he tightened his grip, nearly lifting the man off the ground. Observing this, Lei Yun stepped forward and softly advised, "Young master, remain calm. Since he refuses to speak, it may be wiser to take him back for a thorough interrogation. We might uncover some clues." Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Song Heng understood that succumbing to rage would be futile. He needed to swiftly ascertain Shen Xingyue's whereabouts. He released his grip, fixing a cold gaze on the black-clad man. "Take him back and interrogate him rigorously. I want to know who is behind this and where Xingyue has been taken." Lei Yun nodded and gestured for the guards to escort the man away. He then approached Song Heng and inquired softly, "Young master, what shall we do next?" It is evident that they were well prepared. They will not easily allow us to find the young mistress. With a profound gaze directed towards the distant mountains, Song Heng replied solemnly, "Since they dared to act at the horse ranch, they must possess an intimate knowledge of this terrain. Immediately dispatch men to seal all the mountain passes, particularly the route leading to the Western Valley. Additionally, investigate whether any unfamiliar individuals have been seen in the vicinity, especially those with suspicious movements." Lei Yun acknowledged and then asked, "Young master, should we notify the master and the authorities? This matter concerns the young mistress and may not be trivial." After a moment of contemplation, Song Heng shook his head. "For now, do not alert the authorities. Given that they brazenly abducted someone, their backing must be substantial. We must proceed with caution." Lei Yun nodded in understanding and turned to arrange the necessary personnel. As Song Heng stood rooted in place, he clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Xingyue, I will find you and ensure you come to no harm." Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue was taken by the masked assailants to a concealed cave deep within the valley. Bound to a stone pillar with a cloth gagged in her mouth, she was unable to voice her distress. After securing her, the masked figures retreated, leaving one guard behind. Though fear gripped her heart, Shen Xingyue remained composed. She meticulously observed her surroundings, seeking any opportunity for escape. She knew that Song Heng would come to rescue her, and she must buy time and protect herself until he arrived. Outside the cave, the night deepened and the wind howled. Shen Xingyue closed her eyes and silently prayed, "Song Heng, please take care of Songen." On the other side, Song Heng and the guards searched the mountains throughout the night. Yet they found no trace of Shen Xingyue. His heart grew heavier, but he refused to give up. He knew that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not cease his pursuit. As dawn broke, Lei Yun hurriedly approached, a hint of joy on his face. "Young master, we have a lead. In the Western Valley, we discovered a series of hoof prints, seemingly leading deeper into the mountains." A glimmer of hope flickered in Song Heng's eyes as he promptly commanded, "Everyone, set forth immediately towards the Western Valley. We must find the lady." The group responded in unison and hastened towards the valley. Perched upon his steed, Song Heng silently vowed, "Xingyue, wait for me. I shall rescue you forthwith." He led the guards, following the hoofprints deep into the Western Valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, and the path was rugged. Yet Song Heng hesitated not. He was acutely aware that Shen Xingyue was not far away, and he must find her post-haste. Meanwhile, Song Yu and Han Mingzhu sat in the hall of the western courtyard, their faces betraying a barely concealed satisfaction. Han Mingzhu took a delicate sip of tea, a sinister smile creeping into her eyes. "Husband, this plan is indeed flawless. With Shen Xingyue abducted, Song Heng will undoubtedly be frantic, searching high and low for her. If we stoke the flames further, well, Song Heng's days of ease are numbered." Leaning back in his chair, Song Yu smirked coldly. Song Heng has always prided himself on his composure, yet now he cannot even protect his own wife. If father learns of this, he will be exceedingly disappointed in him. Moreover, with Shen Xingyue abducted, who knows what she has endured? With a little guidance from us, father will surely question her integrity. Han Mingzhu knew did. A glint of ruthlessness in her gaze. Indeed, Shen Xingyue has been missing for so long. Even if she is rescued, her reputation will be tarnished. Should Song Heng insist on defending her, father will undoubtedly think him reckless, and may even suspect he's bewitched by her beauty. At that point, we can embellish the tale further, and Song Heng's standing in the eastern courtyard will be precarious. With a mocking laugh, Song Yu rose, pacing to the window, gazing towards the eastern courtyard with a chilling tone. Song Heng has always been arrogant. I am curious to see if he can maintain his former glory. We must act swiftly, revealing the truth to father before Song Heng finds Shen Xingyue. Han Mingsu nu diet, kalkulotning. I have already sent for father and mother, informing them that there is a pressing matter to discuss. Once they arrive, we shall disclose the abduction of Shen Xingyue and subtly mention Song Heng's negligence over the years. Our father has always valued family reputation. Upon hearing this, he will surely harbor discontent towards Song Heng. Satisfied, Song Yu smiled, returning to his seat, lifting his teacup leisurely. Indeed, my dear wife, your wisdom is commendable. This time, I shall see if Song Heng can still stand as he once did. Before long, Song Jingyan and Su Lan were summoned to the front hall. Upon entering, they were met with the grave countenances of Song Yu and Han Mingzhu, causing them to frown. Why the urgency in summoning us? What has occurred? Han Mingzhu immediately rose, her expression a mix of concern and anxiety. Father, grave news. My sister-in-law has been abducted. At this revelation, Song Jingyan's expression shifted dramatically. What? Xingyue has been taken? When did this happen? Where is Song Heng? Why could he not protect her? Observing his father's reaction, Song Yu stepped forward, his tone heavy. Father, I cannot fathom how this transpired. Sister-in-law was suddenly abducted at the horse grounds. Though elder brother pursued immediately, he has yet to locate her. We have only just received the news, and our hearts are filled with urgency, prompting us to summon you for a discussion. Song Jingyan furrowed his brows tightly, his expression dark and foreboding. However, Su Lan interjected, Song Heng has always been prudent. How could he commit such a grave blunder? If news of Xingyue's abduction spreads, where will the dignity of the Song family lie? Seeing an opportunity, Han Mingzhu added fuel to the fire. Mother, this matter is indeed suspicious. How can my sister-in-law be suddenly kidnapped? Moreover, I have heard that the assailants were fierce and evidently had a premeditated plan. I worry that my sister-in-law may. She deliberately trailed off, causing Su Lan's complexion to darken further. Are you suggesting that Xingyue may already be? Song Yu sighed, his tone laced with regret. Mother, given that Xingyue has been taken for such a long time, if something truly has happened, her reputation will certainly be tarnished. If elder brother insists on protecting her, it may severely damage our family standing. Song Jingyan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, enough. Since you understand the gravity of the situation, why aren't you dispatching more men immediately to search for her? Chapter 93. Spare no effort to find her. Han Mingzhu and Song Yu exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumph flickering in their eyes. Su Lan gently advised, Your Highness, do not be overly upset. After all, Song Heng is still young and prone to oversight. However, if something truly has happened to Xingyue, our Song family cannot afford to be shamed because of her. Song Jingyan scoffed coldly, his voice resolute. If anything happens, not a single one of us in the entire royal residence will escape unscathed. Song Yu lowered his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused silently. Song Heng, let us see how you will handle this. Song Jingyan understood well what Shen Xingyue meant to Song Heng. Given his status, if anything were to befall her, irrespective of her being the child of Yanning, I would not let this rest. Even without that connection, Song Heng would pursue the matter relentlessly. As the entourage advanced, the hoof prints became increasingly distinct, indicating that the assailants had not taken measures to conceal their tracks. A sense of unease washed over Song Heng. The audacity of their actions suggested they were well prepared. He raised his hand to signal the others to slow their pace, quietly advising Lei Yun, be cautious. The enemy may have laid an ambush. Lei Yun nodded, gesturing for the guards to spread out and vigilantly survey their surroundings. Indeed, it was not long before an unexpected commotion erupted ahead, with several arrows shot from the woods, targeting Song Heng and his companions. An ambush! Scatter! Song Heng shouted, swiftly drawing his sword to deflect the incoming arrows. The guards reacted quickly, evading the onslaught, yet a few were still grazed by the missiles. With a cold glint in his eyes, Song Heng pointed his sword towards the direction for which the arrows had come, commanding fiercely, charge through, leave no one behind. The guards responded in unison, rapidly advancing towards the forest. The ambushed assailants were evidently caught off guard by the decisiveness of Song Heng and his men, and they were soon overwhelmed. Seizing one of the cloaked figures, Song Heng demanded coldly, "Speak. Where have you taken Shen Xingyue?" The cloaked figure clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge any information. A ruthless glimmer flashed in Song Heng's eyes as he pressed the blade closer to the man's throat, stating, "If you do not speak, you shall die." Feeling the chilling pressure of the blade, the cloaked figure finally broke down, trembling as he replied, "In the cave ahead. But we were merely following orders. I beg you spare me." Song Heng let out a cold snort, releasing his grip and sending the man in black crashing to the ground. "Get lost." Without further ado, he immediately led his companions towards the direction indicated by the assailant. Before long, they stumbled upon a concealed cave. Several men in black guarded its entrance, and upon spotting Song Heng and his group, they swiftly drew their weapons to confront them. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Heng surged forward, his swordplay fierce and lethal, rendering the men in black utterly powerless. They were soon repelled. Upon entering the cave, he quickly spotted Shen Xingyue bound to a stone pillar. "Xingyue!" Song Heng shouted, hastening to her side to swiftly untie the ropes binding her and remove the cloth gagging her. Tears welled in Shen Xingyue's eyes as she beheld him, her voice choked with emotion. "Song Heng, I knew you would come to rescue me." Song Heng enveloped her in a tight embrace, his voice low yet resolute. "I'm sorry for being late. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Shen Xingyue shook her head gently, responding softly, "I'm fine, just a bit scared." Song Heng tenderly stroked her hair, soothingly assuring her, "Do not fear. With me here, no one shall harm you again." At that moment, Lei Yun and the guards burst into the cave. Upon seeing Shen Xingyue safe, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Lei Yun stepped forward to report, "Young master, all the men in black outside have been dealt with, and we have captured several alive for questioning." Song Heng nodded, his gaze icy. "Take them back and ensure the mastermind behind this is uncovered." With Lei Yun acknowledging his command, Song Heng assisted Shen Xingyue in exiting the cave. The sunlight outside bathed them in warmth, and Shen Xingyue squinted slightly, savoring the long-awaited warmth. Leaning against Song Heng's shoulder, she murmured, "Let us go home." And her must be anxiously waiting. Song Heng gazed down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Very well,